crossing over to Dolly. I used all my remaining savings to marry a young bride, only to find out that the bride had been switched. It was supposed to be a mature lady, but turned out to be a little bean sprout. Isn't this deception in marriage? So, I angrily went to question the father-in-law. Faced with the pressure of my 9th grade martial arts skills, Father-in-law by Wendy explained everything in detail. Eldest daughter by Chingru ran away from home, and the youngest daughter by Chingyu replaced her sister to get married. Nephew, it was a fault on our part from the Bai family first. Once we find that rebellious woman, you can issue a divorce letter to end things with her. I will return the betrothal gifts twofold and promise to find you another good match. I kept a cold face and said, if Bai Chingru didn't want to marry, why didn't she inform me beforehand? I had no idea that Bai Chingru was so resistant to marrying me. If I had known, I would never have gone to seek what was not given willingly. Bai Wendy said shamefully, that arrogant girl looks down on everyone. The marriage has been postponed year after year. I see that my talented nephew, at such a young age, has already reached the 9th rank of the martial realm and is also talented, with a bright future ahead. I took the liberty of making the decision for her. Just listening to Bai Wendy's words, I've already imagined all sorts of things. It's nothing but the cliché of parental arrangements and matchmakers' words. Well, it's come to this point, talking about it further is pointless. Uncle Baiwan looked at me with a serious face, hoping to downplay the situation. Nephew, do you think you can handle this matter? I looked at him coldly and said, have you forgotten to ask someone else's opinion? Then I turned my head to Bai Qingyu, who had been sitting silently by the bed. The red veil on her head had not been removed yet. Bai Qing's young body trembled slightly. She was the most innocent person in this matter, yet no one had ever asked about her feelings. Now, as I mentioned it like this, the grievance in her heart almost made her want to cry out loud. Bai Wendy immediately took over the conversation, once again showing his stubborn and self-willed nature. I have my own decision on the matter of Qingyu. For now, let's hear your opinion. Dear nephew, I shook my head. Oh, I kind of understand Bai Qingru now. Alright, you go back first. I'll talk to Qingyu myself. Bai Wendy wanted to say something else, but I firmly ushered him out. I casually sat down next to Bai Qingyu, startling her into moving further inside. Sister-in-law, you've been listening for a while too. Share your opinion. Bai Qing's young heart was beating a little fast. Now there were only her and her brother-in-law in the room, sitting on the newlywed bed. What do you mean? I propped myself up on the edge of the bed with both hands. What other opinion could there be? To marry or not to marry? You have to give me a definite answer. Bai Qingyao didn't expect such a serious question right off the bat. I joked. What's this? We've already paid respects to the ancestors. According to the customs of the Dai people, you are now my wife. What? What about sister? Bai Qingyu had never imagined that one day she would compete with her sister for a man. I rolled my eyes. I don't have any feelings for Bai Qingru. I just simply lust after her curvaceous body and innocent appearance. Honestly, not reporting your sister to the authorities is already me being extremely generous. Bai Qing asked weakly. If I were to marry, could you not tell my sister, brother-in-law? She still held great respect for her sister. Otherwise she wouldn't have considered marrying in her sister's place. I stopped joking and said seriously, even if you don't marry me, I won't go tell her. So think carefully before you answer. Not for your sister, not for your father, but purely for yourself. Bai Qingyu remained silent for a long time. It was the first time someone had spoken to her like this, not for anything else, but for herself. The light was dim, the candlelight flickering, neither from the wind nor the candle. After a while, a soft yet firm voice came from under the red veil. I will marry. With the fall of this sound, it seemed like something was breaking through the soil in my mind, eventually turning into golden words floating before my eyes. Ding! The system has arrived. Wufu, 9 ranks of refining essence realm, experience, 100/1000. Alchemist, unranked, experience, 300/500. Demon Sealing Fist, proficiency, experience, 100/500. Current experience gain multiplier, 10 times. I stood still in place. I have been waiting for this moment for 20 years. A full 20 years. Do you know how I spent these 20 years? It's because of an unexpected car accident that I was reincarnated into this world of demons rampant and warriors prevailing. Shortly after birth, I encountered demons slaughtering a village. Before I could even feel the warmth of family, I became an orphan and was saved by the Demon Suppression Bureau. When I grew up, I naturally became a menial worker in the Demon Suppression Bureau. With the wisdom of living 2 lives, I learned some survival skills from the Bureau, but my aptitude was average. I was recently eliminated in the selection competition of the Bureau, and unwilling to be a menial worker for life, I resigned and ran to the countryside. thinking of marrying a beautiful woman and doing some small business to get by in this life. It was a stroke of luck that I accidentally activated the system. It said that flowers bloom where they are planted, and trees grow where they are not. Bai Qingyu saw me suddenly fall silent and felt anxious in her heart. Brother-in-law, why aren't you speaking? You said you wanted to marry me. Could it be that you're having second thoughts now? I came to my senses and lifted Bai Qingyu's red veil, revealing her delicate porcelain-like face. Silly girl, you still call me brother-in-law. Bai Qing's young eyes dodged, not daring to look at me. Her small mouth opened and closed a few times, then her rosy lips touched lightly, as if entrusting the rest of her life to me. Husband. Current experience acquisition multiplier, 10 times becomes 100 times, 100 times becomes 110 times. Early the next morning, the backyard was filled with the sound of breaking wind. Sweat dripped from my forehead, but I was completely unaware, fully immersed in the martial arts. Martial arts experience plus 100, demon fist experience plus 100. As the system's experience arrived, a glint of essence flashed in Jiang Lu's eyes as he slowly closed his fists, his muscles taut as strings, harboring amazing strength. Just one morning's effort is worth 3 or 4 months of my previous hard training. It's truly terrifying as hell. Jiang Lu clenched his fist inside, but where this system came earlier, he is not even a Jinmu division selection cannot pass. Sagittarius. Wipe the sweat. A petite figure carrying a basin full of water wobbled towards him, and it was none other than Bai Qingyu, who had married him yesterday. Didn't I tell you to go back to sleep? Jiang Lu took a few steps forward and took the basin of water that was swaying in her hands, looking at Bai Qingyu with a bit more tenderness. What kind of bride stays in bed on her first day? To say that will be laughed at. Bai Qingyu squirmed, her cheeks slightly burning. For the identity of the bride she hadn't fully adapted yet. When she finished speaking, she reached into the basin, wrung out the sweat towel, and after a slight hesitation, she began to wipe Jiang Lu's body with a small red face. Although she was not ready to teach her children until yesterday, since she had already paid her respects, she should do her duty as a wife. River flow. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Feeling a pair of soft and boneless small hands wandering on his back, with an indescribable tingling, he suddenly felt that this Shenmue division is not going to go. There is a gentle land here. Well, okay. After wiping, Bai Qingyu is already blushing and panting. A body of blood for the age of maturity is still too exciting for her. Thank you, ma'am. Jiang Lu's eyes rested on Bai Qingyu's slender figure, the small buttocks rounded with a little warped, although the flower bone's budding is still green, but with the 2 touches of red on the small face. It has also begun to the meaning of flirtatiousness. No need to thank me. I'll go make breakfast for you. Sunga. Bai Qingyu also noticed Jiang Lu's roaming gaze. She was a fledgling where she could withstand such a bold survey. Her round face became more and more red and wanted to drip, and she hastily found an excuse to get away. Ugh, slow down. Jiang Lu looked at Bai Qingyu's fleeing back and smiled helplessly. It seemed that he still had a long way to go as a husband. Jiang Lu got dressed and was about to go find his very easily shy little lady when he ran head-on into his cheap father-in-law. Bai Wendy, Lord father-in-law, my little son-in-law greets you. Jiang Pop gave a salute. How could he say that he was also Bai Qingyu's father? When Bai Wendy heard this, father-in-law, his face had a rather complicated expression. Originally he wanted to marry off his eldest daughter, but as a result, he took his youngest daughter in. But things have come to this point, and then pursue who is right and who is wrong is no longer meaningful. The most urgent thing is to find a way for this farce to end. Alas, virtuous son-in-law, and follow my father to the study. On the other hand, Jiang Lu's mother-in-law, Fang Xiaoning, also approached Bai Qingyu. Mother, what do you want with your daughter? Bai Qingyu was pulled to a corner of the kitchen by her mother, as if she had something to whisper to her. Fang Xiaoning reached out to explore outside, then turned back to her poor little daughter and lovingly stroked her little head. Qingyu, I've wronged you. Seeing her mother's eyes reddening and a look of self-condemnation, Bai Qingyu didn't feel good in her heart either, and hastened to comfort her. No complaints, no complaints. I married my brother-in-law of my own free will, and my brother-in-law is also very good to me. Really? Fang Xiaoning looked carefully at the expression on her daughter's face, wondering if she was telling lies to comfort herself. Really? Bai Qingyu was shyly looked at by her mother and slightly inclined her head and whispered, Actually, brother-in-law is quite good. Although her brother-in-law looked at her with bad eyes, he had always taken care of her feelings and had never scolded or made her, and he was quite good-looking, and his body was. He's also very strong. That's good. When Fang Xiaoning saw her reveal a shy little girl's posture, she was instantly convinced by 7 or 8 points. Jiang Lu is their eldest daughter. To find a good match, all aspects are bound to be considered. The couple did not worry about their youngest daughter meet a bad man. The only thing that makes her somewhat assured is that the youngest daughter's body is still thin, which can eat it. That is a win. The years of martial arts. Qingyu, secretly tell mother. Last night you guys are not. Fang Xiaoning came to Bai Qingyu's ear like a thief and said all the words of a tiger and wolf. Bai Qingyu's small face reddened with the naked eye. Her large watery eyes misted over, and her long, straight legs subconsciously came together. Turns out, so that's how it is between husband and wife? No. Brother-in-law just wrapped his arms around me last night and didn't do anything else. Bai Qingyung's little head shook like a rattle, not daring to think about what her mother had just said. Well, Fang Xiaoning was not surprised by this. As soon as she entered the door she noticed that her youngest daughter's walking posture was not different, which is why she had the question just now. Mother, brother-in-law, does he not like me? After Bai Qingyu's feverish little head calmed down, she began to suffer again, obviously sharing the same bed. Her brother-in-law did nothing, which couldn't help but frustrate her a little inside. She wasn't as lovable as her sister in the end. Silly child, Luer, he is taking pity on you. Fang Xiaoning put a little bit of emotion into Bai. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Qingyu wrapped her arms around her. She was originally worried that the young man was not light and heavy, but now it seems that Qingyu has met a good husband who knows how to love people. Study. Father-in-law, are you saying that Bai Qingru ran away to take the Chonghua Academy's examination? Jiang Lu was also stunned when he heard this news. Chonghua Academy is a special academy for women only. Looking at the land of God, Chonghua Academy can also be said to be unique, not for any other reason, just because Chonghua Academy was founded by the current empress. As for the status of Chonghua Academy, if he had passed the examination of the Department of Devil Suppression, he would have to politely address the students of Chonghua Academy as Sir. That rebellious daughter, relying on the fact that she has read a few years of books, thinks of impractical things. When she touches the wall, she will naturally come back in ashes. Bai Wendy shook his head, clearly not optimistic about Bai Qingru. Before that rebellious daughter returns, you and Qingyu, try to exercise some restraint. Nominally Qingyu is still your sister-in-law, lest people gossip. Bai Wendy's old face was red. The family scandal cannot be publicized. In order to cover up the matter of Bai Qingru's escape from marriage, can only make mistakes. Temporarily aggrieved two people, outside the house. Fang Xiaoning led Bai Qingyu towards the study, and just as she reached the front of the study, she heard conversations coming from inside the house. I'll wait for a month at most, and after a month, regardless of whether Bai Qingru comes back or not, I'll give Qingyu a name. Jiang Lu's voice was strong and powerful, and it was transmitted directly to the outside of the house through the door and windows of the study, and even more so to the ears of the mother and daughter. Now you're relieved. Fang Xiaoning looked snidely at the red-faced Bai Qingyu, who had previously been worried that her husband didn't like her. Mother Bai Qingyu stomped her foot petulantly, her ears reddening, but the snickering and love in her tone couldn't be hidden. Current experience gain multiplier, 110 times 200 times. River flow in the house? Chapter 3, on the breadwinner thing. Reading tip, to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Study room. Bai Wendy briefly confided in his youngest daughter Bai Qingyu a few sentences, and then hurriedly left. He still had to go to create the illusion of his eldest daughter Bai Qingru leaving home to enter the capital. Although it sounded more or less unsympathetic for a bride to leave her groom behind on the second day of her wedding to attend the Chonghua Academy's examination, it was better than running away on the day of the wedding. When that rebellious daughter returns, it is also possible to use this matter as a trigger for the two people's emotional disaffection, and then the two people and the divorce will also be logical. On the other side, mother-in-law Fang Xiaoning was also saying something to Jiang Lu. Qingyu will be entrusted to you, Luer, and if there is anything she doesn't know how to do, I still hope that you, Luer, can be more patient. It wasn't the first time Fang Xiaoning had said these words to Jiang Lu, only last time it was for her eldest daughter. This time it was for her youngest daughter. After saying that, Fang Xiaoning beckoned towards Bai Qingyao again, pulling her youngest daughter in front of her and instructing her as well. In the future, you have to put away your little temperament. You can't act like a little kid anymore. And when you encounter things, you have to remember to discuss them with Luer. Fang Xiaoning rambled on and on. Bai Qingyu and Jiang Lu looked at each other and both listened honestly. If the two were considered to be privately engaged last night, now they had the blessing and approval of their elders. After breakfast, Bai Qingyu was taken away by Fang Xiaoning. Her youngest daughter married too suddenly. She, the mother, had to give her daughter a good refresher on men and women, so as not to make any jokes. Jiang Lu also did not idle. leading the horse, and went out. From today onwards he is the head of the family. No longer one person to eat, the whole family is not hungry. To support the family has become something he must consider. As a 9th grade martial artist, he had many options. For example, go to the dartboard as a dart master. In this demon-eating world, the strength of the strong dart master is the absolute meat and potatoes. A month to earn 10 taels of silver is not a problem. It is a careless by Ching you will have to be widowed. Another example is to go to a large family as a guard. Although the money earned is not as much as a dart master, but it is safe and stable. And bacon is also sent on New Year's Day. So is there a way to be safe and make money at the same time? The answer is, of course, yes. From Qingpu village, traveling south for 20 miles, crossing the mountains, and stepping onto the official road, a magnificent city sprawled across the lava mountains, taking the name of Danyang City. Don't miss it when you walk by. Just dug 100 years of mountain ginseng, beneficial to the qi and blood. Whether it's a medicinal bath or alchemy, it's an excellent choice. Top-grade fading fire scatter. The snow lotus used are specially shipped from the western region. The effect is 10 times stronger than the unusual snow lotus. To ensure that you are free from fire poison when making pills. Freshly baked qi and blood pills. Only 10 taels per pill. One qi and blood pill can save you from January's hard training. Definitely a good choice to enhance your strength. The True Explanation of Alchemy, compiled by 10 experienced entry-grade alchemists, which contains more than 100 types of Dan formulas. There will be no more stores after this village. Before Jiang Lu even entered the city, the yelling of vendors outside the city surrounded his ears, and the smells of various medicinal herbs mingled together in a lively scene. Danyang City, for the Dali dynasty, it is neither a heavenly fortress, nor a land of fish and rice, and even due to the location of the lava mountain range, long-term living in the vicinity of the people will fall into the disease of fire poisoning. Said that it is a barbaric place is not too much, but for the alchemists under the sky, Danyang City is a complete alchemy mecca. The unique ground fire of the lava mountain range can greatly increase the success rate of alchemy, and also improve the quality of the elixir, which makes the alchemists from the other nearby counties come to the city in admiration. Over time, Danyang City became the landmark of Guangling County, and when mentioning Suzhou's Guangling County, the first thing that comes to mind is not the scenic beauty of Guangling, but the alchemists' mecca, Danyang City. Entering the city gates, a heat wave came to the face. Obviously it was the beginning of spring, but the temperature in the city was no less than 3 volts, and this was only the outskirts of Danyang City. Jiang Lu sent the horses to a specialized stable. It cost him 200 wenzi. It was really expensive. This money was enough to buy 50 pounds of rice. Immediately afterward, Jiang Lu arrived at a chamber of commerce called Bao Rui Xing and pulled out 10 taels of silver and pushed it to the counter. Please, a D-ranked Dan room. Jiang Lu said politely. The Dan rooms here were divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D, and were basically used by major. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. The merchant bank is holding it. The price has increased, now 11 taels. The mustachioed shopkeeper said expressionlessly. Those who would rent the Ding Ding Dan room were all unimpressive alchemist apprentices. And he had seen too many of these small people who dumped their families and ended up not being able to become alchemists. Jiang Lu heart cursed a female dry business. He came a year ago when it was still 10-2. This year it went up to 11-2. No choice but to make up the difference in price. Received a piece of jade plate and went to the front of the Dan room. Stop, jade. The guards at the entrance checked his jade tag before granting him passage. And judging from the guards' qi and blood, this man was at least an 8th grade qi refining realm martial artist. In other words, he, a 9th grade martial artist, was not even qualified to show the door to the Bao Rui merchant bank. Solid. Led by a maid, Jiang Lu arrived at a green brick hut, no more than 2 zhang wide in front and back, with a half-man-high alchemy furnace in the center. My lord, do you need the services of a Dan boy? Just 1 or 2 silver pieces will suffice. The pretty-faced maid at the side winked, teasingly. No need. Jiang Lu quickly waved his hand. The Dan boy in her mouth was just to help wipe sweat and feed water. In actuality, it didn't help in alchemy at all, and it was only those sons of the family who were willing to shell out this amount of money. Then I wish you, my lord, to have your Dan become a cloud pattern. The maid didn't pester. Usually people who would rent a Ding Dan room were shy. She just saw that Jiang Lu was born good-looking, so she tried to ask a question. Thank you. Jiang Lu said a thank you. Dan into cloud pattern was the highest praise for an alchemist. Only those alchemists who had been immersed in Yin Dan Dao for many years could possibly refine pills with cloud patterns. Closing the door of the Dan room, Jiang Lu spread out all the herbs he had prepared in advance flatly. The elixir he was going to refine this time was called the heart-cleansing elixir. The clear heart pill might not be the cheapest or the easiest among the various pills, but it was definitely the most popular pill for apprentice alchemists. Because the clear heart Dan also has a name, called fading fire scatter. Unlike other pills that fail to refine blood money, clear heart Dan refining failure at least can still harvest the dregs of the beautiful name fading fire scatter. Although the efficacy of the fading fire scatter was compared to the clearing heart pill, it was like the difference between the ghost of Li and the kuei of Li, but it was always able to serve the purpose of removing the fire poison. The laboring masses who were begging for a living in Danyang City got the cheap fading fire sand, and the apprentices who failed in alchemy were able to recover some of the cost of the herbs, so it could be said that each of them got what they needed. Alchemist, unclassified, experience, 300/500. Current experience gain multiplier, 200 times. Zhang Lucha glanced at his progress as an alchemist. If he followed the normal way of alchemy, he estimated that he would still have to refine a few hundred furnaces of pills before he could truly step into the threshold of an alchemist. And a furnace of clear heart Dan's medicinal materials to be 10 taels. This alchemy furnace burns whereas the medicinal materials is clearly white flowers of silver. It was only himself who was still somewhat talented in alchemy. Plus he had been a Dan boy for 10 years in the alchemy room of the Demon Suppression Division, and he could barely recoup his costs. He glanced at the 5 pairs of herbs on the table. This was all he had saved so far. Let's hope he can do it all in one go. Chapter 4, The Dan Becomes a Cloud Pattern. Reading tip: to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. The sun was setting, and after the setting sun knocked on the door several times, the door to the brick hut was finally open. Ahem. The gray-haired Jian Lu walked out from within the Dan room. The whole person looked like he had been fished out from the water. The earth fire was refining the Dan at the same time, and how was it not refining him at the same time? It was only because he was a 9th grade martial artist. If he were an ordinary person, he would have fainted from heatstroke long ago. That was why the threshold of alchemists was so high. Not only do you need a lot of study and practice, but you also need a body that is strong enough to do both. But it was all worth it. Alchemy experience plus 200. Alchemy experience plus 20. Alchemy experience plus 10. Alchemy experience plus 5. Alchemy experience plus 1. Alchemist, not yet ranked -9th rank, experience, 36/1000. The good news was that it went even smoother than expected, and he managed to step into the threshold of a 9th grade alchemist with just 1 pair of herbs. The bad news was that it was unrealistic for him to try to brush up his experience by relying on the clear heart pill, just like the games in his previous life where he upgraded and fought monsters. The amount of experience he got would drastically diminish as his character's level increased. He was already completely familiar with refining the clear heart pill, and repeating it 10,000 times wouldn't improve his alchemy skills. The system is not omnipotent. It only magnifies its efforts hundreds of times, but not to mention hundreds of times, even 1,000 times 10,000 times. I have not heard of any alchemist who can become a Dan Dao master by virtue of refining the clear heart Dan. It seems like we'll have to try a higher grade of elixir next time. Jian Lu raised his head to look at the sky, and pressed down the thought of leaping in his heart. He couldn't stay in Danyang City. There were still people waiting for him at home. However, before going back, he had to exchange the refined pills for silver. The trip out had almost emptied his family's fortune. He returned to the Bao Rui Xing Chamber of Commerce that had rented the Dan room before, and these chambers both rented the Dan room to the outside world, and likewise did the business of trading pills. Paw. Zhang Lu had just entered the house when he was caught by a young woman in a gorgeous dress. The woman sat in front of the counter, a brocade skirt embroidered with complex patterns trailing the ground. The waist girded with ribbons appropriately outlined the slender waist. Close to the light pink dress held up a rumbling arc. Trembling, a few want to crack the clothes out. A head of ebony hair pulled into an exquisite bun. Oblique insertion of a jade hairpin. A few strands of golden step quietly hanging down on the white ears. The end of the eyes slightly upward, as if the seductive fox charming eyes, even if not meticulously smiling, but also through a few points of demonic flavor. A pair of beautiful eyes staring intently at the account book. Slender fingers lightly flicked the brush, occasionally slightly frowning, showing the seriousness of the attitude. Next to the woman, the previous mustache shopkeeper stood cautiously. Every time he saw the woman frowning, his heart lifted up, afraid that this ant let himself roll cover and get out. All the guests have come. Aren't you going over to entertain them, Uncle Qian? Shiniching raised her head and nodded at the mustachioed shopkeeper, who was not satisfied with Qian Hungtong as an old senior. This money Hungtong more than keep the success, but the lack of enterprising, in office during the performance of mediocre, guarding Danyang City such a treasure, but did not dig for the Chamber of Commerce to 1 or 2 decent alchemists. Yes, third miss. Qian Hungtong is also a person elite. How can not hear the knocking intention in Shiniching's words, but he is also bitter in his heart. The good alchemist that all have a teacher's tradition. People simply do not see what the merchant bank bias. There is an ungrateful kid at this time crashed up. He recognized at a glance that this is the morning that rented the ding-dan room of the poor boy. Most likely another refining clear heart Dan failed to run to sell fade fire loose back to the blood. This guest, welcome to our Bao Rui Xing. How can I help you? Even though Qian Hengtong was reluctant, he could only greet him with a smiling face. I have some fading fire scatter here. See how much you can sell it for. Although Jian Lu sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off, he didn't think much about it and pulled out a fist-sized bottle of fading fire sand from his pocket and handed it to the shopkeeper. Qian Hengtong lightly poured out the nail cap-sized powder, first inspected the color, then sniffed with his nose, and the fake smile on his face had a hint of movement. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Extreme fading fire scatter? Qian Hengtong's tone carried a hint of surprise, and even Shen Yiqing, who was on the sidelines, stopped flipping through the account book and looked at Jian Lu one more time. Extreme fading fire scatter was not something so precious. At best it was more effective and could be sold for a few more taels of silver. What really made them think highly of it was that someone who could refine extreme fading fire scatter was equivalent to having 1 foot in the threshold of an alchemist. Ordinary fading fire scatter was the product of a failed alchemy, but extreme fading fire scatter was the product between a failed alchemy and a successful one. It had the same efficacy as the clear heart pill, only that it didn't congeal into a pill in the end. There aren't many extreme fading fire sand circulating in the market, and the price fluctuates quite a bit. But since you, the guest, chose our Bao Rui Xing, I'm willing to purchase this fading fire sand at the highest price of 12 taels of silver. What do you think? The price given by Qian Hengtong is already very fair. The unusual fading fire scatter can be sold on 10 taels. Should be thankful to God. This 12 taels of silver is completely Qian Hengtong in order to give Jiang Lu to leave a good impression. After all, a future alchemist is still worth making friends. Yes, Jiang Lu's original expectation was 10 taels, and Qian Hengtong was willing to give up to 12 taels, so he naturally had nothing to object to. The two handed over the money in one hand and delivered the goods in the other, and a sale was soon completed. Shen Yiqing just swept a glance and then continued to look down at the ledger. A newcomer alchemist who was finally going to make it to the top was just a newcomer alchemist. It was not enough to make her the third young miss of Bao Rui Ro. Put it on her mind. Just before things ended, Jian Lu pulled out 4 more bottles of pills in one breath. Please bother the shopkeeper. Help me estimate the price for these as well. Seeing that Qian Hengtong had given a real price, Jiang Lu didn't bother to run to other chambers of commerce and pulled out the rest of his inventory. As soon as Qian Hengtong got his hands on it, he judged that it was filled with elixir, not powder. Had he looked away? This kid was not some novice apprentice, but a serious alchemist? But you are a good alchemist running to rent what ding ding dan room ah. Even the lowest level of the 9th grade alchemist, a month can easily earn a few hundred taels. Although there was doubt in his heart, Qian Hengtong still honestly appraised the pills. It was not his turn to point out the actions of a 9th grade alchemist. Qian Hengtong took a sandalwood plate covered with silk and poured out the first bottle of pills, only to see a pill the size of a dragon's eye pitted on the surface. Dull, accompanied by a pungent smell of medicine. Lower grade clear heart pill, market price 18 taels. Jiang Lu nodded, sort of agreeing to Qian Hengtong's offer. If he himself set up a small stall outside Danyang City to sell slowly, he would be lucky to sell up to 20 taels, but the cost of the time spent that way was another matter. Seeing Jiang Lu agreed, Qian Hengtong opened the second bottle as he did. Originally thought that it would be the lower grade clear heart pill again, but the result this time was that the pills were all rounded and delicate, accompanied by a faint medicinal aroma, and the quality was much better. Medium grade heart cleansing pill, market price, 22 taels. Qian Hengtong's tone had a few more points of confusion in it. Strange, the fluctuation of this person's alchemy level was not too great. Shen Yiqing still lowered her head and flipped through the ledger. If an alchemist's level was suddenly good or bad, it only proved that the alchemist's foundation was not solid or that he was double-minded when making pills, and such a person was even less worthy of her attention. Just as she was thinking this, Qian Hengtong's voice came again, its tone plucked up a few points higher than before. Top-grade heart-clearing pill, market price 28 taels. Qian Hengtong poured out the pills in the third bottle. A medicinal fragrance of the rich heart of the pills in the setting sun reflects the dazzling luster. The color of this batch of pills, even if he is such an old shopkeeper, cannot pick a fault. The movements of Shen Yiqing's hands also stopped. There was no doubt that her previous judgment was wrong. A person who could refine a top-grade clear heart pill, it either meant that this person had poured a lot of effort into the alchemy course, or that this person was quite talented in the alchemy course. Let Qian Hengtong try to recruit the other party later. An alchemist who can refine a top-grade clear heart pill is still more or less valuable to cultivate. Extreme Extreme heart cleansing pill. Market price. Market price. Xian Hangtong looked at the sandalwood plate with a cloud pattern of the clear heart Dan. A moment do not know what price to quote. This kind of with a cloud pattern of the best quality elixir basically does not. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. It flows into the marketplace, and naturally there is little price to refer to. Uncle Qian, sit down and rest for a while. I'll just entertain this guest. Shiniching did not know when she had already walked out of the counter, and came to Jiang Lu's front with a graceful posture. A pair of beautiful eyes for the first time sizing up the slightly distressed young man in front of her, fearing that she would look away again. Fading fire scatter, lower grade clear heart pill, middle grade clear heart pill, upper grade clear heart pill, as well as the extreme grade clear heart pill that was formed into a cloud pattern. This could no longer be explained with a single sentence about fluctuating alchemy levels. If things were really as she guessed, then I'm afraid that the word genius wouldn't even be enough weight. They generally called this kind of person a demon. Chapter 5, Finding a way to keep him. Reading tip. To prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Concubine Shin Turnip is the deacon of the Bao Rui Banks branch in Danyang City. I don't know how to address your guest. Shin Xingyi slightly owed her body, her face smiling affably, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze. Nan Lu Jing. Out of defensiveness, Zhang Lu reported his name from his previous life. Mr. Nan, please come upstairs. Shiniching flicked her long sleeves and made an inviting gesture. No, I'm in a hurry. Zhang Lu shook his head. It would be dark if he delayed any longer. In this demon-infested world, walking at night was dangerous. It's my concubine who has taken the liberty, but this extreme-grade clear heart pill is indeed not easy to value. It's not common to see top-grade clear heart pills on weekdays, let alone this extreme-grade clear heart pill with a cloud pattern. Shiniching said the truth, but it is not that this extreme clear heart Dan is so difficult to refine. Just have this ability of alchemists who have nothing to do idle to refine this kind of low-ranking pills. 1 cannot improve the alchemy skills, 2 cannot make money. No harm done. Let's just calculate it at the price of a top-grade heart-clearing elixir. Zhang Lu also didn't want to waste time for a bottle of elixir. This kind of superior-grade heart-cleansing elixir he could refine as much as he wanted right now. How can that be? Word will get out that I, Bao Rui Ro, am a big shopkeeper. Shiniching covered her mouth and laughed lightly, adding a few more playful hints. It's fate that I can meet Mr. Nan today, so I'll dare to be the master of the house, and offer 100 taels to buy this top-grade heart-cleansing pill. So what do you think, Mr. Nav? Then thank you, Deacon Shin. Zhang Lu was a bit saddened. The cost of the herbs was only 10 taels of silver, turned around and sold for 100 taels. It was true that it was still the alchemist who made money fast. Mr. Nan is polite. Please wait a moment. Not long after, Xian Hangtong came back with a small tray with a silver ticket and a beautifully embroidered money bag, as well as a palm-sized jade tablet. In addition to the silver money, please accept this jade plate as well. Mr. Nan. Shiniching took the plate and personally handed it to Zhang Lu. What is this jade tablet? Zhang Lu only grabbed the silver tickets and money bag that belonged to him. As for the jade tablet that looked like it was made of extraordinary material, he didn't even touch it. This is Bao Rui Xing's VIP jade token, and anyone who holds this jade token will receive the highest courtesy from our chamber. Shin Turnip explained. No merit, no reward. Zhang Lu more or less also noticed that this Shiniching was a bit too enthusiastic, and slightly retreated half a step. The sky would not drop pies. Mr. Nan, please listen to my slave. As an alchemist, Mr. Nan will inevitably need to use some rare medicinal herbs in the future. And these medicinal herbs are basically monopolized by the Alchemist Association and the major merchant houses, so you can't buy them even if you have the money to do so, Shiniching said in a gentle manner. Zhang Lu also understood when he heard this. After the whole day, this Shin Turnip was trying to recruit herself. What do I need to pay? Zhang Lu decided to listen to Shiniching's conditions first, and if it wasn't too much, it wasn't impossible to agree. If you want to take the path of an alchemist, you can't avoid dealing with these merchant houses, whether it's medicinal materials or ground fire. These resources needed for alchemy are all in the hands of the big powers. Shiniching's heart was overjoyed. What she was happy about was not that Zhang Lu could agree, but that she was certain that there were no other forces behind Zhang Lu. Sir Nan is overstating the case. I just hope that Sir Nan will prioritize supplying Bao Rui Xing with all the pills he refines in the future. Of course, if other merchant houses offer a higher price, Duke Nan can also choose otherwise. Shiniching's conditions were very lenient, and it was not too much to say that it was a bargain for nothing, so Zhang Lu really could not find any reason to refuse. Then I'll accept it. Zhang Lu ended up accepting the jade tablet. waiting for Jiang Lu to leave. Qian Hengtong finally couldn't help but ask, "Miss, the jade token was just given to him? Then what do you think should be done, Uncle Qian?" The smile on Shen Yiqing's face had already been put away, and a few moments of the superior's majesty permeated her cold face. According to the rules, should first test some of that person's alchemy. Who knows if this clear heart Dan is not made by himself, and then investigate the person's origin. In case it is a female dry detail sent by other merchant houses, and then there is. Qian Hengtong was in the middle of talking, when he realized that Shen Yiqing's eyes were getting colder and colder as she looked at herself. A cold sweat broke out behind his back, and he hurriedly closed his mouth. Shen Yiqing now knew why Qian Hengtong had not been able to find a single decent alchemist during his tenure. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip, in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Not anymore. It's simply a done deal. Find a way to keep that Nan Lu Jing. If I can't, I'll just have to replace it with one that can. Yes. Third miss. Qian Hengtong smiled bitterly. Perhaps he is really old. Not as bold as young people. Shen Yiqing returned upstairs after knocking out Qian Hengtong, staring at the several bottles of heart-clearing pills with some fascination. With her eyesight, she could naturally tell that this batch of heart-clearing pills had all just been refined. 5 pairs of medicinal herbs, from fading fire scatter to extreme clear heart pill. This kind of progress speed that could be called horrifying. If it was true, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for those few demons of the Alchemist Association to look up to them. Perhaps the turn of events falls on this man. The words were split into two. Jiang Lu's side was hoofing it back. But how could a skinny old horse outrun the sinking sun in the west? By the time Jiang Lu reached the entrance of the village, the night had already thickened to the point that it was like haloed ink. But at last, he was safely back in the village. Near the entrance of the village, Jiang Lu also dismounted, leading the exhausted old horse to start walking. Just before he could walk out 2 steps, he saw a tiny person standing on the small mound at the entrance of the village, carrying a warm yellow lantern in his hand, standing on tiptoe to look out for something. Kiyoyo? Jiang Lu recognized his young lady at a glance. Was she waiting for herself? Sunga. Bai Qingyu also noticed Jiang Lu walking in the night, and immediately jumped down from the small mound, running all the way and crashing into his arms like a milk swallow throwing itself into the forest. Sorry, I'm late. Jiang Lu felt the trembling of the petite body in his arms and swallowed back the words he was going to say in defense. Oh, Sajiri. It's good that you're okay. Bai Qingyang head against Jiang Lu's chest, after the fear of tears indisputably pouring out. Words cannot speak clearly. I'm fine. No more crying, okay? Jiang Lu gently patted Bai Qingyu's back, a bit like coaxing a small child, except that there wasn't a trace of impatience in his tone. Ahem. As the two of them hugged each other, 2 more people came out of the night, and mother-in-law Fang Xiaoning looked at the young couple with a pleased face. His cheap father-in-law by Wendy is a difficult face. This would be seen if the brother-in-law and sister-in-law pulling how to act can only be coughing 2 signals almost got. In-laws? Jiang Lu saw Bai Wendy and his wife were also there. A little flattered feeling, Bai Qingyu this little girl even the 2 elders ran to the village entrance to wait for him. But Bai Wendy's next sentence solved his doubts. Let's talk about what we have to say when we get inside. It's not safe out there. The village headman brought news back today that demons have appeared in the area again. Chapter 6, Gods and Demons. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. 3,000 years ago, the corpse of a god that covered the sky fell from the 33 heavens beyond the heavens into the land of the divine kingdom, and the 100,000 mountains were instantly reduced to pieces, and the rivers, lakes, and seas set off torrents of annihilation. On that day, mountains and rivers were shattered and corpses were strewn everywhere. But all this was just the beginning. The real disaster was still to come. Demon. The decayed bodies of the gods bred countless demons, which were bloodthirsty and ferocious by nature, and wherever they went, they were like locusts, devouring all living beings. Helmeted and armored millions of soldiers in front of the invulnerable demons routed. Only half a day's light will be dead and wounded more than half. Seeing the imminent fall of the divine kingdom, the martial ancestor Chu berserkers realized the way and created a cultivation method to match the gods with the body of a mortal. Since then, a 1,000-year-long battle between man and devil had kicked off, with countless pioneers of the martial arts path plunging into the battlefield one after another. Until the first year of Dali, Emperor Li Chong of the Great Ancestor led 1 million Yen Yun riders and fought to the death with the Devil Ancestor at Shanhai Guan in a battle to the death, known as the Battle of Shanhai. That battle hit all the human race's reserves. The Great Ancestor fell. The 12 gods and generals died. Injured. The world no longer a strong one. This tragic everything in exchange for the divine land now peace. Under the conscientiousness of successive generations of bright rulers of the Dili dynasty, The people of the Divine Kingdom have also lived in peace and contentment, only that the demonic plague has not been completely resolved. To this day, there are still demons that show up from time to time, and although they are mostly low-level demons that don't have a climate, they are undoubtedly a disaster for the unarmed civilians. 20 years ago, Jianglu's parents' clan died at the hands of demons. If not for the timely arrival of the people from the Jin Demon Division, I'm afraid that even Jianglu's only seedling could not remain. And now the demons have appeared in the area of Qingpu village. It's no wonder that Bai Qingyu is afraid that he won't be able to come back. Even though he's a 9th grade martial artist, he's going to die 9 deaths against the demons. Boxes. Sunga, aren't you going to sleep? Bai Qingyu was wrapped up in the quilt with only a thin blasphemy on her. Her face flushed under the candlelight. You sleep first. I'll go cultivate for a while. Jianglu sat on the edge of the bed and tucked her in. He didn't have the heart to sleep right now, even though the people from the Demon Suppression Division were already chasing the demon. Who knew if there would be any accidents? He didn't want to go through the tragedy of the last 20 years all over again. If he were someone else, it might be a temporary fix. But he had the blessing of the system, and practicing for one night was worth 200 nights of practice for others. Current experience gain multiplier, 200 times. Then I won't sleep either. I'll hold the lamp for you. Sage. Bai Qingyu struggled to get up from the comforter, but was pressed back by Jianglu. It's cool outside. It's not good to catch wind chill. It's better for me to go by myself. Jianglu thought that this was a tender and considerate display, but the next second the system taught him to behave. Current experience gain multiplier, 200 times 199 times. Looking at Bai Qingyu's expression again, her little face was sullen and did not show a touched look. She blamed herself during the daytime. It was so dangerous outside and she couldn't help a bit. She could only wait dryly at home for Jianglu to come back. Now that it was so hard to be able to help a little, and then Jianglu pressed back, it would be strange for her to be happy. You ah! Jianglu cried and laughed, pinching her slippery little cheeks. Add more clothes in a while. Aha! Bai Qingyu nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, giggling as if she had gotten a great bargain. Current experience gain multiplier, 199 times 210 times. Backyard. Bai Qingyu wrapped in a cotton jacket. The whole person has gained a circle of weight, leaning next to the stone door. A small hand holding a lantern, supporting a light for the river. Readers have beautiful people with red sleeves, and he, a martial artist, is not bad, with a little lady holding a lamp in her plain hand. After putting away these miscellaneous thoughts, Jianglu devoted himself to cultivation, so that he could afford Bai Qingyu's contribution. Thousands of years ago, martial ancestor Chu berserkers pioneered the method of Wufu cultivation, and after being organized and summarized by later generations, the Wufu system was divided in detail into the 1st to the 9th grade. 9th grade Essence Refining Realm, 8th grade Qi Refining Realm, 7th grade God Refining Realm. As for the realms further up, Jianglu hadn't paid much attention to it, being overly ambitious. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip: in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Not his character. Wolf, 9th grade Refined Essence Realm, Experience, 200/1000. Demon Fist, Mastery, Experience, 300/500. Jianglu set up his horse stance. Waist and horse united. Mobilized his whole body strength and punched on the stake. The ironwood made tongue oil soaked stake instantly had a shallow fist mark on it, followed by a second and third punch. There were no shortcuts in the martial arts path, at least in the 9th grade Refined Essence Realm, and only by constantly approaching the limits of the human body could one maximize the potential of the human body. Of course there were some dudes who couldn't take this suffering, so they would choose to take elixirs similar to chi and blood pills to save a lot of hard work. Just this kind of quick martial arts is often not useful, empty with a body of brute force, the actual combat aspects of a mess, but also in the bed between the show of strength, and this life have not broken the realm of possibility. Bang! The stake cracked in response, and without the cover, a ray of morning sunlight directly hit Jianglu's face, not realizing that a night's time had passed. Martial arts experience plus 210. Demon Fist experience plus 210. Wolf, 9th grade Refined Essence Realm, Experience, 410/1000. Devil's Fist, Minor Achievement, Experience, 10 out of 1000. Although there was still a considerable distance away from the 8th grade Qi Refining Realm, but the Devil Suppressing Fist had stepped into the Minor Accomplishment Realm, and martial arts were divided into Introductory, Proficient, Minor Accomplishment, Major Accomplishment, and Consummation, a total of 5 realms. The Devil Suppressing Fist was both a method of forging the body as well as a set of martial arts techniques that were rumored to have been created by the martial ancestors of the past, and there were even rumors that this martial arts technique could be cultivated to the extreme, and could give rise to the power of divine powers. Just because of this one catch-all rumor, There were quite a few people who spent a lot of time and energy practicing the Jin Demon Fist to the state of perfection, and as a result, apart from being a bit more powerful, nothing happened, and the curses afterwards were very unpleasant. Jiang Lu didn't think much of that rumor. It was just that it was the only martial art he had on him, and there was no other option if he didn't practice it. The reason why he had gone to the Demon Suppression Division's auditions before was also because after becoming a member of the Demon Suppression Division, he could enter the Demon Suppression Division's scripture pavilion to pick out feats and martial arts techniques. But it didn't matter now. The Zenmushi Division was already dispensable to him, far less than the weight of that one little tiny person. He gently walked to the stone door, half squatted down and surveyed the sleeping Bai Qingyu, her sleeping face quiet and lovely, even though she had already fallen asleep. Her little hand still grasped the lantern's carrying pole and wouldn't let go. Clearly she had been told that she could go back to sleep first when she was sleepy. Jiang Lu carefully picked up Bai Qingyu and walked towards the compartment. What he didn't notice was that Bai Qingyu, who was in his arms, fluttered her eyelashes and finally didn't open her eyes. Only the corners of her mouth rose slightly, as if she had dreamed of something happy. Current experience gain multiplier, 210 times 250 times. Chapter 7 Breathwork. Reading tip: in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. In a flash, 3 days passed. During the period, not to mention the demon, even a demon's hair have not seen. The whole Qingpu village is as calm as a pool of stagnant water. This time many villagers began to sit down. We must know that now is the rush of spring plowing busy season. Every extra day of delay may affect the second half of the harvest. Village chief, when exactly will there be news from the side of the Demon Suppression Division? It can't be that they can't catch them for a day and will follow and consume them for a day. A group of croppers ran to the village chief's doorstep early in the morning to discuss. The village chief Su Jingxian was also in a difficult situation. How did he know when there would be news from the side of the Jin Demon Division? And it wasn't like the people from the Jin Demon Division would specifically run over to notify him. Let's do it this way. The land can be planted, but the fields near the mountains or woods will be left for 2 more days. Su Jingxian could only give in after some deliberation. Not everyone had spare food at home, and many were counting on the second half of the harvest to get by. Demon cannibalism is certainly terrifying, but this world is not at all ambiguous when it comes to eating people. The same somewhat unable to sit still was Jiang Lu. He didn't dare to slack off one point in the past 3 days. Except for the necessary rest, the rest of the time was spent in the backyard. The wooden stakes were broken several times. Wolf, 9th grade Refined Essence Realm Peak, Experience, 1000+/1000. Jin Demon Fist, Great Achievement, Experience, 200/2000. Current Experience Gain Multiplier, 300 times. In addition to the Jin Demon Fist having reached the Furnace Fire's Grand Completion Realm, he had also reached the peak of the 9th grade Refined Essence Realm in terms of martial cultivation, and had fallen into a bottleneck, making it difficult to make any further progress. It was also very simple to solve this problem. All he needed to do was to find a breathing method and successfully breathe a Qi seed in his dantian to break through the 9th grade realm, thus advancing to the 8th grade Qi refining realm. A martial artist's path of cultivation is not just a matter of hitting a wooden stake. Each stage requires a different method of cultivation. The 9th grade essence refining realm required the method of forging the body, cultivating the body and external forces. The 8th grade Qi refining realm required the method of breathing, cultivating Qi, internal power. The 7th grade God refining realm required the law of contemplation, cultivating God, the power of intention. Among them, the method of forging the body is the easiest to obtain, and the degree of dissemination is comparable to the 3-character classic and the 1000-character classic, which are available for sale at any bookstall. As for the breathing method, the threshold is slightly higher. The really good breathing methods are all in the hands of the major merchant houses or big forces like the Jinmu division. Either spend a lot of money to buy them or choose a side of the force to join. Jiang Lu's promotion to the 9th grade essence refining realm was only 3 months full, and according to the normal cultivation speed, it would be at least 3 years before he touched the threshold of the 8th grade Qi practicing realm. So he hadn't had the time to find a suitable breathing method for himself yet. He pulled out the jade token that Shen Yiqing had given him from his bosom. It seemed that he had to take the time to go to Baoruei Xing again, just that he didn't dare to leave without resolving the matter of the demon. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door from outside the house. Sunga, are you there? Bai Qingyu's voice sounded outside the door. The door wasn't closed. Jiang Lu put away the jade token, his frowning brows stretching a few points. The door was pushed open a crack, and the tiny Bai Qingyu drilled straight into the house like a slippery loach, coming to Jiang Lu's body, squirming and standing still with a look of wanting to say something. Jiang Lu patted his thighs, signaling Bai Qingyu to sit over. Bai Qingyu glanced at the closed doors and windows, confirming that she wouldn't be seen by her parents before turning around with a red little face, lifting her round little buttocks to sit on Jiang Lu's lap. Before she could sit still, a pair of large hands wrapped around her body, wrapping her whole body into a thick embrace, and the strong manly exhale hit her alabaster earlobe, leaving her a little disoriented. "What's the matter?" Jiang Lu asked about business while playing with her delicate fingers. A few days down the line, Bai Qingyu also got used to her husband's hands and feet when he spoke, although some shame, but she did not hate it. "It's father who asked me to ask you, Sunga, about what I told you before. How is it?" Bai Qingyu was a bit unable to speak, her voice getting smaller and smaller. Due to the threat of demons, the village headman organized the village's young adults to form a. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. A patrol squad was set up to guard the village, and Jiang Lu was actually a half-member of the family, living in their family's ancestral home, which was also equivalent to being a member of the village, and was supposed to contribute. But Jiang Lu, because of the need to seize the time to enhance the strength, it is delayed again and again. Other people's families are rotated several times. Only Jiang Lu, even out of the door, are not even half a step, resulting in other people in the village are a little bit of microaggression. Bai Wendy is another person who cares a lot about his face, and after being rushed a few times by the village head Su Jingxiang, he also felt that his face was dishonored, so he could only let his youngest daughter come over to pass the message. The patrol thing? Jiang Lu also had a number in his heart. His cheap father-in-law hadn't been in his ear for the past 2 days. Bai Qingyu responded vaguely, most of her attention drawn to those large roaming hands. "I know. I'll go find the village chief in a moment." Jiang Lu felt that it was also time to leave the mountain. There was not much room for him to improve his strength anymore. With the peak of the 9th grade, plus the great completion of the demon suppressing fist, as long as it wasn't a war general level demon, he was confident in touching it. Jiang Lu came to the village chief's house, and when the village chief saw him coming, he invited him into the house without saying anything. "Miaoyin, serve the tea." Su Jingxiang pulled to him to the center hall. Not long after, a gentle wonderful woman made 2 cups of fragrant tea for the two. Jiang Lu swept a glance at Su Miaoyin. Her body was slender, her eyebrows were tame. Even though her upper body was wrapped in a thick white cotton jacket that protected her from the cold, she still couldn't wrap up the plumpness that was crying out to be seen, and the lower body's gerbil skirt was very loose. But she couldn't cover up that perky peachy buttocks either. Although there is no elegant and noble of the world's rich and famous, but it has the warmth and richness of the countryside of the peach orchard, and it is indeed a well-bred beauty. As the matchmaker said at the beginning. "Thanks." Jiang Lu politely said thanks. Su Miaoyin just smiled coyly, then slightly owed her body and retreated behind the screen, giving the two of them space to talk about their business. "Ahem, how is your body, Xian nephew?" Su Zhengxiang symbolically cared. "It's pretty much healed." Jiang Lu also went along with the steps. After all, the reason he had stayed behind closed doors for the past few days was that he had contracted a wind chill. That's good. Su Jingxiang said on his mouth. In fact, he also knows in his heart. A 9th grade martial artist infected with wind chill, this is good to listen to. Then the patrol thing. The sound of the two men's conversation reached behind the screen, and a pair of glistening autumn eyes surreptitiously observed the strange man in the center hall. In fact, not long ago a matchmaker came to their home to talk about marriage, saying that he had stayed in the Jinmu division, or a 9th grade martial artist. The key person also looks like a talented person. Originally, Dad was tempted, but in the end, when he learned that the man was a loner, he politely declined. Then the matchmaker found Sister Bai's family, and it just so happened that Uncle Bai had no children and only 2 daughters, and the two of them hit it off right away. The conversation between the two was also gradually coming to an end, but Jiang Lu had no intention of getting up and leaving. "Village chief, I heard that you used to be a 9th grade martial artist as well?" Jiang Lu shot a glance at the middle-aged and blonde Su Jingxiang. This appearance was really hard to associate with a martial artist. Cough cough, there is such a thing. What are you suddenly asking this for? Su Jingxiang straightened his old waist, wanting to retrieve a few moments of the elegance of that year. But what was straightened was not the waist, it was the belly. Then I wonder if you have a breathing technique here. Village chief? Jiang Lu took a detour before asking to the point. In this village, the person who was most likely to have the breathing method was Su Jingxiang, who was once a 9th grade martial artist, just destined to let Jiang Lu disappointed. Su Jingxiang, a half-assed 9th grade refined essence realm, simply did not want to impact the 8th grade refined Shi realm. Naturally will not spend that wasteful money to acquire breathing method. Seeing that it was fruitless, Jiang Lu got up to take his leave, and only when Jiang Lu left did Su Miaoyin come out from behind the screen. "Father, what is the breathing method?" Su Miaoyin asked curiously, listening to the tone of the two men. It seemed to be something very valuable. "Breathing is a method of exhaling. utilizing qi to circulate large and small circumferences within a person's body, and is a much more advanced method of forging the body. The unusual method of forging the body can only exercise the skin and flesh and qi and blood, but the breathing method can exercise the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and accordingly, the breathing method will be much more precious. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip: in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Just what is he, a 9th grade martial artist, so anxious to find the breathing method for? Could it be that Su Jingxiang sucked in a breath of cool air? A 9th grade martial artist is in a hurry to find the breathing method can still be why. A 20-year-old 9th grade refinement of essence realm can only say that the qualification is mediocre. But if a 20-year-old 8th grade refinement of Qi realm, then it is really said to be a cry of juvenile talent. Chapter 8, the first appearance of demons. Reading tip: in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. At night, north of the village of Qingpu, with a food basket in her hand, Su Miaoyin walked alone on the village path to the demarcated patrol location. She looked left and right, but did not see Zhang Lu, who should be on duty, and suddenly became nervous. If it was Zhang Lu who was negligent in his duties, it was fine, but she was afraid that something might happen to the person. Just as she hesitated to open her mouth to call out to someone, there was a rustling sound from a tree off to the side, and a dark shadow jumped down with it. "It's me." Zhang Lu patted the leaves that had gotten on his body and slowly walked out from the shadows, revealing a handsome face. "Big brother Zhang Lu." Su Miaoyin covered her trembling chest and breathed a long sigh of relief. Her tone carried a hint of daughterly complaining. She had just been almost frightened to the point of shouting. Sorry, I was thinking of a better view from up high and I didn't realize I'd startled you." Zhang Lu scratched the back of his head. Not only did the trees have a wide view, they also prevented sneak attacks, all of which he had learned from the group of veterans in the Jin Demon Division. "It's okay." Su Miaoyin didn't get carried away. She just handed over the food basket in her hand. "Big brother Zhang Lu, this is freshly steamed buns. Eat it while it's hot." "Thanks." Zhang Lu took the food basket and didn't think much of it. This was a treatment that every villager on watch had. It wasn't unique to him alone. "Big brother Zhang Lu, just put the food basket on the ground when you're done eating. I'll come over tomorrow to collect it." Su Miaoyin didn't have the intention to stay for long and was ready to leave after delivering the snacks. But at this time, Zhang Lu's face suddenly became grave. His eyes looked towards the pale night curtain behind Su Miaoyin, and his finger moved to his lips in a silencing gesture. Su Miaoyin's delicate body trembled. In fact, she didn't need Zhang Lu to remind her. She also heard the sound of disturbance coming from the bushes behind her. Zhang Lu silently drew out the 100 refined steel longsword at his waist, while protecting Su Miaoyin behind him, and stared at the rustling bushes in a strict stance, as if something was about to rush out. Wow! A brown hair leaped out. When it was too late, a cold aura flashed. The hair immediately had identity home, and could not get up again. After all this, it's a wild rabbit. Zhang Lu shook off the bloodstains on his sword and sheathed it. "It's good that it's not a demon." Su Miaoyin palpitated and patted her chest. This less than 1 incense stick of work had already been scared twice. She did not want to stay a moment longer. "Then big brother Zhang Lu, I'll go back." "Well, go well and don't see me off." Zhang Lu didn't have any thoughts of pity, but squatted down and lifted up the dead-to-death hare, pondering whether to take it back to make soup or to make a spicy rabbit meat. Something doesn't seem right. Rabbits are so timid that the slightest breeze can scare them away, so how could they throw themselves in their way unless it was whisked out by something? "Look out!" The first time Zhang Lu came to his senses, he issued a warning towards Su Miaoyin, who hadn't gone far. Just before his words fell, an 8-foot-long demonic ape with hair as erect as steel needles leapt out from the shadows and pounced towards Su Miaoyin with its bloody mouth open. Su Miaoyin subconsciously turned back when she heard Zhang Lu's cry, and she happened to meet the demon ape's hideous face, and she was so scared that she lost her face. Her legs went weak, and she directly fell on the ground with her butt. Seeing Su Miaoyin about to perish, a stream of light cut through the dark night, but Zhang Lu drew out the long sword in his hand and threw it with all his might. The devil ape felt the threat from the back of his head, and had no choice but to change his stance to avoid the strike. It was such a moment of concentration that Zhang Lu had already rushed up with an arrow step, entangling himself with the devil ape. That devil ape was powerful. Every time he swung his sharp claws, it carried a sound of breaking wind, making it difficult for Zhang Lu to fight. But Su Miaoyin was right behind him, so he couldn't avoid it. "Go!" Zhang Lu once again beckoned the demon ape strike. His long sleeves had been cut into rags, and on his small arms was a claw mark that was deep enough to see through to the bone. "Big brother Zhang Lu." Su Miaoyin looked at Zhang Lu blocking in front of her. His figure looked so small in front of the huge-sized devil ape, just like a flatboat in a raging storm. which would be overturned by a huge wave at any time. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip: in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. What's the point of dilly-dallying? Go! Jianlu was most annoyed with this kind of mopping up and still not aware of it. If not for Su Miaoyin, he could have completely utilized his stance and terrain to maneuver with the demonic ape, instead of only being able to fight with the demonic ape as he was now. It was important to know that the most powerful thing about demons and devils was their physical bodies, while the human race's strengths were more about their agile stances and clever moves. I'll go call someone. Big brother Jiang Lu, you must hold on. Su Miaoyin didn't care about the mess she was in at the moment. She crawled up from the ground on her hands and knees, and ran towards the village while shedding her tears, praying to the heavens in her heart that Jiang Lu must be fine. Finally gone. Jiang Lu took a long breath, a backward jump to avoid the claw strike of the demonic ape. Without Su Miaoyin, he naturally wouldn't resist the demonic ape's attack anymore. Roar! Seeing one of its prey run away, the demon ape immediately hissed, intent on tearing the little bug in its way in front of it in half. Just slave-level mongrels? Jiang Lu shook off his sore arm. The pain was still there, but none of it was a fatal injury. A slave-level demon still couldn't threaten him at the peak of the 9th grade in the end. Martial artists are divided into 1 to 9 grades, and demons are also divided into realms, with the most common being the slave grade, the demon pawn grade, and the war general grade, which are equivalent to the human race's 9th grade refinement realm, 8th grade refinement realm, and 7th grade refinement realm. As for the commander-level demons above that were rare, and once they appeared, they were often accompanied by countless corpses. Roar! Perhaps sensing the contempt in Jiang Lu's tone, the devil ape became more and more manic, and with gravel flying under his feet, he once again pounced towards Jiang Lu, without changing his color. Jiang Lu sidestepped his body and dodged the sharp claws swung by the demonic ape by a hair's breadth, the hair on his temples being lifted by the airwaves. Taking advantage of the demon ape's opening to retract its claws, Jiang Lu backhanded the demon ape's waist with a Jin demon fist, the powerful force of the fist knocking the demon ape to the ground through its gold and stone-like body. The devil ape ate the pain at the same time, did not forget to stretch out the thigh-thick arm to grab Jiang Lu's ankle, but unfortunately Jiang Lu toes the ground, the posture of the light backward. The devil ape did not even touch the hair. Demon Fist experience plus 200. Jin Demon Fist, great achievement, experience, 400/2000. It's true that actual combat is the fastest way to improve strength. This is much faster than hitting stakes. Jiang Lu looked at the soaring experience of the Jin Demon Fist and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He usually couldn't beat a stake for a night as well as having a couple of real fights with demons. No wonder some martial artists were so keen on practicing. The danger was dangerous but the rewards were also lucrative. While he had the system in place and didn't have to take such unnecessary risks, it wasn't a bad idea to keep it within manageable limits. Whether or not my demon suppressing fist can reach the perfection realm tonight depends on you. You mustn't die so easily. Jiang Lu looked at the devil ape's gaze more than a trace of fervor, as if the hungry ghost in the color saw a beautiful woman in general. Issued a jia laughter on the initiative to meet up. Chapter 9. Jiang Lu won't be able to hold out much longer. Reading tip: in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. The words were split into two. While Jiang Lu was violently beating the demon ape, Su Miaoyin had finally found her father. Su Jingxiang. Father, quickly go save big brother Jiang Lu. Su Miaoyin was running up and down. She didn't dare to delay for a moment on the road, afraid that she would slow down and get Jiang Lu killed. Daughter, take it easy. What happened? Su Jingxiang hurriedly supported Su Miaoyin. He was just about to go to bed to rest when he was woken up by his daughter's slamming sound. Demons. There are demons. Su Miaoyin choked and said the matter out intermittently, and in the end, she didn't forget to grab Su Jingxiang's arm and begged, Father, hurry up. Big brother Jiang Lu won't be able to hold on any longer. Well. Daughter, don't be anxious. I'll call someone to go over one piece at a time. Su Jingxiang's heart flinched. In the end something had happened. Without any hesitation, he copied the long sword that had been dusty for many years and walked towards the outside of the house in a windy manner. How to say that he was once a 9th grade martial artist? This point of bloodshed was still there. Daddy, what's going on out there? Bai Qingyu had stayed in the compartment to make clothes for Jiang Lu, but suddenly she heard the sound of a gong banging outside and hurriedly walked out of the room. Qingyu, quick, follow your mother to the cellar. Bai Wendy's face was anxious and he didn't explain much. He just urged her to go to the cellar with Fang Xiaoning. If no one could stop the demon, this cellar would be the last means of survival for both mother and daughter. Daddy, is there a demon? Bai Qingyu quickly associated this layer and a heart followed. She hadn't forgotten that her husband was patrolling right outside. Don't ask. Hurry to the cellar with your mother and don't come out when you hear any sound. Bai Wendy shied away from the matter. But Bai Qingyu is not a little cutie either. Taking advantage of one of Bai Wendy's inattentions, she directly grabbed the door and left. Outside, the firelight was bright as day. A torch dispersed the thick night color. It was the patrol that was preparing to go to support Jiang Lu. Qingyu, why did you come out? Quickly go back. There are demons outside. Su Miaoyin, who was following the group, recognized the Bai family's youngest daughter and quickly spoke out to remind her. Sister Miaoyin, have you seen my phase? My brother-in-law? Bai Qingyu swept a glance at the patrol, and there was no her husband in the group of a dozen people, which couldn't help but make her heart sink to the bottom. There's no time. Miaoyin, quickly take us there. Su Jingxiang interrupted the two. He knew that Jiang Lu, a 9th grade martial artist, wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Now was not the time to be parental. Su Miaoyin also knew that the matter was urgent and didn't pay any more attention to Bai Qingyu as the group began to march towards the northern intersection in great numbers. Seeing this, Bai Qingyu also followed, praying in her heart that Shandong must be safe and sound. Along the way, the patrol led by Su Jingxiang were all heavy-faced. Their own family knows their own business. Don't look at them as a large number of people. Except for the village head, Su Jingxiang, who was a half-assed 9th-ranked martial artist. Everyone else was an ordinary person, and at most one or two of them were of hunter's origin. It was hard to tell if their group was there for reinforcements or to feed the demons, but behind them was their village, their families, and there was no turning back. The sound of fighting gradually came from the front, which made Su Zhenxiang's tense old face soothe for a few minutes. A movement meant that Jiang Lu was still alive. One more 9th-grade martial artist's combat power could be too important for them. It's big brother Jiang Lu. Father, Su Miaoyin cried out in joy. I know. Both of you back off. Everyone else follow me. Su Jingxiang drew the sword at his waist and rushed at the forefront, as if he had returned to the time of 20 years of spiritedness. Back on Jiang Lu's side, the battle between him and the demon ape had entered a one-sided situation. At first, the devil ape was able to give Jiang Lu some threat, but as Jiang Lu gradually familiarized himself with the way of fighting with the devil ape became a living target that was unilaterally beaten. This punch of mine, 20 years of power. Can you block it? Ow dash. After avoiding the demon ape's straightforward claws, Jiang Lu found the right moment to punch the demon's stomach, and the fist wrapped in strong qi wrapped in the sound of breaking wind and ruthlessly will be the demons. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. The ape's massive body flew several meters, hitting a boulder with a muffled thud. The devil ape let out a cry of pain. The fierce light in its eyes was no longer there. There was only instinctive cowardice. This time it didn't brazenly charge up towards the tiny human in front of it. Instead it started to run towards the bushes behind it. It's scared. Humph. Trying to escape. Jiang Lu snorted coldly, quickly catching up with the fleeing demon ape. Facing the unsuspecting demon ape came with a backstab. The huge impact from his back made the demon ape have a close contact with the hard ground. Without waiting for the demon ape to react, its heel was grabbed by the ferocious human, and its huge body was swung up, lifted high and slammed down so hard that the ground trembled. This ferocious scene happened to be seen by the crowd that rushed here, and listening to the muffled sound of the demon ape's head colliding with the ground, the crowd couldn't help but gulp their saliva. Gollum, daughter, is this what you said? That the Jiang Lu gene will not be able to hold out soon? Su Jingxiang carried the longsword in his hand with a bewildered look on his face. Su Miaoyin had spoken in 100,000 times. He had thought that Jiang Lu was going to be killed by the demon, but as a result, this is it? He didn't know if Jiang Pop could not work, but he looked at the demon's appearance of less air in and more air out, and designated that it was going to fail. The front isn't like this. Su Miaoyin didn't know how to explain, just staring blankly at the small yet magnificent figure. Sangha is so powerful, Bai Qingyu muttered in a voice that only she could hear, looking at Jiang Lu with undisguised admiration in her eyes. Jiang Lu also noticed the arrival of Su Jingxiang and the others. One by one, they were holding torches. It was hard for him not to notice just how come even Bai Qingyu had come. With this thought, Jiang Lu smashed the demon ape in his hand into the ground ruthlessly, and before the smashed demon ape could get up, a fist enlarged infinitely in its eyes. With one punch, the 7 orifices bled, and the demon ape had no more breath. In order to prevent the devil ape from swindling, Jiang Lu also picked up the long sword back, a sword toward the devil ape's neck cut down, enough to cut dozens of swords. The body of the sworder avalanched out a number of mouths before finally cut down the devil ape's head. Jiang Lu, who had done the finishing work, slowly walked towards the crowd, but his blood-covered appearance was just like an evil ghost coming out from hell. Coupled with the ferocious performance just now, the crowd subconsciously retreated 2 steps, as if Jiang Lu was the bloodthirsty demon. Only a petite figure crossed over the crowd and defiantly threw herself into Jiang Lu's embrace. Her small head pressed tightly against his warm chest, and she didn't settle down until the sound of that powerful heartbeat came from her ears. Don't hug, it's dirty. Jiang Lu gently patted her back. He was covered in dirt and dirty blood. It was a bit of a mess. Well, not dirty. Bai Qingyu shook her head, her small hands saying nothing and her eyes reddening. The two of them just hugged each other in public, but no one said anything. For one thing, Jiang Lu was Bai Qingyu's brother-in-law, and the two of them were considered relatives. And secondly, with the demon's corpse on the side, the crowd was still in shock. Other than Su Miaoyin, who looked at Jiang Lu a few more times, the rest of them focused on the corpse of the demonic ape, and quite a few of them were seeing a real demon for the first time. The later generations are fearful. Su Jingxiang came to the side of the demon ape's corpse. That small mountain-like corpse, even in death it was full of oppression. Village chief, what's next? Should we burn this demon corpse? A hairy boy scratched his head. They had come here with the determination of certain death, but Jiang Lu solved the matter by himself. Burn your ass. Do you know how valuable a demon corpse is? I can't even afford to pay for it even if I sold you. Su Jingxiang was so angry that he blew his beard. Just taking this corpse to the Jin Demon Division to collect the reward. There will be 1,000 taels of silver. And if you're lucky, you can even join the Jin Demon Division as an officer. 1,000 taels? How many houses of little wives can this marry? The hairy boy was shocked by this figure. If he had this much money, he would be able to marry all Xiao Chui, Xiao Hong, Xiao Fong from the next village. Go go go. That's all there is to it. Su Jingxiang flung his sleeves impatiently and began to direct the people to transport this demon ape's corpse back to the village. Just as the crowd was working together to prepare to lift the corpse of the demon ape, a warbling cry came from the back of the room. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Wait. Chapter 10, The Demon Lord's Visitors. Reading tip. In order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. In the shadows, walked out two people, a man and a woman, clad in flying fish clothes. Our extraordinary temperament. Just now the sound of the dainty drink is from the mouth of the young woman. Villager Qingpu Village Chief Su Jingxiang. I have met the two Lord Envoys of the Demon Suppression Division. I don't know the names of the two lords. At a glance, Su Jingxiang recognized that the two were Lord Envoys from the Demon Suppression Division, and hurriedly stepped forward to bow. The village headman doesn't need to be polite. My humble self, Jin Demon Division Bronze Clothes Lu Zixin. This is my senior sister, Tao Yao Yao. The leader, Lu Zd, said humbly and courteously. While the two of them were saying some polite words, the young woman named Tao Yao Yao had already run to the side of the demon ape's corpse, and when she saw the demon ape, which was split in two and dead beyond death, a cute bun face suddenly wrinkled into a bitter melon face. Senior brother, it's over. We're late. The two of them were ordered to hunt down this devil ape, and it was not easy for them to follow the clues and find Qingpu village, and they thought it was a great achievement. Elder sister, be careful what you say. Lu Zd also walked up, lest the nature of the jumpy Tao Yao Yao say something that will damage the reputation of the Department of Jindi. The demon ambush is a good thing. How can there become late a word? But, Tao Yao Yao huffed and puffed her cheeks. She just can't swallow this breath. That the blood of the demon ape has not yet dried. Just a little bit. They have worked hard for several days, will be all for nothing. Let's go back and talk about what we have to say. Lu Zixian interrupted Tao Yao Yao's words and turned to Su Jingxiang. Village chief, was this demon ape killed by you? A slave-level demon was not strong to say the least, but it wasn't something that ordinary people could deal with, or else they, the Demon Suppression Division, wouldn't have hurriedly searched around. Harm, how can we have this ability? This is all due to Jiang Lu's virtuous nephew alone. Speaking of which, he was still a member of your Jin Demon Division before. Su Jingxiang began to put in a good word for Jiang Lu. At that time, if Jiang Lu was looked upon by the Jin Demon Division, he might even be able to read his good words. Jiang Lu? Lu Ziki murmured. In his impression, there was no fellow officer named Jiang Lu in the Demon Suppression Division. Jiang Lu. It seems like I've heard it somewhere before. Tao Yao Yao vaguely felt that something sounded familiar, but couldn't recall how. At this moment, Jiang Lu, who was standing at the very back of the crowd, came forward, and the firelight illuminated his blood-stained side. Jiang Lu, meet the two Demon Suppressor ambassadors. It's you, the one who works as an odd-job man in the den. Tao Yao Yao finally remembered. Isn't this person the handyman who splits wood and sweeps ash in the Dan room? She often sees it when she goes to the Dan room to receive pills. Just who would care about the name of a handyman? The reason why she had an impression of the name Jiang Lu was because not too long ago in the Demon Suppression Division selection match, she had once knocked her opponent out of the ring with a slap, and the guy who had been knocked out of the ring was named Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu's face was dark. What do you mean by the one who does odd jobs? Doesn't he want to lose face? When he went to propose marriage, all he said to the public was alchemist apprentice. Whoever heard it could not help but praise 2 sentences of young and talented. Lu Zishi covered his face. This senior sister of his really doesn't know anything about human feelings. How can he say that in front of others? Fortunately, Su Jingxiang is old enough to see that the atmosphere is a bit awkward, and hastened to round off the scene. Ahem, here in the dark, not a place to talk. Why not ask the 2 of you to move to the humble abode? Then I'll trouble the village chief. Lu Ziki also followed up the conversation and said, while glaring at Tao Yao Yao, telling her to stop talking. Backyard. While Jiang Lu went to bandage his wounds, the 2 of them, Lu Ziki and Tao Yao Yao, were sizing up the corpse of the demonic ape around it. Senior brother, do you think this demonic ape can still be saved? Tao Yao Yao squatted on the ground, holding her cheeks and talking nonsense. Lu Zishi pulled the corner of his mouth when he heard this. This demon ape is split into 2. The great Luo gods can't save it even if they come. Senior sister, don't think about it. It's just a slave-level demon. There will be more chances in the future. But senior brother, you're about to undergo the examination of the demon suppressor envoy. And with this demon ape, along with your previous achievements, you might be able to get the first place. Tao Yao Yao said longingly. Killing a low-level demon was actually nothing. What mattered was saving an entire village. Imagine if Jiang Lu hadn't intervened. Then they would have been the great heroes who had saved hundreds of lives in the entire village. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Lu Ziki also a burst of trance. Tao Yao Yao said, and he is not clear. Just the will of God. Splash of Heaven's credit is so lost with them. Senior brother, should we discuss this with that Jiang Lu? The unwilling Tao Yao Yao sprouted a bold idea. Senior sister, Lu Zishi shouted angrily, interrupting Tao Yao Yao's later words in time. I'll pretend I didn't hear what I just said, so don't say it again. Just as the atmosphere froze, a ghostly voice came from the doorway. I wonder what the 2 of you want to discuss with me. Jiang Lu, who had changed his clothes, walked out from the shadows and heard the 2 arguing as soon as he arrived. It's nothing. Lu quickly switched to a matter-of-fact smile, glossing over what had just happened and, my senior sister and I just want to discuss with you, brother Jiang Lu, the way to deal with this demonic ape. According to the regulations of the Jin Demon Division, anyone who kills a demon can collect a reward of 1,000 taels of silver from the Jin Demon Division with the demon's corpse. Thousands of taels of silver. If it was before, Jiang Lu would definitely choose this amount of money without hesitation, enough to clothe and feed him for the rest of his life. But putting it into the present would be somewhat insufficient. With his current level of alchemy, 1,000 taels of silver was just a matter of refining a dozen or so more stoves of elixirs. Can I not have the silver and exchange it for something else? Jiang Lu asked tentatively. That depends on what you're exchanging brother Jiang Lu for. If it's pills, weapons, or something like that. It wasn't the first time Lu Zishi had encountered this situation. Breathing method. Jiang Lu took a deep breath and said what he really wanted. I want to exchange for a breathing technique of Xian rank or above. What he liked most right now wasn't money or pills and weapons, but a breathing method needed to advance to the 8th grade Qi refining realm. You're dreaming. 1,000 taels of silver for a breathing method above the Xian rank. Why don't you go and rob it? Tao Yao Yao directly jumped up from the ground. Breathing techniques were categorized into 4 grades of heaven, earth, Xian and yellow, with the yellow grade breathing technique being the most common and the one that grassroots martial artists were most likely to come into contact with. The Xian class is usually regarded as a family heirloom, and is easily not transmitted. The earth class is even monopolized by the major powers, and non-core members are not allowed to use it. As for the legendary heavenly rank breathing technique, those were only qualified to be practiced by true disciples of great sects or members of the royal family of the Dili dynasty. Although Lu Ziki didn't have as big a reaction as Tao Yao Yao, he still showed a difficult face. Brother Jiang Lu, you may not be aware of the value of a Xian rank breathing technique, not to mention this one low-ranked demon. Or, of course I know that one low-ranked demon is not enough. Then if we add the first place winner of the Jin Demon Division's examination competition, I wonder if this, is it enough? Jiang Lu looked at the 2 of them, Lu Ziki and Tao Yao Yao, and smiled faintly. Chapter 11, isn't my hanging on for nothing? Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. You heard it all? Lu Zishi revealed a bitter smile. The face of the Jinmu division was lost to him. I think Miss Tao Yao Yao is right. This demon ape corpse is just worth 1,000 taels of silver to me, and only in Brother Lu's hands will it be able to realize its true value. Jiang Lu avoided the question of embarrassing Lu Ziki and directly talked about the win-win cooperation. He had at least spent so many years in the Jin Demon Division. He had guessed the matter in just a few words. The Jinmu Division is not anyone's backyard, but is subordinate to the Dili dynasty and is under the orders of the current empress. And there is a fixed set of rules and regulations for the distribution of resources. If you want to get better techniques, martial arts or elixirs, you have to perform well enough and make enough merits. The Jinmu Division's appraisal competition was one of the assessment methods, and if he remembered correctly, the reward for the first place in the appraisal included an Earth-ranked viewpoint, something that all the bronze coat-ranked Jinmu ambassadors grabbed their heads for, exchanging a breathing method of Xian rank or above for an Earth-rank conceptual method. As long as Lu Zixi's brain wasn't out of whack, he knew how he should choose. Lu Zixi maintained his silence. He actually could have broken through the 8th grade alchemy realm to step into the 7th grade alchemy realm half a year ago. The reason why he had been suppressing his realm was because of that Earth Order viewing thought of the Demon Suppression Division. With his family background, he can actually get an Earth Order viewing system, but there is also a gap between Earth Orders, and an Earth Order viewing system that can be included by the Department of Demon Suppression is not an ordinary thing. But he had always scoffed at falsehoods, and if he did, what was the difference between him and those who were fly-by-night? Senior brother, don't hesitate. It's not like what we're doing is something that will hurt the heavens. Tao Yao Yao egged on from the side, fearing that his senior brother would miss out on heavenly opportunities again because of his principles. What Miss Tao Yao Yao said is very true. In my opinion, not only is this not something that will hurt the heavens and harm the reason, but it is instead a great good deed that will benefit the people. Jiang Lu also started to fool around. For this kind of decent person, he could be too good. A great good? Lu asked in disbelief. Look, brother Lu, if I have a powerful breathing method, my strength will definitely increase greatly. And if even more powerful demons appear in the future, I will be able to protect the peace of the party. Won't it be a great good deed? Jiang Lu said with a thick skin. These words made even the Tao Yao Yao on the side spit lightly. Shameless. Brother Jiang Lu, you're being crooked. Lu Zixi laughed bitterly. Just be reasonable. This matter is beneficial to you, to me, and to the villagers of Qingpu village. Why not? Jiang Lu didn't want to reason. He just needed to give Lu Zixi a reason to convince himself. Ugh. After Lu Zixi let out a long sigh, his right hand touched the belt around his waist, and 4 ancient books appeared out of thin air like a magic trick. I can't give you the breathing method of the Demon Suppression Division. This is a few breathing methods passed down from my family. You can see if you can have your heart set on one. Lu Zixi's promise was really expected, but his hand in taking things out of thin air really made Jiang Lu greedy. Brother Lu, can I touch your belt? After crossing over for so many years, this was the first time he had seen the legendary storage magic treasure. You pervert! Stay away from my senior brother. Tao Yao Yao glanced at him in disgust. Brother Jiang Lu, let's just look at the breathing method first. Lu Zixi really couldn't accept Jiang Lu's self-centeredness. The rejected Jiang Lu was not discouraged. Sooner or later he would get one himself. The priority was to pick a breathing method that suited him. Song Lang Secrets. Xian Rank Breathing Technique. After practicing it, the internal strength is long and suitable for long time running. Red Flame Technique. Xian Rank Breathing Technique. After practicing it, the internal force is rigid and fierce. It can be said to be a force to be reckoned with. The Greenwood Technique. An Earth Rank Breathing Technique. After practicing it, the internal force is soft and possesses an extremely strong restorative power. Lu Zixi introduced all the breathing techniques on hand in one breath, only for Jiang Lu's difficulty in choosing to do so. Isn't there one that's both long and stiff, and comes with a strong recovery power? To put it bluntly, Jiang Lu wanted everything. There is. Tao Yao Yao rolled her adorable white eyes and said without a trace of humor. The Imperial family's heavenly rank breathing technique. The Imperial Extreme Technique. Good. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Right. Jiang Lu also knew that he was thinking a bit too much. The fish in the bear's paw couldn't have it both ways. Pointing at the local ranked Greenwood skill. Wait. What's this one with the white cover? Jiang Lu realized that Lu Zidi had missed a book when he introduced it. The breathing methods of the Xian rank all had blue covers. The ones of the Earth rank had brown covers. So what about this one with a white cover? I took this one out by accident. It doesn't suit you, Lu said as he was about to take back the book with the white cover. Slow down. Senior brother. Isn't this book what he wants? Not only is it long and stiff, but it also has a strong recovery power. Tao Yao Yao had cunning in her eyes, her small face holding a bad smile. Senior sister. Stop it. How could Lu Zidi not know his senior sister's little mind? And worrying that Jiang Lu thought he was hiding something, he could only explain. This method is called Star Luo Technique, which was occasionally obtained by the family ancestor from the burial abyss. and should be the inheritance of a certain human powerhouse. But this method is extremely difficult to cultivate, and ordinary people will only waste their lives without any progress. Oh, how hard is it? Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow. It was surprising that even the son of a worldly family like Lu Ziki had used words like extremely difficult. Let's put it this way. 1 ace ago, the family ancestor brought back this star luo technique and ordered 50 sons and daughters of the clan to practice it. And so far none of them have broken the mirror, and all of them are hovering in the 8th grade of Qi refining realm. Lu Zishi said with a heartfelt sigh of relief. It was fortunate that he was born late. His Jiang Lu sucked in a mouthful of cool air. That was really hard enough. Naturally he wouldn't think that those 50 sons would be rice buckets. Then forget it. Wait, this star luo technique, is it powerful? Jiang Lu wanted to give up, but he was a little reluctant to do so. Burial Abyss, he had heard people say that it was a corner of the divine land that had been shattered in the battle between the great ancestor Li Chong and the demon ancestor in the past. Later on, it became a small world of its own, in which countless human powerhouses were buried, and those who were able to participate in battles of that level were at least of the upper 3rd grade. It's not the powerful or not powerful kind. Forget about it. Do you know about the current empress? Rumor has it that the empress touched martial arts at the age of 3, entered the grade at the age of 9, and has not lost a single battle. Lu Zishi suddenly lowered his voice and became sneaky. Actually, the rumors are not true. The empress lost once in her early years, to my 3rd grandfather who was still only in the 8th grade Qi practicing realm. Jiang Lu's eyes widened at once. Could it be that your 3rd grandfather is? That's right. My 3rd grandfather precisely practiced the star luo technique, and although he hasn't been able to break the mirror so far, his old man doesn't regret it at all. Lu Zidi could completely understand his 3rd grandfather's mindset. Being able to win that earthly legend once, he already had no regrets about dying in this life. Although his 3rd grandfather was already 63 that year, and the empress was only 13 years old, and the difference in the two people's years of cultivation was 50 years, but being in the same 8th grade Qi cultivation realm, a win was a win. Cam, spell it out. If there was no star luo technique appearing, Jiang Lu felt that it wouldn't be impossible to settle for less, but there was clearly a stronger one right there, and if he didn't choose it, then his hanging wouldn't be in vain. That's it. Chapter 12, Settling the Dust. Reading tip, to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Brother Jiang Lu, think twice. Lu Ziki advised that even a strong 8th grade Qi refining realm was still in 8th grade. Otherwise why didn't he cultivate the star luo technique himself? In fact, the slightly talented sons and daughters of the clan were expressly forbidden to cultivate the star luo technique, and only those with no hope of reaching the 7th grade god refining realm were allowed to switch to cultivating the star luo technique. Brother Lu, you don't have to persuade me. This technique is destined for me. Jiang Lu waved his hand. The realm of the next 3 grades of martial arts is actually about laying the foundation. If the foundation is not even firmly laid, it's useless to go any faster. His start was originally not as good as these children of the family, and if he no longer grasps every opportunity, the gap will only widen in the future. You're for real? I'm just kidding. This star luo technique really doesn't suit you. You quickly changed to another one. Tao Yao Yao was also a bit flustered at this time. She just wanted to see Jiang Lu make a fool of himself. She wasn't ruthless enough to ruin someone's martial arts future. How is it unsuitable? Maybe I'm that 1 in a million martial arts prodigy. Jiang Lu revealed a bewilderingly confident smile. Just you are still a martial arts prodigy. The guy who can't even catch a slap from me. Tao Yao Yao was also a bit angry. Arrogant and disobedient guy. Anyway, if I can't practice it within a year, I'll switch to other breathing techniques. Now you guys can rest assured. Jiang Lu softened his tone. He could also tell that Lu Ziki and Tao Yao Yao were indeed doing it for their own good. If he didn't have a system, cultivating the star luo technique would indeed be suicidal. But it couldn't be helped that he just had it. 1 year? Elder brother's 3rd grandfather took 3 years to feel a little bit of the way. If you can practice it in a year, I'll work for you as a maid in the future. Tao Yao Yao was so angry that she brushed her head away, not wanting to pay any more attention to this mouthy egomaniac. Being a maid is even better. With your temperament you might not be able to tell who serves whom. Jiang Lu shook his head after serious consideration, exasperating Tao Yao Yao to the point of grinding her teeth. She had never seen a more exasperating person than Jiang Lu. Senior sister. Forget it. Lu Zishan stopped Tao Yao Yao who wanted to pull out her sword to cut someone. This is also considered evil people have their own evil people to grind. Lu Zidi then handed over the star luo technique to Jiang Lu, and before he did so, he didn't forget to tell Jiang Lu to live within his means, and that if he figured it out at any time, he could always go to the Jin Demon Division to find him to exchange it for other breathing techniques. Then the 3 of them discussed the details and brought the village chief. who in turn went to the crowd of patrollers who were present at the time. After working until late at night, Jiang Lu returned to his room. Sunga, you're back. Bai Qingyu was originally sitting in front of the table, one hand resting on her fragrant cheeks in a drowsy state, but as soon as she saw Jiang Lu return, her entire body came to her senses, and her tone was overflowing with joy, as if she had encountered something happy. Why aren't you asleep? Jiang Lu gathered the person into his arms. The little girl was very light and soft to hold, like a ball of cotton candy with a faint sweet flavor. Waiting for you to come back. Sunga. Bai Qingyu's ears flushed red as she realized that Jiang Lu really liked to hold her when she slept, and to hold her when she was fine. Next time you can't wander off. Just wait for me at home like this. Jiang Lu also met his father-in-law Bai Wendy, who rushed in with a firewood knife behind him, and only then did he realize that the little girl was sneaking out. And fortunately there was no second demon at that time, or the consequences would be unimaginable. As soon as he thought of this, Jiang Lu couldn't help but slap her little arse with a small punishment. No. Bai Qingyu stammered and replied, bad husband, how old, but also beat her ass. Pain is not painful, just a little numb. Then go to sleep. At Bai Qingyu's cry, Jiang Lu picked the person up horizontally and walked towards the bed. Noon on the second day. At the entrance to the village, a group of people carried the devil ape's heavy corpse onto an ox cart, which would be escorted by Lu Ziki and Tao Yao Yao to the Department of Devil Suppression when the time came. I'm really thankful to the two Lord Demon Suppressor ambassadors. If it wasn't for the timely arrival of the two lords, hundreds of lives up and down our Qingpu village would have perished in the mouths of the demons. Village headman Su Jingxiang vocally expressed his gushing gratitude, even trying to new. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Forcefully, he squeezed out a few hot tears. Just missing. Village chief, there are no outsiders here, so there's no need to say these polite words. Lu Ziki let out a long sigh and felt a pang of heart fatigue. He had finally turned into the person he hated the most. Last night's events had been slightly modified, and had turned into Jiang Lu losing ground under the demon ape. And in the moment of crisis, Lu Ziki and Tao Yao Yao arrived in time to kill the demon ape and save Jiang Lu. Where is that Jiang Lu guy? He actually dared to make the two of us wait for him. On the side, Tao Yao Yao waited with some impatience. Are you that eager to see me? A snickering voice came from behind the two of them, and it was none other than Jiang Lu, whom Tao Yao Yao had been pining for. Bah! You can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. Tao Yao Yao realized that this guy was not only arrogant, but also narcissistic. Lu Zishi ignored the two men's juggling and came straight to Jiang Lu's body, handing him a stack of letters that left an ink scent on them. Brother Jiang Lu, on this are some tips on practicing the Star Luo technique. Although I personally don't recommend that you practice the Star Luo technique, I still hope that it can be of some help to you. Jiang Lu took the letter. The ink on it was still not dry. It was obviously written by Lu Zidi especially for him, which made him a little embarrassed by the whole thing. This guy, Lu Zishi, is a real handful. Thank you, Brother Lu. In the future, if there's anything I can do to help, just say so. Jiang Lu's tone was a few points more serious. It's me who should be thanking you. Lu Zishi glanced at the corpse of the demonic ape on the ox cart, and with the merit of this demonic ape, that door of the Jin Demon Division's Earth-ranked viewing thoughts would be the nail in the coffin. Alright, the insights have been given. Senior brother, we should go back. Tao Yao Yao urged to go back. She had been away from home for several days. Then, Brother Jiang Lu, farewell. If you arrive in Guangling in the future, you can look for me at the Lu family in the south of the city. Lu Zishi clasped his hands. Definitely. After waving goodbye to Lu Ziki and Tao Yao Yao, the matter of the demon came to an end. And incidentally, he also got the breathing method that he desperately needed at the moment. So it was time to go back and prepare for the promotion to the 8th grade Qi practicing realm. Big brother Jiang Lu. Wait. As Jiang Lu turned to leave, someone called out to him. What can I do for you? Sister Miriam? Jiang Lu turned back to look at Su Miaoyin suspiciously. He was still in a hurry to go back and study the Star Luo technique if nothing else. Yesterday. Thank you for saving me. Su Miaoyin shyly lowered her head. Her small hand clutched the corner of her coat, a little nervous. You're welcome, as it should be. Anything else? Jiang Lu said succinctly, not meaning to say more in his words. No, nothing. Su Miaoyin's tone was slightly lost. What could she, an unmarried yellow flower girl, have to do to find a married man? I'll go back first then. Jiang Lu nodded slightly, and then walked towards his home without looking back. Su Miaoyin looked at his departing back and launched herself into a daze. It was the same back that defied all odds to stand in front of her last night. Cough cough. Su Jingxiang, who was on the side, coughed. Daughter, the people have all left. Don't look. Dad, I didn't. Su Miaoyin looked a little flustered, afraid that her father would say she was shameless. Really no? Su Jingxiang where cannot know his daughter's mind. The hero to save the beauty of such a bridge. Which pregnant girl can resist? Not to mention Jiang Lu, that boy was born with a good skin. Daughter knows her mistakes, and won't do it again. Seeing that she couldn't hide it, Su Miaoyin could only dryly admit it, promising that she wouldn't do it again. Cough cough. My father doesn't mean this. Aren't you quite close to that little girl from the Bai family? You might as well go and string them up more often. Su Zhengxiang implicitly stated. Father. Su Miaoyin was really a bit ashamed this time, which had urged her daughter to do this kind of unashamed thing. No, daughter, listen to me first. Su Zhengxiang saw that his daughter misunderstood, and hurriedly told the inside story. After Su Miaoyin heard this, she had an incredulous look on her face. Father, are you saying that big brother Jiang Lu is preparing to repudiate sister Qingro? Hush, keep your voice down. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. It was by Wendy who told me privately. Su Zhengxiang glanced around at no one, and then said, think about it, just married the next day the bride ran away. Which man can stand it? In fact, it was the night before the wedding that ran away, but by Wendy, in order to cover up the family scandal, insisted that it was the next day. Sister Qingro doing this, it's indeed not right. Su Miaoyin thought about it for a moment and began to feel sorry for Jiang Lu. There was nothing wrong with big brother Jiang Lu wanting to repudiate his wife. That's not it. At that time he repudiated his wife and shall not marry another one. Of course daughter, if you dislike him for having been married, my father will also help you to find another good man. Su Jingxiang clapped his hands. Daughter, all listen to father. Su Miaoyin lowered her eyes, her cheeks burning slightly. How could she possibly dislike the man who had shielded her from the wind and rain in times of crisis? Su Jingxiang looked at her, this little girl posture. I know that the woman is not in the middle of the world. If I had known that at first I agreed to the matchmaker, why bother to go around a big circle? Oh, my God. Chapter 13, don't do that kind of thing. Reading tip, to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Guangling, Department of Demon Suppression. Are you guys saying that the young man called Jiang Lu pestered the demonic ape, and then you guys arrived in time to kill the demonic ape and save each other? A middle-aged man with stern eyebrows sat behind a desk. The pen held in his hand stopped, casting an inscrutable look towards the two men who came to report. Yes, father, you don't even know how dangerous it was at that time, but if we had gone one step later, that Jiang Lu's heart, liver and lungs would have been ripped out. Tao Yaoyao didn't fear the solemn middle-aged man in front of her at all, and playfully ran to his side, describing the scene with her hands and feet. It's all been said that in the Demon Suppression Division you have to address me as Sifu. Momoyuan looked at his precious daughter with a helpless face. Humph. I know, Lord Siming. How dare a little white coat like me disobey your orders? Tao Yaoyao skimmed her small mouth and said in a conspiratorial manner. Lu Zidi was watching from underneath, just treating it as if she didn't see it. Only Tao Yaoyao dared to talk to a 5th grade powerhouse like this in the entire Jin Demon Division. Tao Yuan wanted to say but couldn't, so he could only target his good disciple. Zi Dian, come and tell me, was what Yao Yao said just now all true? Hearing Master Tao Yuan's question, Lu couldn't help but feel his heart sinking and his palms breaking out in cold sweat. Was Master sensing something? What? You don't even believe what your own daughter says? I'll go back and tell my grandparents. Humph. Tao Yao Yao attempted to change the subject, only with little success. Dicky, answer me. Tao Yuan raised his head, his tone as flat as water, but with an irrefutable majesty. Puffing. The devil ape was actually killed by Jiang Lu alone. It was my disciple who got greedy and did this despicable act of claiming merit. This matter has nothing to do with the youngest senior sister. It is all my fault, please be punished by the master. Lu Ziki kneeled down on both knees and told the whole story, not hiding anything anymore. It's none of senior brother's business. The whole thing is, if you want to punish me, just punish me. Tao Yaoyao stopped in front of Lu Zishi like a calf protector. You two are rather united. Tao Yuan snorted coldly and stood up, walking over to Lu Zidi. Get up. Disciple wouldn't dare. Lu Zishi lowered his head and remained kneeling. I told you to get up. Am I supposed to help you? Mama Fuchi aggravated his tone. Thank you, master. Lu Zishi stood up and bowed respectfully. Do you know where you went wrong? Mama Fuchi said in a deep voice. Disciple knows. Disciple shouldn't forget my master's usual teachings just because of a moment of greed. One should be realistic and take one step at a time instead of spending one's mind on making false claims. Lu Zishi said guiltily. He really had no face to face his mentor. Wrong. Big mistake. Tao Yuan shook his head. How could he have taught such a mute disciple? Where you're really wrong is that it's either do it or don't do it. And since you're doing it, you should do it so seamlessly that no one can pick out a single fault. But anyone with a bit of eyesight can see that the real cause of death of that demonic ape was a crushed skull. Do you think that if you use your Longquan sword to stab a gash in the demonic ape's heart, others will be fooled by you? You should find an excuse to destroy the demon ape's head, so that even if others have suspicions, there is no proof in death. Do you understand? Tao Yuan's words caught Lu Ziki and Tao Yaoyao by surprise, especially Tao Yaoyao. She thought her father was going to start another long speech, but it turned out to be the opposite. Her father was teaching them how to make false statements. Then, elder brother and I will go and destroy the demon ape's head now? Tao Yaoyao asked tentatively. Before Lu Zidi could open his mouth to stop it, he heard Tao Yuan say quietly, "There's no need for that. I've already ordered the demon ape's corpse to be thrown into the demon burning furnace, and now there should only be one relic bead left." Father, you. Tao Yaoyao was truly shocked this time. Her stubborn old father actually helped her senior brother to deceive his superiors. Master, I'm an unworthy disciple, and I've even tired Master. Lu Zidi had a face of self-reproach. It was all because of his momentary greed that he had even dragged Master Z into making things right for him. Stupid. Momoyuan looked at Lu Zidi's appearance angry and, this chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip, in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Without a fight, I'm asking you to be a man of the heavens and the earth, not a hypocrite who sticks to dogma. A great man has something to do, the thing to fight for, as long as you have a clear conscience. And why do you have to be in the constraints of some of the rules and regulations? Did he, Tao Yuan, make it to the position of secretary of the Jin Demon Division based on a single passion? He was prepared to make Lu Ziki his successor, but with Lu Ziki's nature, sooner or later, he would be eaten without any crumbs left. Of course, he is not asking Lu Ziki to learn all the crookedness. Lu Ziki, if he dares to kill good and risk his life, he will be the first to clean up the door. Disciple, understand. Lu Zixian thought of Zhang Lu, who had fought for a breathing method from him, rather than sticking to some vanity. You better really understand. Tao Yuan also had a headache. Nowadays, Guangling County's Jinmu division was green and yellow. Lu Ziki was the only successor he had ever favored. Everything was good, but he was too straight. Father, calm down. Senior brother is very smart. By you mentioning it like this, he definitely won't do it again in the future. Tao Yaoyao was busy helping to put in a good word. And you, Net will come up with some bad ideas. Don't think I don't know that this surely has nothing to do with you. Tao Yuan knew his own disciple too well. Lu Zidi himself definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Most likely it was this ghostly daughter of his who flirted with the idea. It's just, no, it's that Zhang Lu. He offered to use the demon ape to exchange breathing techniques with us. He's the one who's to blame. Tao Yaoyao started to dump the black pot on Zhang Lu. Humph. If you don't say it, I almost forgot. Some other day you asked that Zhang Lu to come to the demon suppression division. Momoyuan was almost so angry at the two of them that he forgot about the main event. Tao Yaoyao realized that she seemed to be in trouble. Her father wouldn't really be looking for Zhang Lu to settle the score. Father, I'm just saying for fun. This matter was my idea alone from start to finish. It's none of that guy Zhang Lu's business. Master, this matter has nothing to do with Brother Jiang. On account of Brother Zhang's merits in eliminating demons, I implore Master not to make things difficult for Brother Jiang. Lu Zishi also pleaded for Zhang Lu. Who said I'm going to make things difficult for him? I just want to meet this young man who has practiced the devil-suppressing fist to the realm of perfection. And from what you guys are saying, it seems like this person has even stayed in the devil-suppressing division before. Tao Yuan has some feelings. He examined the demon ape's head. Even if it died for a long time, there is still a domineering and incomparable punching intent left in it. The only way to do it is to cultivate the Jin demon fist to perfection. The punching intent can be condensed but not dispersed. Jin demon fist perfection realm? Tao Yaoyao was unable to connect these two words to a single person, realizing that even her senior brother, Lu Zidi, had only managed to train the Jin demon fist to the great perfection realm. And what else? How do you think I could tell at a glance that you two were making things up? That someone who has cultivated the demon suppressing fist to the realm of perfection would be unable to defeat a slave-level demon? Tao Yuan glared at Tao Yaoyao, but also went a step late. Heart, liver and lungs are going to be pulled out, said with a nose. Momoyo stuck her tongue out adorably in an attempt to cute her way out of the situation. Waiting for the two from the study out, the original apprehension swept away. Knew that her father is on their side, where there is still a need to be afraid. Brother Jiang is truly a heavenly genius, so it's not unlikely that he can really be the first person to succeed in cultivating the Star Luo technique. Lu Zishi heartily exclaimed. admitting that he was the one who was short-sighted before. When Tao Yaoyao heard Lu Zixi words, her little face darkened. She had boasted that Zhang Lu would be his mate if he succeeded in cultivation within a year. It's not much of a big deal. It's just a basic martial arts skill. Spend more time on it and anyone can cultivate it to the perfect realm. Senior brother, you're not also casually practicing to reach the realm of great success. Tao Yaoyao nudged her mouth. Her bottom air was a little lacking. Senior sister, you're wrong in two places. Lu Zixi shook her head. Firstly, the Jin Demon Fist is not strictly a basic martial skill. The complete Jin Demon Fist is divided into a total of 9 weights, and together it is a top-tier heaven-ranked martial skill. And the Jin Demon Fist that we usually come into contact with is, at best, only the body-forging chapter inside the first weight, not even a skinny one. Secondly, I didn't just practice, I used to spend a lot of time and energy to cultivate the demon-suppressing fist, but it's just that there's still quite a distance from the perfection realm. Master, this chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip, in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Zun was afraid that I would delay the golden period of martial arts practice if I continued practicing, which is why he ordered me to give it up and focus on improving my martial arts cultivation instead. Tao Yaoyao's usual cultivation was always 3 days of fishing and 2 days of sunbathing, and it was the first time she had learned about a secret story like this one, and soon she associated it with that rumor of catching wind. So that rumor is true, that after cultivating the demon-suppressing fist to the extreme it will give rise to the power of divine powers? Tao Yaoyao had always thought that was a rumor. It's true, but that's not actually a divine ability. It's merely the tip of the iceberg revealed by this heaven-rank martial skill. A hint of yearning was revealed in Lu Zidi's tone, but it was a pity that he was destined to have nothing to do with this heavenly grade martial skill, not to mention cultivating the devil-suppressing fist to the extreme. He was even far from the realm of perfection. Then father wants to see Zhang Lu for the sake of it. Tao Yaoyao suddenly had a bad feeling. Well, it's mostly because of the love of talent. If brother Jiang can go one step further with a 100-foot pole, he might really have a chance to practice this legendary heavenly rank martial skill. Lu Zixi said admiringly, when she thought that she might have to see that exasperating egomaniac every day in the future. Tao Yaoyao felt that her life was gray. That kind of thing don't Chapter 14, 28 Chi Seeds. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. Wolf, 9th grade refined essence realm peak, experience, 1000+/1000. Devil's Fist, perfection, experience, 0 out of 10. 000. Alchemist, 9th grade, experience, 36/1000. Current experience gain multiplier, 300 times. Zhang Lu stared at the devil-suppressing fist on the system panel, revealing a few puzzled looks. He had managed to brush his devil-suppressing fist experience to completion in last night's battle with the demon ape. I thought that the cultivation of this martial skill had come to an end, but it turned out that the system actually showed that this martial skill still had a lot of room for improvement. There were a total of 5 realms of martial arts. Introductory, proficient, lesser, greater, and perfect. Could it be that there was a 6th realm on top of that? Zhang Lu shook his head and gave up thinking. This was the limitation of coming from a wild background. Not only did he have to earn all kinds of cultivation resources on his own, but when he encountered problems in cultivation, he could only feel his way across the river. The top priority is still to hurry up and condense the Yuchi seed, to advance to the 8th grade Qi refining realm. Zhang Lu took out the Star Luo technique that he had gotten from Lu Zixi and carefully flipped through it. If a martial artist of the 9th grade refined essence realm was still in the category of an ordinary person, equivalent to an ordinary person who was born with divine power, then the 8th grade refined Qi realm was a watershed, completely breaking away from the category of an ordinary person, picking leaves and flying flowers, crossing the river by virtue of emptiness. This kind of means that seemed divine to ordinary people was just a small carving skill for the 8th grade Qi refining realm. In order to do all this, you must condense a Qi seed in the Dantian, and constantly make it grow. So the 8th grade of martial arts is named Refining Qi Realm. These were his usual perceptions of the 8th grade Qi refining realm, but soon his perceptions were challenged like never before. Above the 33 heavens beyond the heavens, there are 28 star constellations, also known as the East Sanglong, the North Xuanwu, the West White Tiger, and the South Vermilion Bird. Therefore, those who practice this method need to follow the number of the circumference of the heavens, and condense the 28 Qi seeds at the Dantian, supplemented by the art of the Duzhongsing. Zhang Lu completely froze when he saw this, and hurriedly wiped his eyes for fear that he had blurred his eyes. Wait, how many? 28 Qi seeds. Unusual breathing techniques only needed to condense 1 Qi seed, while this Star Luo technique actually needed to condense a whole 28 Qi seeds. He now finally understood why Lu Zidi said that this breathing method was as difficult as heaven. This difficulty had directly doubled 28 times. Could it not be difficult? Simply condensing one chi seed would take an ordinary person a year and a half. And with 28 of them, it would take 30 years at least. How many 30 years can there be in life? Jiang Lu's mouth twitched. Is this thing really for people to practice? To be honest, if he didn't have the system, this would have already taken the Star Luo technique in his hand to pad the table leg. Alas! Now we can only hope that its intensity is worthy of its difficulty. Jiang Lu fixed his mind and continued reading with a stiff upper lip. It was a long afternoon of watching, and the sky was getting a little darker, and footsteps were coming from outside the door. Sunga, it's time to eat. Bai Qingyu's voice came from outside the door. I'll be right there. Jiang Lu put away the Star Luo technique in his hand and got up to open the door, but he saw Bai Qingyu carrying a food basket in her hand, and said with some tears and laughter, "There's really no need. I can eat by myself." At that noon meeting, Bai Qingyu had served him through the midday meal on the grounds that he had injured his hand, and now it seemed that dinner was intended to be the same. Was I too clumsy? Bai Qingyu drooped her little head, only feeling that it was something she did not do well. That self-condemning little expression looked at Jiang Lu's heart and called out that she really deserved to die. Ah, no, the stupid one is me. Jiang Lu reached out and touched her little head. He shouldn't take concern as pretense. Sunga is not stupid. Bai Qingyu raised her head and rubbed her little head against Jiang Lu's palm on her own accord, which could save his hand some effort. Jiang Lu felt the clumsy but hot love under his hand. His eyes unconsciously became gentle. Come inside. After reading all afternoon, I'm starving. Under Bai Qingyu's meticulous feeding, Jiang Lu slowly and methodically finished his. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Dinner. Sagittarius. You get busy first. I'll go boil the bath water for you. Bai Qingyu packed up the leftovers on the table, twisted her water snake waist and headed out of the room. Slow down. Jiang Lu didn't think anything of it at first. He just flipped out the Star Luo technique cultivation tips that Lu Zishi had given him to read as well. Until half an hour later, Jiang Lu snapped his head up. Wait, if even eating this kind of thing Bai Qingyu have to feed themselves, then a moment to bathe things. At this time, Bai Qingyu's shy voice also sounded outside the door. Sunga, it's time to bathe. Inside the compartment, the water vapor was heavy. Are you really okay with this? Jiang Lu's entire body was soaking in the tub, his gauze-wrapped hands resting on the edge of the tub, and behind him was the red-faced Bai Qingyu. Usually she blushes when she's asked to sweat, but this is much more exciting than that. No problem. I used to bathe with my sister a lot before. Bai Qingyu patted her small chest in an attempt to cheer herself up, but her trembling tones still betrayed her. I'm not the same as your unreliable sister, Jiang Lu said quietly, but didn't stop her. It was good to let her get used to it first. What's different? Bai Qingyu obviously didn't understand Jiang Lu's extra words. Seeing that Jiang Lu didn't answer her, she also boldly grabbed a piece of loofah flesh for bathing and started to rub Jiang Lu's back. Well, I'll just do the rest myself. Jiang Lu reached out and grabbed Bai Qingruo's lotus root white wrist. She had already wiped her chest 5 times, her back 10 times, and her face 20 times before and after. Frozen didn't stretch below his waist once, and if he kept washing like that, he was going to bald his skin. No. Sister Miaoyin explained that the wound should not touch water. Bai Qingyu's small head shook like a rattle drum, but she also knew that going on like this really wasn't a solution. Her shell teeth lightly biting her lower lip, burying her head in her chest, and stammered, Sagittarius, can you close your eyes first? Jiang Lu had nothing to do with it. It was just that as a martial artist, when he closed his eyes, his sense of hearing became correspondingly sharper. Rustling. It's the sound of kudzu clothing rubbing together. Gollum. It was the sound of riverfall gulping. Puffing. It was the sound of someone getting into the tub. Sunga. Well. Jiang Lu took a deep breath and opened his eyes. The first thing that caught his eyes was a splash of colorful vermilion. It was a belly band embroidered with peach blossoms. The thin rope of the belly band was gently tied around her white neck, revealing her delicate collarbone and slender shoulders. Sunga, don't look at me. Bai Qingyu's eyes were covered with a layer of water mist. Her hands subconsciously wrapped around herself in an attempt to cover up some of the exposed spring light. Just that she didn't know that her pathetic half-covered appearance was more likely to stir someone's nerves. Hiss. Hold back. The little girl's courage was estimated to have been all used up the moment she unbuttoned her coat, and was already like a scared bird. Any further movement on his part now would really scare her into tears. Don't be afraid. This was the second time Jiang Lu said this to Bai Qingyu. The first time was on the wedding night. After saying this, Jiang Lu closed his eyes. As Bai Qingyu listened to these familiar words, she was touched inwardly and at the same time felt a bit guilty. How could she be afraid of her own Sangha? The first time, she could still say that there was a reason for the incident, and she didn't know the other person at that time. But after these days, isn't she the most clear about what kind of person Sang-ho is? Qingyu is not afraid. Bai Qingyu murmured. Her small eyes became firm. Her hands holding her chest slowly lowered. Grabbed a piece of loofah flesh, and leaned on it with her red little face. Current experience gain multiplier, 300 times 400 times. Chapter 15, I want it all. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. Late at night, all is silent. Only the stars shine brightly. Jiang Lu slowly sat up from the bed, glancing back at Bai Qingyu who was sleeping sweetly, and after carefully tucking her into the corner of the blanket, he grabbed a piece of clothing and walked out of the room. Coming into the open backyard, he found a fairly clean clearing and sat down on his knees, the moonlight creeping up his face in the process. His legs were coiled up, his entire body kept straight, his head slightly tilted up, his eyes gently closed, and his palms rested naturally on his knees, palms facing up. He then acted like an old monk in meditation, maintaining his meditative posture without moving a muscle, and all that could be seen was his chest rising and falling in a unique rhythm. With each breath he took, an inconspicuous shimmer could be seen faintly glowing on his skin, indistinguishable from moonlight or something else. According to the cultivation tips given to him by Lu Zd, it was best to choose to cultivate the star luo technique on a starry night to achieve twice the result with half the effort. And these were the experiences summarized by the Lu family's predecessors, which would allow him to take a lot less detours. At the same time, with the system's bonus, each of his exhalations would be amplified by 400 times, and in just less than an hour. He felt that his dantian was itching as if some seed was about to break out of the ground. Current experience gain multiplier, 400 times. One night passed. When the first rays of the morning sun hit Jiang Lu, the sculpture, which hadn't moved all night, finally opened its eyes. Humph! As he let out a cold grunt, 2 wisps of misty white air exhaled from his nostrils, stretching several meters in the air and hitting the bamboo leaves in front of him. The bamboo leaves made a rustling sound, and dewdrops rolled down in a light rain. Star Luo Technique Experience plus 800. Wufu, 9th grade Refined Essence Realm 8th grade Refined Shi Realm, Experience, 800/28. 000. Although it's only the fledgling form of a Qi seed that has condensed, it's still considered to have barely 1 foot in the 8th grade Qi refining realm. Jiang Lu felt the faint throbbing at his dantian, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. From today onwards, he would not be a 9th rank, but a proper 8th rank martial artist. It was just that he didn't know if the Star Luo technique was as subtle as Lu Zd said it was or not. He walked over to a cluster of bamboos and plucked off a bright green bamboo leaf, holding it between his fingers. After brewing for a while, a strand of internal energy was attached to the bamboo leaf, and with a flick of his wrist, the bamboo leaf between his fingers shot toward a willow tree in front of the courtyard. The expected scene of the bamboo leaf inserting itself steadily into the trunk of the tree didn't appear. It was as if the bamboo leaf had lost all its strength when it hit the tree, and wobbled and floated down to the ground, failing to leave even a white mark. Is it because my cultivation is not up to par, or am I expecting too much from the Star Luo technique? Jiang Lu frowned slightly. Did he really need to practice all 28 Qi seeds in order to display the power of the Star Luo technique? Just as he was thinking that, the wound on his arm suddenly began to itch, making him want to scratch it, and he hastily unwrapped the gauze wrapped around it to find out what was going on, only to see that the places scratched by the demonic apes the night before were beginning to scab over, and the deeper wounds were sprouting new buds of flesh. His wounds were healing fast. What the hell is this? At that moment, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly pulled out the Star Luo technique from his bosom. If he remembered correctly, the first Qi seed he condensed last night was named Square ZHN Host. The full name of the square host is called the square waterworm, the last of the 7 southern vermilion bird hosts, and as the name implies, it has a strong vitality like an earthworm. A thing like an earthworm could tenaciously survive even if it was cut in half. Of course, if he was cut in half, it was designated that he wouldn't be able to survive a bit, but the resilience granted to him by the square host was already visible as well. A single square host is so powerful. Then if I coalesce all the other 27 star hosts. Jiang Lu heard the sound of his own saliva being swallowed. What with the Tson Lang technique's length? What with the red flame technique's rigidity? And what with the green wood technique's restorative power? Only small children made choices. And of course, adults wanted all of them. 28 against 3. The wave is in my favor. On the other hand, the annual examination competition of the Jinmu division also came to an end. With the gold and silver coat levels of this chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Leaving aside the examination for the time being, The bronze coat level examination was unsurprisingly beheaded by Lu Zishi. Congratulations, senior brother. You've finally gotten the strongest viewing thoughts, Green Lotus Sword Song, of the Demon Suppression Division, which is something that even father couldn't get in the past. The first time Tao Yao Yao got the news, she ran to Lu Zishi to report the good news. Senior has come this far by virtue of his own efforts, while I am merely lucky. Senior sister must never say such things again. Lu Zishi waved his hand repeatedly. He didn't think that he could beat his master Tao Yuan. He couldn't get where he was today without his master's shelter and the family's promotion. Besides, without Brother Zheng's help this time, it's really hard to say who the winner will be. He is not smooth sailing in this assessment competition. The copper-clothed Jin Demon envoys competing with him. Some of them are old seniors who have been plowing for many years, and some of them are the children of the same lineage as him, and it is thanks to the merits of that demon ape that they happen to be pressed headlong. Today is such a happy day. Let's not mention that guy who spoils people's fun. As soon as Tao Yao Yao heard Jian Lu's name, her little face was suddenly dismayed. Senior sister, you can't be rude to Brother Jiang. Besides me, you've been helped by Brother Jiang just as much. Lu Zishi struck a preachy tone. When did I ever receive help from him? Tao Yao Yao said with a straight face. She didn't take any credit for that demonic ape. She gave it all to Lu Zishi. Have you forgotten? A month ago in the Demon Suppression Division selection tournament, if Brother Jiang hadn't taken the initiative to back down. Senior sister, you're afraid you'd have to wait until next year to go through it again. Lu Zishi reminded. What? That was something I won with my skills. How does that make it him letting me? Tao Yao Yao's face was unconvinced. She had slapped Jiang Lu away with a single palm at that time, and she hadn't even used 50% of her power. Senior sister, ask yourself, do you think you can beat Brother Jiang who has cultivated the Jin Demon Fist to the perfection realm? Lu Zidi was more than clear about the strength of this junior sister of his, and she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to cope with the Jin Demon Fist at the Grand Completion realm. Then maybe Jiang Lu hadn't practiced to perfection a month ago? Tao Yao Yao tried to talk tough, but her voice was getting smaller and smaller. She knew that this was unlikely. Taking a step back, even if Jiang Lu really hadn't practiced to perfection, it was impossible for him to be slapped away by himself with a single palm. Unless he had lost to himself on purpose. It's not like I begged him to let me. So what can I do if he doesn't want to win? Tao Yao Yao deflated her little mouth. Then do you know why Brother Jiang doesn't want to win against you? Senior sister? Lu Zishi's tone had a bit more of a sad undertone to it. Why? Tao Yao Yao really wanted to know. Obviously she didn't even know Jiang Lu. Could it be that when she passed by the Dan room, that guy fell in love with her at first sight? That's why. Lu Zi didn't notice Tao Yao Yao's suddenly reddened little face, but just said with some emotion, it's because of Master. Dad? Tao Yao Yao completely did not expect that it was actually related to her father, but upon careful consideration it seemed reasonable. Her father Tao Yuan had not hesitated to operate in the dark and tamper with the selection contest in order to allow his daughter to successfully enter the Jin Demon Division. Gosh, the villain was even herself. Senior sister, what nonsense are you thinking about? Lu Zishi took one look at Tao Yao Yao's complicated expression and knew that she was thinking the wrong thing, covering her forehead and explaining. 20 years ago, the remnants of the heavenly demon cult attempted to open a blood sacrifice ceremony in Guangling County, and although it was detected in time by the Demon Suppression Division, a village was still tragically bloodied, and when Master arrived, he only had time to save a swaddled baby. That baby later grew up and stayed in the Jinmu Division as a handyman, and gave himself the name Jiang Lu. Chapter 16. What does your brother-in-law like to eat? Reading tip. In order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. Qingpu Village, White Family Ancestral Residence. Su Miaoyin was changing Jiang Lu's medicine. Only when she unwrapped the gauze, what she saw was a smooth as new arm. Not even a scar was left. It shouldn't be. It's only been 5 days. Su Miaoyin grabbed Jiang Lu's arm and flipped it from side to side, and even curiously poked it with her slender jade finger. Except for the solid muscles, it was no different from a normal person. The breathing method I cultivate has an excellent recovery effect, so it's not surprising that I got better faster. Jiang Lu had fully condensed the square host GC 2 days ago, and his healing power had gone up another level, and the injuries that had originally taken more than a month had been hardened and shortened to 5 days. In that case, big brother Jiang Lu, you're already at the 8th rank? Su Miaoyin lightly covered her small mouth, her tone showing surprise. Although she had heard her father say before that Jiang Lu was already at the peak of the 9th grade, she hadn't imagined that she would be promoted to the 8th grade in just a few days' time. Just a fluke. Jiang Lu waved his hand. Big brother Jiang Lu, you are also too modest. I've heard my father say that even those sons of the world's families, wanting to step into the 8th rank at the age of a weak crown is not an easy task. Su Miaoyin looked at Jiang Lu with a pair of beautiful eyes complexly. She was both sincerely happy for Jiang Lu, but at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little more anxious. 20 years old 8th grade martial artist. Such talent, even if you look at the entire Guangling County, also deserved to be called a young talent. When brother Jiang Lu repudiated sister Changro, there are many big families who are willing to marry their daughters to brother Jiang Lu. And how can she, a small country bumpkin, compare to those big girls in the city? Sister Miaoyin, are you alright? Jiang Lu saw Su Miaoyin suddenly launch into a daze and reached out his hand to wave it in front of her. I'm fine. Su Miaoyin came back to her senses. Her cheeks were a little hot. What was she even thinking in front of big brother Jiang Lu? Since big brother Jiang Lu, your hand is already healed, I'm going to go look for Qingyu. Aha! Jiang Lu nodded. Although Su Miaoyin had been stringing people along a bit too often these days, it was good to have someone to talk to by Qingyu. After all, he often meditated for several hours at a time when he was practicing the Star Luo technique. In the boudoir, Bai Qingyu was learning women's red from Su Miaoyin. Sister Qingyu, why do you suddenly want to learn women's red? Su Miaoyin asked curiously. In the past, Bai Qingyu had also followed suit, but her motivation was far less than this time. No, nothing. Bai Qingyu's tone was fuzzy and her smile was slightly unnatural. She couldn't say that she was trying to make clothes for her husband. Is it that uncle is preparing to propose a marriage to you? Su Miaoyin could more or less guess some of this. Female red is an essential practice for brides. Almost. Seeing that she couldn't hide it, Bai Qingyu could only say it vaguely. I don't know which male is so lucky to marry you. Sister Qingyu. Su Miaoyin snickered. Which is? Whoever marries Sister Miaoyin you is truly blessed. Bai Qingyu's pretty face was reddened by what was said, and she hurriedly steered the topic to Su Miaoyin, fearing that she would say too much later and reveal herself. Hearing Bai Qingyu say this, the smile on Su Miaoyin's face followed unnaturally. She couldn't say that what she wanted to marry was Bai Qingyu's brother-in-law. By the way, Qingyu's sister, do you know what kind of pastries your brother-in-law he usually likes to eat? Su Miaoyin asked as if she was not thinking. Green bean cake, red bean cake, these brother-in-laws all quite like. Bai Qingyu didn't think anything of it at first, but quickly looked back and twisted her head to look at Su Miaoyin. Sister Miaoyin, what are you suddenly asking about this for? Su Miaoyin was a bit intimidated by Bai Qingyu's eyes. For some reason, she felt an invisible oppression from Bai Qingyu's innocent eyes. No, it's nothing. Before your big brother Jiang Lu saved me, I thought of making some pastries to show my gratitude. Su Miaoyin skimmed her head sheepishly. Like this, Bai Qingyu murmured softly, her face unreadable. Just now, she remembered something, when Xiangdong seemed to have gone to the village chief's house first to talk about the marriage. Evening, after Jiang Lu simply washed up, he was ready to hold Bai Qingyu as usual. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip, in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Fall asleep, but look back. Should have been early into the nest to warm the bed of Bai Qingyu. This will still sit on the edge of the bed. Seems to have something on his mind. Thinking about what? Jiang Lu came to the bedside and wrapped the person into his arms. Could it be that he had been busy practicing the Star Luo technique lately and had cold-shouldered her? That's not right. He was waiting for Bai Qingyu to fall asleep and then sneak up again. After all, cultivation is not bad for this moment. Sunga, do you like Sister Miaoyin? Bai Qingyu snuggled in front of his warm chest in a bird-like manner. Her mood was a bit low. Xiangdong initially looked at Sister Miaoyin, and later sacrificed his life to save her. It was hard for her not to associate the two things together. Jiang Lu was confused. No, how could it be related to Su Miaoyin? He was ready to slow down the cultivation of the Star Luo technique to spend more time with Bai Qingyu. Waiting until he asked the whole story, he revealed a crying and laughing expression. After half a day, the little girl was jealous. Mother, do you smell a great odor of vinegar? Jiang Lu shook his head and sniffed around, as if trying to find the source of the vinegar odor. Finally burying his head into the nest of Bai Qingyu's neck, he took a deep breath and said in a jarring voice, "Found it. This is it." Bai Qingyu were do not hear that this is Jiang Lu and flirting with their own small face, blushing at the same time and a little bit of joy. The husband can be so coaxed her, that he is in the heart of their own. Not angry? Jiang Lu saw that the time was almost up. Then he said, I saved her because I have the ability to save her. It has nothing to do with who she is. Got it. Little jealous? No. Bai Qingyu's cheeks burned, not because of guilt and embarrassment or anything, but because Jiang Lu's hands hadn't been honest since just now. But she didn't think of stopping it, and the place where those big hands roamed brought her an inexplicable sense of security, in addition to making her blush. Any other questions then? Jiang Lu didn't mind accompanying Bai Qingyu for a little more chatting. His hands felt quite good anyway. No, nothing. Bai Qingyu skimmed her small head. her eyes unconsciously looking toward the beams of the room, her tone subtle. Ask if you want to. It's not that bad for 1 or 2 questions. Jiang Lu could see her desire to speak. So, then I asked Bai Qingyu curtly wrapped Jiang Lu's big hand into her arms and asked carefully in a petulant tone. Then why did you go to Sister Miaoyin's house to propose marriage in the first place? Mr. Sang, is it because Sister Miaoyin knows medicine? Or because Sister Miaoyin is gentle and virtuous? Or because Sister Miaoyin is good looking? Well, must I say it? Jiang Lu revealed a hint of a sardonic expression. It wasn't that he didn't dare to say it. He was afraid that. That's not necessarily to say Bai Qingyu hadn't really cared about it. But now that Jiang Lu looked like he had a ghost inside, it made her raise the heart she had just put down again. Alright, I'll just say it. Jiang Lu also knew that he had to say it today. He only hoped that Bai Qingyu would be able to withstand it later. Bai Qingyu listened to Jiang Lu's open-minded tone, and couldn't help but hold her breath and put up her 2 ears to listen. Because Jiang Lu came to Bai Qingyu's ear and lowered his voice, and Bai Qingyu nervously clenched her small fists, because she has big boobs and a perky ass. Ha! Bai Qingyu froze for so long, not reacting for a moment, and after a while her fair little face flushed red with flesh. Chapter 17, Why don't you marry Sister Miaoyin? Reading tip, to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. So, Sangong, you married your sister also because? Bai Qingyu lowered her head and asked in a small voice, suddenly realizing that Sagittarius didn't seem to be as perfect as he seemed. This imperfection, not that there were any flaws, but the previous Jiang Lu was too perfect, instead giving people a feeling of unreality. And what else? I can't be looking at your sister's lonely nature. Jiang Lu also admitted it with a big smile. It's tiring to pretend to be a gentleman all the time. He was just afraid of leaving a bad impression on Bai Qingyu before. So, why do you want to marry me? I'm compared to my sister and the others. Bai Qingyu tried to straighten her back to give herself a boost, but with little success. She couldn't help but get frustrated. She was clearly not the type that Jiang Lu liked. We've all paid our respects. We can't let you marry someone else. Jiang Lu said casually. He didn't have any preoccupations about marrying Bai Qingyu at that time. He just felt that things had come to this. Bai Qingyu became even more frustrated and held back before letting her tears fall. She couldn't cry. It's not like Shandong did anything wrong. That's what I thought at the time. Jiang Lu hugged her from behind and continued what he had not finished earlier. Now I only feel glad that I stayed back then. Otherwise how could I have married such a gentle, virtuous and delicate lady? This operation made Bai Qingyu, who had just almost cried out, moved to tears all of a sudden, neither crying nor laughing. Bad death. Cannot wants to finish the words, so that she is now not on. Can only be pouting white someone a glance. Current experience gain multiplier, 400 times 399 times 500 times. Jiang Lu looked at the system's prompts. The heart and gave birth to a few points of pity, which fell only a little bit. Up is not ambiguous at all. Where in the end he was blessed to marry such a wife. The two of them hugged each other quietly for a while, until Bai Qingyu's emotions slowly calmed down. And only then did she wriggle her body to find a more comfortable position to lie in Jiang Lu's arms, looking even more intimate than before. Sunga, I've wronged you. Bai Qingyu tucked Jiang Lu's big hand into her chest. If only she had the same broad-mindedness as her sister and the girls. Ahem. Not so much. Not so much. Jiang Lu coughed. That's why he didn't want to say it before. How about? Bai Qingyu lengthened her tone, and after hesitating for a moment, she still said, why don't you marry Sister Miaoyin as well? Sangong. This time it was Jiang Lu's turn to freeze. When he came back to his senses he shook his head repeatedly. No, what's going on here? Why are you suddenly talking nonsense? Sangong, listen to me first. Bai Qingyu reached out and covered Jiang Lu's mouth. I'm serious. I haven't been doing my job as a wife since we got married. I know that you're pitying me, but I can't be so selfish. Before the two wash Mandarin duck's bath time, she knew that the male friend is not like her. Just think in her body bones thin, secretly restrained just. Jiang Lu looked at Bai Qingyu, who was so bashful that her ears were red but still insisted on saying the words, and a warm current flowed in his heart. What more could a man ask for when he has a wife like this? Well, I understand what you mean, but you are too much to look down on your husband me. Do you think I'm that yellow gold? Whoever sees it snatches it. It's only you, this little fool, who will take my husband me as a treasure. The human myriad girl can't look down on me. Jiang Lu let go of Bai Qingyu's small hand, trying to disabuse her of such unrealistic thoughts through a factual basis, and as he said that, he also pinched this little fool's round cheeks. Not at all. Sangong is the best. Bai Qingyu rubbed her face against Jiang Lu's palm and said with a smug expression, Sister Miaoyin definitely likes you too. Sangong, she even asked me today what kind of pastries you like to eat. The way you say it, I saved her life. It's not wrong for her to know the favor and do some food for me, right? Jiang Lu smiled, not caring. But, Bai Qingyu sighed, then gabbled as if she were reporting the name of a dish. But she asked you what dishes you liked to eat yesterday. And the day before that, what color clothes you like. And the day before that, 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 and the day before that. Stop, 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 stop. What's she doing asking so many things about me for nothing? Jiang Lu. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Interrupting Bai Qingyu's long speech. Brother-in-law, what do you think? Bai Qingyu looked at him with a smile on her face. So really it wasn't that she was being paranoid. Su Miaoying was close to just asking your brother-in-law if he wanted to marry her. Maybe. It could be that she's more enthusiastic as a person. Jiang Lu snorted, saying things he didn't believe himself. He said, this Su Miaoying had to come to the door every day. The original shelved here waiting for him. Bai Qingyu gave him a small blank look and continued to talk about what had just happened. In short, there should be no problem on Sister Miao Yin's side. If you agree, Sangong, I will go and probe Sister Miao Yin's mouth for you tomorrow. Hold it. Hold it. Don't make a mess. I haven't even settled things with your sister yet. Jiang Lu knocked her forehead. Did this girl forget that the two are still nominally brother-in-law and sister-in-law? That's also true. Then we'll talk about it after my sister comes back. It's just that we'll have to entrust you for a while longer. My dear husband. Bai Qingyu instantly wilted at the thought of her sister's matter, and could only hug Jiang Lu to give him a little comfort. Jiang Lu saw that Bai Qingyu was already bewitched, so he could only use his final killer tactic. Actually, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. Bai Qingyu actually does not really want Su Miaoying to marry him, just feel that did not fulfill the wife's duties. The heart of that cannot pass. What do you mean, Mr. Sang? Bai Qingyu stopped speaking. A touch of panic appeared on her face, but there was also a hint of anticipation. Her mother had taught her what she should have taught her, and she naturally understood Jiang Lu's meaning. Sunga, you, wait, I'll go get a handkerchief. Bai Qingyu's little face was so red that it was going to drip blood, although this day came a little early, but if it was the will of Sangong. Wait. Jiang Lu pulled back Bai Qingyu, who was so exuberant that he was somewhat unable to distinguish between north and south, east and west. He wasn't so anxious to the extent that he disregarded Bai Qingyu's body. The unknown Bai Qingyu looked at Jiang Lu dumbfounded. If it didn't mean this, then what would it mean? Until Jiang Lu leaned over and whispered a few words in Bai Qingyu's ear. If her mother, Fang Xiaoning, brought her the experience that the original husband and wife were like this, then the experience that Jiang Lu brought her now was that the original husband and wife could still be like this. Early the next morning, Jiang Lu walked out of the compartment in a refreshed state. Last night it was rare that he didn't run to the backyard to cultivate the Star Luo technique. The whole person naturally looked much more energetic after getting enough sleep. Well, it must be. Current experience gain multiplier, 500x550x600x700x699x700x1000x. Chapter 18, Establishing a Persona. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. Backyard. Jiang Lu stood in the center of the courtyard, casually swung a punch at the willow tree in front of him, and the powerful punch made a wind-breaking sound in the air, stretching for 4 or 5 meters and still unabated, falling on top of the tree in its entirety. The verdant willow tree figure shook violently, and the willow strips were flung haphazardly like whips, as if they had experienced a violent storm. Even a punch in the air has such power. If it hits solidly, this old willow tree is afraid to follow the ancestor of the White family in the past. However, Jiang Lu shook his head, and instead of a hint of joy in his eyes, he frowned. Wolf, 8th grade refined Shi realm, experience, 4000/28000. Devil's Fist, perfection, experience, 0 out of 10. 000. Alchemist, 9th grade, experience, 36/1000. Current experience gain multiplier, 1000 times. Even though the experience gain multiplier had come to an exaggerated 1,000 times, the experience bar in the column of the demon suppressing fist remained motionless. He had been practicing the Star Luo technique at night and the devil suppressing fist during the day for the past few days, and the Star Luo technique had methodically condensed 4 chi seeds. Only the devil suppressing fist was untouched. He was now almost certain that unusual practice would not be able to improve the Jin demon fist any further in the slightest. Perhaps some key trick was missing. Ignore it for now. I'll ask Brother Lu next time I meet him. Jiang Lu decided not to deadlock the Jin demon fist. The Jin demon fist of the perfection realm was also completely sufficient for him at this stage. With the internal power of the 4 chi seeds, he could now blast the demon ape from before into pieces with a single punch. Sunga, drink water. On the side, Bai Qingyu saw that his daily cultivation had come to an end, and walked up with water in her hand, her baby fat face retaining a few points of plateau red, and her youthful brow with a few more pulses of spring water. Tough on you. Jiang Lu took the water without rushing to drink it, and just looked at her compassionately. What's so hard about serving a bowl of water? It's only hard for you to practice martial arts. Xian Gong. Naive Bai Qingyu still thought Jiang Lu was talking about water. I'm not talking about water. Jiang Lu revealed a bad smile. Bai Qingyu's small face instantly turned red. Her small hands clenched into fists and gently pounded his chest. You're bad. Alright. Next time it's my turn to work hard. Jiang Lu wrapped one arm around the soft and boneless Bai Qingyu, and lowered his head to kiss her face, which was smooth and sweet. Oh, don't say it. Bai Qingyu covered her little face, too ashamed to see anyone. Just as the two of them were speaking the private words of husband and wife, an untimely snap came from over the front door. A visitor. Sister Qingyu, are you home? Su Miaoyin's voice followed closely behind. It's Sister Miaoyin coming. Bai Qingyu hurriedly broke away from Jiang Lu's arms. The two were still nominally brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Why are you panicking? Didn't you still want me to marry someone last night? Jiang Lu teased. Last night? What was said last night doesn't count. Bai Qingyu twisted her head away sheepishly. This was a bad time. She wouldn't bother Sister Miaoyin with things she could do well on her own. You. Jiang Lu rubbed her little head and turned towards the gate. I'm going to meet this myriad sister of yours. Although Bai Qingyu spoke in a decent manner, but in the end, it was just a guess. Maybe people were really just a little more enthusiastic because of the gift of saving their lives. Sister Myriad. And Jiang Lu opened the door and realized that the guests that came were not only Su Miaoyin. His face had more than a few moments of delight that a friend had come from afar. Brother Lu. Miss Yao Yao. Why are you guys here as well? Along with Su Miaoyin waiting outside the door, it was Lu Zishi and Tao Yao Yao. In the living room, the people were seated. Lu Zidi explained the reason for his visit. He was actually under the orders of Tao Yuan today and wanted to ask Jiang Lu to make a trip to the Jin Demon Division. Cough cough. Brother Lu. Is it possible that our thing has come to light? Jiang Lu's face snapped. Whose good person has nothing to do to go to the Demon Suppression Division? Cough cough. Brother Jiang, do not panic. Paper is not wrapped in fire. But the master does not intend to pursue this matter. Just see Brother Jiang's demon fist cultivation has been accomplished. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Want to see you just a little bit. Lu Ziki's face was also a bit embarrassed, and she hurriedly explained. Jiang Lu put his heart down when he heard that. Also, if the Jin Demon Division really wanted to arrest him, they wouldn't have sent Lu Zidi and Tao Yao Yao over. Since it's the Tao priestess who invited him, I don't dare to disobey. Personally, he still had a good opinion of Mama Fuchi as a savior. Except that the other party probably didn't remember saving a swaddled baby. While the two of them were talking, the Tao Yao Yao on the side always remained silent, and it was only when Lu Ziki repeatedly winked at her that she finally made a move. Jiang Lu, this breathing method and this sword, it's for you. Tao Yao Yao took out a copy of the breathing method and put it on the table, and unlocked the sword at her waist, pushing it together in front of Jiang Lu. Sending me? What's the point of sending me these for a good reason? Jiang Lu didn't dare to accept them. If Lu Zishi gave them to him, he would still have the cheek to accept them. If I tell you to take it, then take it. What's the point of asking so many questions? Can I still harm you? Tao Yao Yao's tone was fierce, but it couldn't hide the squirming color in her eyes. Brother Lu, did she go out and take the wrong medicine? Jiang Lu lowered his body and exchanged pleasantries with Lu Zishi. You're the one who took the wrong medicine. Tao Yao Yao was furious. She shouldn't have held the slightest bit of goodwill towards this nuisance. Jiang Lu, Brother Jiang. You don't have to pretend. In fact, my senior sister and I know all about you, Lu Zishi said with a serious face. What am I pretending? And what do you guys know? Jiang Lu pretended to be confused, but in reality, his heart had already turned over. Murphy, the fact that he has a system is exposed. Brother Jiang, we already know that it was Master Teacher who saved you 20 years ago, and we also know that you intentionally lost to your senior sister in the selection match a month ago in order to repay Master Teacher's kindness. Lu Zishi said. Jiang Lu scratched his head, revealing a few moments of helplessness after being recognized. After all, I still didn't hide it from you guys. After hearing Lu Ziki's words, the first time he thought clearly about the context, he also knew that Lu Ziki and Tao Yao Yao they had misunderstood. He didn't even know who Tao Yao Yao was a month ago, so how could he lose to her on purpose? The real situation was that he couldn't beat her. There was nothing to say. However, the strength he displayed a few days ago was again a different person from the one he was a month ago. There were only two explanations for this situation. Either he had hidden his strength, or he had gotten a heavenly encounter in the following month. The piker is not guilty of the crime. After realizing this, he didn't hesitate to follow Lu Zixi's words down the line. This persona of a martial arts genius. He had to set it up. Chapter 19, People have limits, but hanging walls don't. Reading tip, to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. I didn't ask you to lose to me. Get ahead of yourself. Tao Yao Yao beamed her little mouth. She didn't feel a trace of surprise when she heard Jiang Lu admit it himself. Your father's kindness in saving his life is unforgettable to Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu cheekily climbed up the pole. Not only did he want to set up a persona of a martial arts genius, he also wanted to set up a persona of a person who knew what he was doing. Hoof, Tao Yao Yao hummed. Her aura softened by a few points. Facing this kind of person who felt her father's favor, she couldn't say anything heavy. Now can you take the stuff? I don't want to owe you a favor. Facing the book and sword on the table, Jiang Lu did not have the intention to accept them. He had already utilized the two once. How could he still have the cheek to accept Tao Yao Yao's things? For breathing techniques, I already have the Star Luo technique given to me by Brother Lu. As for this sword, I don't know any sword techniques, so giving it to me would be a pearl in the rough. Jiang Lu politely refused and said the truth. Take it if I tell you to. So what if you don't know swordsmanship? Big deal. I'll teach you. Tao Yao Yao couldn't stand him pushing around and said with a strong attitude. Also, hurry up and throw away your laborious Star Luo technique. No one has ever practiced that thing. Oh, my God. Jiang Lu sighed long in his heart. He was a showman who met a soldier who had a reason. It seems that he can't get through this today without accepting Tao Yao Yao's things. Then thank you Miss Yao Yao for giving me the sword. Jiang Lu only took the sword and pushed the breathing method back. But I really can't use the breathing method. Truth be told, I have already channeled my chi into my body last night and promoted to the 8th rank. You said you've induced chi into your body? It's only been a few days. Do you think you're that bunch of demons from the martial arts academy? Tao Yao Yao was unimpressed at first, until Jiang Lu raised a finger and a miniature cyclone of chi coiled above the fingertip. Like a faint candlelight. No way. Condensing without dispersing. Gathering without leaking. Brother Jiang, you're more than just drawing chi into your body. You've clearly already condensed a chi seed. Both Tao Yao Yao and Lu Zixi couldn't sit still and stood up, their faces filled with shock. Especially Tao Yao Yao, whose little mouth couldn't even close. They had personally handed over the Star Luo technique to Jiang Lu's hands, and the period was only 6 days full. To condense a chi seed in 6 days, even the lowest level yellow order breathing technique was considered to be an outstanding talent, let alone the Star Luo technique that was claimed to be invincible at the 8th level. However, things didn't end here. Jiang Lu ignored their shock and just silently raised his second finger, and another ball of miniature chi swirls leapt to his fingertips. There was a clear difference between the two masses of chi cyclones, one dense and one sparse, one fast and one slow, one bright and one dark. 2 chi seeds? Lu Zixi and Tao Yao Yao both shouted in unison, their eyes widening a few points for fear that they had misread the situation. Both of them had come into contact with the Star Luo technique, so they naturally understood that the Star Luo technique had to condense as many as 28 chi seeds in total. And they were surprised not by the number of chi seeds, but by the speed with which Jiang Lu condensed the chi seeds. Seeing the two lost in thought, Jiang Lu silently put back the third finger he was about to put up. Originally he was planning to put out 3 and leave 1 to use to create his own martial arts genius persona, but now it seems that putting out 2 and leaving 2 is enough. Brother Jiang, you've really shown me today what it means that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heavens. Lu Zixi lost his smile. He had guessed before that Jiang Lu's natural talent was extremely high, but he never expected it to be this high. It's just a fluke. It's all thanks to the cultivation tips you gave me, Brother Lu, which allowed me to take many fewer detours. Jiang Lu said modestly. Those are just the icing on the cake. Lu shook his head, the shock on his face slowly fading and becoming serious. But I still have something I have to say. Brother Jiang, give up practicing the Star Luo technique. Why is that? This time Jiang Lu really didn't understand. He had displayed such a powerful talent, and Lu Zidi actually advised him to give up. I admit that your talent, Brother Jiang, is rare in my lifetime, but it's not as if there were no demonic geniuses in the past who condensed their first astral chi seed in just a few days. But when it came down to it, they all chose to give up without exception. Lu Zixi said with a straight face. Hiss. Jiang Lu tugged at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, there was a gap between people. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode, wider than even the gap between a human and a pig. His open-ended cultivation speed actually almost allowed people to catch up. Condensing the 28 chi seeds is only the first step. The truly difficult part is actually in the next 2 steps. The second step is to connect the 28 starlords into 4 nebulae, and the third step is to connect the 4 nebulae into a starfield. The difficulty of each step will double, and that's what makes the Star Luo technique truly discouraging to people. Lu said heartily, feeling a great despair just talking about it. I'm sorry, Brother Lu. I know you're doing this for my sake, but I still want to give it a try, just in case it works. Jiang Lu still chose the head iron. It was known that all people had limits, but Hanging Wall didn't, and his actual cultivation speed was far more terrifying than what he showed. Why are you so disobedient? With your talent, practicing anything is powerful. Why do you have to die to the Star Luo technique? Tao Yao Yao also couldn't help but advise. Jiang Lu didn't say anything, but his attitude was there, and he was so angry that Tao Yao Yao didn't want to care about him. Forget it, senior sister. Let's just choose to believe in Brother Zheng. Lu Ziki rounded off. Geniuses all have pride, and with Jiang Lu's talent he could afford to waste it. Poof. Guangling City, Department of Devil Suppression. Tao Yuan looked at the dossier on the table, which detailed the matter of the remaining members of the Heavenly Demon sect conducting a blood sacrifice ceremony in Guangling County 20 years ago. Although the conspiracy of the Heavenly Devil religion was recognized, but the Heavenly Devil religion demon headed by Yin Taoist was not able to leave a single one, and so far it is still lurking in all corners of the Divine Land like a gangrene of bones. Heavenly Demon Sect, Yin Taoist, blood sacrifice ceremony. Tao Yuan's fingers tapped the desktop, his low tone harboring many thoughts. Dum 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 dum. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Master, disciple brings Jiang Lu to seek an audience. Lu Zishi's respectful voice came from outside the door. Come in. Yes. Inside the room, there was only a middle-aged man who wasn't angry or authoritative, with solemn eyebrows and resolute contours. This man was the hand of the Department of Devil Suppression in Guangling County, Siwei Tao Yuan. Greetings to Lord/Master Siwei. Jiang Lu and Lu Ziki both bowed. Dicky, stand down. Yes. Lu Zidi retreated to the door. Only 2 people were left in the room, Tao Yuan and Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu lowered his head and was a bit restrained. This Tao Yuan was not only the secretary of the Department of Jin Demon Division, but also a genuine 5th-grade powerhouse. In the former case, it meant that the other party could get him killed with a single word. The latter, meaning the other guy could poke him with one finger, regardless of his status or martial arts cultivation. Jiang Lu must be in awe, not to mention that this person was his savior. Do you want to avenge your parents? It was the first thing Mamo Buchi had said to him. Chapter 20, not bad. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. Yin Taoist, the Heavenly Devil Cult Changsheng Hall Master. Cultivation suspected 5th grade, proficient in the art of Qi Men, cunning and vicious, hands stained with the blood of countless people. Blood Main Yang, the Heavenly Devil Cult Dark Shadow Hall Master. Cultivation is suspected to be the 5th grade, proficient in the art of disguise, jealous and debauchery. When encountering a beautiful woman will be peeled off their skin. When encountering a handsome man will be sucked his essence. Joe Butcher, the head of the Blood Fury Hall of the Heavenly Devil Cult. His cultivation is suspected to be of the 4th grade. He is proficient in the art of fighting and killing. He is brutal and bloodthirsty, and a number of Jin Devil ambassadors have died at his hands. The congregations under them are even more numerous, with mangy monks, red-robed opera singers, and 9-fingered gamblers. The dossier on the black and white, but in the perspective of the river flow. Between the lines is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, white bones. He also finally realized that the village extermination tragedy 20 years ago was not a natural disaster, but a man-made one. He couldn't remember what the couple looked like for a long time, only the sharp gasps and lurching embraces, and the breathless tenderness at the end of the voice. Flow, son is good. Don't make a sound. Phew. Jiang Lu took a deep breath and tilted his face up, breaking free from the memories. Only his face no longer saw half a smile. His body was filled with coldness, and the aura that flowed out of his body inadvertently raised his sleeves. Suddenly, a large, thick hand clapped on his shoulder. A warmth flowed into his body, and the fluttering sleeves quieted down again, and everything returned to its original state. Sorry for losing my temper in front of you. Jiang Lu looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. There is no harm. Having blood is what shows a man's character. Tao Yuan waved his hand. If Jiang Lu was indifferent he would really suspect that he was looking at the wrong person. These people are not something you can deal with right now. Just focus on your cultivation and wait for the right time. Riverfall understands. Jiang Lu had apparently responded, but in reality, he had already sentenced all of the Heavenly Devil sect to death. Tao Yuan looked at the young man in front of him who was not arrogant and knew how to advance and retreat. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Jiang Lu had utilized the demonic ape corpse to trade a small amount for a large amount, exchanging the Star Luo technique from his disciple, Lu Zishi, which was a dare to contend. Jiang Lu had intentionally lost to his own daughter in the selection tournament a month ago, and although he was a bit pedantic, it was virtuous to know how to return the favor. Right now, there was just one last thing left to do, and it was also the reason why Momoyuan wanted to see Jiang Lu this time. Now, use your full strength and throw a punch at me, Tao Yuan said as such. This, Jiang Lu hesitated for a moment and lowered his head. Jiang Lu wouldn't dare. Of course he knew that Momoyuan was trying to see his strength, but he still had to say what needed to be said as a scene. Are you afraid that you, a newly promoted 8th grade Qi refining realm, will injure me, a 5th grade Huta realm? Tao Yuan feigned dissatisfaction. Naturally it is not. Then forgive Jiang Lu's offense. Jiang Lu also felt that a little bit of courtesy was almost enough, and it would be more trouble than it was worth if he kept on grumbling. As he took his stance, his waist and horse united, his aura manifested itself around him, and with Jiang Lu as the center, the dust on the ground was lifted up in a circle. Not bad. In the face of this poised strike, Tao Yuan's eyes showed appreciation. Solid horse stance, thick internal force, it looked like he had put in hard work. Drink! The next moment, a powerful fist force carrying the sound of wind and thunder tilted out towards Tao Yuan, sounding as if 10,000 horses were galloping, seemingly destroying everything in front of him. Pust! A fist fell. The imagined shocking collision didn't happen. His fist landed peacefully in the center of Tao Yuan's palm, emitting a low muffled sound, just like a mud cow entering the sea. The best way to describe this moment is that it's all thunder and no rain. Kid's strength is not good. I've made you laugh. Jiang Lu slowly withdrew his fist. His all-out strike couldn't even raise a little splash of water, and a hint of frustration inevitably arose in his heart. When I was your age, I couldn't catch this punch from you. Tao Yuan looked to his palm, which was left with a shallow fist mark, the strong punching intent remaining on it tickling his palm. It really is the Jin Demon fist perfection. Listening to Tao Yuan's words with admiration, Jiang Lu was also sure of Tao Yuan's reason for looking for him. On the way, he had already heard Lu Ziki talk about the past life and present life of the Jin Demon fist, which was a discipline of. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Heavenly rank martial arts. Do you know the origin of this demon suppressing fist? Tao Yuan looked at Jiang Lu anew. I know a little bit about it. It's just that the kid has one thing he doesn't know. I still ask Lord Sifu to solve it. Jiang Lu could finally wait for this one. Yuan say. Tao Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, probably guessing what Jiang Lu was going to ask. According to what Brother Lu said, there is a 6th realm above perfection, but no matter how diligently I practiced, I still couldn't get the gist of it. Dare I ask Lord Sifu, what is the 6th realm? Jiang Lu had been plagued by this question for days. It seems that you have already sensed where the bottleneck is on your own. Your talent in this Tao is a few points stronger than I thought. Tao Yuan understood what was going on as soon as he heard it. The so-called consummation means that you already know the Jin Demon fist like the back of your hand, and what you are missing is no longer the polishing of your skills, but rather the realization of your intent, which is what we often call the 6th realm, extreme realm. Just like the calligraphy of a famous artist, the handwriting can be imitated exactly, but a connoisseur can tell at a glance whether it is real or fake, because the charisma in the words cannot be imitated. Your Jin Demon fist is just empty of form, but it's missing the most crucial divinity. What you need to practice now is not the fist, but your heart. Momoyuan's words were like an enlightenment, making Jiang Lu's mind open up, and the problems that had been troubling him for a long time were suddenly solved. Many thanks to Lord Siwei for clearing up the confusion. Jiang Lu's thanks came completely from the bottom of his heart. There's no need to be polite. If you can really train the demon-suppressing fist to the extreme realm, this seat will also be honored. It's just that dash. Speaking of which, Momofuchi suddenly sighed. It's just that the subsequent 9 feats of this Jin Demon fist are all untold secrets of the Jin Demon division, and only Jin Demon ambassadors are qualified to practice them. Even if someone really practiced the demon-suppressing fist to the extreme, its power would only be comparable to an ordinary yellow-ranked martial art. It's really a pity. This subdued words put Jiang Lu listened to a blank stare. Not, you haul a 5th grade strong man speak also so bent? Ugh. Jiang Lu followed suit with a heavy sigh, a hesitant look on his face. In fact, the kid is also on the Jin Demon division of the gods for a long time, but the strength is low. Did not pass the Jin Demon division of the selection contest, is really a pity. I'll regret. They're all 1,000-year-old foxes. What kind of chatty talk are you talking to me about? Ahem. It's not like there's no way to make up for the regrets. The Jin Demon Division has always been one that doesn't hold back on talent. Anyone under the age of 22 who can cultivate the Jin Demon Fist to perfection can be hired on an exceptional basis. The boy is untalented, and is in the middle of his weak year. The two of them, Tao Yuan and Jiang Lu, looked at each other, and it was all in the air. Chapter 21, A Man Learns the Art of the Room. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. Really, there are so many people in the Demon Suppression Division. Why did my father ask me to accompany you to receive a flying fish costume? Tao Yao walked in front with a disgusted look on her face, and behind her was the white-robed ranked Demon Suppression envoy Jian Lu who had just joined the Demon Suppression Division. It's useless for you to ask me. Go ask your father. Jiang Lu spread his hands. If I really can't, I can go by myself. I'm familiar with the Demon Suppression Division anyway. He had at least been a handyman in the Jinmu Division for 10 years, and had never seen a pig run without having eaten pork. Humph. Don't think about it, in case you turn around and tell my father bad things about me. Tao Yao is a knife mouth and tofu heart. If she really doesn't want to, where can Tao Yuan make her move? You said all the right things and all the wrong things, so whatever you say. Jian Lu realized that this little girl's mouth was really hard, commonly known as arrogance. Although Tao Yao and Bai Qingyu are both of petite size, but the character of the two people that is really 100,000 miles difference, or his little lady is lovely, hugging and soft, talking and good. Hey, what are you thinking? It always feels like it's very beaten up. Tao Yao sensed Jian Lu's scrutinizing gaze, and although she didn't understand it, looking at it made her angry. I was thinking that Miss Yao is really beautiful and kind-hearted. It's really a blessing to know Miss Yao. Jiang Lu opened his mouth. Humph, oily mouth, only able to fool others little girls. Tao Yao skimmed her head and stopped paying attention to him, only the corners of her mouth still unconsciously raised, counting this guy to be sensible. As the daughter of Tao Yuan, the order of the Jin Demon Division, she was polite to anyone who spoke to her, and it was only Jiang Lu who dared to be so mixed up. After receiving the daily clothes of the Jin Demon envoy, such as the flying fish suit and the waistplate, it was time for the previous Gongfu selection session that Jiang Lu had been longing for. But times have changed, and while he does look forward to it, he's nowhere near as longing for it as he was before. With his current talent, wherever he goes, there are big forces grabbing for him, and merits and weapons and pills are at his fingertips. It's just that people can't forget their roots. His life was given to him by the Demon Suppression Division, and joining the Demon Suppression Division now would be considered repaying this karma. In addition, the Demon Suppression Division is also the least restrictive of all the major powers, because most of the resources of the Demon Suppression Division have to be exchanged for merits, which is equivalent to you earning them yourself. It was different for those forces of the clan or family. As long as your talent was high enough, the higher the treatment you enjoyed. But, you're just going to kick your ass when you've got your wings? No way. There's no such thing as a good get-together in a clan family, only a clean-up. The simplest example, like Lu Zd, such a son of the family, want to break away from the family that is impossible, but want to break away from the Jin Amosher as long as not afraid of being killed by his master Tabuan on the line. What are you gawking at? Have you thought about what martial art you'll pick later? This is a convenience only for the first time you join the Demon Suppression Division, but later on, you'll have to exchange it all with merits. Seeing Jiang Lu's absent-mindedness, Tao Yao poked his shoulder, trying to get him to pay attention. Just pick a sword skill, so as not to delay your sword. Jiang Lu didn't expect a free martial skill to be strong enough, so he made his choice at random. Saying that, Jiang Lu patted the sword at his waist, which still had a pink peach-colored sword spike tied at the head, so it was obvious that the previous owner of this sword was some quirky and wonderful young girl. That's not necessary. Seeing that he was still thinking about his sword, Tao Yao's tone softened a few points. I said I'd teach you sword techniques. Just save your spot for picking another martial art. Really teaching awe? Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow. He only thought that Tao Yao's previous one was just a scene. Humph. Tao Yao crossed her arms and milked her milk. I'm the kind of person in your eyes who doesn't keep his word. Oh, Jiang Lu lengthened his tone and said quietly. Then someone said before that he would give me a maid within a year if he practiced the Star Luo technique. Momoyo's aura shriveled at once, although rationally that was impossible. But what if? This guy's talent was so perverted. Humph. Wait until you've practiced. Go away. Putting down a sentence of unwillingness to show weakness, Tao Yao wiggled her little butt and walked into the Demon Suppression Division's Feats and Techniques Pavilion. Jiang Lu shook his head and followed. At the door of the Gongfa Pavilion, guarded by an old man with gray hair, looking twilight. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Sinking, like he was going to breathe at any moment. Grandpa Wu. Yao Yao has come to see you. Tao Yao Yao attentively ran behind the old man, her small hands pounding the old man's shoulders. Don't whack it. Old man, this body bones can't withstand your tossing. Say it. Today how do you want to get up to the Gong Fa pavilion? Wu Chang said on the mouth, but the tone of voice can still be heard a few points of doting meaning. It's just that I miss you. Tao Yao Yao tilted her head adorably. Also, father asked me to bring someone to pick out a technique. Oh, I say. Wu Chang's pair of cloudy pupils looked towards Jiang Lu. Tao Yuan was trying to get himself to take care of this young man. It just didn't seem as if there was anything special about him. Hooray! What type of martial art do you want to choose? Jiang Lu heard the conversation between the two and understood that Tao Yuan had made some arrangements by calling Tao Yao Yao over. So he immediately said, I don't know about it either, so I'd like to ask Elder Wu to point it out. In that case, the old man, I'll go AWOL for once. Late born, tell me what martial arts you know and what breathing techniques you practice. For martial arts, there's only one demon suppressing fist. The breathing technique is the Star Luo technique, and nothing else. As soon as Wu Chang heard the words Star Luo technique, he frowned. Didn't that Peach Abyss kid ask you to switch to other breathing techniques? He had been sitting in the Merit Law Pavilion for many years, but he knew too well what the Star Luo technique was. Said so, but latecomer wants to hold on to it. Jiang Lu scratched his head. Just how bad was the reputation of this Star Luo technique? Everyone advised him to give up. Wu Chang twisted his head to look at Tao Yao Yao by his side. In his opinion, practicing the Star Luo technique was almost as bad as being wasted. And it didn't really matter what martial arts he practiced. Grandpa Wu, please bear with me. He has this foul temper. Tao Yao Yao accompanied a smile on her face. Although she was not dealing with Jiang Lu privately, this time she still helped Jiang Lu to say good words. If you insist on cultivating the Star Luo technique, then I do have a martial art here that is very suitable for you. Ho Shang. For Tao Yao Yao's sake, Old Man Wu still found Jiang Lu a suitable martial art. Only to see Old Man Wu lifting his withered branch-like right hand and aiming it in the direction of the bookshelf and grabbing it in the air. An ancient book flew over out of thin air. This hand in the air made Jiang Lu secretly wipe a sweat. Sure enough, an old man who could guard a place like the Merit Law Pavilion where it could be simple. The ancient book landed firmly in Old Man Wu's hands, and Tao Yao Yao nonchalantly took a look at it, and her little face instantly became unhappy. Grandpa Wu, please don't bother with him. How can he practice this combination art alone? Tao Yao Yao shook Old Man Wu's arm in a petulant manner, wanting him to pick a new book. The so-called combined strike art requires at least 2 people to practice. The more the number of people, the more subtle the cooperation, the more powerful the combined strike art is. On the contrary, a person practicing the art of combining attacks was similar to a person learning the art of rooming by himself, and it would not come in handy at all. I'm about to go into the ground at my age. Where would I have the heart to bother with a scion? This martial art is just perfect for him. It's true that a normal person can't cultivate the art of combining attacks all by themselves, but can that be a normal person who cultivates the Star Luo technique? Although it sounded reasonable, Jiang Lu said that he was offended, and the most excessive thing was that Tao Yao Yao even nodded along. The essence of the art of combining attacks is to utilize the 5 elements to achieve the effect of wind assisting the power of fire and rain assisting the power of thunder. Normal 8th grade martial artists alone can't cultivate the art of combining attacks because they only have 1 chi seed. But it's not the same for someone who cultivates the Star Luo technique. He has 28. Tao Yao Yao snatched an answer. Chapter 22, Caught in the Act. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. Jiang Lu took the ancient book in Tao Yao Yao's hand and glanced at the name. The pale brushwork read 9 Zhangji. This method involves the chi of up to 9 people, hence the name 9 Zhangji. 3 people joining forces, the power is equivalent to an upper Huang rank martial art. With 6 people joining hands, the power was no less than a middle grade Xian rank martial skill. With 9 people joining forces, the power is comparable to an earth rank lower grade martial art. Of course, all of this was based on theory. In actual combat, the enemy wouldn't be stupid enough to let the other side successfully complete the art of combining attacks. But even so, it was already beyond Jiang Lu's expectations for a classless and rankless martial skill to have such a high ceiling. Martial techniques were different from breathing techniques, which were only useful for 8th grade martial artists. But martial techniques still came in handy even at the legendary 1st grade. Many thanks to Elder Wu. Jiang Lu knew that if it wasn't for the other party's guidance, he would probably just go back today with a book of groundlings in his hand. If you want to say thank you, wait until you can practice this 9 Zhangji. Whether it's the Star Luo technique or the 9 Zhangji, both are extremely time-consuming techniques. Choose well. Old Man was said in a serious tone. Not to mention the Star Luo technique with a full 28 chi seeds, just the 9 Zhangji that was originally given to 9 people to practice. It was enough for an unusual person to waste half of his life. Late generation knows. Jiang Lu said that it was not a big problem. The big deal was to go back and coax his little lady again. After picking out the technique, the next step was to receive the elixir. Of course, it was only some low-ranking pills that strengthened the foundation and cultivated the energy. After all, the money of the Jinmu division did not come from the wind. As a white-clothed demon suppression envoy of the lowest rank in the demon suppression division, his monthly salary was 10 taels of silver and a bottle of Peiyuan Dan. If you want more, you have to work your way up, and then the next level up are bronze, silver, and gold, and above gold is a Sifu like Taoyuan. After distributing pills to others for so many years, this time it's finally my own turn, Jiang Lu said with quite a bit of emotion. The speaker has no intention of listening. Accompanying Tao Yaoyao, this realized that this guy's encounter, bereaved at an early age, in the Xiaoyao secretary to get some years, was sent into the Jin MOC as a handyman. This one is 10 years. Unlike him, his own daughter of the secretary from birth is brocade. Eat pills or someone special refining. For Jiang Lu begged for Peiyuan Dan, she casually rewarded to the subordinates. Why aren't you leaving? Jiang Lu stopped and looked at Tao Yaoyao who had fallen behind him. No. Nothing. My eyes fell in the sand. Tao Yaoyao rubbed her somewhat reddened eyes. Jiang Lu didn't know what she was mad about. He just stopped and waited for her for a while. Tao Yaoyao walked up quickly. Her eyes were a little evasive, and her tone was soft and sticky. Go away. The two of them walked a little further and arrived at the Dan room of the Demon Suppression Division. Smelling the strong medicinal odor in the air, Jiang Lu felt as if he had returned to the days of sunning medicines and chopping wood and sweeping ash every day. Jiang Lu, didn't you go to the countryside to marry your mother-in-law? The side yard where the herbs are drying came out of a person. Listening to the tone of voice and Jiang Lu was quite familiar with. Ernie. Jiang Lu was also happy to meet an acquaintance and walked up to greet him. Good luck. I came back again after being looked at by the Jin Demon Division. Yo, this is being a white coat. Then I can count on you to cover me in the future. Li Ernie saw the token on Jiang Lu's waist and the flying fish suit on his hand, and also immediately understood. A little white coat? What's a cover or not? How have you been doing lately? Jiang Lu raised his hand. It's not just the same as before. It's just that guy Gaobai didn't know what kind of luck he got and was promoted to be an apprentice. Ernie said irritably. That guy Jiang Lu was not surprised. Inside the handyman is him and Gaobai alchemy talent is the highest. He left naturally, only one Gaobai left. Not to mention him. Since you have become a white coat, you are here to receive the elixir today, which I have to remind you of. Li Ernie was just about to say something to Jiang Lu when an angry shout came from the window of the Dan room. Li Ernie, you're being lazy again. Is it because you don't want to work? A tall, thin man poked out a head. Mud, take a chicken feather for an arrow. Remember, pick your own potion. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Don't take what that asshole gave you. Li Ernie quickly said and went back to his work. After Li Ernie left, the tall and thin man walked out from the Dan room. Recognizing Jiang Lu's waistplate and flying fish suit at a glance, a trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes and quickly covered it up. Here to collect the elixir? Follow me. Gaobai had a businesslike tone, just wanting to hurry up and get rid of people. Why does this person have such a bad attitude? Do you have a grudge against him? Tao Yaoyao asked as she came over to Jiang Lu's side, wanting to know something about his previous life. Competitive relationship. It's normal to look at me unfavorably. Jiang Lu's tone was flat. Oh. Tao Yaoyao's beautiful eyes flickered. It seemed that this guy's life in the Dan room was not easy either. This is your Peiyuan Dan for this month. Take it and leave quickly. I'm still busy. Gaobai casually handed over a bottle of Peiyuan Dan and hurriedly rushed people away. Wait, you're not right about this Peiyuan Dan. Jiang Lu kept in mind what Li Ernie had just said. In fact, even if Li Ernie didn't say anything, as a 9th grade alchemist, he could tell at a glance that something was not right with the pills. The color is dull. The surface is pitted. The medicinal smell is pungent, and some of them have fallen off the dregs. This is not even a lower grade Peiyuan Dan. At best it's called clumped dregs of medicine. Gaobai's face was green for a while and said with a cold face, don't think that you can talk big just because you've burned fires for a few years in the Dan room. This is the handiwork of the alchemy masters. You're not worthy of evaluating it. Hurry up and take it and get the hell out of here. I haven't heard of any serious alchemist who can't even refine the Peiyuan Dan well. I'm afraid this isn't the handiwork of any master alchemist, but rather something you've refined privately yourself. Jiang Lu guessed the matter with a little thought. Mostly, Gaobai took advantage of the alchemist's absence to secretly practice with herbs, and then stuffed the failed Peiyuan Dan to the bottom-level Jin Demon envoys. And anyway, not everyone could tell the good and bad of the pills. I can't understand what you're saying. Gaobai was still being a dead duck. If you don't want it, just say so. Big deal. I'll give you another bottle. Oh, you privately misappropriated the medicinal herbs and also used them as second best. I'm going to go and tell Father Lord Secretary to denounce you. Tao Yaoyao almost said that not many people knew her identity in the Jin Demon Division. As soon as Gao Bai heard that Tao Yaoyao was going to denounce himself, he could no longer pretend to be calm. He had managed to survive until today, and he was that close to making a name for himself. Jiang Lu, be a man and leave a thread. I'll admit to this today. In the future, if you guys come to me to collect the pills, I can privately give you the greatest convenience. Gao Bai lowered his voice and said. Jiang Lu listened to the expressionless face, not to mention that he simply could not see this point. The daughter of the first hand of the Jin Demon Division was beside himself. This behavior of Gao Bai had already seriously damaged the interests of the Jin Demon Division. This kind of garbage Peiyuan Dan not only can't serve to nourish qi and blood, but if you eat too much of it, you will also have Dan poison deposits. How many individual futures will be ruined while Kuiper makes his mark? If I were you, I would go and turn myself in to the Demon Suppression Division before things can be salvaged. And then later, when the white clothes have all taken the poisonous pills, you won't be swept off your feet then. Jiang Lu is also saving each other. Now surrendered to the Jinmu Division may be able to net one side, and then dragged on. Gao Bai has 10 lives are not enough to compensate, but Gao Bai where to listen to it? He only knows that if this matter is exposed, his future will be completely ruined. Just the misappropriation of medicinal herbs of the whole he cannot make up. A ferocious light flashed in his eyes, but then immediately collected himself. He wouldn't have stayed in the Dan room as an apprentice if he could beat the two white coats. What to do? What to do? These two people are oil and salt, and they can't fight, so can they really just wait for death? Just then, the sound of people came from outside the courtyard, led by Lu Zishi, and behind him was an old man in a gray robe and a gorgeous woman with beautiful eyes. Deacon Shin, up ahead is our Demon Suppression Division's Dan room. I've heard that your division's ground fire is taken from a commander-class Inferno demon, so my concubine will have to observe it carefully in a moment. Where? Even if it's the Inferno demon's heart fire, it's still no match for the lava ground fire that Danyang City was born and raised in the earth. The two of them had already arrived in front of the door of the Dan room between their courtesies, and happened to bump into Jiang Lu and his group. Brother Jiang? Yo-yo? Mr. Nav? Chapter 23, Turnipshin wants to touch it. Reading tip, to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Gao Bai saw the old man in the gray robe behind Lu Ziki and looked excited, as if he had seen a savior. Master Feng, save me. You must save me this time. Gao Bai rolled and ran to the front of the gray-robed man. What's there to say later? Can't you see I have guests? Feng Qian was very impatient. If there were outsiders around, he would have kicked the person away by now. No, you listen to me, said Colbert, quickly putting things into words in a voice that only two people could hear. You stirred up your own basket to think of your own way. I don't have time to care about you. Feng Qian said that he was going to brush his sleeve away. An alchemy apprentice only. Really take himself as a character. If you don't help me, then I'll have to tell those things you did as well and use it to redeem myself. Gao Bai gritted his teeth. He didn't want to threaten an alchemist until he had to. What is the matter? I warn you not to slander. Feng Qian's face flashed a trace of panic. Lying about the dosage of medicinal herbs, substituting underage herbs for 100-year-old medicines. Do you want me to go on? Gao Bai is also open-minded. In any case, first pass this hurdle in front of you before saying. On the other side, Shiniching stared at Jiang Lu in front of her with interest. And Jiang Lu also didn't expect to meet the Deacon Shen of Bao Rui Xing here. Is this Deacon Shen recognizing brother Jiang Lu? Lu Zishi could see the eye contact between the two. Don't know. Shiniching smiled and retracted her gaze, saying quietly, it's just that Mr. Jiang looks very much like a certain Duke man that I know, which is why I looked at him twice more. Ha! How could Jiang Lu not hear that this woman was pointing him out? This is the embarrassment of dropping the vest. People have given away their VIP jade tags, and as a result, he even left a fake name. Brother Jiang. Yao. Are you guys here to collect the elixir? Lu Zishi asked. That's right, senior brother. I'm going to denounce someone for misappropriating herbs, substituting the best for the best, and distributing faulty Peiyuan Dan to everyone in the Demon Suppression Division to eat. Tao Yao directly denounced. There's a problem with the Peiyuan Dan? What's going on? Lu Ziki straightened up. A problem with the elixir was no small matter. Ask Jiang Lu. He's the one who discovered the matter. Tao Yao didn't want to share Jiang Lu's credit. Before Jiang Lu could say anything, a condescending voice came from behind the crowd. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. That batch of Peiyuan Dan was just a bit rushed when starting the tripod, resulting in a poor quality. In reality, the medicinal effect is not affected at all. Fang Qian walked to the front of the crowd with the demeanor of a master alchemist. Lu Tongyi, don't listen to this handyman called Jian Lu nonsense. He is just a chopping wood burning fire. Usually stealing women dry play slippery uneducated. Think they have learned a little fur on the mouth. A even apprentice is not a waste of money still pointing up others. Fang Qian's mindset hadn't yet had time to change. Thinking that Jiang Lu was still the same handyman that he had called out before, casually reducing the man to nothing. Only what he didn't realize was the horrible silence that surrounded him after he said that. Whether it was Lu Ziki, Tao Yao Yao, or Shen Yiqing, their faces sank. What kind of thing are you? You're also worthy of talking about Jiang Lu. Believe it or not, I'll cut you down with my sword. The heavily fearless Tao Yao Yao unsheathed her sword without saying a word. Master Feng, please take back what you just said and apologize to Brother Jiang immediately. Lu Zishi stopped the irascible Tao Yao Yao, but she was not as good-tempered as she used to be. Shen Yiqing was not in a good position to speak as an outsider, but she also silently memorized Fang Qian's name. This kind of plague god was better to stay away from it. Fang Qian froze for a moment, not realizing that a small handyman could actually attract Lu Zishi's return. He glared viciously at Gao Bai, who was hiding in the back. It's all because this has caused trouble for himself. But there was no turning back. He could only go one way. To ask me, an 8th grade alchemist, to apologize to a handyman who isn't even an apprentice? Lu Tongyi, you have to think clearly. In the first place, it was your demon suppression division that invited Lao Fu to come. It wasn't Lao Fu who shyly begged your demon suppression division. With this alchemy robe on my body, wherever I go is not a guest of honor. Are you sure you want to force away an 8th grade alchemist for the sake of a handyman? Can you afford this offense? Fang Qian also came to temper. Alchemist body. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. He's always been honorable, and a servant wants him to bow down? It's delusional. Brother Lu, forget it. Let's get back to the matter of the elixir. Jiang Lu also didn't want Lu Ziki to get into trouble with an 8th grade alchemist for him. This favor was not good to return. As for the tirade just now, he right as the left ear into the right ear out. A person in the Jin Demon Division crawled and fought for 10 years. What unpleasant words have not heard? I said apologize. Lu Zishi inch. A man of some do something not to do. A close friend was insulted. There is no reason to stand idly by. Good job, senior brother. Tao Yao Yao watched to see what was going on. Brother Lu, there is really no need. Jiang Lu sighed with a complex expression. Well. Fang Qian was so angry that he was trembling in his speech. When had he ever suffered this kind of humiliation? Who was not respectful to him? Want to apologize, huh? Then I'll give it to you. Fang Qian grabbed off the token symbolizing the guest secretary of the Jin Demon Division at his waist and ruthlessly smashed it on the ground. Feeling that he did not feel relieved and crushed 2 more feet. I realize that my personal morals are compromised and I am not worthy of remaining in the Department of Demon Suppression to serve, so you guys should hire someone else. After doing this, Fang Qian whisked his sleeve away without looking back. Fang Qian is patting his ass and walking away, leaving Gao Bai directly dumbfounded. No, what about him? Gaber sees the situation and tries to slip away, but is kicked to the ground by Tao Yao Yao, the same guy who is stirring up trouble. Wait, I have something to say. I want to redeem the credit. Gaber ate a mouthful of dirt and still did not forget to shout loudly, originally with his hands behind his back and looking like a worldly man. When Fang Qian heard Gao Bai's shout, he no longer dared to pretend to walk slowly, but began to run. Only a Longquan sword then stopped him in his tracks, and Lu produced the token at his waist. Master Feng, I'm afraid that you can't leave yet. Please follow me to the torture room of the Demon Suppression Division. Fang Qian instantly turned ashen and sat paralyzed on the ground. Lu Zishi took Gao Bai and Fang Qian and left first. Tao Yao Yao went to find her father Siming to complain. Jiang Lu could only temporarily take up the responsibility of entertaining Shin Xingyi. Deacon Shin, I've made you laugh. I don't know what Deacon Shin is calling for this time in the Jin Demon Division. Jiang Lu exchanged pleasantries. There's nothing much going on. It's just that I've newly taken the supply of medicinal herbs from the Demon Suppression Division, so I came over normally to take a look, and I didn't expect to run into you, Mr. Nan. There was a hint of resentment in Shen Yiqing's beautiful eyes. 10 days. 10 whole days. Do you know what I've been doing for 10 days? Cough cough. Deacon Shen just call me Jiang Lu. It wasn't that Jiang Lu didn't want to go to Danyang City, it was just that he really couldn't get away. Mr. Jiang turns out to be a member of the Demon Suppression Division. He's really young and talented. Shen Yiqing's trembling chest breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it wasn't from other forces. The Jin Demon Division didn't have a conflict with her Bao Rui Xing. But I still have to remind Mr. Jiang, that Fang Qian I just remembered. That person is from the Alchemist Association. The most the Jin Demon Division can do is to make him pay out a sum of silver, and in the end, it will only end up being a non-issue. After this, that Feng Qian is afraid that he'll hold a grudge against you, Sir Jiang. Oh, Enria's right hand caressed the head of the sword at his waist. Then he won't retaliate against me afterward. If you give him 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to touch the people of the Demon Suppression Division. But I'm afraid that Mr. Jiang will have no chance of being in the Alchemist Association for the rest of his life. Shen Yiqing had a tone of pity, but her eyes leapt with joy. Why does Deacon Shen look as if he's happy? Jiang Liuxiu skimmed a glance. Yikes, is it that obvious? Shen Yiqing let out a light eep and reached out her jade hand to touch her cheeks, which were as pink and delicate as February peach blossoms. Well. Pretending, not even pretending, is it? Jiang Lu bellyaching. I wonder if Deacon Shen can help the Jin Demon Division find another 8th grade alchemist. Jiang Lu knew that Feng Qian was designated not to stay. Mr. Jiang is being overly concerned. The Hallowed Jinmu Division is not so short of an 8th grade alchemist. But since Mr. Jiang has the heart, I will recommend a seasoned and stable 8th grade alchemist to the Jinmu Division when I return. Shin Turnip's plump figure slightly tilted towards Jiang Lu. This kind of responsible genius was her favorite. She didn't have to worry about raising a white-eyed wolf. Then thank you, Deacon Shin. Jiang Lu clasped his fists. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Is Mr. Jiang only verbally grateful? Shen Yiqing's tone was delicate and her eyes were pulsating. Just like a poor woman who had been abandoned by a negative man. This woman is really like a snake. Following the poll. I'll trouble Deacon Shen to reserve a sea-size damn room for me the day after tomorrow. This was Jiang Lu's response in disguise. Then my concubine will be waiting for you. Shen Jingjing revealed a joyful expression. This time, she could finally feel this person's bottom. Chapter 24. You call this the 8th rank? Reading tip. In order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. Half an hour later, Lu Ziki returned with Tao Yao Yao. And naturally there was someone in charge of clearing the amount of embezzlement. Brother Jiang. This time it's really thanks to you. If you hadn't realized it in time, it would have been troublesome to wait until the Dan poison entered the body. Lu Ziki had already sent someone to recover the batch of faulty Peiyuan Dan. It's not all me alone. Jiang Lu mentioned Li Ernio and Tao Yao Yao in passing. I don't want it. Keep it for yourself. Tao Yao Yao was not lacking in credits, as she was the daughter of the Minister of Justice. Could her father still be missing her? Lu Zidi saw the two pushing each other back. A pleased smile appeared on her face. It was a joy for her senior sister to be able to get along with brother Jiang. Seeing that there was no place for her to interject, Shen Yiqing got up and excused herself. Deacon Shen, I'm really sorry. I'll be sure to treat you well some other time. Lu Zishi felt that he had not done his duty as a landlord. There's no harm in it. I've had a good conversation with Mr. Jiang at first sight. Shen Jingjing felt that this trip today was really the right one. At those words, Tao Yao Yao swept a glance back and forth between the two of them. Jiang Lu and Shen Qingyi. When Shen Jingjing left, Lu Ziki proposed to take Jiang Lu to meet the other colleagues of the Jinmu division, so that the water wouldn't wash away the Dragon King Temple in the future. Jiang Lu, since there is no excuse, just did not wait for the three people to move. A small boy hurriedly ran in, shouting on his mouth, "Young master, the master wants you to hurry home." Seeing that it was a servant of the family, Lu Ziki hurriedly asked, "But what has happened at home?" "Everything is fine at home. It's the eldest Miss Lu Yingzhen who came and said that she wants to fight with the three old ancestors." The boy did not bother to take a big breath and answered truthfully. "What?" Lu Ziki looked shocked. He knew that this day would come sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Third old ancestor? Could it be referring to that third grandfather of Lu Zixian's? Just which one is this Lu Yingzhen again? Sounds like one of the Lu family themselves. Just as Jiang Lu was secretly speculating, Lu Ziki had already pulled on him and Tao Yao Yao. "Yao Yao, brother Jiang, come with me." "No, why should I too?" When they galloped their horses to the Lu family in the south of the city, the tall mansion was open and a middle-aged man who resembled Lu Ziki by 7 or 8 points greeted them with an anxious face. "My child has met his father. What is the need to salute at this hour? Hurry to the martial arts arena." Lu Changfeng even saved his greetings when he met them and directly urged the three to go inside, not even having the time to ask who Jiang Lu was. Jiang Lu was a guest at Lu Ziki's home for the first time, but never thought it would be with running, and the kind of running that huffs and puffs and carries the wind. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry, as if something very important was about to happen. After passing through a long corridor, the scenery in front of him opened up, and a martial arts arena comparable to the size of a soccer field in his previous life suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Lu's eyes. Without waiting for Jiang Lu to see what was going on in the martial arts arena, An air wave erupted at the center point of the arena and quickly swept over Jiang Lu and the others at the edge. Catch up, Brother Lu. What's going on? Brother Jiang. Don't ask first. Keep your eyes open and look carefully. Lu Zishi stared at the center of the martial arts arena with a serious face, afraid of missing a single detail. Tao Yao Yao did the same, and her jumpy nature was now staring at the field without a word. Surrounding them were young boys and girls of their age, each staring intently in the same direction, infected by this atmosphere. Jiang Lu also discarded his distractions and pushed down all the doubts in his heart for the time being, devoting himself to everything that was happening in the martial arts arena. In the center of the martial arts arena, two figures faced each other 10 meters apart. On the one hand, there is a crane's hair, and on the other hand, there is an immortal and anonymous look, dying on one side, sharp on the other. On one side, he was holding a walking stick, and on the other side, he was holding a glaive. Third grandfather, please enlighten me. Lu Yingzhen held his sword and bowed, performing a junior salute. You little dolls. You come to torment my old bones every 1 or 2 years. You don't sympathize with me as an old man at all. Lu Zhio shook his head and sighed, as if he was exasperated by this group of unworthy children and grandchildren. Lu Yingzhen, 1889–1945, Taoist priest in the Tang dynasty. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. The delicate face that was as perfect as a porcelain doll revealed a trace of bewilderment, a few moments of natural dullness. For a moment she didn't know whether she should still continue to fight or not. Obviously she couldn't hear whether Lu Zhio was speaking in jest or with sincerity. Lu Zhio looked at Lu Yingzhen's dumbfounded appearance and angrily poked the ground with his walking stick. That stupid thing Lu Changming. All he knows how to do is teach you to practice sword practice day in and day out. He's almost turning people into wood. Lu Yingzhen listened to her third grandfather scolding her father. A pair of bright autumn water eyes became more and more confused. What was wrong with her father teaching her to practice sword? Forget it, you attack over. Lu Zhio was half heartbroken and half helpless as he looked at Lu Yingzhen stayed in place and didn't know what to do. Yes, this Lu Yingzhen understood. The moment she gripped the long sword in her hand, there was no longer any trace of confusion in her eyes, and her stern aura rose to the sky. The upright posture is like a sheathed sword, standing proudly between heaven and earth. Even if it is the momentum of the sky pouring, cannot fold it in the slightest. Lu Zhio also put away his loving face, a pair of cloudy eyes glowing with essence, and his aura changed radically. Obviously stood there without moving. The first glance was still a hunched little old man. The next glance again, but became an insurmountable lofty mountain. At this moment, the sharpest sword of the Lu family was pitted against the highest mountain of the Lu family. Dang! The battle was fought instantly. Lu Yingxian flew and stabbed at Lu Zhio. The tip of the sword impartially stabbed at the bottom of the walking stick. The body of the green blade sword in his hand slightly curved, making a toothsome strange sound. Lu Yingzhen's eyes moved slightly. A blow could not be achieved. Through the force of the recoil retreated. His figure fell back several meters, landed on the ground and then retreated 2 steps, only to be able to unload the powerful impact generated by the collision. On the contrary, Lu Zhio's feet were as if they were rooted in the earth, and his figure didn't even waver a bit. After just one test, Lu Yingzhen gave up his strategy of using his strength to overwhelm, and backhandedly waved out several sword chi, blocking Lu Zhio's attack route. However, Lu Zhio did not take advantage of the opportunity to counterattack as he had imagined, but instead, he stood still with an old spirit and waved his hand casually, as if he was chasing away flies to disperse a few strong sword chi. Don't waste your internal energy on such petty fights. It's good to play steadily, but that will only make you lose slower. If you want to win against my old man, show some real skill. Lu Zhio knew that the purpose of this group of little dolls looking for him to spar was never to beat him, a bad old man who was only in the 8th grade of chi refining realm, but rather, they wanted to win over that earthly legend from back then, and he had defended the glory of that earthly legend for 27 years, only he was getting older and older, and even he didn't know how much longer he would be able to hold on to that glory. It can be said that he is more eager than anyone else to a sound defeat, only then he can be no regrets to unload the burden of the past years. Yingxian was taught. Lu Yingzhen sniffed and changed the posture of holding the sword, from the original 3-part defensive posture and 7-part offensive posture, to the posture of being trapped with no chance of survival. When she crossed her sword again, the high-pitched sound of the sword resounded through the clouds, and countless sword lights surrounded her, like a pilgrimage to the Lord of Swords. Split light sword in shadow? I take back what I said earlier about your father being an idiot. He might not really be able to teach his daughter, but he might actually be able to teach a sword immortal. Lu Zhio looked at Lu Yingzhen with relief while slowly straightening his hunched old back, his body emitting the crackling sound of fried beans. A terrifying pressure spread out in all directions. creating circles of ripples in the air, colliding with the aura around Lu Yingjian, setting off a powerful wave of air that swept across the entire martial arts arena. John Lu, who just happened to arrive at this moment, witnessed this very scene. His sleeves whistled under the impact of the airwaves. Even across the large martial arts arena could feel the suffocating sensation that came to his face. This movement is ING8 Products? Chapter 25, You're the Challenger. Reading tip: in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. Bang! Bang bang! 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 On the martial arts arena, the roiling sword chi was like a rainstorm, densely smashing towards the white-haired figure, hitting the protective shield chi with the sound of gold and stone clashing. However, this powerful rain of swords was only a feint, and through the flying dust, a flash of snow-white swordlight cut through the heavy mist and came from behind Lu Jiao, as if Lu Jiao had eyes behind him. He crossed his walking stick in his hand, trying to block this long-prepared sword in the same way. Only this time the bottom of the cane felt like it was poking at the air, and the harsh blade came straight at his face unimpeded. The splitting light sword. Void and real. Real and void. You seem to have comprehended the essence. Lu Jiao immediately discarded the walking stick in his hand, holding a flickering gesture in his right hand. And when the real sword hidden under the light of the sword killed him, he snapped his fingers and struck the sword 7 inches. The tip of the sword's heaven-tilting momentum was immediately brought to the wrong side, and even Lu Yingjian, who was holding the sword, was caught in a passive position, and what was originally a killing move became his own shackle. She would either follow Lu Jiao's example of abandoning her sword, or forcefully retract her sword to open the center door wide. Lu Jiao wouldn't give her time to think. Seizing the break, he bullied his way forward, his palm brewing with strong internal force, and struck his palm towards her sword-wielding right shoulder and neck. This palm hit solidly, and although it didn't hurt her life, this fight was over. At the critical moment, Lu Yingjian let go of the 3-foot green blade in her hand and moved her lotus steps, narrowly avoiding Lu Jiao's palm. When you break, you break. Your battle sense is good. But what's the difference between a sword cultivator without his sword and losing? Lu Jiao's feet sunk out of the earth pit and stomped hard, instantly catching up with Lu Yingjian, who was flying backward. At this time, the old force has gone. The new force has not yet been born. Lu Yingjian no longer have a place to move. No long sword in her hand and what to block his next punch. Oh no! Sister Ing Xian is going to lose. Although Tao Yao Yao couldn't keep up with the speed of the two people between the field, she still had a basic judgment of the situation. Not necessarily. Lu Ziqi's vision was much more poisonous than Tao Yao Yao's, and she saw more things than Tao Yao Yao. That sword. While everyone's attention was focused on the two protagonists, Lu Jiao and Lu Yingjian, Zhang Lu focused on the sword that came out of his hand. That sword. Go back. When Lu Jiao was about to swing the fist that would establish his victory, a sense of crisis arose as if he had a mane on his back. He had no choice but to give up the victory that was within his grasp, and sidestep to try to dodge the flying sword that was coming from behind. But the powerful blade still grazed his shoulder and brought down a cascade of blood. Third Grandpa. Lu Yingjian gripped the flying longsword in a smooth manner. A few strands of blood dripping from the cold blade. A trace of uneasiness flashed in her cool eyes. The method of the sword? Not bad. Not bad. My Lu family has a successor. Lu Jiao, whose shoulder was dripping with blood, was blissfully unaware of the pain. Instead he laughed freely. He did not expect that he would be able to see the Lu family's nearly lost mastery again in his lifetime. If the split light sword in front of him was a surprise, then this sword royal art was a complete and utter amazement. Elder brother, did you see that? That sword flew back. Tao Yao Yao shook Lu Zixi shoulder so dead that it was about to shake him apart. Senior sister, don't shake it. Lu Zixi observed the situation on the field while explaining to the two. That's called the royal sword technique. And like the split light sword just now, it's a sword technique from the Lu family's legacy. Sword 13. Each stance is exquisite. If one can integrate all 13 stances, it's no less than any heaven-ranked martial art. And even if it's taken out on its own, it's still notably powerful. Then how come I've never seen you use it before, senior brother? Is it because you don't like it? Tao Yao Yao asked after him. For the first time, Lu Zidi felt that his little sister's swordsmanship was so sharp. A sword stabbed right into his heart. Senior sister, we'd better watch first. Third Grandpa is afraid that he's going to be serious. Third Grandpa, your injury. If this was a battle of life and death, Lu Yingjian would have already attacked again. But opposite her were the elders who loved her. You mean the sword that just tickled me? This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Lu Jiao tore off the ragged strip of cloth on his shoulder without a care in the world, revealing a bloody wound. Immediately afterward, he took in a deep breath as if he were swallowing a whale. and the 28 chi seeds at his dantian worked frantically. In just one breath's effort, the blood on his shoulder stopped, and even began to scab over and produce new flesh buds. Lu Yingzhen subconsciously gripped the longsword in her hand. She could feel that the aura on Lu Zhio's body was more than a notch stronger than just a moment ago. The chi on her body was like a flatboat in a raging storm, and if she wasn't careful, she would be smashed to pieces by the monstrous waves. Is this how the Empress felt when she faced her third grandfather back then? Here it comes, the second stage of the Star Luo technique. Let's see if Sister Ring Xian can make it through. Lu Zixian was really sweating for Lu Yingzhan. The second stage of the Star Luo technique simultaneously possessed the mellowness of the Xuanwu, the killing power of the white tiger, the lightness of the green dragon, and the reply of the vermilion bird. Senior brother, in your place, how many rounds can you last in front of Grandpa Lu in this state? Tao Yao Yao wanted to find a strength reference. Lu Ziki felt another sword stabbed in his heart. He simply couldn't hold on to the second stage. Did he really think that his third grandfather's 70 years of internal strength was a joke? Use your full power. Don't worry about hurting me. Lu Zhio didn't feel that his granddaughter only had this ability that she had shown so far. Even though Lu Yingzhan's performance had already outperformed countless people of her age, she was still slightly inferior to the real demons. The proud daughter of his Lu family shouldn't be so weak. The only explanation is that this child has been collecting strength for fear of hurting herself. What he had to do now was to make Lu Yingzhan correct his mindset and understand who was the challenger. Yes, Lu Yingzhan only now realized how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. And why would a lion need to be humbled by a rabbit, even if the lion was already dying? At this moment, she no longer suppressed her chi, and a metaphysical aura filled the martial arts arena. Clank. Senior brother. What's going on? My sword is moving on its own. Tao Yaoyao looked at the sword at her waist in fear. Jiang Lu had the same feeling. It was as if his swords had a spirit of their own, ready to break free from their scabbards and go in search of their monarch. It wasn't just the two of them. Anyone around who wore a sword looked at their stupid swords as if they had seen a ghost. Sword domain. Is sword domain. Lu Ziki's entire body was frozen like a wooden chicken, completely deaf to Tao Yaoyao's cries, with only that ethereal figure left in his eyes that was left out of the world. Good. Good. Yes. Lu Zhio was so excited that he said 3 good words in a row. That is, he hadn't lost his temper so much when he saw the light-splitting sword and the sword royal art just now. My Lu family. Another sword immortal will be born. Chapter 26, You've come at the right time. Reading tip, to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Lu Zhio, an old man with no image, sat paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily. His clothes were like rotten rags, and his arms, chest, and thighs were covered with tiny wounds. Wisps of Gangjin sword chi were attached to the wounds, grinding down the vitality of the flesh and blood, causing the wounds to be slow to heal. Third uncle, let me erase the Gangjin sword chi from your body for you. A handsome middle-aged man with a face like a jade walked up to Lu Zhio. A little skin wound. Not a problem. How is that little girl Xiener? Lu Zhio waved his hand and asked about his little granddaughter. It's just that her internal energy has been depleted and she's unconscious, with her mother looking after her. There's no big problem. Lu Changming finished speaking and looked towards the martial arts arena in front of him. At this time, the martial arts arena could no longer be seen as it was before, and the flat ground was covered with small pitted holes, as if it had been plowed over by something. In the center of the martial arts arena, there was even a deep, bottomless gully that bisected the entire arena. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that it was a commotion made by 2 8th-grade chi refining realms in the district. Third uncle, how do you think Xiener compares to the one back then? Lu Changming gazed out to the north, the direction where the divine capital of the Dili dynasty was located. I only lasted a breath longer than that one back then. Lu Zhio shook his head. Rather than saying that he had won against the Empress back then, it was more like a tie. Just one breath of effort was enough for 2 8th-grade martial artists to decide life and death, which was why the Empress said that she had lost. And now that he was still able to chat with Lu Changming like he was nothing, there was a stark difference between the two. But 27 years have passed since that day, and in those 27 years, third uncle, your Star Luo technique has risen to another level. Lu Changming still had a few more moments of reluctance. You've given these 27 years to a bad old man with a loss of chi and blood. I was still holding a sword then, and now I'm using a cane. Lu Zhio directly crushed Lu Changming's last hope. Really take him as a 10,000-year-old king. The longer he lives the more powerful he is? Lu Changming's silence. He also knows that he is a bit whimsical. 27 years in the past. In order to his third uncle 90 years old strength cannot regression belongs to the way of nourishment. It's already fine. A seedling who comprehended the sword domain at the age of 18. What more do you want? Lu Zhio cursed without a good breath. A sword immortal's posture is still not satisfied. The heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. Third uncle, rest well. I'll take care of Xiener's affairs. The light in Lu Changming's eyes flickered. It seemed that he still had to let Xiener make a trip to that place. In the guest room, the maid brought Jiang Lu a basin of water to wipe his face. The aftermath of the battle just now had raised dust everywhere. It was just that the gray-haired Jiang Lu had no intention of washing his face at all, his mind still recalling what had just happened. Lu Yingzhan, defeated. From beginning to end, Lu Jiao old man did not show any powerful martial arts skills, just with a pair of calloused fists, hard against the Sky Gengjin sword gas. Lu Yingzhan alive to internal energy depletion. He was not able to intuitively feel how powerful Lu Yingzhan was, but he only heard Lu Zishan mention that Lu Yingzhan had traveled a long way back to Guanling County from the Divine Capital Martial Arts Academy on this trip. When it comes to Shendu Wudao Academy, its founding history can be directly traced back to the period of Taizu Lichong, and half of the 12 divine generals under Taizu's command came from Shendu Wudao Academy. It can be said that it is a place where geniuses and devils gather, and a young talent like him, who only entered the 8th grade Qi refining realm at the age of 20, does not even have the qualifications to be an odd-job disciple of the Academy of Martial Arts. However, it was with the cultivation of a top power like the Martial Arts Academy, with such a mysterious and unpredictable sword stance as Sword 13, with such a strong and incomparable bottom card as the Sword Domain, Lu Yingzhan, still defeated. There was no other reason. The Star Luo technique was just that. Let your sword law is divine. I will break it with one force. With 28 Qi seeds to add support, the main fight a force of 10 will be reduced. He didn't even dare to think about how one-sided the battle scene would have been if Old Man Lu had mastered 1 or 2 killing moves from Sword 13 like Lu Yingzhan had. But what goes around comes around. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Loss. For Old Man Lu to be able to cultivate the Star Luo technique to this point, he was destined to be unable to be distracted in other areas. People's energy is limited. The results of both ends of the often this or that. It is better to do their best in their own areas of expertise. Except, of course, for wall hangers like him. It wasn't as if he hadn't actually faltered before. If he had practiced any other breathing method, he would probably have been able to impact the 7th grade God refining realm by now. But today's battle between Old Man Lu and Luing Xian had completely strengthened his resolve to practice the Star Luo technique. Without the Star Luo skill, how could he compare with the genius demon who had comprehended the sword domain at the age of 18? How could he compare with the son of a family born with a golden key? And how could he compare with a high-ranking disciple who had the guidance of a famous teacher from the Martial Arts Academy? As soon as he thought of this, his heart surged and he couldn't wait to enter cultivation now, striving to condense the 28 Qi seeds as soon as possible. After wiping his face carelessly, Jiang Lu walked out of the guest room, wanting to say goodbye to Lu Zishi. Led by the maid, Jiang Lu arrived at a quiet back garden, and at the end of the cobblestone path was an elegant stone pavilion, in which Lu Zidi's figure was located. He was just about to make a sound when he noticed that there were other people in the pavilion. A woman with a gentle face was leaning on Lu Ziki's shoulder. The two of them were immersed in a two-person world and did not notice his arrival. Ah, this? Jiang Lu naturally recognized at a glance that the woman in Lu Zidi's arms was not Tao Yao Yao. So had he bumped into something he shouldn't have looked at? Just as he was about to go back the way he came and pretend he didn't see it, he turned around and saw a delicate red-clothed girl walking towards him. Who else could it be but Tao Yao Yao? Why did you turn around? What? Isn't elder brother him in the back garden? Tao Yao Yao asked with a big grin, not yet realizing that she had been stolen from her home. Well, Jiang Lu was now in a dilemma. It was neither right nor wrong to say it. Is it so hard to tell if it's there or not? Forget it, I'll go see for myself, Tao Yao Yao said as she was about to cross the river flow to probe inside. No, wait. Jiang Lu wanted to stop but it was too late. As Tao Yao Yao's gaze looked towards the end of the path, Lu Ziki in the stone pavilion was also startled by the commotion of the two men talking and raised his head to collide with Tao Yao Yao's line of sight. It's over. Jiang Lu covered his face. Brother Lu is sorry for not being able to save you. The next thing that happened was this. Tao Yao Yao, senior brother. It seems we came at a bad time. Lucas, no. You've come at the right time. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Tao Yao Yao's face, and with a brisk pace she ran towards Lu Zidi, the gentle woman beside her. Chapter 27, What's done is done. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. Sister-in-law, I miss you so much. Brother Jiang, this is an insider. Qin Suhua. Qin Suhua was being held by Tao Yao Yao. It was inconvenient to salute. She could only slightly show her apology and nodded her head towards Jiang Lu in greeting. Jiang Lu gave a brief greeting before pulling Lu Ziki and asking, Brother Lu, Did you all turn out to have a family? I'm 22 this year. It's only abnormal if I don't have a family, right? Lu Ziqi looked at Jiang Lu strangely. What was strange to Jiang Lu was not that Lu Ziqi had a family. It was the relationship between Lu Ziqi and Tao Yao Yao. But it was not a good time to ask. Soon, the maid fetched pastries and a fruit plate. Jiang Lu had come to say goodbye, but he couldn't resist the hospitality of Lu Zidi and his wife and promised to eat some before leaving. Jiang Lu, try this peach blossom pastry. It's delicious. Tao Yao Yao was more like a host than Lu Ziqi, one after another, stuffing him with delicious food. In her opinion, Jiang Lu's previous days as a handyman were bitter, and he must not even have eaten much good food. Thank you. Jiang Lu suspiciously glanced at Tao Yao Yao. He always felt that Tao Yao Yao's eyes were not quite right. Not adoration or longing, but a maternal glow? Hell no. It's getting late, so I'll go back first. Jiang Lu was really going back this time. Lu was just about to stand up and say see him off when Tao Yao Yao beat into it. Elder brother, I'll just send him off. It just so happens that I'm going back, so you can spend more time with your sister-in-law. This, Lu Ziqi wanted to say something, but Qin Suhua on the side tugged on the corner of his coat, signaling him to stop talking. With this delay, the two activists, Jiang Lu and Tao Yao Yao, had already gone far away. Along the way, Tao Yao Yao took Jiang Lu to turn left and right in a familiar way, almost as familiar as her own home, and the subordinates she encountered on the way were not surprised, and would also greet her. You seem to know this place well? Jiang Lu asked tentatively. Nonsense. This is my mother's maiden home. Can I not be familiar with it? Tao Yao Yao slanted a glance at Jiang Lu. Mother's family? Then brother Lu is your. Jiang Lu seemed to know what exactly the relationship between the two was. Elder brother is my cousin. Otherwise why do you think my father would accept a son of the Lu family as an apprentice? Tao Yao Yao said rightfully. After half a day, the two are relatives. Jiang Lu faced speechless, causing him to worry for nothing just now. On the other hand, Lu inquired about his wife's intentions just now. Sunga, can't you see that Yao Yao is extraordinarily attached to that Jiang brother of yours? Qin Suhua had the tone of a person who had been there before. Yes, there is. It wasn't that Lu didn't trust his lady, it was just hard to visualize that image. Sunga, when have you ever seen that Yao Yao would give up her favorite peach blossom pastry to a man? Qin Suhua observed carefully. This can't be. Lu thought about it like that as if it was true, and then blushed. What's wrong? Sunga, could it be that there's something wrong with that person? Qin Suhua was puzzled. Someone who could be referred to as a friend by his Sangong should be able to speak up in terms of character. Brother Jiang is good in every way. His character and talent are all above mine. But brother Jiang has a family. Achoo! Jiang Lu, who had just returned home, sneezed, and wondered if someone was making up stories about him behind his back. Perhaps it was those two unlucky people, Gao Bai and Fang Qian. Sunga, are you alright? Bai Qingyu leaned over, her warm jade-like little hand touching his forehead, worried that he had contracted wind chill. It's fine. Jiang Lu grabbed her small hand and wrapped her entire body into his arms, feeling a wave of relaxation through his body and heart. Strange to say, obviously the Jin Demon Division is the place where he stayed for 10 years, and he has no feelings about revisiting his hometown today, but instead this place where he only stayed for 10 days. He misses some of it after only one day of being away. Bai Qingyu now also liked the feeling of being held by Jiang Lu. It is sometimes a little choking. Before she did not understand. Now, Sagittarius, dinner will be served in a while. Wait for the evening. Is it good? Bye. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Qingyu buried her little head into Jiang Lu's chest, revealing only her burning ears, and her voice seemed to be scalded in boiling water as well. Jiang Lu first froze, then pulled out the Jin Demon Commander's token pinned to his waist. Token. It's a token. I just received it from the Jin Demon Division today. It was fine if he didn't say it, but once he did, Bai Qingyu's skin was even redder than it had been a moment ago, like the prawns on tonight's dinner table. During the meal, Bai Qingyu's face was still a bit flushed, but fortunately, both of the Bai Wendy couple's attention was on that small token. Is this the identity token of the Demon Suppression Division? Bai Wendy carefully held the token, which was made of Xian iron, for fear of accidentally breaking it. In that case, Luer, you are now the Lord Demon Suppressor? Fang Xiaoning looked at her son-in-law in surprise. This morning going out and coming back to join the Demon Suppression Division gave a sense of unreality. It's not as mysterious as you two think. It's just a small white coat. Jiang Lu's heart didn't have many waves about joining the Demon Suppression Division. Even smaller that is the official of the Jinmu Division. Eating the salary of the court? How many people want to eat cannot eat? Bai Wendy straightened up his waist. Always ancient play he this time the smile on his face did not stop. Alright, don't look. Eat first. Your own son-in-law's token isn't something you can look at for as long as you want. Fan Xiaoning's tone was also full of relief. Who wouldn't want their own children to be successful? Full. You guys eat first. I'll go out for a walk to cool off. Bai Wendy pushed away the chair underneath him and turned toward the outside of the house. Father-in-law this is? John Lu looked at Bai Wendy's untouched bowl and chopsticks in one bite. Ugh, don't mind him. Old habits come back. Fan Xiaoning knew too well what was going to happen later. At the head of the village, Su Jingxiang was sitting on the green stone steps in front of his house after dinner, taking a beautiful puff of dry tobacco, and watched from afar as a dark shadow came toward him. Bai Wendy? Su Jingxiang saw the face of the visitor and was a bit confused as to what Bai Wendy was looking for himself at this point. Ha! How did you also know that my son-in-law joined the Demon Suppression Division? Bai Wendy came up with a thoughtless remark. Deceitful. Su Jingxiang walked around the center hall by himself, talking to himself alone. Daddy, what's wrong with you? Su Miaoyin walked out from the inner room, wondering what her father was annoyed about. Nothing much, it's just that kid John Lu was favored by the Devil Suppressing Division, and put that old piker Bai Wendy in a capable position. Su Jingxiang waved his hand, trying to swallow his breath. Big brother Jiang Lu has joined the Demon Suppression Division? This is a good thing. Su Miaoyin followed suit and felt happy for Jiang Lu. What's so good about it? It's not my son-in-law. Su Jingxiang looked at his daughter with hatred. Father Su Miaoyin stomped her foot shyly. If these words were to be heard, how could she still go and see big brother Jiang Lu? Daughter, you have to hurry up. As far as Bai Wendy's virtue is concerned, I can guarantee that in less than 3 days' time, all of these 10 miles and 8 villages will know that there is a demon suppressor in our Qingpu village. Night, with your father's nature. In less than 3 days, everyone in these 10 miles and 8 villages will know that Luer is a demon suppression envoy. Fan Xiaoning pulled by Qing **** to stay a few sentences, and finally looked around to see that no one was there, stuffed a white handkerchief into her youngest daughter's hand, and then told her to hurry back to her room. When he returned to the room, Jiang Lu saw her hiding her hands behind her back with a furtive and vain look, so he couldn't help but get curious. Hide what? No, nothing. Jiang Lu also did not pursue the question, just quietly looked at her. Not a moment later, Bai Qingyu confessed everything on her own. Mother told me to cook the raw rice tonight. Bai Qingyu lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him, her small face as crimson as blood. In fact, it was Fan Xiaoning who was a little worried that Bai Qingyu couldn't keep Jiang Lu's heart on a leash, and sometimes it wasn't a good thing for a son-in-law to be too good. What about you? Will you be worried too? Jiang Lu reached out his hand to touch Bai Qingyu's small head, his tone gentle. A token of a demonic messenger is a trivial start for him. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Point. The gears of fate had begun to turn the day the system was activated. His goal in life is no longer to marry a beautiful woman, do some small business, make do with this life. Like today's token in the future will only be more. And then Bai Qingyu and what to take to tie him. I don't know. Reason told Bai Qingyu that she should choose to believe in her Sangha, but the fear hidden deep within her heart made her start to feel unsure again. The Sagittarius wasn't hers from the beginning. She just stole what belonged to her sister. Then let me ask you a different question. Jiang Lu pulled her to sit on his lap, wrapped his hands around her body, leaned his head on her thin shoulder, and asked word for word, do you know what it takes to become the wife of a martial emperor? Wufu together. 3 grades for the clan, 2 grades for the honor, 1 grade for the emperor. In the past years, Emperor Taizu Lichong is a martial emperor powerhouse, and want to become a martial emperor's wife. The difficulty can be imagined. I don't know. Bai Qingyu was about to cry out. She felt so stupid. She didn't know this or that. She didn't deserve her husband at all. The answer is really quite simple. Jiang Lu embraced her whole into his arms and told her in the most spoiled tone in the world. You just have to marry him while he's still a 9th-ranked martial artist. Chapter 28. Just for a second. Reading tip. To prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. The next day, Bai Qingyu's boudoir. Su Miaoyin stopped the women's red on her hands and looked at Bai Qingyu strangely. Qingyu, have you encountered something happy? No. Bai Qingyu returned to her senses and said vaguely. But, Su Miaoyin gave an odd expression. You've been giggling all afternoon. Since I walked in the door, you didn't even stop. Is there any? Bai Qingyu touched her upturned apples. No wonder she felt her face was a bit sore today. It's related to big brother Jiang Lu, right? Su Miaoyin said with conviction. Bai Qingyu a straight waist. Bad. Was Miaoyin's sister see out? This time how to do? is simply admit it or hard to the end. Sister Miao Yin, when did you know? Bai Qingyu quickly calmed down. After last night's events, she already knew how Sunga felt about her, and wouldn't be as afflicted as she was before. I'm not the only one who knows. The whole village probably knows, Su Miaoyin said with a smile. Ah, this was something Bai Qingyu hadn't thought of. If the whole village knew about it, then why would she call out to her brother-in-law? Qingyu, how does it feel to have a demon suppressor brother-in-law? Su Miaoyin teased. Said this Bai Qingyu muttered in a small voice, vaguely still a little lost. Still thought that today will be able to call out squarely on the Sangong. Qingyu, what are you talking about? Su Miaoyin couldn't hear her talking to herself. No, nothing. I said brother-in-law, he is really great, Bai Qingyu said without saying a word. Yes, big brother Jianlu is really powerful. Su Miaoyin held her fragrant cheeks and followed with a sigh of emotion, a hint of sadness hidden in her tone. Jianlu big brother is more and more powerful, but her relationship with Jianlu is no progress at all. But it is Bai Qingyu's female red work increasingly grow. Qingyu, have you heard your brother-in-law talk about me? Su Miaoyin felt that she couldn't just sit back and wait any longer. She had to be more proactive. Bai Qingyu pulled a long tone. Miaoyin's sister, this is not pretend? Look, I've been coming to look for you these past few days, and I don't know if I've disturbed big brother Jianlu's purity. Su Miaoyin searched for an addendum, barely making her question less abrupt. So Jianlu big brother what do you think of me? Bai Qingyu pretended to be thinking. His eyes couldn't help but drill into Su Miaoyin's bulging collar, the part that was next to his arm squeezing out a subtle arc, and all the way down to Su Miaoyin buttocks sitting under the short fat embroidered pier. The shape of the beautiful peach buttocks in the pier surface pressed out a circle of buttock flesh. Seems to be overflowing generally. Sure enough, Sagami's comment is not bad at all. It's really a big chest and a big ass. Qingyu, have you thought about it? Su Miaoyin tucked in her collar. Bai Qingyu's gaze just now had caused her to develop a blush for some reason. Come to think of it, brother-in-law just happened to mention you, Sister Miaoyin, to me 2 days ago. Bai Qingyu narrowed her eyes, her wickedness growing. Really? Su Miaoyin almost lost her temper and stood up, realizing that she was too excited, and hastily sank down again, her jade hand falsely ruffling the hair hanging down at her temples. What did he say about you? Your brother-in-law? If you want to know, Sister Miaoyin, you have to promise me a condition first. Bai Qingyu revealed an innocent smile. What conditions? Su Miaoyin didn't expect there to be this. She always felt that Qingyu's sister had changed a bit recently. It's very simple. Bai Qingyu moved in front of Su Miaoyin and whispered in a low voice like a thief. Su Miaoyin had curiously perked up her ears to listen carefully at first, but then her face reddened, her hands subconsciously wrapped around her chest, and her head shook like a rattlesnake. No, this kind of thing is too shameful. How could Su Miaoyin not imagine that Bai Qingyu would mention this kind of strange and bizarre request, even if the two of them are bosom friends? This kind of thing is really. Sister Miaoyin, don't you want to know what my brother-in-law thinks of you? My brother-in-law has instructed me 1,000 times not to tell anyone. This. Su Miaoyin's mind was in a heavenly battle, and finally slowly let go of the. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Up in the embrace, the shell teeth bit the delicate lower lip, the eyes flooded with spring water. Just for a moment. Wolf, 8th grade refined Shi realm, experience, 7,000/28,000. Devil's Fist, perfection, experience, 0 out of 10. 000. 9 sheets machine, mastery, experience, 1500/9000. Current experience gain multiplier, 1000 times 1500 times. Jianlu, who had been cultivating for the afternoon, stopped to look at the system's panel. Since the two of them opened their hearts last night, the system's experience gain multiplier had soared to a terrifying number again. Thanks to Bai Qingyu's blessing, he had condensed 3 chi seeds in one breath last night, and together with the original 4, all 7 starseeds belonging to the southern vermilion bird were already in place. Jingjiu, Ghostjiu, Willowjiu, Starjiu, Zhangjiu, Wingjiu, and Squariju. The 7 glittering chi seeds were perched on the south side of his dantian, vaguely connecting to form the pattern of a vermilion bird with wings spreading out in the fire. The cultivation speed he had initially shown to the duo of Lu Ziki and Tao Yaya was 3 days to condense 1 chi seed, but in actuality, it was 1 day to condense 3 chi seeds, which was just a little bit of concealment. According to this current progress, he would be able to condense all 28 chi seeds in another 7 days. It sounded fast, but this was under the 1,500 times experience increase edition. With his original qualification, he would have wasted at least 30 to 40 years. The newly learned martial arts can also barely simulate the power of 3 people joining forces. Jiang Lu plucked a bamboo leaf, and from his dantian, he separated 3 different streams of qi, which were intertwined like silk threads, and attached themselves to the surface of the bamboo leaf. Casually, it was the same willow as last time, but this time it wasn't as lucky. Half of the slender bamboo leaves are embedded in the body of the tree, and from a distance, it looks like a willow tree has grown bamboo leaves. The power is still lacking. Jiang Lu clearly remembered Lu Yingxian's casual move, which was a roaming Gangjin sword qi. Each sword qi was powerful enough to completely pierce through this willow tree. However, he also knew that the meal should be eaten one bite at a time, and it was easy to rip it off with a big step. Jiang Lu, who had finished his cultivation, began to walk back and bumped into the absent-minded Su Miaoyin as he passed through the corridor. She covered her chest, her face red, her eyes fluttering, not looking at her feet at all, not even noticing in her haste that there was a step in front of her. Yikes! Look out! Chapter 29, Feeling Good. Reading tip: in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. When Su Miaoyin came back to her senses, the hardness of the ground as imagined did not come from her forehead, but was warm with a strong manly scent. Sister Miaoyin, don't think about things when you walk. Jiang Lu let go of his hand after he stabilized her, assuming a tone of an elder's lecture. Big brother Jiang Lu, thanks. Su Miaoyin's face turned even redder when she saw the person in front of her, especially when she thought about what Bai Qingyu had just said to herself. Jiang Lu, big brother, really that evaluation of their own? I'll pay attention in the future. Big brother Jiang Lu, tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Su Miaoyin didn't dare to stay any longer. She was afraid that her heartbeat was so loud that she was going to be heard. I'll see you tomorrow. No, I won't be at tomorrow. Before Jiang Lu could finish speaking, Su Miaoyin had already grabbed the door and walked out, leaving behind only a fragrant breeze. Strange. Jiang Lu shook his head and wondered what kind of medicine Su Miaoyin had taken wrong today. Continuing inside, he saw Bai Qingyu's boudoir open. Bai Qingyu held her fragrant cheeks, her elbows propped up on the desktop, her eyes empty, her sandalwood mouth slightly opened and closed, as if she was chanting something. So soft. So It wasn't until Jiang Lu walked up to her that she detached herself from her world. Oh, Sagittarius. Bai Qingyu flung herself into his arms in frustration, her small head rubbing against his thick chest and making kitten-like whimpering sounds. What's going on here? Who bullied you? Jiang Lu stroked her silky smooth hair and soothed her little emotions. No one is bullying me, just aggravating you. Sunga. Bai Qingyu raised her small head, her chin resting against his belly, her large eyes watery and full of heartache. Ha? Jiang Lu was confused. No, why was he starting to condescend again? Sunga, lean over a little. I'll tell you in secret. After listening to Bai Qingyu's story, Jiang Lu's face was a wonderful. No wonder Su Miaoyin was in a hurry just now. Dare I say that she was harassed by her own little lady. I've tried it for you, Sunga, and it's indeed good. Bai Qingyu reddened her little face as she began to understand her own Sunga's preferences. You. Jiang Lu pinched her rounded chin with one hand. How on earth could this little head hold so many strange and bizarre ideas? So you really did relay that comment of mine to her as is? A few black lines appeared on Jiang Lu's face. If Bai Qingyu really said it, how was he going to meet Su Miaoyin in the future? Of course not. I'm just saying that brother-in-law thinks that Sister Miaoyin you are very gentle and virtuous. Bai Qingyu also knew what words to say and what not to say. Your words are no better. Jiang Lu pulled the corner of his mouth. You are afraid that Su Miaoyin won't misunderstand, right? Sister Miaoyin likes you so much, Sunga. It's not that bad. Bai Qingyu felt that at the point where Su Miaoyin was willing to agree to a request as nonsensical as his own, it didn't really matter what she said anymore. Still dare to be sophomoric. Deserve a beating. Jiang Lu raised his hand to symbolically slap on her small arse. Thundering. While Bai Qingyu muffled her voice, her eyes rippled. Her small hand circled behind her to press Jiang Lu's big hand that was about to be withdrawn, her small mouth spitting out burning breath. I'm disobedient. Sunga, you hit me a few more times, so that I can learn from my mistakes. She couldn't do what Sister Miaoyin had done for the time being, so she could only look elsewhere to make up for it. Jiang Lu also read her small mind hidden under her words, what she had. She was willing to give him all of it, what she didn't have. She had to find a way to make up for it. Well, it's time for a few more hits. Jiang Lu lowered his head and took in those two soft petals, his hot spit mixing together. Not only did he want to hit her hard, but he wanted to make sure she didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. The next day, it was the day that Jiang Lu and Shen Yiqing had agreed upon. In front of the official road outside Danyang City, a noble woman in a light green plush jacket was waiting early in the. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. in order to prevent incomplete access to content. Please do not use the browser reading mode. Up by the side of the road, the voluptuous figure perfectly harnessed to the corseted garment. Miss, I know you value that, Mr. Jiang, but it's not as if you're waiting at the official road in advance, so that when the other alchemists of our Baoruei line see him, I'm afraid that they'll have a gap. Qian Hengtong stood at Shen Jingjing's side like a butler and advised bitterly. Miss, this kind of courtesy used to buy people's hearts he understands and respects. Compared to the first and second young masters who are delicate and expensive, I don't know how many times better, but that also depends on the object. If a 9th grade alchemist are worth Shen Jingjing welcome, we'll only let outsiders feel that the Baoruei line is nothing more than. By the time you even know you have to get to the official road early to wait for the man. I'm afraid it won't be our turn to stand here and wait, Shen Jingjing said coldly. Of course she knew that this kind of behavior had a certain risk, but where in the world was there a surefire deal? If it did, would it be her turn? Miss, shut up, he's coming. Zhang Lu saw Shen Jingjing waiting by the official road from afar, with a group of people behind her. Quite a grand appearance. This many people couldn't be waiting just for him, could they? He didn't make a fool of himself and walk over to them in case they were waiting for some Chamber of Commerce honored guest. Mr. Jiang, is this forgetting the agreement with my concubine? Or is the concubine too inconspicuous? Shen Jingjing took a step forward and stopped Jiang Lu, who dismounted his horse and walked. His knitted brows and smile made people unable to move their eyes. So how could it be inconspicuous? I just booked one of your chamber's sea-size Dan rooms, but I can't afford to pay the appearance fees of so many people. Jiang Lu said half-jokingly. Really think that he is some shy young man? 2 generations of people he has not seen any scene. Mr. Jiang is joking. If Mr. Jiang can come as promised, my concubine is overjoyed. Where else can I accept your money? Shen Jingjing dripped and said. Jiang Lu inwardly sked. Look at this beautiful words. This woman's plans are not small. Inside Danyang City, Main Gate Avenue, an old man in a gray robe, his hands behind his back and his face grim as he walked along the road. Not only did he not apologize when he bumped into the peddler, but he glared at him angrily. The peddler opened his mouth to curse, but when he saw the gray robe representing the Alchemist Association on the other party, he could only slap himself twice and hurriedly say that he had no eyes. The Alchemist Association was the second largest force in Danyang City after the city lord's mansion. Where was it for a commoner like him to mess with? The old man saw that the peddler knew what he was doing, so he let out a cold snort, deciding not to bother with this kind of inferior person, when suddenly someone behind him called out to him, Master Fong, please stay. A flamboyant gentleman in brocade clothing walked up to Fong Qian's body. My name is Shen Jinxian, and my father is Shen Xingsai of Baoruei Xing. Don't get in my way. Fong Qian was in a poor mood right now. He didn't want to pay attention to this Chamber of Commerce's son. It was more or less the same if his father talked to him instead. Master Fong, wait. I heard that Master Fong was recently victimized by a villain, so I specially begged a jade pie for Master Fong to ward off evil spirits. Shen Jinxian clapped his hands, and the boy behind him immediately sent something up. That is a body of white jade carved by the brave. The base is 7 inches wide. The so-called gold has a price. Jade is priceless, at least worth 100,000 taels of silver. Seeing as you're sincere and good, old me can listen to a few words from you. Fong Qian's fortune had all been spat back at the Demon Suppression Division, and now was just the right time to be short of money. The thing is like this. Shen Jinxian gave another wink to a heavily made-up frivolous woman beside him, and the other party immediately understood and moved forward to hold Fong Qian's arm, rubbing her chest against it continuously. Originally everything up to this point was very smooth, until Shen Jinxian said the word Dan Fighting Conference. Fong Qian immediately changed his face. Oops. The frivolous woman was pushed to the ground, and Fong Qian flung his face and walked away. What a ragtag family. Sending something worthless and then dare to Leonize. Master Fong. Wait, everything is negotiable. Shen Jinxian was chagrined. Had he known that he would have put down some more blood money? But just when he thought he'd failed. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. That Master Fong is walking back again. Master Fong? The matter of the Dan Fighting Conference can be talked about. You go and finish that brat off for me. Shen Jinxian looked in the direction Fong Qian pointed and saw his sister, Shen Jingjing, talking and laughing with a young man. Chapter 30, You Counted on Me. Reading tip. In order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. Shen Jingjing, do you have to go against me for a wild man? I'll say it for the last time. Get out of the way. Second brother, Mr. Jiang is my guest, as well as a guest of Baoruei Xing, so I'm sorry that my sister can't follow my orders. Just how does he deserve to be a guest of our Baoruei Bank? What can he bring to Baoruei Row? A respected alchemy master like Master Fong is the real honored guest. Mr. Jiang has an unrivaled talent in alchemy. In time he will be able to shine at the Dan Fighting Conference and seize more words for Bao Ruixing. Shen Jingjing stopped in front of Jiang Lu and confronted her second brother, Shen Jinxian, refusing to budge even one step. Jiang Lu listened to the content of the quarrel between the two. His eyes showed a thoughtful color. So Shen Jingjing looked for herself for the matter of the Dan Fighting Conference. She really looked up to herself. Danyang City had a fire vein that was naturally nurtured by the earth, so it could be said to be uniquely endowed in the alchemy course. The value of this fire vein alone can bring no less than $10 million in taxes and silver for the Dili dynasty every year, not to mention the various trade exchanges driven around Danyang City. However, where there are interests, there are disputes, and in a treasure bowl like Danyang City, the water inside is so deep that you don't know how many strong dragons and ground snakes have drowned. Until 20 years ago, the female emperor ascended the throne, cleansed the stubborn forces encamped in Danyang City by thunderous means, and promulgated a new law, which included the Dan Fighting Conference that continues to this day. The Dan Fighting Conference was held every 3 years, and the rankings of the conference would determine the distribution of Danyang City's fire veins and other resources for the next 3 years. This forced the major powers to make every effort to cultivate alchemists belonging to their own families, and the status of alchemists also rose. Even better, the Empress also stipulated that the bone age of the participating alchemists must not exceed 30. In other words, it was impossible to do it once and for all, and the major powers had to go and train young alchemists every year, constantly injecting fresh blood into the alchemist industry. This hand of the Empress has made a lot of old forces screaming, but the effect is obvious. In recent years there has been a continuous emergence of excellent alchemists. Slightly better talented alchemists or even more big people rush to invest. This was also the reason why Shen Jingjing valued Jiang Lu so much. If Jiang Lu's talent was really as powerful as she expected, the next 3 years, no, even the next 10 years wouldn't need to worry about the matter of resource allocation anymore. Humph, just a little handyman like him, who has been learning from me in the Dan room for almost 10 years, and can't even practice the most basic Peiyuan Dan, and expect him to win a ranking in the Dan competition? When Fang Qian heard Shen Jingjing's words, he almost didn't laugh his teeth off. Other people are not clear about Jiang Lu's alchemy level. Can he still not know? Meh. Jiang Lu snorted at this. This old thing is the kind of stubborn old-fashioned. Usually alchemy are covered up, for fear that they are these apprentices to steal the teacher, but also have the face to say that he has taught him for 10 years. Third sister, did you hear that? Master Fong has said that that kid is a liar. So get out of my way right now. Shen Jinxian also did not believe that Shen Jingjing could find any alchemy genius. Most likely she was cheated. I'll decide if Mr. Jiang is a liar or not, so I won't bother second brother. Shen Jingjing's face was also cold. Jiang Lu was invited by her. Jiang Lu's humiliation was equal to her humiliation. Mr. Jiang, I've made you laugh. Please come with me. After saying that, Shen Jingjing is going to take Jiang Lu straight away. This action completely angered Shen Jinxian. Men, arrest this liar. Shen Jinxian gave an order, and behind him, 2 tall guards wrapped up from the left and right. Don't you dare. Shen Jingjing immediately ordered people to block, but the people she brought even ignored her orders, one by one with their heads down only pretending not to hear. Qian Hangtong face although there is no tolerance, but also understand who is the future owner of the Baraway line. The third lady does have the ability to do, but in the end is a woman. You guys. Shen Jingjing clenched her fists, her thin shoulders trembled a little. She didn't expect that she had been hollowed out to such an extent. Jiang Lu shook his head at the sight. It seemed that this Deacon Shen was having a hard time himself. In the end he could only rely on him. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Own up. His gaze swept over the 2 guards who had bagged up, and judging from the meager chi on their bodies, it was undoubtedly 2 8th grade chi refining realms. Just so weak. Jiang Lu looked at the 2 8th grade guards with disgust. After seeing the peak battle between Lu Yingzhan and Lu Zhiyou, his eyesight had been invisibly pulled up by a large margin. Although the 2 guards were born tall and wore silver armor that looked impenetrable, they were all broken in Jiang Lu's eyes. After 2 muffled sounds, there were 2 more wailing hunks on the ground, covering their small bellies and struggling like river shrimps that had just fallen on the shore. This scene could make the pampered Shen Jinxuan's face turn white with fear. How could the 2 8th grade guards he spent a lot of money on be gone in the blink of an eye? Don't you come over here, without an escort. Shen Jinxian was at best a 9th grade martial artist, or the kind that was high on drugs. This Master Fong is also harmful. You just say that this person's alchemy level is low. Why don't you say something about this person being so capable of fighting? Facing the frightened Shen Jinxian, Jiang Lu didn't even bother to look at him and just walked to the pale Shinjingjing. Deacon Shin, are you okay? Shinjingjing now looked very bad. Her previously bright eyes were covered with a layer of fog, and the cicatrices that were always tilted up were also lowered by a few points. It's fine. I've caused you trouble. Mr. Jiang, my concubine will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Shinjingjing face eased to squeeze out a broken smile. She knew that her second brother was not capable of this, so it could only be her father's handiwork. It's not you who has to give me an account. It's him who has to give me an account. Jiang Lu raised his head. A group of soldiers wearing the armor of the city lord's residence had already run over. There was another rule in Danyang City that prohibited the use of force within the city. Who was so bold as to dare to act recklessly in Danyang City? The soldier at the head was merely a cultivation of a 9th grade martial artist, but the aura of his speech was not weak at all. Even if these people in front of him were brocade-clad and looked like they came from an extraordinary background. It was him. He's the one who moved. Everyone here can testify for me. Shin Jinxian was the first to complain. Seeing that the people from the city lord's mansion had come, his temper became arrogant again, and his eyes vaguely looked forward to Jiang Lu taking action against the people from the city lord's mansion as well. Mr. Jiang, you mustn't do anything, just leave this place to me. Shin Jingjing hugged Jiang Lu in a hurry, fearing that he would make a move at the drop of a hat. Don't look at the fact that the highest cultivation level of these soldiers was only a 9th grade martial artist, and some of them were even ordinary people. But as long as Jiang Lu dared to make a move against the people of the city lord's mansion, he wouldn't want to walk out of Danyang City alive today. I didn't say I was going to do it either. So get loose. Jiang Lu was speechless. He lifted his hand just to take something, but the result was that Shin Jingjing hugged him without saying anything, her breasts undulating together with her breathing, squeezing his chest loosely and tightly at times. Yes, it was my concubine who was rude. Shin Jingjing also reacted to the fact that she was hugging a man in public, and quickly let go of her hand. Jiang Lu's arm was also able to pull out of a loose swamp, and with his backhand, he pulled out a token and handed it to the soldier. I came to Danyang City to investigate the traces of the remaining members of the Heavenly Devil Cult by order of the Guangling Secretary, and I was attacked in the middle of the journey for no apparent reason, so I had no choice but to counterattack out of self-preservation. Now that I suspect that this person is colluding with the remaining members of the Heavenly Demon Cult, intending to plot against the Jin Demon Envoy and jeopardize Danyang City, I ask everyone in the city lord's mansion to quickly arrest him and question him severely. Jiang Lu had a righteous face, and said that the soldier in front of him was stunned, although he didn't know if what Jiang Lu said was true, but the token of the Jin Demon Division was indeed true. You fart. Shin Jinxian anxious to curse, he is at most provoking trouble. Shut down a few days to pay a sum of money on the way out. The results of a top collusion with the remnants of the Heavenly Devil Cult hat on the buckle up. This is a capital offense. Who can top slander? He slandered me. I just looked at him unfavorably and asked my men to teach him a lesson. It has nothing to do with the Heavenly Devil Cult at all. Shin Jinxian said everything in his haste. Nah, you guys heard it. He admitted to himself that he moved first. Hurry up and arrest the person. Jiang Lu's face was expressionless. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Ground put away the demon suppression order. Ha! Shin Jinxian was as uncomfortable as eating a fly at this moment. Bastard! You're counting on me. You have violated the laws of Danyang City. Please come with us. The soldiers surrounded and directly took the yelling Shin Jinxian away. Master Feng, save me. Shin Jinxian also wanted to square move to him to plead for mercy, but the old thing saw the situation is not good. His long slipped. Chapter 31, Robbing Money or Sex. Reading tip. To prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Put. Shin Jingjing looked at her second brother's wretchedness and couldn't help but laugh out loud, her heart inexplicably free. Pissed off? Jiang Lu was concerned, seeing as Shin Jingjing had hugged herself just now. Of course, he wasn't talking about the fluffy touch, but Shin Jingjing subconsciously defended herself for this behavior. Mr. Jiang turned out to be taking the heat for my concubine? Concubine is really flattered. If you don't mind, I am willing to repay you as a slave and servant in my next life. Shin Jingjing covered her small mouth in feigned surprise, her tone pretentious. Why not this life? Jiang Lu gave her a blank look. In this life, concubine is used to being a big lady. I'm afraid that I won't be able to serve you well. Mr. Jiang. Shin Jingjing returned a delicate smile. Ha! Jiang Lu gave a dry laugh. Since your anger is gone, let's go. We've already delayed quite a bit of time. Please wait in front for a moment. Mr. Jiang, my concubine will come after taking care of some personal matters. Shin Jingjing looked at Qian Hengtong and the others behind her, and the smile on her face went cold. Mr. Jiang, it's been a long time. When Shin Jingjing walked up again, she was the only one who was missing Qian Hangtong and other entourage members. Where are your guards? Jiang Gongzi leaned against the wall and glanced at Shin Jingjing's empty behind. Although this Danyang city prohibits martial arts, but it is inevitable that there will be any ungrateful goods, especially Shin Jingjing, such as the ultimate fat sheep that can rob both money and sex. What's the point of having disobedient guards? Besides, having Mr. Jiang to protect me is no better than those drunkards. Shin Jingjing walked up to him in a graceful manner, her beautiful eyes resurveying him once more. She had thought that Jiang Lu was a genius in Dan Dao, but it turned out that he was no less in martial arts. Is it possible that the most dangerous one is me? Jiang Lu slowly got up from the wall, staring straight at the beautiful person in front of him with an intriguing tone. I'm so scared. I wonder if Mr. Jiang wants to rob money, or sex, or both. Shin Jingjing's mouth said she was afraid, but her body took a step forward and provocatively straightened her waist, trembling in the wind with a playful smile on her face. Then of course it's robbing money. Wouldn't it be cheaper to rob sex? Jiang Lu replied without thinking. The playful smile on Shin Jingjing's face froze, although she knew it was all a joke. But this guy was really so angry. Couldn't he just let her have a moment? Mr. Jiang, it's easy for you to have no friends like this. Shin Jingjing pretended to be hurt and said, if hard doesn't work, she can only come to soft. Then I really don't have many friends. Only 3 counting you. Jiang Lu turned around after he finished speaking and walked in the direction of the damn room, leaving Shin Jingjing frozen in place. Alas, better at buying people than even I. Who really is the 8-faced businessman? She sighed softly, and then, taking a step, she chased after him towards that back. Shin Jingjing showed her jade card, and the two of them smoothly came to a C-size Dan room. Compared to the last time's shabby D-size Dan room, the C-size Dan room was not only bigger and more open, the most intuitive feeling was that it was hotter. Even he, an 8th grade chi refinement realm, had to luckily resist the heat wave that pummeled his face. You leave the herbs behind and just wait for me outside, Jiang Lu said to Shin Jingjing, who was beside him. Unsurprisingly, she's also a stone and fast martial artist, which is fine for a while, but not so much for a long time. How can that be? My concubine is still prepared to be a Dan child for you. Mr. Jiang. Shin Jingjing's purpose of inviting Jiang Lu here today was to verify what she had in mind, so of course she had to find a way to stay. Just you are still a Dan boy. Be careful of being refined as a Dan by this flame wave. Jiang Lu wasn't afraid of being observed by Shin Jingjing in his alchemy process. After all, his alchemy wasn't that different from the next person's. I won't bother Mr. Jiang with that. My concubine has her own arrangements. Saying that, Shin Jingjing took out a jade pendant that emitted cold air from the bracelet on her wrist, and the temperature around her immediately went down by a large margin. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Ice marrow? You're really extravagant. The corner of Jiang Lu's eyes twitched. Just such a small piece of ice marrow was estimated to cost thousands of taels. As long as I can help Mr. Jiang, everything is worth it. Shin Jingjing tied the jade pendant around her neck, and the end of it fell to her chest and bounced. Other people's Dan children can at least help wipe the sweat and feed the water. What can you help? Jiang Lu did not look favorably on Shin Jingjing as a Dan child at all. I can also not just wipe the sweat and feed the water. Look down on who? Shin Jingjing raised her head and chest. The jade pendant jumped again. No blessing. Give me all the herbs. Alchemist, 9th grade, experience, 36/1000. Current experience gain multiplier, 1,500 times. Jiang Lu glanced at the systems panel. This alchemy hadn't been upgraded for a long time. After all, this thing wasn't like feats of martial arts. There was a backyard where he could practice. Alchemy furnace. This thing want to think of a way or can get hold of. But alchemy to use the Dan fire can be encountered but cannot be sought. A simple low-ranking elixir like the Peiyuan Dan, splitting some firewood and burning some charcoal, can barely make do. But slightly higher grade pills, the requirements for the Dan fire started to be higher. Either like the Demon Suppression Division, capturing a commander-level Inferno demon alive and taking down its innate heartfire, or like Danyang City, excavating an entire fire vein and taking the lava ground fire to use. The former could only fulfill the needs of an individual, while the latter could fulfill the needs of a city, which was why Danyang City was so important. It was a rare trip to Danyang City, and I didn't know to which point I could improve my alchemy this time. Shin Jingjing prepared a lot of medicinal herbs for him. There is the heart-cleansing pill for Friends of Alchemy apprenticeship. There is the Qi and Blood pill known as the 9th grade martial artist's quick pill. And there is also the impregnating Qi pill for the 8th grade martial artist to nourish his Qi. He had long memorized the refining methods of these pills, but there had been no opportunity to practice them. After all, Alchemy can be stolen from the master. But where to steal the medicinal herbs? With everything ready, Jiang Lu began the alchemy. Xin Jingjing sat in the corner with her fragrant cheeks, watching Jiang Lu methodically put the medicinal materials into the alchemy furnace. Watching Jiang Lu urge the internal force to control the fire of the Dan fire. Watching Jiang Lu take off his shirt. Wait. Something doesn't seem right. It was a good thing that Jiang Lu just finished taking off his top and didn't make the next move. The gurgling sweat kept flowing down along his graceful muscle lines with a wild and primitive beauty. Gollum. Xin Jingjing felt that her throat was vaguely dry. Her body was a little parched. And the sound of her heartbeat was noisy and distracting. Perhaps it was because this flame wave was too hot. Chapter 32 Flesh and Blood of the Gods. Reading tip: in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. Refinement of Pui Yuan Dan. Plus 0 alchemy experience. Refinement of Qi and blood pills. Alchemy experience plus 500. Refinement of the energy pill. Plus 1500 experience in refining pills. Alchemist, 9th grade 8th grade peak, 2000 plus / 2000. System's current experience gain multiplier, 1500 times. To the limit? Jiang Lu murmured softly. His current alchemy skill could no longer be further improved. He had encountered the problem that the vast majority of elderly alchemists encountered. The martial realm couldn't keep up. An orthodox alchemist of Fang Qian's caliber who had come from an orthodox alchemist background and had been refining pills for an aeon of time would logically have long since been promoted to a 7th grade alchemist. But the truth was that Fang Qian was an 8th grade alchemist to this day. Because with his 8th grade Qi refining realm martial cultivation it simply didn't support his promotion to 7th grade alchemist. A powerful martial artist didn't necessarily possess a high level of alchemy. But a powerful alchemist must possess a profound martial cultivation. The reasoning was also very simple. Without a strong martial cultivation to support it, let alone manipulating the raging Dan fire, one would be burned to ashes just by being close to the Dan fire. At the 9th grade refined essence realm, one could only use a primitive method like fanning or blowing to control the fire of the Dan flame. At the 8th grade Qi refining realm, one could abandon the fan as an inefficient way to use internal energy to catalyze the Dan fire instead. At the 7th grade God refining realm, one could even use one's mind to meticulously manipulate the Dan flame for one's own use. Therefore, what he should improve now was not his alchemy, but his martial realm. The good news was that unlike Fang Qian who was already 70 years old, his body was severely deficient in qi and blood. He was still young and had a lot of time to bring his martial realm up. Deacon Shin, help me convert all these pills into silver, and the money for the herbs will be deducted from it. Jiang Lu handed over all the freshly baked pills. The herbs he used were all provided by Xin Jingjing. It was considered to be used first and pay later. Is Mr. John usually so formal in addressing his friends? Just call me Anna. Xin Jingjing drew closer while appraising the quality of the elixir. Medium-grade qi and blood pills. Extreme qi and blood pills. Lower-grade qi and blood pills. Extreme qi and blood pills. Is this really the first time you've refined the qi and blood pill and the impregnating qi pill? Xin Jingjing was already sure that the pills were refined by Jiang Lu himself. But was this speed of catching on really something a human could have? Of course not. In fact, I have secretly refined hundreds and thousands of times behind my back. In order to be able to amaze Miss Anna you today. Jiang Lu was also too lazy to argue. I didn't say I don't believe it. As to be gloomy? Xin Jingjing slanted a glance at him in a petulant manner. Even if what Jiang Lu said was true, at his age to be able to refine an 8th grade elixir of extreme color, he would be a phoenix in the talent-rich Danyang city. These are all very good pills to get out. I'll take all of them. But won't you keep this extreme grade impregnating qi pill for yourself? You are now at the 8th grade qi refining realm, so you should be able to use it. Xin Jingjing picked out the bottle of extreme grade impregnating qi dan. This kind of extreme grade impregnating qi dan was a sought-after item. No matter which chamber of commerce it was, only VIPs were qualified to buy it. It is a medicine that is 3 times poisonous, and what an excellent alchemist has to do is to weed out as much of the poison as possible, which is also an important criterion to measure the level of an alchemist. Inferior grade Yunqi dan, a maximum of 1 a month. Waiting for the 5 viscera and 6 bowels will be almost detoxification of the dan before eating a second. A mid-grade aura pill can shorten the waiting time to half a decade. A top-grade aura pill can shorten the waiting time to 7 days. While the extreme quality impregnating qi pill only required 3 days, and was also 3 times stronger in terms of medicinal effects, the two added up to a lead that was not a little bit more than half a point. For the commoner martial artists who were too poor to afford pills, the lower-grade auxiliary qi pills were the best choice. However, for the heavenly pride who aspired to impact a higher martial realm, the extreme-grade auxiliary qi pills were the only choice. That's why Xin Jingjing asked this question. It can't be that Jiang Lu really secretly refined hundreds of furnaces of yin qi dan by himself in private. The breathing method I cultivate is rather special. The impregnating chi pill is useless to me. Why would Jiang Lu not want to go down the path of getting high and upgrading? But the Star Luo technique was troublesome as hell. Not only was it ineffective to cultivate during the day, the Yunquan. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. The Chidan didn't work in the slightest either. As far as I know, since its appearance, the Yunqidan has always had a very good effect on nourishing qi, and has only ever failed on one breathing method. You should not be practicing. Xin Jingjing, as the third young lady of Bao Rui Xing, was naturally well informed and guessed the truth at once. Ahem. Jian Lu awkwardly averted his eyes. It is precisely the Star Luo technique. Jiang Gongziyu, there's no need to say anything. I know it in my heart. Jian Lu directly interrupted Xin Jingjing's words. He didn't need to listen to know what Xin Jingjing was going to say. It was just to persuade him to change to other breathing methods. So, okay. Xin Jingjing saw that Jian Lu was so skillful and knew that there should have been countless people who had advised him. Did you miss a bottle of extreme Peiyuan Dan? Let me help you forget about it together. At the very beginning, Jian Lu had also refined a furnace of Peiyuan Dan. But this kind of elixir didn't work for Jian Lu nowadays, so she only thought that it was used by Jian Lu to warm up his hands. No, I'll keep this Peiyuan Dan for my family. A touch of warmth appeared on Jian Lu's face. Mr. Jiang is really filial. Xin Jingjing didn't think much about it. If she knew that the family members that Jian Lu said actually included his mother, she wouldn't know what to think. Deducting the cost of the herbs, it's a total of 1,200 taels. Please keep it, Mr. Jiang. Xin Jingjing said that she wanted to give money, but what she handed over was an antique flowing cloud hollowed-out ring. It is? Jian Lu vaguely guessed something. Xin Jingjing took things from the wrist storage bracelet. Only this ring was taken out from the money pouch at the waist. A storage ring is just a storage ring. Consider it as an indemnity for today. After all, second brother has caused a lot of trouble for Mr. Jiang. Jiang Lu shook his head. A storage ring like this, even the cheapest one, would cost tens of thousands of taels of silver. This was because the material to be used to create this kind of storage ring was no other than cherry beads. Throwing a demon corpse into the demon burning furnace and calcining it would eventually leave behind a bead that was white in color. The bead of relics in the usual sense, rumored to be the essence of the flesh and blood of that god from years past, still cannot be an ordinary low-level demon. Can be used to build storage magic treasure. Sherpa beads high and low in life as a commander-level demon. It's too expensive. And I'm the one who caused today's incident in the final analysis. Your second brother just happened to be there. Then consider it as my payment for inviting Mr. Jiang to the Dan fighting conference. Xin Jingjing still stuffed the storage ring into Jian Lu's hand and pushed his 4 fingers to hold it again. When did I promise you to participate in the Dan fight? Jiang Lu looked at her in amusement. The Dan fighting conference can be more than just a competition between us. The Chambers of Commerce, it's an event that belongs to alchemists. The top 3 winners of the conference would not only receive a share of the Danyang Fire Vein's dividends for the next 3 years, they would also have the opportunity to subdue the southern brightness flame in the depths of the fire vein. This Nanmingli fire nurtured by the creation of heaven and earth can be many times stronger than the heart fire of that commander-class inferno demon of your demon suppression division. It's the kind of Dan fire that all alchemists dream of. And I don't believe that you're not moved by it, Mr. Jiang. Xin Jingjing said in her words, but any alchemist with a heart would not refuse the Dan fighting conference. It's true that I'm interested in the dueling Dan conference, but who am I to fight on behalf of your Bao Rui Xing? Jiang Lu asked again. Ah, Xin Jingjing put on a look of watering eyes, flicking her orchid finger to lightly cover her small mouth. I thought that Jiang Gongzi treating my concubine as a friend was a promise, so it turned out to be that my concubine had made a fool of herself. Alright, drama queen, I promise you just that. Jiang Lu put away his snarky thoughts. Then my concubine will first thank Mr. Jiang for his righteous assistance on behalf of Bao Rui Xing. Xin Jingjing put on her dignified demeanor again and bowed to thank him. Don't be in a hurry to thank first. Jiang Lu stretched out his hand to stop Xin Jingjing's thanks, and said with a straight face, I'm promising you, not promising Bao Rui Xing. You'd better remember it clearly. Xin Jingjing was stunned for a moment at his words. He had clearly seen his situation in Bao Rui Ro just now. Why did he still make this unwise choice? Jiang Gongzi is not a qualified businessman in the end. Xin Jingjing once again sighed softly in her heart. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Anna, remember. Xin Jingjing used her own name this time. Chapter 33, Demon Hunting. Reading tip. In order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. Guangling, Department of Demon Suppression. Tao Yao Yao boredly poked the straw man on the martial arts field with the long sword in her hand. Yao Yao, You've been practicing your sword all morning. Have a drink of water. A brocade-clothed youth with an attentive look piled on his face handed over a water bag. Am I familiar with you? Tao Yaoyao crossed the middle of the two with a sword, an impatient look on her face. Me, Sun Liangkai. We met last year on the 90th birthday of the Lu family's third old master. Sun Liangkai said curtly, but he knew that the little ant in front of him was the precious daughter of the secretary. If he could marry the other party, he could take 30 years less detours in his life. I don't recognize you. Stay away from me from now on, and next time you lean over don't blame the sword. Tao Yaoyao swung the long sword in her hand. A few flashes of cold light. The water bag in Sun Liangkai's hand was in pieces. A warning. Mercy, 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 mercy. Sun Liangkai was so scared that his legs went soft. He was the son of a small family. Tao Yaoyao just accidentally cut off his hand. The family still had to turn around and apologize to others. With this experience, those youths who originally wanted to get close to each other have all dismissed the idea, calling out that they can't afford to be messed with. But there was still a figure that walked up unknowingly, with a helpless smile on its face. Senior sister, why are you so angry? Lu Zishi walked up. It's not that he's been pestering me, following my ass every day, with a mouthful of Yao Yao. Disgusting. Tao Yaoyao snorted coldly. It's more than that, isn't it? I heard from my aunt that you've been getting up every day before dawn to practice your sword for a while now, which is not like you at all. Lu Zd had a vague suspicion, but he knew that his senior sister had promised to teach brother Jiang swordsmanship. I like practicing my sword, can't I? Momoyo angrily poked the straw man's head with her sword, as if she saw it as some annoying guy. Thanks to her fear of not being able to teach that egomaniac, she even pestered her father to practice with her, and as a result, after waiting for 10 days in a row, that guy actually didn't come to the Jin Demon Division even once. Senior sister, brother Jiang was specially recruited into the Jinmu Division by the master, and unless the Jinmu Division has an urgent mission, there's no need to participate in all of this daily pointing and patrolling. Lu Zishi patiently explained to Tao Yaoyao that geniuses always have privileges, and since brother Jiang was still cultivating the Star Luo technique, it was even more unlikely that he would be able to focus on such trivial matters. I didn't say it was him. What are you doing explaining this to me? Tao Yaoyao skimmed her small head. I'm saying this because I'm going to find brother John later and wanted to ask if you want to come along. Lu Zd looked at his senior sister with this twisted look and secretly said that he wouldn't really be caught by his wife's words. I'm too lazy to go see that guy. Tao Yaoyao said negatively. Why should she go to him? It's more like he came to herself. Then I can go by myself. Lu Ziki thought it would be better for the two to see less of each other. After all, brother Jiang was the one who already had a family. We can't let the daughter of a hallowed 5th-ranked secretary to be a concubine for brother Jiang. Then the master would still beat him to death. Tao Yaoyao froze for a moment. No, senior brother, why don't you persuade? You persuade again, ah? Seeing that Lu Zishi was turning around and about to leave, Tao Yaoyao couldn't hold back and grabbed him by the shoulders. Ahem. But seeing as senior brother you've made a special trip to find me, I'll begrudgingly accompany senior brother on your trip. Lucas? Qingpu Village. To the north of the village was a quiet mountain forest, where the occasional old hunter would come to the door to hunt, but since the last time there was a demon infestation, no one had dared to come for some time. Rumble. A loud noise came from the depths of the mountains and forests, frightening some villagers to go to the village head, Su Jingxiang, saying that there was another demon haunting the village, and asking the village head to rush to report to the Jin Demon Division. Alas! Report to what Demon Suppression Division? There isn't a demon suppression envoy in our village, Village Chief Su Jingxiang said unhurriedly. Right, by Wendy, that son-in-law. That village head, we now grabbed the time to find him, the villagers said excitedly. No need, he is not at home now. Su Zhengxiang tilted his head and looked out at the distant mountains. His face was filled with sighs. This kid he is now. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. It's getting harder and harder to read. Within the mountain forest, a white figure traveled through the rugged mountain paths, and wherever it went, sand flew and rocks were scattered, and trees fell from a sinking ship, and that's how the loud noise came about. Is this the power that Elder Lu mastered that day? The figure finally stopped and stood on a hideous boulder, staring blankly at his power-filled fist. Wufu, 8th grade Qi refining realm stage 2. Devil's Fist, unclassified perfection. 9 Jangi, non-entry items perfection. Current experience gain multiplier, 1,500 times. P.S. I'll just omit the experience numbers that follow for aesthetics. Ever since he came back from Danyang City that day, he had devoted himself to cultivation. And today was already the 20th day since he came to Qingpu Village. His Star Luo technique had also finally condensed all 28 Qi seeds last night, completing the first step in the three-step process that Lu Zd had described. Star Luo technique, second level 0/40, 000. The experience had also changed from 28,000 at stage 1 to 40,000 at stage 2, and with his current terrifying 1,500 times cultivation speed, it would take a full month, but it was all worth it. Jiang Lu turned around and looked in the direction he came from. The originally rugged and gloomy mountain path was hard plowed into flatland by his destructive force. A tall century-old tree fell down one after another, and a large piece of sunlight poured onto the wretched earth. Snap! No sooner had he finished admiring his masterpiece than a round of applause came from the hills above. Who? Jiang Lu looked up fiercely. His muscles tensed, and the combined strike technique 9 Zhongjin pulled 9 huge strands of internal force, ready to explode with a power comparable to that of a lower grade of the earth rank. Humph! The man who's going to kill you. Brother Jiang, don't be nervous. 2 familiar figures jumped down from the top of the hill, and it was the springy Lu Ziki and the cheek-puffing Tao Yao Yao. Brother Lu. Miss Yao Yao, why are you here? Is there an important mission on the side of the Demon Suppression Division? Jiang Lu dispersed his body shield chi and greeted them with a smile. The two were his few close friends. Humph. If we don't come, are you preparing to harbor in this mountain nook for the rest of your life? The corners of Tao Yao Yao's mouth first rose when she saw him, and then immediately slammed up her little face. Cough cough. It's not that I'm going to go find Miss Yao Yao to learn swordsmanship tomorrow. I didn't expect you guys to come over first today. Jiang Lu noticed that the little girl's mood was not right, and only then did he remember that he seemed to have stood the other party up. Thanks to you still remembering. Tao Yao Yao's mouth was unforgiving, but her face eased a few points. Brother Jiang, I haven't seen you for a while. The chi in your body is getting thicker and thicker. It's almost catching up to third grandpa. Lu Zishi changed the topic to Zhang Liu's cultivation. Brother Lu, don't laugh at me. I'm still far from the old master. Zhang Lu waved his hand repeatedly. It is indeed quite far. He has to catch up with the old master Lu, who has been practicing for a lifetime at least. A month's time. Brother Jiang is modest, but as senior sister said, burying one's head in cultivation is not a good thing. No strong person throughout the ages has been certified by bitter cultivation. Even if their talent is as strong as the current empress, they still pushed the enemies of the world all the way across the world before they were certified to the supreme martial Dao. Lu Ziki was afraid that Jiang Lu would go astray and said bitterly, I understand, Brother Lu. Jiang Lu naturally understood the reasoning. Since Brother Jiang understands, there will be an opportunity soon for you to verify what you have learned. I wonder if Brother Jiang is interested. Lu Zishi began to explain his intentions. Could it be that Brother Lu you are talking about? Jiang Lu had at least spent so many years in the Demon Suppression Division, and he guessed as soon as Lu Zidi said it. Exactly. The Demon Hunting Trials. Chapter 34, Tong Tian Dai. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. 2 days later, Guangling Ferry. A magnificent building ship was quietly moored at the edge of the ferry, like a palace on the water, its tall hull casting a sparkling reflection in the water's shadow. This ship would pass through several counties along the canal all the way to bring the participants of this demon hunting trial to its final destination, the state capital of Shuzhou. Sangha, you must take care of your health and come back early. At the mouth of the bank, Bai Qingyu tightly hugged Jiang Lu. Her eyes were red, and the bags under her eyes were still a little puffy. Obviously she had already cried once. I will. You should also take good care of yourself. When I come back this time I'll marry you in a palanquin. Okay. Jiang Lu gently patted her back. The January deadline was almost here. He didn't care if Bai Qingru could make it back on time. No, there's no need to be so ostentatious. A pair of red candles and a red cover will suffice. Bai Qingyu was unsurprisingly diverted from the pain of parting to the joy of being married. Saying goodbye to his family, Jiang Lu stepped onto the building boat, and before he could get a good look at the boat, a red-clothed girl leapt up to him. Not even his own sister-in-law. Beast, Tao Yao Yao said contemptuously. Just now she saw clearly from the deck. Jiang Lu and his sister-in-law were hugging each other very tightly. How many times have I said that Qingyu is the one who was married to me as my hairy wife? When I go back from this trip I'll break my engagement with her sister. Jiang Lu blankly glanced at her. Oh, sorry, forgot. Tao Yao Yao spat out her tongue. I think you just did it on purpose. Jiang Lu didn't believe it. Tao Yao Yao hadn't flirted with herself about this matter in the past few days. Let's go. We should go find Elder Zhang. Recognized. Tao Yao Yao changed the topic as if nothing had happened. Zhang Lao was the gold-clothed ranked demon suppression envoy leading the team this time, and was also a genuine 6th grade Bitter Sea realm powerhouse with decades of seniority in the demon suppression division, and it was enough to lead the 30 newcomers of theirs. Entering the cabin, an old man with gray hair sat cross-legged on a couch in the middle, his eyes closed. Hello, Elder Zhang. Find a place to sit and do not make trouble. Zhang Lao didn't even raise his eyes and just told the two to find a place to stay. This ship did not only have their Guangling County's demon suppressor envoys, but also those from various other counties, and the young people were young and impetuous, so they might have gotten into a conflict. Yes, Zhang Lu and Tao Yao Yao responded, sweeping around the wide shiproom and finding an unoccupied table to sit down. This time, Lu Ziki didn't come along with him because the demon hunting trial was for newcomers who had just joined the demon suppression division, and like he had participated in it a long time ago, he naturally wouldn't participate in it a second time. The two hadn't been sitting down for long when an unexpected visitor came to the two. Miss Yao Yao, Brother Zhang Lu, my name is Gu Huayan. Can you allow me to intrude for a moment? Gu Huayan said courteously, making it impossible to say no. What is Brother Gu looking for us for? Zhang Lu glanced at Tao Yao Yao and saw that her face was expressionless, so he knew that Tao Yao Yao was not familiar with this person either. The thing is like this. Gu Huayan sat down smoothly. I wonder how much you two know about this demon hunting trial. What's there to know? It's not just to kill a few demons, lest you whitecoats run into demons in the future and get so scared that you can't hold your swords, Tao Yao Yao said unimpressed. Although they were named demon suppression envoys, there were many who had actually never seen a demon at all, and the demon hunting trial was meant to let them see blood, so that they wouldn't make jokes when they encountered a demon in the future. Miss Yao Yao is right, but only half right. If it's just for us to dip our hands in the blood of demons, why would we have to go through all the trouble of summoning the demon suppressor envoys from all the counties to the state capital? Gu Huayan shook his head. What the hell do you want to say? Tao Yao Yao had always had little patience. Miss Yao Yao, take it easy. The demon hunting trial looks like it's meant to hone our group of newcomers, but it's actually an examination of the performance of the various county secretaries by the bigwigs above the state capital. Gu Huayan analyzed the situation. Father? When Tao Yao Yao heard that it was about her father, she became concerned. Gu Huayan had long known that Tao Yao Yao was the daughter of the Secretary of State, and was satisfied to see her reaction, striking the iron while it was hot. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. As far as I know, Guangling County has been green and yellow all these years, and the demon hunting trial has ranked at the bottom of the 7 counties many times. So in the long run, the adults in the state capital will inevitably question the ability of the Peach Sifu. So in order to reverse the decline that Guangling County has been experiencing, I think it's all the more important for us to work together instead of fighting separately like a class of stragglers. Zhang Lu finally heard out Gu Huayan in the end looking for them to do what? It is also difficult for him to lay so long. Brother Gu said it well, but there has to be a backbone to work together. Who does Brother Gu think can take on this responsibility? Zhang Lu directly helped Gu Huayan to say the following words. This, originally, as the daughter of the Minister of Justice, Miss Yao Yao is more than suitable, but in the end, Miss Yao Yao is only a 9th grade cultivator, so I'm afraid she's not capable of. Gu Huayan said with a difficult expression. Just directly say that you want to be that leader won't do. Grating and saying so much, Tao Yao Yao also reacted. I didn't mean it that way. I just want to do a few small things to do justice to the Guangling County Demon Suppression Division. Gu Huayan was still pretending to be humble. Brother Gu has a lofty mind. I admire you, but the two of us have a low strength, so we really can't do anything about it. So I won't trouble you, Brother Gu. Zhang Lu didn't want to continue to make false pretenses and directly refused. In that case, then I won't bother you two anymore. Gu Huayan also knew that this solicitation was a failure and could only get up to leave. Gu, how's it going? When Gu Huayan returned, a tiger-headed strong man immediately came up. Gu Huayan shook his head, signaling that the negotiations didn't work out. A 9th and an 8th product is just a matter of concern. It doesn't bother me. How's it going on your end? All negotiated. Is that some people lie in big openings? This rough calculation down without 100,000 taels cannot hit. Lin who patted his head. 100,000 taels. He has seen so much money in his life. It doesn't matter. It's just money. Just give it to them and make sure they're obedient in this trial. Gu Huayan waved his hand. What he wanted couldn't be exchanged for any amount of money. Yes. On the other side, Tao Yao Yao was a bit restless. Zhang Lu, do you think the results of the trial will really affect Daddy? Tao Yao Yao wasn't as heartless as she appeared to be. She always had a good idea in her heart of who was good to her. More or less. If a demon suppression division wants to function for a long time, it's not enough to just have a 5th grade secretary. There must be a constant flow of new blood. Zhang Lu said as such. Then why don't we still find that Gu Huayan and discuss it? Tao Yao Yao sickly said. Let's forget about this one. That Gu Huayan doesn't have a word of truth in his mouth. When the time comes he'll be sold and still have to count the money for him. Zhang Lu refused without thinking. Then what do you say? Tao Yao Yao looked at Jiang Lu. What's your hurry? Have you forgotten what your father recruited me in for? Jiang Lu said in an old-fashioned manner. Do you really think that Tao Yuan has nothing to do with being kind and keeping an idle person in the airspace of the Jinmu division? Know what it means to be a Tontine generation. Chapter 35, 50-50. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. Finally, I'm bored to death if I don't get there. After 2 days and 2 nights of traveling day and night, the building ship was finally docked, and the bored Tao Yao Yao was the first to yell to get off the ship. It's not our turn yet. We have to wait for the other counties to go down first. Jiang Lu grabbed Tao Yao Yao's arm and pointed at the newbie demon suppression envoys from the other 6 counties. No, why should we be the last to go down in line? Tao Yao Yao was dissatisfied. It's probably because last year, Guanling County also ranked last. Jiang Lu said quietly. Tao Yao Yao stopped talking and waited honestly. Jiang Lu also took the opportunity to observe the first disembarkation team. 20 to 30 people came out in a row. Walking in the forefront is a woman in white clothes. Others are deliberately lagging behind in a body position. Luanjia County, Si In Xue, 8th grade peak chi refining, practicing the family's sword technique. Snow floating on earth? Its sword technique is as fast as the wind and as dense as the snow. If you're up against it, you must take the first shot. The one who spoke was Gu Huayan, who was introducing the crowd from Guangling County to the geniuses that each county needed to focus on. East Sea County, Duan Mulei, peak 8th grade chi refining, cultivates the breathing method black water skill. His internal force is as thick as a mountain but as agile as water. Never touch him hard. Xiapi County, Zhuai Yunfei, peak 8th grade chi refining, cultivates the body technique chasing clouds and moon, as light as a swallow, like a ghost, absolutely cannot tangle with the other party in complex terrain such as mountains and forests. Linhuai County, Xiong Badian, the peak of the 8th grade of chi refining. This person was born with the power of God. Rumor has it that even before the grade has 1,000 kilograms of strength. A hand of the heaven-shaking hammer makes the wind. Ordinary people rubbing it is either dead or injured. Pengcheng County, Hao Yuqian, 8th grade peak chi refining. This person's breathing, body and sword skills are all very average, but the body wearing the gold silk soft armor is the famous forging family Tangmen build. Knife and gun invulnerable to water and fire. The waist of the sword named Qinghong had entered the sword pavilion. Blowing hair and cutting iron is mud. Gu Huayan's tone fluctuated slightly as he spoke. He somewhat didn't want to introduce this person, but the weapon on this person was well worth introducing. Jiang Lu touched his chin. Good guy. Isn't this a kryptonite player? Tang sect need not be mentioned. Today's Dali dynasty imperial guards on the body of the armor weapons are by the Tang sect is responsible for building. Can be seen in its forging the high standard of weapons. And the sword pavilion that is even more remarkable. They are not responsible for forging the sword. But the owner of the sword pavilion likes to collect famous swords, and only collect 100. Everyone into the pavilion. There will be a 1 out of the pavilion. The famous sword that can fall into the hands of Hao Yuqian. That is bound to be in the eyes of the sword pavilion, and later eliminated. But that is also better than the world's millions of mortal soldiers. After a flurry of introductions, Jiang Lu also had a general understanding of the opponents on this trip, which could be described as the 8 immortals showing their abilities. Well, can you win? Tao Yao Yao came up and asked softly in his ear, her budding flower bones touching his arm every now and then. 50-50. Jiang Lu didn't move his arm. Are you that powerful? Don't take it lightly. Tao Yao Yao came closer again, her spit hitting his neck. Got it. Jiang Lu replied vaguely. While Jiang Lu was observing the others, there was also a line of people who had stood guard on the shore early to observe them. Sister Carefree, how is it? Have you seen any particularly powerful chi? Under the willow tree, 2 men and 2 women observed the procession of Jinmai ambassadors descending from the building ship. One of the teenagers with a grass wick in his mouth looked tenderly at a sickly young girl with silver hair. Yes, that's Sister in White. The chi on her body is a few points stronger than Sister Qianshan. The silver-haired girl raised her hand, revealing a small section of chipped onion-like jade fingers under her overly loose long sleeves, her fingertips lightly pointing out Si Inshui in the crowd. A few points stronger than Qianshan. Isn't that still a weakling? The teenager with the grass wick said in disbelief. It's really embarrassing that I'm so weak. A quiet woman in a long dress had a kind smile on her face, and her hand directly twisted on the teenager's ear. Ugh, pain pain pain. I'm wrong. You let go. The ear is going to fall off. Junior Knight Cold Star hastily. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Ask for forgiveness. Qian. It's better to give him some face in front of Sister Woyo. Another mature and stable white-shirted man, Fu Yunxian spoke up. Humph. I'll let him off this time. Whoever made this brat does have the qualifications to say this. Xia Chenxian also knew what a terrifying genius this seemingly dangling teenage boy was. He. Don't dare to be worthy. Night Cold Star said modest words on his lips, but that smug look made people angry. Be less impoverished. Don't disturb Sister Wuyo's chi view. Fu Yunxian also knew how to cure him. As expected, the moment that silver-haired girl was mentioned, Night Cold Star immediately went quiet. Then there was the one dressed in black, whose chi was like a puddle of flowing iron, the one dressed in white, whose chi was ethereal, like a cloud, and the one who was as strong as a bear, whose chi was so thick that it was a bit like a tortoise shell. The silver-haired girl reported several people in one breath, and then she began to pant a little, fragrant sweat oozing from the tip of her nose. What Sister Wuyo is talking about should be the three of them, Duan Mulei, Zhuai Yunfei, and Xiong Badian, which is pretty much the same as the information we found out earlier. Fu Yunxian had obviously done his homework. Since it's all pretty much the same, let's go back. Night Cold Star started yelling to go back, not wanting the silver-haired girl to continue to view the chi any longer. Wait, there's another one. The chubby one with a long lifelock around his neck. The chi on him is similar to that of you, Brother Fu. The silver-haired girl covered her heaving chest and said again, that fat Hao Yu Qian? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Sister Wuyo. Xia Qian is a bit unbelievable. Didn't they say that guy could enter the Jin Demon Division all because of the golden silk soft armor and the famous sword Qinghong? It seems that the intelligence is not entirely right. The hiding is really deep. This coldly could really be planted. Fu Yunxian instantly figured out that this was someone preparing to play pig in a poke. This hidden one has also been uncovered, so we can go back. Night Cold Star didn't care what these people had hidden. They were not his opponents anyway. He was more worried about the silver-haired girl's physical condition. There is still a team left from Guanling County that hasn't gotten off the boat. Fu Yunxian looked up and saw that there was one last team left on the boat. Bottom of the barrel goods year after year. I don't even know what there is to see. I'll leave if you don't. Night Cold Star couldn't stand it anymore, pulling the silver-haired girl to leave. Yunxian, let's go. Even if Guanling County really hid something, it won't be a match for you and Cold Star. Xia Qian also advised. She also felt that there was no need for Feng Wuyo to waste his energy on a team that was at the bottom of the list. Since that's the case, then I'll follow you guys. Fu Yunxian could only back down. He must not evilize Night Hansing before obtaining that item. Waiting until Night Cold Star walked away with the silver-haired girl, Fu Yunxian still couldn't hold back to look back. There was a pair of eye-catching young men and women in the crowd walking down talking and laughing. Chapter 36, I Can Save Her. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. After settling down at the inn, Tao Yaoyao couldn't wait to drag John Lu out for a stroll. It's not easy to make a trip to the state capital, so of course I have to wander around. Tao Yaoyao's tone was filled with leaps of joy. There were still 2 days before the opening of the demon hunting trials, and the state capital's intention was to let the people who had traveled a long way to come have a good rest, lest anyone say that the local demon suppression division of the state capital was waiting for their time to come. Ugh, be back before dark. Jiang Lu let Tao Yaoyao tug at him, as long as it didn't delay him from practicing the Star Luo technique at night. Got it. The road of the state capital is wide and straight. The pavement made of green stone has a warm luster under the polishing of the years, and a pair of small embroidered shoes strolls on it with a brisk pace. This is the state capital's most famous Qinghe Fong, all of which are old shops that have been passed down for hundreds of years. Tao Yaoyao had inquired about all of them before she came. Jiang Lu swept a glance. The streets are crowded with people, shouting and selling, even more lively than Danyang City for a few minutes, worthy of being the capital city of Shuzhou. Jiang Lu, look, the front is so lively, let's go take a look too. Tao Yaoyao pointed at a crowded store in front. It's just a rejuvenation hall that sells pills. What's so lively to see? Jiang Lu was unmoved. It's not that he looks down on the state capital's alchemists. You are tying up all the other counties in Shuzhou, but you can't compete with Guanling County, which owns the holy land of alchemy. Danyang City, perhaps. The pills of this rejuvenation hall were still imported from the side of Danyang City. You're right too. Yay! Look, there's someone over there with silver white hair. Tao Yaoyao's attention was quickly drawn to something else again. Jiang Lu followed the direction that Tao Yaoyao pointed to. A thin silver-haired girl stayed alone in the periphery in front of Huichun Hall, not tall enough to stand on her tiptoes, as if she wanted to see the scene inside Huichun Hall. But, in the next moment, a clean-cut teenage figure holding a small pill bottle high in his hand, pushed his way hard out of the shoulder-to-shoulder crowd, returning to his princess like a great general returning from a victory. Feng Wuyo looked at Night Cambrian Star whose clothes had all become wrinkled. His clear eyes flooded with a bit of ripples as he reached out his small hand to straighten out the folds on his clothes for him. That meticulous appearance made Night Cold Star look frozen in place, not daring to breathe a single breath. Well, alright, let's go back. Feng Wuyo lowered her somewhat hot pretty face. Her forehead was permeated with fragrant sweat, not knowing whether she was tired or ashamed. Oh, Night Cold Star returned to his senses, somewhat wanting to grab over her cold little hand, but ultimately didn't have the guts to do so. That guy is so stupid. Such a good opportunity not to hold hands. Do you wait for other girls to take the initiative? Tao Yao Yao said with hatred. Say it like you know it all. Jiang Lu shook his head. It is true that there is no shortage of theoretical giants in any world. And you, a yellow girl, even commented on it. Haven't eaten pork yet, haven't seen a pig run. Ah, that's how my father abducted my mother back then. Tao Yao Yao said confidently with her hands on her chest. Alright, cut the crap. People are coming over. Jiang Lu pulled Tao Yao Yao and moved to the side. The four people who don't know each other just rubbed shoulders. By midday, food for the Immortals restaurant. Xiao Air, serve me all the signature dishes of your place. The rich and generous Tao Yao Yao just sat down and ordered the dishes without even looking at the menu. Okay, two guests wait. Xiao Air was full of smiles. Encountered such a generous guests can have to serve well. Maybe the guests are happy to reward him. While waiting for the food to be served, Tao Yao Yao, who couldn't stay idle for even a moment, looked around again, and then really found something for her. Jiang Lu, look, it's those two people again. Tao Yao Yao tugged on Jiang Lu's sleeve, asking him to look back. Jiang Lu twisted his head to look at the door. An eye-catching head of silver hair, but it was the pair he met in front of Hui Chun Hall in the morning. Just that silver-haired girl's face is pale and her feet are floating. Her forehead is dripping with bean-sized cold sweat, relying on that teenager to help her not to fall to the ground. It looks very bad. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Xiao Air, bring me a bowl of warm water right away. Night Cold Star hurriedly assisted Feng Wuyo to sit on a table against the door, wrapping his arms around the young girl's icy body while hurriedly pulling out the small medicine bottle in his pocket. How's that? Better? Night Cold Star used warm water to give Feng Wuyo the elixir and watched her nervously and incomparably until Feng Wuyo's pale little face regained its blood color little by little before sending a breath. I'm fine. Feng Wuyo didn't want to let the teenager worry, and took a strong breath. Suddenly her face flushed red, her throat itched, and she actually coughed out a mouthful of dark red blood, and her entire breath was suddenly gone. No worries. Night Cold Star's eyes widened in anger at the sight of this scene. It was as if he had been hit hard on the head by a heavy hammer. An endless panic welled up in his heart. Wushu, you hang in there. I'll take you to the doctor right away. The next moment his aura suddenly erupted, setting off the surrounding people toppling over, and holding Feng Wuyo in his arms, who did not know whether she was alive or dead. He was about to rush over to the entrance of the restaurant. Only someone was faster than him. A white-shirted youth stopped in front of the gate. Get thee out of my way. Night Cold Star at this moment really hate to swallow this obstacle in front of the guy. If it is not afraid of pulling the arms of Phoenix Wushue's injuries, the other side this will already be a dead person. You don't want her dead. Put her down now. Jiang Lu had no fear on his face, paying no mind to the aura emanating from Night Cold Star, but instead focusing his gaze on the silver-haired girl who was as breathless as a swimmer. I can save her. When Feng Wuyo woke up again, he was covered with a soft silk quilt, and in front of him was a delicate young girl with dimples when she smiled. You are? Come on in, you too. She's awake. The commotion of the two talking soon attracted Jiang Lu and Night Cold Star. Cold Star, carefree, are you still not feeling well anywhere? I'm fine. And these two are? They also came to participate in this demon hunting trial. Big brother Jiang Lu and Miss Tao Yao Yao from Guanling County. Thanks to them saving you. With Night Cold Star's explanation, Feng Wuyo then realized that it was the two who had saved her life-threatening self, and immediately wanted to get up to thank the two, but was pressed back by Tao Yao Yao. Jiang Lu said that your body is still weak. Just lie down obediently. Tao Yao Yao took the opportunity to touch Feng Wuyo's silver-colored hair. It was ice-cold and smooth like silk. Yes, Wuyo, take a good rest. Night Cold Star also admonished, turning his head towards Jiang Lu, his eyes filled with gratitude. The favor of saving his life. Cold Star has no teeth to forget. It's too early to talk about this. Her body was originally congenitally deficient. Not to mention that there are still a large amount of toxins deposited in her internal organs now, and it could potentially erupt again at any time. Jiang Lu said without optimism. Toxins? How could there be a toxin in Wuyo's body? Which damn thing did this? As soon as Night Cold Star heard that Feng Wuyo had been poisoned, his entire body became murderous, and his mind began to line up the people who had the opportunity to poison Feng Wuyo. It's you! Night Coldstar looked at Jiang Lu pointing at himself, and subconsciously looked behind him, and finally determined that Jiang Lu was pointing at himself. Me? Chapter 37, Only in this mountain. Reading tip: to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. There is absolutely no way that Coldstar would harm me. The one who spoke was Feng Wuyo, who struggled to get up from the bed. Miss Wuyo misunderstood. I was only answering who the Night Brothers poisoned. I didn't say that the Night Brothers wanted to harm you. Jiang Lu hurriedly asked Tao Yaoyao to press the person back. Can't you just finish in one breath? You have to scare people out of their wits, don't you? Tao Yaoyao glared at Jiang Lu. Night Coldstar was also a smart person, and immediately pulled out the bottle of elixir he had just bought today from his arms. Big brother Jiang Lu, you're trying to say that there's something wrong with this elixir, aren't you? He was the one who fed Feng Wuyo the elixir, and after a while Feng Wuyo vomited blood. Jiang Lu took the elixir in Night Coldstar's hand and poured a pill the size of a dragon's eye out, placing it on the tip of his nose and smelling it. A very common lower-grade cardamom dan, with the effect of tonifying blood and benefiting qi. The refining technique is rough, but it's not so rough that it'll kill someone if they eat it. Then what the hell is going on? Night Hansing was confused. If the elixir was also fine, then how did Feng Wuyo get poisoned? At this time, Jiang Lu walked up to Feng Wuyo, whose eyes were a bit evasive, and asked in a deep voice, Miss Wuyo, can you tell me how many of these Doqing Dan you've taken this month? 3 grains. Feng Wuyo's voice was so small that it was almost inaudible. Miss Wuyo, if you don't tell the truth, no one can help you. Jiang Lu had more or less guessed it. Wuyo. Night Coldstar couldn't help himself at this time. Normally he could spoil Feng Wuyo, but when it came to her life, he would rather be the villain. 30 grains. Feng Wuyo reported a quantity that made people suck in a breath of cold air. It turns out that Feng Wuyo was born prematurely. The doctor asserted that she could not live to 20, relying on pills to hang on to a life. Sure enough, as she grew older, her loss of qi and blood became more and more severe, and it had gotten so bad that she had to take pills every day to get out of bed. But medicine is 3 times poisonous. The accumulated Dan poison finally broke out today, but fortunately met Jiang Lu, the alchemist, and was lucky to recover a life. Wuyo, why didn't you tell me? Night Coldstar was already red in the eyes. A man's tears are not light, just not to the sad place. I'm sorry, I just wanted to spend as much time with you again as possible. Feng Wuyo reached out and stroked the teenager's cheek. She wished to trade her last moments for a little more of the teenager's smiling face, rather than in turn having him watch with a bitter face as he died little by little in his bed. Wah dash. The one who cried the most miserably was neither Night Coldstar nor Feng Wuyo, but instead Tao Yaoyao. Jiang Lu, find a way to help them, will you? They're so pitiful. Tao Yaoyao was touched by the love between the two and hugged Jiang Lu's as a dead shake. Sister Yaoyao, thank you, but this disease of mine is not something that can be cured by medicine and stone, so don't make it difficult for big brother Jiang Lu. Feng Wuyo knew her own family's business. If she could be cured, she wouldn't have dragged it out until today. Miss Wuyo is right. Things like innate deficiencies, unless there is a chance to take over the creation of heaven and earth or a supreme power is willing to make a move to change the destiny of heaven and earth, it's useless for anyone to come. Jiang Lu shook his head. This thing was just like a person's talent. It was set at birth. If it could be changed casually, that talent would be worthless. Night Coldstar heard the words. The last touch of hope on his face also dimmed down. Can we only watch Feng Wuyo perish like this? But what? Tao Yaoyao's entire body had already been attached to Jiang Lu, and she couldn't wait to get an answer. Get off of me for a second. Snot is rubbing off on my shirt. Jiang Lu plucked Tao Yaoyao off his body, and when he turned his head, he saw Night Hansing staring at him like a hungry ghost, and he suspected that if he didn't say something today, he wouldn't be able to walk out of the room. It's impossible to cure it. At the very least I don't have the ability to do so, but another go. Another year and a half of delay. It's still doable. What's it going to take? Night Coldstar renewed his hope. Even a few more months would be good. Simple. Inferior cardamom pills don't work. Replace them with extreme cardamom pills. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. No will do. Jiang Lu said casually. Night Coldstar froze. This sounded like it was very simple, but upon further thought, he realized how difficult it was. You're not saying the same thing as you didn't say. Now where can I find an alchemist who can refine an extreme cardamom dan? By the time you find Sister Wuyo you won't be able to carry it anymore. Tao Yaoyao pouted her small mouth. There were countless types of pills under the sky, and alchemists' energies were limited, so it was impossible for them to refine every kind of pill. Like cardamom dan, this kind of cold incomparable elixir. 100 alchemists inside one will be refined as good. Not to mention want or Dan into the cloud pattern of the very best cardamom Dan. It's fine. No matter how hard it is, I will definitely do it. Night Cold Star took a deep breath. I'll help you write a letter to father and ask him to help inquire. By the way, my father is the secretary of Guangling County. Tao Yao Yao also thought about how to help. Guangling Sifu. Thank you, Miss Yao Yao. Night Cold Star didn't expect Tao Yao Yao to come from such a great source. Then it's not too late. I'll set off for Danyang City. I heard that the most powerful alchemists in the whole of Shuzhou are gathered there. The two men were on fire, one preparing to write a letter to ask for help, the other preparing to travel to Danyang City to search for an alchemist. Is that possible? I mean, it's possible. I'm the alchemist you're looking for who will refine the extreme cardamom Dan. Jiang Lu watched the two of them anxious as ants on a hot pan. Just no one was willing to spare the time to look at him. Yeah. By the time Jiang Lu came out of the alchemy room of the state capital's demon suppression division, the sky had completely darkened. Fortunately, after scrapping the herbs for 2 batches of cardamom pills, Jiang Lu managed to concoct a superb cardamom pill with a cloud pattern on the 3rd time. You're really good at this. Tao Yao Yao wiped her eyes several times for fear of misreading the cloud pattern on the elixir. The Dan fire over here doesn't work. Replace it with Danyang City's fire vein and I might have succeeded in the first furnace. Jiang Lu waved his hand. He almost thought that he was going to roll over. Blow it out your ass. But, you are indeed very powerful. Tao Yao Yao's words changed and she complimented him in a small voice. Her small face slightly flushed. While the two of them were chatting, Night Cold Star had already taken the elixir and given it to Feng Wuyo to swallow, and the effect was immediate. In just a quarter of an hour's effort, Feng Wuyo recovered a few moments of rosy cheeks from her sickly appearance, and was already able to walk around under the assistance of Night Hansing. There is no way to repay the favor of saving my life. Please accept a bow from Worryless. You've recovered from a serious illness, so don't be so formal about these vain rituals. Living well is the best reward for me. Zhang Liuxiu helped Feng Wuyo. He was only treating the symptoms but not the root cause of the problem. Perhaps when it came to the final day, the two people with deeper and deeper feelings would suffer more. Seeing that Jiang Lu did not ask for the slightest return, Feng Wuyo beckoned to Night Cold Star, and the two of them began to speak in whispers. After a while, the two of them seemed to have discussed something, and it was Night Cold Star who spoke. Big brother Jiang Lu, Wuyo said that she wanted to see your chi. See my chi? You mean the cyclone. Jiang Lu's mind moved, and a miniature version of a cyclone appeared on his fingertips. The cyclone is just an illusion formed by the internal force disturbing the air, and it is not the real chi, the so-called real chi. Oops, I don't know exactly how to explain it. Night Cold Star scratched his head. He was the kind of genius who cultivated by intuition. It was really a bit difficult for you to make him talk about theories. Anyway, Wuyo has a special ability. She can see the Chi hidden within the bodies of 8th grade Chi refining realm martial artists, and we've utilized this before to detect the strength of each team in advance. Night Cold Star shared all the information that he had detected earlier with Jiang Lu, especially how Yu Qian, the guy who was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Oh, it's true that the world is a big place. Jiang Lu could probably imagine that Feng Wuyo's ability should be similar to a snake's thermal imaging ability, but the detection object had changed from temperature to Qi. Perhaps this was the compensation that the heavens had given Feng Wuyo, depriving her of her powerful physique and giving her a keen sense of perception. Then you guys hurry up and take a look at this guy's Qi, and see how it compares to Hao Yu Qian's guys. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip: in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Kind. Tao Yao Yao excitedly rubbed her small hands in hands. This kind of ability of Feng Wuxia was simply too lousy. This is only possible with the consent of Big Brother Jiang Lu. Without the consent of Big Brother Jiang Lu, Wuyo will definitely not utilize this ability to spy on you in the future. Big Brother Jiang Lu, Feng Wuyo said with conviction. She knew that this ability of hers was more or less a bit suspicious. It's fine. You can see. I'm also curious about how many kilograms I have. Jiang Lu took 2 steps back to make it easier for Feng Wuyo to see more clearly. That. Big Brother Jiang Lu. Worryless is offended. Feng Wuyo closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her clear pupils glowed with a faint golden color, and the world changed in her eyes. Jiang Lu, Big Brother you. Feng Wuyo's tone was filled with confusion, and he even rubbed his eyes several times, afraid that he had misread the situation. Then, she twisted her head to look at Night Cold Star next to her, her gaze moving back and forth between the two as if she was comparing something. Finally, confirming that there was no mistake, Feng Wuyo withdrew his ability, and his light golden pupils became clear once again. How about how? Tao Yao Yao was even more nervous than Jiang Lu himself. Feng Wuyo looked like she was about to say something, and secretly tugged on the corner of Night Coldstar's coat, signaling him to pass his ears over. Night Coldstar also got curious and leaned in with a crooked head, his face gradually getting confused. No, how could there not be? Night Coldstar's loud voice betrayed Fenghuoyo at once, and he reacted only after being stabbed in the waist by Fenghuoyo. Oh, that. Maybe it was a misreading due to the darkness. Definitely not nothing, haha. Night Coldstar's clumsy cover-up made the atmosphere on the field even more awkward. He can taunt Xia Qianxian as a weakling with a big grin, but Jiang Lu is Fenghuoyo's savior. He can't hit Jiang Lu's face even if he hits his own face. This can't be blamed on Jiang Lu's. He's only just been promoted to the 8th grade Qi refining realm for less than half a month. Tao Yaoyao also began to help find a way to make up for it, fearing that Jiang Lu wouldn't be able to find a way down. Oh, that's no wonder. I was like this when I first promoted to the 8th grade Qi refining realm. Night Coldstar looked like he had found a life-saving straw and hurriedly followed Tao Yaoyao's words. Big brother Jiang Lu is already very impressive, practicing both the Dan Dao and the martial Dao at the same time and still catching up with his peers in cultivation. It's really rare. The angle Fenghuoyo found was even more perfect. In the face of the three people racked their brains to kissing ass. Jiang Lu a little crying and laughing. He looks like such a fragile person. Alright, I'm fine. And it's getting late, so it's time for me and Yo-Yo to head back. Jiang Lu patted the shoulder of Night Coldstar and bid farewell to the two before disappearing into the vastness of the night with Tao Yaoyao. The night was filled with the faint sound of crisp poetry. Look across the mountains and see the peaks, near and far, different heights. I don't know the true face of Mount Lushan, but only the fact that I am here in the mountain. Chapter 38, The Holy Envoy. Reading tip: in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. The sky rose to a fish belly white color, and the first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the clouds and fell onto the martial arts arena of the state capital's Demon Suppression Division, evenly sprinkling on those vibrant faces. Everyone's face was more or less tense and expectant because today was the day the demon hunting trials opened. When Elder Zhang arrived at the martial arts arena with the crowd from Guangling County, the participants from all the other counties had almost arrived, and for a while there was a huge crowd of people on their shoulders. After the people of Guangling County entered the ranks, they all coincidentally looked toward the high platform of the martial arts arena, where there were already quite a few people seated and standing. Brocade clothes, extraordinary temperament, just as if they were the bigwigs of the state capitals gathered together. Jiang Lu, look, the one on the left with the long beard is our county governor Zhang Qingshan, and the one next to him is Shuzhou State Pastor Zhao Shan. Tao Yaoyao pulled Jiang Lu and introduced him to the people on the high platform. Jiang Lu raised his eyebrows. Aren't there a bit too many big shots coming today? Besides the local state pastor Zhao Shiren, even the county governors of the other 7 counties are here. Although it was said that county guards were in charge of administrative matters and didn't have to guard a county without moving an inch like the secretary of the Demon Suppression Division, but to gather so many big officials at one time just to watch a group of their newcomers' trials was a bit of a fuss. However, this was not the point. The point was that the demon hunting trials had no intention of starting until now, indicating that there were still heavyweights yet to arrive. The person who could make a canton state pastor plus officials of all sizes from all over the world wait together. Jiang Lu could no longer imagine how honorable the person should be. Silence. Suddenly, a muffled rebuke spread throughout the martial arts arena, and the state shepherds and county guards on the high platform all stopped talking and looked at the main entrance of the arena in unison. Jiang Lu knew that the real big shot was coming. A large number of people poured in at the entrance, and located at the head of the crowd was a tall figure wearing a white robe, which was embroidered with golden silk threads, outlining a lifelike phoenix. Located behind the white robes, there is a middle-aged man closely followed, with a few stern eyebrows, walking tigerishly, but always lagging behind by a subtle half-a-body position. Greetings to the Holy Envoy, and to the Grand Master. A bunch of officials also rushed to welcome up at this time, their faces piled up with respect and currying favor, but the white-robed man merely waved his hand, letting this group of people not get in the way, and sat straight down in the center of the high platform, removing his hood and revealing a cool and absolutely beautiful face. Start. I'm in a hurry. The white-robed woman's sandalwood mouth opened slightly, spitting out cold words like spring water tinkling. The stage was already whispering. Everyone had heard what the official had just said when he greeted the white-robed woman. The Holy Messenger. There are only 4 people in the current Dili dynasty who dare to call themselves Holy Envoys, namely the Green Luan Envoy, the White Phoenix Envoy, the Nightingale Envoy, and the Vermilion Bird Envoy. Each one of them was deeply respected by the Empress, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the Empress's inner circle. The arrival of the Holy Envoy meant wherever the Empress's gaze went, and everyone's heart surged at the thought that this little demon hunting trial of theirs was actually being watched by the current Empress. It's over. It's over. Even the Holy Envoys are here. This time Guangling County is at the bottom again. Daddy is going to have bad luck. Tao Yao Yao was not excited at all. Things shouldn't be that simple. Let's take a step forward first. Jiang Lu shook his head. Meanwhile, Si Inxue, Duan Mulei, Fu Yunxian, and the others were much more calm, and it was obvious that they had long since received wind of the situation. But everyone still couldn't help but straighten their chests, wanting to show their best face. If they could get into the eyes of this holy envoy, their future life path would not be green, but at least it would be smooth sailing. At this moment, the Grand Secretary Wang Zhentian, who had received the order, and the state pastor Zhao Shuren exchanged glances and nodded their heads slightly in a gesture. Demon hunting trials. Officially open. The demon locking tower. Jiang Lu tilted his neck 90 degrees and looked at the giant tower towering in front of him. At first, the tower was only used to hold demons and facilitate the sages of the time to study their weaknesses. Later, with the fall of the demon ancestor, the demons were shut out of the Shanghai Pass, and the demon locking tower gradually evolved into the locking tower. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Those unruly, repeatedly violating the prohibition of martial arts will be sent to the locked demon tower. After all, the ordinary prison cannot be locked up these powerful martial arts with the strength of the gold breakjade. 10 days ago, I have ordered people to put hundreds of demons into the tower. Your task is to kill the demons scattered in the tower. At that time, there will be examiners in the tower to record your performance. After Wang Zhenyan finished speaking, he ordered people to open the doors of the demon locking tower. There were a total of 8 doors, arranged according to the 8 trigrams of circumstance, which was just enough to accommodate 8 teams. All, enter the tower. With Elder Zhang's order, the crowd from Guangling County led by Gu Huaiyan entered in a line. When Jiang Lu and Tao Yao Yao, who were walking at the end, also stepped into the tower, the door closed once again. Before Jiang Lu could see the scene inside the tower, he felt a huge mountain pressing down on his body, and although he had already prepared for it, he almost fell to his knees. Are you alright? Tao Yao Yao hastily held him up. This demon locking tower was covered with powerful prohibitions. The higher the cultivation, the more viciously the martial artist was suppressed. On the contrary, she, a 9th grade martial artist, was acting like a fine person, only feeling a bit stuffy in her chest. It's fine. It's just that I can't feel the chi seeds in my dantian anymore, and I'm a bit uncomfortable for a moment. Jiang Lu stabilized his footsteps and straightened up again. This demon locking tower's prohibition was really ruthless, directly pressing his realm back to the 9th grade refined essence realm, and he couldn't use even a single bit of his internal energy. Of course, he wasn't the only one who enjoyed this treatment. Gu Huaiyan also stumbled, but he was under much less pressure and quickly adjusted his stance. Gentlemen, act according to the plan. Gu Huaiyan clasped his fists towards the crowd. Although he didn't know if his setup would work, as long as there was the slightest possibility, it wouldn't stop him from doing it. Don't worry, brother Gu, I know all about it. The follower Lin who patted his sturdy chest. After saying that, the team of dozens of people formed a small group of 3 or 4 people, and began to walk towards the depths of the tower as a whole. As for Jiang Lu and Tao Yao Yao, they were ignored by the crowd, who made the 2 of them not accept Gu Huaiyan's solicitation before, and this would make them loners. Humph. This guy, go back and I'll tell father. Tao Yao Yao said angrily. Alright, let's both of us go as well, lest it would be disastrous if we can't get a single demon by then. Jiang Lu had no prejudice against Gu Huaiyan, although he didn't know what purpose this guy had in mind when he enlisted so many people. But it was better than a plate of scattered sand. I know, it's you. Don't forget that you're only a 9th grade martial artist now. Don't go straight up like before later. After Tao Yao Yao reminded him, he jogged to follow Jiang Lu, and the 2 of them also walked towards the depths of the demon locking tower. Chapter 39 Heavenly Grade Treasure Art Remnants. Reading tip. To prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Zip. Tao Yao Yao pulled out the sword stuck in the demon's heart and casually flung it around, splattering blood all over the place. A small trial, nothing more than that. Tao Yao Yao let out a sentiment of loneliness like snow. This is only the first level of the trial. How hard do you want it to be? Jiang Lu couldn't help but spit out. If even the daughter of the Sifu like Tao Yao Yao couldn't pass the first level of the trial, how could they tell those bottom-tier martial artists who came from ordinary families to live? Then let's hurry to the second level. Maybe the demon suppressor ambassadors from the other counties have all broken through to the third level. Tao Yao Yao used the sword to pick off the voucher tied to the demon's back. With this voucher you can go up to the second floor of the demon locking tower to continue to break through the barrier. And in the end, the individual score will be counted into the team's score to determine the final ranking. Let's go then. Jiang Lu also got the pass credentials early. This first level was no difficulty for the two of them to speak of. It just took a little more time to find the demon's hiding place. The two of them took the vouchers to the entrance of the second floor of the demon locking tower, and happened to run into Gu Huaiyan, who had grabbed a large handful of vouchers and come to clear the barrier as well. This guy, what's he doing collecting so many vouchers all by himself? At a cursory glance, Tao Yaoyao said that Gu Huaiyan had at least 10 or more vouchers in his hands, probably to make a good impression. Jiang Lu stroked his chin. It wasn't hard to guess that Gu Huaiyan had asked the others to help find the demon's location, and then he would complete the kill, which made it possible to collect so many pass credentials in such a short period of time. It was just that he couldn't guess what Gu Huaiyan's purpose was for doing this. All that was needed to pass the barrier was a credential, and Gu Huaiyan had deliberately exceeded expectations to complete it, so he could only assume that Gu Huaiyan was doing it for someone. But if he's like this, the others will have to spend more time getting credentials. Tao Yaoyao huffed. What you love and what I want. Jiang Lu didn't say anything more. The two of them followed closely and went up to the second floor. The second floor of the demon locking tower wasn't much different from the first, and at a glance they were all cells. But unlike those deserted cells on the first level, every cell here had its door closed, and the cells all held a person in a prison uniform. Once the people in those cells saw Jiang Lu and Tao Yaoyao coming up, they were all as excited as the bod in a greenhouse, lying on their backs in front of the cell door and waving their hands vigorously to the two of them. Little brother, pick me, pick me. Little girl, pick me. I'm the most compassionate person. Pick me, pick me. As long as you pick me, I'll give each of you 1,000 taels of silver when you get out. Bang, bang. Be quiet. Anyone who makes more noise adds 10 years to their sentence. The jailer struck the table hard with his stick, which silenced the noisy prisoners, and then looked at Jiang Lu and the others, explaining the rules to them. It's full of inmates who have been sentenced to 12 years or more for a wide range of offenses, yet none of them are capital punishment. You can pick any prisoner in one of the cells at random, and as long as you defeat them and reincarcerate them, you will be considered to have passed the second level. But be careful, although they don't dare to kill you, they can reduce your sentence by 1 year by defeating you, and they'll do any dirty trick to reduce their sentence. In addition to killing demons, the Department of Devil Suppression is also responsible for arresting those lawless martial artists and even the ferocious and cunning remnants of the heavenly devil cult. Many Jin demon ambassadors often died not at the hands of demons, but at the hands of their own people. This second pass is to make them realize that. I would like to ask a question. Which of the prisoners among these cells is the most powerful? Gu Huaiyan asked courteously. I can't answer you about the strength of the prisoners. I can only tell you that there are both 9th and 8th grades among them, but in front of the demon locking tower's prohibitions, they can only show at most the realm of the 9th grade. The jailer didn't answer Gu Huaiyan's question. His eyesight was also part of the test, and he could only blame his eyesight for his error in judgment in picking the 8th grade. Ugh, Gu Huaiyan sighed. He didn't ask this question to avoid the 8th grade prisoners. He was afraid that he'd picked a 9th grade piece of trash that. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode, thus lowering your own rating. This one. Then, Gu Huaiyan casually picked a big man with a sturdy figure. Generally speaking, such a person couldn't be any weaker. Good boy. Have a vision. I will definitely love you as a little white boy. Moncler. The big man walked out from the cell. His gaze swept the jailer. His eyes moved slightly, but finally gave up. The jailer himself was unaffected by the prohibition, and even if he won the fight, he couldn't break this demon locking tower, making an enemy of me, and you dare to look around, looking for death. Seeing that the big man didn't take him seriously at all, Gu Huaiyan was enraged and dodged forward, not even bothering to use his sword, and punched the big man in the face. The big man fell to the ground in response, and was then kicked in the waist and rolled right back into his original cell. Pass. You may proceed to the 3rd level, but I have to remind you that the 3rd level is filled with death row inmates who are about to be executed, and they've reached a point where they don't care about anything in order to live a little longer. The jailer kindly reminded that the death row inmates on the 3rd floor were not like the prisoners on the 2nd floor. Prisoners on the 2nd level don't dare to lay their hands on them. If they accidentally kill the demon suppressor, not only will they not be able to commute their sentence, but it might even turn into a death sentence. But the death row inmates on the 3rd floor don't care about this. They were already going to die. Where are they afraid of having one more human life on their hands? That's right up my alley. Gu Huaiyan didn't take the words of the district jailer to heart at all, and rushed to the 3rd floor without stopping. The layout of the 3rd floor was not much different from the 2nd floor, except that there were quite a few empty cells, and the jailers had changed from the original youths to more mature and stable middle-aged men. The rules are the same as for the 2nd tier. You pick a death row inmate, defeat or kill them all you want. You win, you get to go to the 4th tier, They win, they get to postpone their execution until the next year. The middle-aged jailer had just finished introducing the rules when he handed over a dossier with the number of each cell, followed by some garbled stuff like A-size cell, Heaven Order Treasure Art Unmovable King Remnants, B-size cell, Shen Order Martial Art Wind God Leg, C-size cell, Divine Medicine Clue. Those things in the back are what these death row inmates buy their lives with, and you can specify who you want to fight, whoever you see, and if you win, the things are yours. This is considered a reward for the Jinmu division to give to those who have performed well, provided that they have the ability to get it. A heaven-ranked treasure art? The Unmovable King Remnants. Is Senior not joking with me? Gu Huaiyan had originally disdained it. Given his origin, what good things had he not seen before? But he had truly never seen a heavenly grade treasure art, even if it was merely a remnant. Whether the treasure art is real or not, I'm not sure. What I only know is that this heaven-ranked treasure art was written on it 10 years ago. Do you understand what I mean? The middle-aged man politely reminded. Understood. Please also open the A-size cell for me. Senior. Of course Gu Huaiyan heard and understood, but that was only because the other party hadn't encountered a heavenly pride like himself. Ugh. The middle-aged jailer shook his head. Another person who was mesmerized by the heaven-ranked treasure art. You don't think about it. If this precious art was so easy to take, you wouldn't have saved it for today. Chapter 40, The Rebel Monk. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. On the steps from the second floor of the demon locking tower to the third floor, Jiang Lu was carrying Tao Yao Yao, who had injured her calf. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. Don't just go soft next time. Jiang Lu preached. Who knew that woman was so insidious? Saying something about being humiliated in jail and that she had 2 newborn dragon and phoenix babies waiting for her at home. Tao Yao Yao's small face was red. She was actually hurt by a female prisoner whose strength was far inferior to her own. It is also considered to learn from one's mistakes. Just this third level you will honestly watch. Jiang Lu also did not be too harsh. Kindness is never a thing that should be condemned. Just too many people just think of utilizing this kindness. No. Tao Yao Yao rarely didn't retort and honestly answered, her little head laying on Jiang Lu's shoulder. No longer speaking. Jiang Lu also nodded to the point, put away his preaching, quietly carrying her forward. Only the sound of clattering footsteps remained between the buildings. Tao Yao Yao, on the other hand, had her hands wrapped around his neck, her forehead pressed against his back, and her small ass was held in the palm of his warm hand. At first, Tao Yao Yao was still immersed in the loss of the battle and didn't notice the minutiae until her mind slowly calmed down and she realized that she was too close to Jiang Lu. Dum 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 dum. The heart indisputably accelerated. A hot air rushed straight to the head, and the breath followed a few minutes sharply. What's wrong with you? Suddenly your heart is beating so fast. Jiang Lu quickly noticed the difference behind his back. After all, Tao Yao Yao's youthful body didn't have much of a thick compartment. Nothing, it's just that the more I think about it, the more angry I get. Tao Yao Yao buried her feverish head down, sniffing the manly scent of his body with a few moments of ecstasy. Don't be angry. The third level is a bit uncomplicated. Jiang Lu heard a scream coming from the front. It seemed to be Gu Huaiyan's voice. By the time Jiang Lu walked up to the third floor, a silhouette fell right at his feet. Gu Huaiyan, who had been poised and graceful an incense burner ago, was now like a lousy falling dog, his clothes in tatters. The handsome face was swollen like a pig's head, the teeth were knocked out in a row, the corners of the mouth were overflowing with bloody foam, the chest was rising and falling breathlessly, and the face of the huddled body was filled with the color of fear. Bah, goodness gracious. A thick and neutral voice came from the front. Jiang Lu and Tao Yao Yao looked at the voice. It was a bald monk with bronze skin. His body muscles were like a Buddha statue cast in bronze, giving an exaggerated sense of power. This can't be the opponent of the third level. Tao Yao Yao sucked in a mouthful of cool air, not feeling sorry for Gu Huaiyan who had been beaten to a pig's head, but rather pinching a sweat for Jiang Lu. You win. The death penalty is postponed to the next year. Now go back to your cell and stay there. The middle-aged jailer declared the winner of the bout and drove the monk back to his cell, then waved his hand and told the people underneath to hurry up and carry the dead dog like Gu Huaiyan away to heal his wounds. The purpose of the demon hunting trials was to hone the newcomers, not to kill them. I haven't lost. Unlock the restraints. I still have a lot of tricks I'm not using. Give me another chance. Let me fight him with all my might. Gu Huaiyan struggled and refused to be carried away. He wasn't willing. He really wasn't willing to lose before his carefully prepared killing move could even be used. If you really unlock the forbidden system, you won't even be able to catch a single move from him. A teasing voice came from the opposite side, but it was that East Sea County's Duan Mulei, the renegade monk Zhu Yuan, the previous candidate of the Buddhist sect Lei Yin Temple. was later compelled by the demoness of the heavenly devil cult to steal the Lei Temple's most precious treasure, the seven-colored glazed lamp, and fled along the road, eventually being captured by the Jin Demon Division. The one who spoke was Si Inxue. It is rumored that when the treasure art of the unmovable king is cultivated to the most profound realm, it can cast a golden body phantom with a mortal body of flesh and blood, and it is known as seeing God unbreakable. Xiong Badian, who was born with divine power, revealed envy in his tone. This heavenly ranked treasure art is certainly good, but I advise you all not to hit on it. Without the Lei Temple's golden body liquid to aid in its cultivation, wasting 100 years won't even get you started. Fu Yunxuan's sentence dispelled the crowd's greed. In fact, just think about it, if the heavenly treasure art is so good to cultivate, Lei Temple, this chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip, in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. And how could they let a traitor fall into the hands of the Demon Suppression Division? For one thing, it is because what Zhu Yuan has mastered is only the remnants of the treasure art. And for another, it is because without the golden body liquid bystanders can only stare in disbelief even if they have obtained the treasure art. The first two levels of the trial were separated, and at the third level, this group of heavenly prides finally met together. People like Fu Yunxian had already arrived at the third floor early, and the reason why they hadn't left yet was to observe the other people's battles so that they could obtain more information. It's just that except for Gu Huayan, a fool who unimaginatively chose a ruthless character like the rebel monk Zhu Yuan, everyone else tacitly picked a soft target and won the battle without showing any signs of weakness. How about it? Jiang Lu, have you thought about which opponent you want to pick? Tao Yaoyao looked towards Jiang Lu who had a frown on his face. Big brother Jiang Lu, listen to me, pick this XINSI cell. The only money he gave to buy his life was a yellow rank leg technique, which means that this person must not be strong enough. Night Cold Star was advising from the side. He had naturally defeated his opponents on the third floor early on, and the reason why he hadn't left yet was to wait for Jiang Lu and the two of them. No, why do you manage to call your opponent big brother? Which side are you on? Xia Qianxian almost didn't drop her jaw when she saw the unruly Night Cold Star manage to call a nameless person big brother. Cold Star, Qian, let's go to the fourth floor. Although Fu Yunxian was also a bit strange, Si Yingxue and the others had already moved to the fourth floor, so there was no point for him to continue staying here. You guys go first, I'll be right there. Night Cold Star shouted at Fu Yunxian, and then said to Jiang Lu, big brother, I'll go to the fourth floor first to feel you out. Just listen to me and pick this XINSI cell. Don't pick the wrong one. After saying that, Night Cold Star followed in the footsteps of Fu Yunxian and the others and headed to the fourth floor. How is it? Young man, have you thought about it? The middle-aged jailer once again inquired about Jiang Lu. Uncle, I want to ask a question. Can a cell that has already been challenged be challenged a second time? Jiang Lu raised his head, and his deeper feelings intensified for a few moments. Those who lose. No, but those who win. Yes. The middle-aged jailer stared at Jiang Lu with an intriguing gaze. This kid shouldn't be trying to. Then I'll trouble uncle to help me open the Asai cell. Jiang Lu twisted his head and looked at monk Zhu Yuan in the Asai cell. Wait. Tao Yaoyao hastily spoke out to stop it. What he said just now doesn't count. He must have said it wrong. Then she came to Jiang Lu's ear and whispered in an anxious tone. You're crazy. That's the last Buddha's son candidate. And even if you win, you won't be able to cultivate the treasure art without the golden body fluid you get. I have no intention of practicing the treasure art of the unmovable king. Jiang Lu shook his head. You don't want the treasure art, so what exactly are you after? Tao Yaoyao felt like she was going to be driven crazy. Do you remember why I came to the demon hunting trials? Jiang Lu asked calmly. Of course it's for. Tao Yaoyao wanted to say that it was to get a good grade in the trial, but she stopped in mid-sentence, remembering what her senior brother had told Jiang Lu back then. Jiang Lu wants to emulate the Empress. Walk out on a path of invincibility? Chapter 41, There Are Still Masters. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. Tao Yaoyao grabbed the corner of Jiang Lu's coat and was silent. She used to think that Jiang Lu was too arrogant, cultivating the Star Luo technique or not, cultivating the Nine Zhang machine as well, always with a confident and smelly look. Until now, those self-proclaimed geniuses of the heavenly pride had chosen to avoid the renegade monk Zhu Yuan, and only Jiang Lu Ming knew not to do anything about it. It's so stupid. Promise me you won't die. Tao Yaoyao stood in front of Jiang Lu, her head resting against his chest, her tone tinged with a few moments of crying. I can't die. I still have to help your father get first place in the trials. Jiang Lu held her thin shoulders. His eyes were gentle. It felt pretty good to be cared for. Cough. Are you guys still fighting or not? There are people waiting behind you. The middle-aged jailer on the side coughed. Young is good. Only then did Tao Yao Yao turn her back in a hurry, and Jiang Lu hurriedly walked to the open space in front of the cell, taking up a stance against the enemy. Listening to the sound of the cell opening, Jiang Lu once again sized up the monk named Zhu Yuan. His face was stalwart, with lines as if carved by an axe, eyebrows as thick as swords, 9 ring scars on the top of his head, and calm, murderous eyes. Learning that another person had challenged him, he even took off his upper body's prison uniform and carefully folded it up on a pile of straw so that he wouldn't ruin it later. Underneath the prison uniform was a steel body that looked like it was made of iron, with accentuated lines, gnarled veins, and a sense of explosive power. Scholar, the young monk still has sins to atone for, so I can't lose to you here. Zhu Yuan folded his hands and said politely, then I'm sorry monk, I also have reasons why I have to win. Jiang Lu also returned the salute with a clasped fist. Amit Ba. As soon as the words fell, a strong gust of wind grazed the right side of Jiang Lu's face, but it was Zhu Yuan's fist that had already reached his eyes. Monk, you don't speak of martial virtues. Jiang Lu similarly threw a punch, and the two ing fronts faced each other with a crunching sound of bones colliding. The powerful recoil caused both of them to retreat in unison. Jiang Lu withdrew 10 steps. On the contrary, Zhu Yuan only retreated 7 steps. Perfection of the demon-suppressing fist? No wonder why the cultivator is so confident. After Zhu Yuan and Jiang Lu clashed their fists, he knew that this time he had encountered a true heavenly pride, completely different from Gu Huayan's stream just now. Not a dare, not a dare. Jiang Lu said to stall time, shook off his sore wrist, just now against the touch that punch so close to not dislocating his dry. Without his internal energy, the only means he could rely on now was the Jin Demon Fist, and as a result, he suffered a stifling loss right off the bat. But it wasn't all for naught. Demon Fist experience plus 15. Devil's Fist, perfect, 15 out of 10. 000. Current experience gain multiplier, 1,500 times. His Jin Demon Fist experience bar, which had been stagnant for half a month, finally moved at this moment. Momoyuan had told him before that what he should be practicing now was not his fists, but his heart. But how does the heart have to be practiced? The weak swing their fists at the weaker, and the weak are always weak. The strong swing their fists at the stronger, and the strong are always strong. Then please be careful with what comes next. The little monk can't and doesn't dare to stay his hand. Please don't be killed by the little monk. Zhu Yuan said the most ferocious words in the gentlest of tones, and then his eyes changed as if he were a Vajra. Jiang Lu saw Zhu Yuan body momentum forced. Suddenly feel bad. Just want to retreat. Zhu Yuan has come in front of him. In a hurry he can only punch to answer the enemy. In just a breath of effort, the two men clashed dozens of punches. The crackling sound was like a rainstorm hitting a banana leaf, and the sharp rhythm made people's hearts panic. The people watching the battle from the side were dumbfounded. They only saw the remnants of the two men swinging their fists. They had no idea what was happening. There are still experts? Hao Yuqian, the fat man who had been hiding in the corner, had wanted to hide his clumsiness, but he didn't realize that there were unexpected gains. Jiang Lu, Tao Yao Yao looked nervously at the figures tangled together on the field. A heart felt like it was being clutched by a pair of big invisible hands. Each punch was an extreme clash, and Jiang Lu only felt his arms being numbed by the shock, but felt that this chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip, in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Far's offense, but it's not stopping at all. Finally, Jiang Lu's muscles twitched as he threw his 44th punch, and even though it was only an incredibly slight movement, it slowed his punch down by half a beat. Put. Jiang Lu felt like his body was being swung by a sledgehammer. His organs were going to be stirred to pieces, and the whole person flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. Jiang Lu. Tao Yao Yao didn't care about the injury on her foot and was about to rush up, but she was stopped by Hao Yuqian. If you go up now, he will really lose. Hao Yuqian retracted his sword sheath after saying that. Jiang Lu. Tao Yao Yao stopped in her tracks, tears falling uncontrollably. I'm fine. Ahem. Jiang Lu struggled to stand up from the ground, wiping the blood spat out from the corner of his mouth. That punch just now had directly caused him to bleed internally, and one of his ribs was broken. Scholar, admit defeat. You'll really die. Zhu Yuan did not want to kill Jiang Lu. Killing Jiang Lu he could not live. The Zhenmao division is to keep them in order to let them as a whetstone, not in order to break the knife. If a genius like Jiang Lu died at his hands, he would inevitably be buried with him. Then monk, you just take it easy. Hitting so hard. Yuck. Jiang Lu twisted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood foam. This was definitely the worst beating he had ever gotten since he practiced martial arts. Scholar, I'm offended. Zhu Yuan could also see that Jiang Lu had no thoughts of admitting defeat. In that case, he would have to beat his opponent until he could no longer stand up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Lu cursed angrily. Would it kill him to give him more breath? But Zhu Yuan had already killed him, so he could only raise a strong breath and meet him again. The fists of the two men tangled together again, and just as they exchanged blows, Zhu Yuan frowned. No, why did the opponent's punching intent increase rather than decrease? You're using me to polish your punch? Zhu Yuan quickly retreated after clashing punches. He had sensed the youth's intentions. Worthy of being a Buddha's son candidate. You found out so quickly. Jiang Lu took the time to glance at his experience bar for his Jin Demon Fist, and in just a moment's time, it had already risen by a tenth. Scholar, your talent is a rarity in my lifetime. If you die at the hands of a young monk, it will be a loss for the Demon Suppression Division, a loss for the Dali dynasty, and a loss for the human race. Zhu Yuan advised again, facing such a monster that got stronger and stronger as the battle went on. If he continued to stay his hand, he might really be in the gutter. Master, you have a point. I'll think about it. Jiang Lu continued to stall for time, trying to allow the numb arm to regain one more ounce of strength. Alas, it seems that the sure is being obstinate. Zhu Yuan shook his head, took a deep breath, and a strange change occurred abruptly, only to see his skin glowing with a metallic luster, as if he was a living bronze man. Watch out, he's using a treasure art. Hao Yuqian immediately raised his voice to warn. Before the words fell, Zhu Yuan once again grabbed the attack. Jiang Lu did not dare to take it hard, using the cell's terrain to maneuver with Zhu Yuan. Boom! The powerful punch managed to graze Jiang Lu's temples and landed on the wall tiles of the cell, and the special wall tiles were dented hard with a fist mark. Jiang Lu couldn't wait to be afraid of the aftermath, seizing the opening to give Zhu Yuan a backhanded punch. But what came from his fist was not the soft touch of his belly, but a texture comparable to that of bronze. He barely managed to repel Zhu Yuan with a punch, but Zhu Yuan charged back up like a nobody, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. Seeing that Zhu Yuan had cornered him, Jiang Lu could only grit his teeth and choose to fight hard. The two heads collided again, emitting a shocking sound of gold and stone. Zhu Yuan flew out backwards, and Jiang Lu crashed into the wall, setting off the straw on the ground in disarray. Waiting for the people outside the field to see the situation on the field, each one of them trembled in their hearts, and Tao Yao Yao even cried out, Jiang Lu, let's not fight, let's not fight, okay, only to see Jiang Lu sitting paralyzed in the corner, his left hand barely supporting his body, his right hand hanging down helplessly, the hideous broken bones piercing through the flesh and blood dripping down his little arm. Enchanter, your right hand has been wasted. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip, in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. It's done. Don't you admit defeat yet? Zhu Yuan walked up slowly, his palms together in a compassionate gesture. Don't I have another hand here? Jiang Lu tremblingly raised his shaking left hand, and an indulgent smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Okay, then I'll break your other hand as well. Scholar. Zhu Yuan was also moved to real fire at this time. He had already stayed his hand again and again. Why should he be forced? He stepped forward quickly and slammed his fist down dry. No! Tao Yao Yao wanted to rush up, but someone was faster than her. The middle-aged jailer had raised his hand ready to stop this pointless fight, but then stiffly put his hand down. Catch! Chapter 42 Prison God Body. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. The punch, Enria caught, with his trembling left hand. Shock flashed in Zhu Yuan's eyes. He didn't let go with this punch. He was completely running with the aim of disabling his opponent's other hand as well. But even so, the punch was still followed, and the powerful force of the recoil caused his immovable king body to tremble. Taking advantage of the moment when Zhu Yuan froze, Jiang Lu once again increased the force of his left hand and sent Zhu Yuan flying. Monk, it's a big no-no to get distracted while fighting. Jiang Lu slowly stood up from the ground, clearly in a sorry state, but with a bit more calmness than before. The junior monk is self-conscious that he has already overestimated the senior monk enough. But you, senior monk, have still repeatedly exceeded the junior monk's expectations. After sliding out some distance, Zhu Yuan finally stopped his backward momentum, and for the first time, a scornful look appeared in his eyes. If Jiang Lu's earlier performance was still within his control, now it was vaguely moving in an unpredictable direction. As a candidate Buddha's son, he certainly knew the secret of the Jinmu fist, and he also knew what would happen if he really allowed Jiang Lu to cultivate the Jinmu fist to the extreme realm. 20 years ago, the Leying Temple at that time was not as peaceful as it is now, until the head of the Devil Suppressing Division, on the orders of the female emperor, raised a pair of fists to break the golden body of the immovable king of brightness of the 18 Luohan of the Leying Temple. At this point, there is no more land on earth Buddha. There is only a deserted wild temple. And back then, That head of the Demon Suppression Division also used the Demon Suppression Fist. Master, you're too kind. I'm actually not that good. Look at me now, I'm going to be unsteady on my feet. Jiang Lu heard Zhu Yuan's praise, vaguely feel a hint of bad. He did not think that Zhu Yuan was convinced by him intending to admit defeat. If the young monk is correct, I'm afraid that your devil suppressing fist is just a foot away from the extreme realm. Zhu Yuan was clear about the power of the Lei Temple's treasure art. If Jiang Lu was casually able to block his own rage-containing strike, then the unmovable king would not be worthy of the term heavenly rank. What is the extreme realm? Aren't there only 5 realms of martial arts? Jiang Lu pretended to be stupid, but his heart sank, just as Zhu Yuan had said. His Shin Demon Fist was just short of the final kick in the door. Devil's Fist, Perfection, Experience, 99-99-10, 000. Zhu Yuan ignored Jiang Lu's playing dumb and didn't rush up again. Instead, he turned sideways to look at the middle-aged jailer outside the field. In the next punch, I will kill the Jiangshi master, and I hope that your excellency will stop the young monk. If the jailer made a move to block it, it would be counted as a loss for Jiang Lu, and this was the only way for Zhu Yuan to win at the moment. If he really let Jiang Lu cultivate the Jin Demon Fist to the extreme level, it would really be hard to say who would die when the time came. And he couldn't die yet. Zhu Yuan's words made the crowd outside the field have a heart. Anyone can feel the weight of the killing heart in the words. This person is definitely not bluffing. Jiang Lu, no more fighting. Okay, Tao Yao didn't want to demoralize Jiang Lu, but she was really scared. Kid, the battle situation is changing rapidly. I don't dare to say that I will definitely be able to save you. Think it over yourself. The middle-aged jailer was at the 7th grade god refining realm. Stopping 2 9th grades was certainly easy, but could these 2 in front of him be ordinary 9th grades? In the face of the 2's kind words, Jiang Lu just looked at his system panel in silence. Devil's Fist, Perfect, Experience 99-99-10, 000. Is it really just that 1 point of experience that he's missing? The system had already helped him walk through the 99,999 steps in front of him, but the most crucial critical step could only be taken by himself. Don't worry, it's going to win. Jiang Lu took a deep breath, flashed a bright smile at Tao Yao, and uttered a declaration of certain victory. River flow. Tao Yao looked at the bloodstained Jiang Lu, looked at the resolute gaze in his eyes, used the back of her hand to wipe away the tears on her own face, then nodded her head vigorously, regardless of the gazes of the bystanders, and shouted out loud, Jiang Lu, you must win. Aha! Zhu Yuan looked at both Jiang Lu and Tao Yao. A flash of trance flashed in his eyes, as if a silver bell rang in his ears again. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip, in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Like a crisp sound. Little monk, I've come to you for a story. Any story will do, as long as it's from you. Little monk, can I tell you a story too? Amit Ba. Zhu Yuan recited a Buddhist verse and everything returned to calm. He could not stop here today. Scholar Jiang, please don't die yet. When Zhu Yuan finished saying this, the bronze color of his body began to fade. His skin became like a steamed prawn, and wisps of white vapor emanated from the pores around his body. The Buddha sect's burning lamp treasure technique? Be careful. He's going to fight for his life. Hao Yuqian, who has seen a lot of knowledge, recognized the treasure art that Zhu Yuan is performing at this moment. Using the human body as a lamp and heart blood as lamp oil, forcibly overdrawing life force in exchange for power, which is really desperate. The middle-aged jailer also tensed his body, ready to make a move to save Jiang Lu at any time, but he just didn't have a clue in his own heart. Martyr. The true biography of the great sect is trouble. A bunch of high-level treasure arts on the body, obviously have the locking tower of the demon's prohibition, but also can give themselves so many moths. Tao Yao bit her lips to death to keep herself from crying out for fear of disturbing Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu quietly watched Zhu Yuan, who made a fighting stance, a clear color in his eyes, in order to trick himself into joining the Demon Suppression Division in the first place. That old fox, Tao Yuan, had deliberately described the Extreme Realm's Demon Suppression Fist as a fist technique whose power was comparable to a yellow-ranked martial art. But it couldn't be wrong to say so, if one must consider the Jin Demon Fist as a martial art. It was indeed just a sloppy fist technique. But from the first day he came into contact with the Jin Demon Fist, he had been told that the Jin Demon Fist was first and foremost a body forging technique, and secondly a martial art. Boo! With a sound of the ground cracking, Zhu Yuan shot up like a cannonball, so fast that he left a residual shadow in place. Jiang Lu could even feel the burning life force in Zhu Yuan's body, as hot as the midday sun, wanting to burn everything in the world to the ground. He didn't have a treasure art like Immovable King of Brightness to strengthen his physical body, and he didn't have the Buddhist secret technique of burning lamp treasure art to overdraw his life force in exchange for power. The only thing Jiang Lu could do was to throw a punch. Demon Fist experience +1. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd. In the face of Zhu Yuan's jade attack, Jiang Lu simply swung out his left hand in a plain and unassuming manner. Such a move seemed like a mantis to the others, and some had already closed their eyes in advance, unable to bear the sight of the bloody scene that was to follow. Boom! After a loud bang, there was only one person left in the arena, and that person was still in the position of throwing a punch with his left hand. Almost at the same time, everyone craned their heads to look at the middle-aged jailer in the middle of the field. No! What are you looking at me for? I haven't gotten around to it yet. The middle-aged jailer himself was confused. Whether or not he had made a move he himself could not know. He doubted whether there were other examiners who had secretly made a move. The answer was soon given. Town. Hell. God. Body. The one who spoke was no other than Zhu Yuan, who was embedded in the wall, his face unable to say whether it was despair or relief. Chapter 43. Whoever receives this punch will die. Reading tip. In order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. Jin Demon Fist, Extreme Realm, Experience, 10.000/10.000. Jinmu Fist Jinmu Divine Body. After the extreme sublimation of the Jin Demon Fist, it was the famous Jin Prison God Body, and it also meant that he had the qualifications to cultivate the complete heaven-ranked martial art Jin Demon Fist in the future. What's the Prison Suppressor God Body? I don't care about what the Prison Suppressor God Body is. I only care if the two of them are still fighting. Yeah, who really won? The little whites on the field were all talking to each other. It's all been fought like this, so let's at least decide a winner. Not to mention their group of newcomers. Even the middle-aged jailer wondered if they were still fighting or not. It wasn't that he was curious about the victory or defeat of the two. It was just that a seedling of the Prison Suppressor God's body was going to be in for a rude awakening if anything happened under his watch. I'm afraid we won't be able to fight. Hao Yuqian swept a glance at the field. Although Jiang Lu made a breakthrough on the spot and suppressed Zhu Yuan with his prison-suppressing deity, he had in the end wasted one of his hands, and it wasn't as if Zhu Yuan didn't have the power to fight. If the two continued to fight, even if Jiang Lu could win, it would be a disastrous victory, and he might even injure his foundation. Shuzhou hadn't seen a seedling who had practiced the Jingui divine body for decades, and Jiang Lu was unsurprisingly going to be accepted as an apprentice disciple by the Grand Priestess Wang Jinyan. In this case, if the Jin Demon Division has some brains, it will stop this duel that is destined to have no winners, and it is not a deadly duel that must be won. What Hao Yuqian could think of, Zhu Yuan, Jiang Lu and the middle-aged jailer on the field could all think of. So the scene became a bit weird for a while. Jiang Lu stood still, his broken right hand hanging down helplessly. Zhu Yuan continued to be embedded in the wall, his eyes empty and wandering. The middle-aged jailer did not urge the two men, but just looked around as if he was waiting for someone. Just an incense stick of time passed. Nothing happened. Hao Yuqian and the middle-aged jailer's complexion both became a bit odd. Scholar Jiang, it looks like you've offended someone. Zhu Yuan jumped down from the pit in the wall with a few helpless faces. Obviously someone didn't want Jiang Lu to win so easily, and even wanted to use his hand to destroy Jiang Lu. Why can't it just be master that you're offended? Jiang Lu's face darkened. He had also thought of this layer, but what he had thought of was that someone was going to use his hand to kill Zhu Yuan. The traitorous monk, Amitabha Buddha. The little monk is originally a death row prisoner. The Jin Demon Division can kill the little monk anytime they want. There is absolutely no need to take on a Jin Demon envoy with unlimited potential. With a single sentence, Zhu Yuan negated Jiang Lu's inference that he was still alive, and that he was just the Jin Demon Division trying to drain him of his remaining value. Jiang Lu thought so really, but he couldn't. He was a small 8th grade chi refining realm. Even if he wanted to offend those big shots, he couldn't do it. Meanwhile, outside the demon locking tower, after the two of them, Shuzhou State Pastor Zhao Shuren and Grand Secretary Wang Jinyan exchanged a flurry of eye contact. They all turned their attention to Zhang Qingshan, the county governor of Guangling County. Zhang Qingshan, who was in his middle age, was under the pressure of his two superiors, plus Jiang Lu was still a talented person who came out of his Guangling County, so he could only stand out with a stiff upper lip. Lord Sacred Envoy, why don't you let us stop this deadly fight? A seedling of the Prison Suppressor God's body would be a blessing for my Shuzhou, as well as a blessing for my Dali dynasty if he can grow up. Zhang Qingshan wasn't stupid and directly pulled the tiger's skin. Rules are rules. If you trample on the rules for the sake of a genius, who else will abide by the laws of my Dali in the future? The white-robed White Phoenix ambassador spat out cold words. Lord Sacred Envoy's lesson is right. It's my humble servant who has a rat's eye. As soon as Zhang Qingshan heard this, he knew that this would not work out. The Holy Envoy was clearly trying to make things difficult for this Jiang Lu. A small demon hunting trial. Hard to pull on the law of the great legends. Whoever receives this punch will die. State Pastor Zhao Shan and Grand Secretary Wang Xinyan secretly shook their heads and their hearts. They had done their best. Offending the holy envoy couldn't save anyone. It's just a shame about the prison god's body. Scholar Jiang, your purpose has been achieved. Why be aggressive? If you have your eye on the little monk's precious arts, this chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Zhu Yuan closed his mouth when he said this. There were some words that could only be said. He believed that Zhang Lu could understand what he meant. Zhang Lu was silent. His prison-suppressing god body had become a reality. There really wasn't much point in fighting with Zhu Yuan any longer. As for the results of the demon hunting trial, with his prison-suppressing god body here, that old fox Peach Abyss wouldn't have to worry about his political performance for at least 10 years. Zhang Lu, forget it. Father has been at the bottom for so many years anyway. It's not bad this time. Tao Yao Yao directly transformed into a black-hearted little cotton-padded girl. She didn't care about the rankings of the trial at all now. She just needed Zhang Lu to be safe and sound. Zhang Lu nodded and thought deeply. Since even Tao Yao Yao had said so, there was indeed no point for him to persist in the fight. But having come, he couldn't return empty-handed. Today, I had the honor of receiving 2 of the Buddha sect's treasured arts. It is truly a great benefit. A great benefit. Zhang Lu suddenly began to tout the precious arts of the Buddhist sect in a subdued and slightly stiff manner. You're welcome. I wonder which of the precious arts is more impressive to you, Mistress Jiang? Zhu Yuan heard also understand. This is the beginning of the conditions. Just in front of the face of the Jinmao division. Or have to collect a little. I'm a person with a rather poor memory. I don't even remember much. So why don't Master teach me a few more moves? Zhang Lu scratched the back of his head. The immovable Bright King's treasure art was strong. But he already had the prison god body. And he couldn't get his hands on the golden body liquid thing. As for the burning lamp treasure art, strong to strong, is to overdraw the life force is not desirable. His life expectancy of 1 day but can be used as 1,500 days. Too much of a loss. Zhu Yuan understood that Zhang Lu was not interested in either of the 2 precious arts and wanted him to make new conditions. But this condition is not really good to open. For one thing, Zhang Lu himself is strong enough. Some ordinary things people cannot see. Secondly, many of the Buddhist techniques were complementary, and one of them alone could not be seen as strong. As for those out-of-body things, they were all seized by the Jinmu division, and there was no way for him to give them to Zhang Lu. Slowly, it seems like it's not completely absent. Remembering that he stored an item in the Tang sect in the early years, with the reputation of the Tang sect, the item should still be there. The 2 men exchanged slow hands, completing the unspeakable transaction under the watchful eye of the jailer. Afterwards, Zhang Lu made a flying retreat, feigning defeat. Master's martial arts realm is profound. Zhang Lu knows that he is not an opponent. I recognize. Just as Zhang Lu was about to admit defeat, a gold-clad Jin demon envoy in a flying fish suit suddenly barged up, holding a token. By order of the Grand Secretary, escort the prisoner Zhu Yuan to the Hall of Punishment for interrogation without delay. This gold-clothed Jin demon envoy came fast and went fast, carrying Zhu Yuan and disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving Zhang Lu alone to stare dryly at the same spot. No! What to do now? Playing half of the prisoners were escorted away? Zhang Lu benefits are collected. Zhu Yuan oh no cannot blame him. Right. What else can I do? Just pick a new one and fight again. The middle-aged jailer replied according to the rules and regulations. Oh, at those words, Zhang Lu's eyes lit up for a moment, while the death row inmates in the cell were all as if they had lost their lives. Don't you come over here. Outside the demon locking tower, the White Phoenix envoy swept a glance at Grand Priestess Wang Xinyan intentionally or unintentionally, the corners of his mouth seeming to smile. Shuzhou State Pastor Zhao Shan, on the other hand, his eyes signaled, just about to directly give a thumbs up, not worthy of being you. Even the holy envoy dared to offend. The only one who is suffering in his heart is the Grand Secretary Wang Xinyan. He really received the wind that the demonic congregation of the heavenly devil cult that stole the 7-colored glazed lamps 10 years ago has resurfaced. Chapter 44, The Key to Zhu Yuan. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. The 4th floor of the demon locking tower. Night Cold Star frequently looked at the entrance at the end of the corridor. Have been so long? Why have not seen the figure of Big Brother Zhang Lu? It cannot be what went wrong. Ha, there's someone else. Xia Qianxian's eyes were sharp, and from afar, she saw a silhouette emerging from the corridor. When the silhouettes approached, it was Fatty Hao Yuqian and Zhang Lu who had broken his right hand. Big Brother Zhang Lu, how did you get hurt so badly? Which guy did this? Night Cold Star saw Zhang Lu's miserable state and became enraged. Zhu Yuan did it. Hao Yuqian couldn't help but snatch the answer. He was suffocating in the third floor, but he couldn't help that Si Inxue and the other celestials were all heading to the fourth floor. Zhu Yuan? Why did you run off to challenge that guy? Big brother? Wait. No. Night Coldstar hadn't noticed that something was wrong at first, and as he spoke, it came back to him. Everyone else also turned their heads violently, placing their eyes on the nameless John Lu. As we all know, this is the fourth level of the Demon Locking Tower and the fourth level of the Demon Hunting Trial, and those who can come to this level must defeat the death row inmates on the third level in order to do so. Hao Yuqian. This joke is not funny at all. The one who opened his mouth was Zhuo Yanfei. His face was grave. If what Hao Yuqian said was true, then what else were they people busy with today? Fatty, did Big Brother John Lu really beat that Zhu Yuan? It wasn't that Night Coldstar didn't believe John Lu. It was just that Deci Min had already let him fight Zhu Yuan in advance in order to convince him. After exchanging hands, Night Coldstar could only admit that he was no match for Zhu Yuan if he suppressed his cultivation at the 9th rank. That's not true. Halfway through the fight Zhu Yuan was escorted to interrogation by the Golden Clothes, and the examiner told Brother Jiang to replace the death row inmate and fight again. Hao Youqian's small eyes held a big bad. He swore that what he said could be true. Che, Hao Youqian's words drew a hush. The whole half of the day is such a thing. Scared them to think that someone really hit Zhu Yuan. After figuring out the cause of the matter, the crowd that had gathered around dispersed again, and those eyes that had fallen on Jiang Lu also retracted. No wonder he was beaten so badly. Who made him so unself-conscious? Jiang Lu, on the other hand, didn't say a word, and as he stepped onto the fourth floor, he realized that the ban on his body had been lifted, which meant that he could use his internal energy. Big brother Jiang Lu, I have some good golden sore medicine here, so hurry up and heal your wounds. Night Coldstar pulled out a bottle of golden sore pill from his pocket. I can't use it. I just used the black jade severing cream on Brother Jiang when I was on the third floor. It's 100 times stronger than this golden sore pill of yours. Hao Yuqian pushed with his fat hand, blocking back the golden sore pill that Night Coldstar had handed over. The black jade sequel cream, which is said to be 100 taels of gold, can hardly be exchanged for 1 or 2 ointments. Are you that kind? Night Coldstar did not doubt that Hao Yuqian could take such a good thing as black jade sequel cream, but what did he want? That's true. I've known Brother Jiang since we first met. What's a mere black jade severing cream? Hao Yuqian clapped his hands, displaying a righteous and generous demeanor. Hao family's ancestral training. As a Hao family disciple, talent cannot work, but the vision must work. What are the rules of this level? Jiang Lu called on his internal energy to heal his injuries while asking about the fourth level. There weren't any prisoners in sight at this level, just their group of participants in the trial, and the restraints on each of them were undone. The first 3 levels are actually the entirety of the demon hunting trial. This fourth level is nothing to test. It's purely a competition between newcomers from each county. Night Coldstar pointed to the 8 empty cells in front of him, representing the top 8 of this demon hunting trial, and whoever could successfully guard the ring before nightfall would be awarded the corresponding ranking. Then isn't the person guarding the ring at a great disadvantage? Jiang Lu understood, but such a rule was too unfair to the person guarding the ring. The wheel battle is indeed unfavorable to the ring defender, but the ring defender also has an advantage. If the ring defender can't be defeated within the time it takes to burn incense, then it will be considered a win for the ring defender. Night Coldstar explained. Understood. I'll heal up and call out to me when the ring starts. After understanding the rules, Jiang Lu didn't delay any longer and found a quiet corner to recover from his injuries. Ugh. Night. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Coldstar sighed and responded. In fact, he wanted to persuade Jiang Lu to give up the next ring battle. Although there was still some time before the official start of the ring battle, Jiang Lu was really too badly injured. Even with a healing sacrament like the black jade severing cream, it would take at least 4 or 5 days to slow down. So what could such a little bit of rest time do? You want us to release water for that Jiang Lu? Night Hansing, which side are you on? Xia Chen pointed at Night Hansing's nose so furiously that her body was shaking. Shu, keep your voice down. Night Coldstar glanced at Jiang Lu, who was in the corner with his eyes closed to heal his wounds, making sure that Jiang Lu didn't hear him before continuing. Please, I'll definitely make it up to everyone in the future. In his opinion, Jiang Lu must have been eager to get a good ranking in this trial since he was dragging his severely injured body all the way to the ring battle, especially since he also knew that Tao Yao was the daughter of the secretary of Guangling County, and that this demon hunting trial might be Tao Yuan's secretary's examination of Jiang Lu, which was why Big Brother Jiang Lu was so desperate. Seeing that Night Hansing, who usually has his nose turned up to the sky, also has such a low voice, Xia Qianxian couldn't help but soften her heart by a few points. Even if our side is willing to let go of the water, the people from the other counties definitely won't let go of such a soft persimmon. Night Cold Star's complexion darkened upon hearing this. Also, he couldn't possibly make the people of the other counties listen to him as well. How about this? I'll ask everyone to let that friend of yours have some leniency as much as possible, and as for what rank he can achieve in the end, it's up to his own destiny. Fu Yunxian spoke out at the right time. Thank you, brother Yunxian. Night Cold Star said gratefully. Although it was a drop in the bucket, it was better than nothing. What's the point of being polite? I still have to count on you to help me deal with the other counties' heavenly prides. I can't handle it alone. Fu Yunxian enthusiastically patted Night Hansing's shoulder. He alone wanted to snatch that item from so many heavenly prides, without Night Hansing's help. Night Cold Star wanted to speak. Looking at Fu Yunxuan's heart thumped. Cold Star, are you in any trouble? There's no harm in saying it. I'll definitely help if I can. Fu Yunxuan's heart tightened, but on the surface, he still looked concerned. Brother Yunxian. Night Cold Star gritted his teeth and said under his breath. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'll have to go back on my word for what I promised you before Cold Star. I must get my hands on the key to Chu Garden. The moment these words came out, Fu Yunxuan's face immediately changed, and the atmosphere around him went cold. Who is it? Duan Mulei or Hao Yuqian? The conditions they promised you. I, Fu Yunxian, can offer double. Fu Yunxuan's first reaction was that he was being tapped. No one. Night Cold Star lowered his head in shame. It's Wu Yo. Wu Yo's condition has worsened. There's only half a year left. Perhaps there's a way to save her in the Chu Garden. Then it can also be found by me going into Chu Yuan. There is no need to have to. Fu Yunxian still wanted to persuade again. I'm sorry, brother Yunxian. It's not that Cold Star doesn't trust you, but it's about Wu Yo, so forgive me for not being able to fake it. Night Cold Star interrupted Fu Yunxian. Good. Fu Yunxuan's face sank like water as he said coldly. Then you and I will each rely on our own abilities when the time comes. After saying that, Fu Yunxian whisked his sleeve and left. The other people in the team saw the two of them dispersing unhappily, and after some hesitation, they all followed Fu Yunxian, and in the blink of an eye, only Xia Qianxian was left. Hanqing, don't blame Yunxian. He has too much on his shoulders. Xia Qianxian is in a dilemma left and right. I didn't blame brother Yunxian. It's my fault. Sister Qianxian, you should go over there. Night Cold Star smiled bitterly. Alas, both you and Sister Woyo take care. Xia Qianxian sighed and left as well. Night Cold Star suddenly became a loner. Although he had long expected such a scene, but really waited until the moment of the rebellion, but still cannot help but give birth to a few points of confusion. Just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Chapter 45, Empress. Reading tip. To prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Big Brother Jiang Lu. Am I being ungrateful? Normally Brother Yunxian has always taken care of me and Wuyo. The three of them, Night Cold Star, Jiang Lu and Hao Yuqian, squatted in the corner and talked about what had just happened. Harm. That's just some small trick to bite people's hearts for him. I don't even care to dismantle him. Hao Yuqian shook his head as soon as he heard it, and it was just Night Cold Star's kind of rashness that would be bought off by a little bit of small favors. Brother Yunxian also has his own hardships, and also, how did you, Pengcheng counties, get mixed up with us? Night Cold Star wanted to spit out from just now. Don't care about such details. The focus now is how can we capture the key to the Chu Garden in the next ring match. Hao Yuqian's small eyes darted around, not knowing what he was calculating. What's there to say? It's not just a comparison of whose fist is bigger. Night Cold Star clenched his fists. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. Do you believe that later on? As long as you dare to go up and guard the ring, the other 8 teams will all take turns to challenge you. Hao Yuqian pointed to Fu Yunxian who was walking up in the distance. It was obvious that Night Cold Star's information had been sold out. Come as you are. I, Night Cold Star, have no fear of anyone. Night Cold Star didn't have that much bending in his stomach, calculating that was something only the weak needed. It's not clear to speak to you. This rash young man. Hao Yuqian shook his head and turned his head to Jiang Lu. Brother Jiang. Say something. I can't do anything about him. Jiang Lu raised his head to look at the two men and slowly spoke under their gaze. Before we get to that, can you guys tell me the key to the Chu Garden? What is it? Outside the Demon Locking Tower. Lord Sacred Envoy, my humble servant has heard that this time when the Chu Garden opens, not only the sword from the Divine Capital Martial Arts Academy, but even the little woodcutter from Ragged Mountain, the Buddhist son from the Thunder Sound Temple, and many other sect saints have the intention of going there. I don't know if that's true or not. Grand Priestess Wang Jingyun respectfully asked. You, a Grand Priestess, still need to ask me this? I'm afraid what you really want to ask is whether or not Her Imperial Highness is in this Chu Garden quota. The White Phoenix ambassador's tone was ancient. Not a single fluctuation of emotion could be heard. My humble servant wouldn't dare. Wang Jinyun lowered his head. With the complexities of the Shindu courtroom at the moment, a single wrong word could lead to doom, even if he was a 4th grade Jun Tian realm powerhouse. Alright, if I can't even trust your demon suppression division, then I wouldn't be here today. White Phoenix envoy hated dealing with these old foxes the most. A simple sentence was hard to pull half a day's worth of east and west. The outside rumors are true. Your Imperial Highness is indeed heading to the Chu Garden this time to search for the martial ancestors' handwritten notes. Although Wang Jinyun had long guessed that this matter was 90% true, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he heard it personally from the mouth of the White Phoenix ambassador. Your Highness' move is really too risky. Those foreign races outside the pass are afraid that they won't let go of such a great opportunity, and will definitely use all their power to intercept and kill your Highness. Wang Jinyun had already said enough to be cryptic. I'm afraid that the foreigners outside the pass are not the only ones who want to kill that Imperial Highness. Chu Garden. Rumor has it that it was the dojo where martial ancestor Chu Berserkers taught his 3,000 disciples in the past, where the martial ancestor taught all 3,000 great Taos to his disciples, and then let the disciples spread the 3,000 great Taos to every corner of the Divine Land. But as I said earlier, this is a rumor. I don't know exactly how it is. I just heard people say that there are all kinds of chances in the Chu Garden. The legendary Immortal God Pill, the Divine Ranking Technique, and the Ultimate Divine Soldier. The Chu Garden has a powerful prohibition that only allows martial artists below the 8th rank to enter, which is why this heavenly opportunity has fallen to us. A group of tiny chi refining realms. But heavenly opportunities often come with heavenly risks. Those damn foreigners don't know where they got hundreds of keys to the Chu Garden, and every time, they take advantage of the large number of people to surround and kill our Dali's heavenly pride. Especially this time. I just heard that our Imperial Highness is going to enter the Chu Garden as well. I don't even dare to imagine how crazy that group of foreigners would have to go when they heard the news. Hao Yuqian lowered his head and sneakily said he inquired about the gossip, just involving the imperial nobility. He did not dare to speak too openly, lest it be determined by the people who have the intention to set a charge of treason, and so to protect. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip, in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. That Imperial Highness. This time the Empress has specially dispatched her 4 holy envoys to the 19 states to distribute the keys to the Chu Garden to the heavenly prides of the various sects and factions. Among them are what the little woodcutter of Rook Mountain, the Buddhist son of Leiyin Temple, the Taoist son of Qingshu Guan, and the sword idiot of the Sword Pavilion. And of course, there's no shortage of our Demon Suppression Division that guards the peace of the 4 directions, but Arjun Demon Division has always refrained from the holy son and daughter routine, so we'll just have to fight to decide where the key belongs. Now do you understand what's really going on, Brother Jiang? Jiang Lu subconsciously nodded, but then immediately shook his head. That's not right. According to you, the other 8 products of the Zhenmu division should also be involved in the competition for the key. How come it's just us newbies? Harm. It's because none of those old men in the Demon Suppression Division can be counted on that the higher-ups have placed their eyes on our group of newcomers. Think about it. The truly powerful ones have long since been promoted to the 7th rank. How strong can the remaining 8th rank be? Hao Yuqian explained. Then I have another plan. I don't know if you guys have heard of the old master of the Lu family in the south of the city of Guangling County. If that old master will be. Jiang Lu quickly thought of Elder Lu Jiao, who was known as the Invincible 8th grade. It's useless. Your idea has been practiced by someone long ago. That Elder Lu is strong, but he can't even enter the garden's entrance. Hao Yuqian shook his head. Why is that? Jiang Lu asked in disbelief. Because Hao Yuqian couldn't explain in time when a distant bell rang out. Dum 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 dum. The final battle in the ring begins. Chapter 46. I'm invincible even at the 8th rank. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. The people who came to the 4th floor added up to about 100 or so, with about 50% of them at the 8th rank cultivation level. Aside from a few unlucky individuals like Gu Huayan who were not capable of doing anything on their own, most of the 8th grade martial artists came to the 4th level without any problems. For one thing, with the base of the 8th grade cultivation there, even if it was suppressed by the locking tower's prohibition, the strength of the physical body wouldn't be that bad. Secondly, those who were able to advance to the 8th rank at this age were not weak in their own martial arts talent, so dealing with some prisoners would still not be a problem. As for those martial artists with only 9th grade cultivation, they were destined to only run with the others in the next ring battle, and they all consciously stayed on the periphery, either enviously or unwillingly looking at the prideful celestials at the very front. In the center of the 4th floor, The crowd of heavenly pride represented by Fu Yunxian all stood in one direction each, and no one made any rash moves. No one even dares to go up and guard the ring? Fu Yunxian waved the iron fan in his hand, and his gaze inadvertently swept over Night Cold Star in the corner. Night Cold Star heard the slight movement of the figure to step forward, but was Hao Yuchen dead hold? You're crazy. He's deliberately provoking you to go up. Can't you see that everyone else is waiting to reap the benefits? Hao Yuchen had already regarded Night Cold Star as the battle force of his side. Naturally he was not willing to let him go and do the grafting for others. So is it just going to keep wearing out? Don't forget, the Holy Messenger is still out there watching. Night Cold Star is not a sinewy reckless. He knows that the decision of the key belongs to the outside of the Holy Messenger is never, by stealing women dry play slippery to seize the top, and how can get the recognition of the Holy Messenger. When Night Cold Star said this, Si In Shue, Duan Mulei and the others' faces changed, and they all knew that this time, the four sacred ambassadors were nominally inviting the greatly celestial pride to explore the Chu Garden together, but in reality, they were looking for a hitter for that imperial concubine of Great Li. Now that they were cowering and hiding at the end of a ring battle, when they arrived at Chu Garden, could they still be expected to charge on behalf of Her Highness the imperial concubine? Originally, we all unspoken even if, now by the Night Cold Star directly point broken, who still want to pretend to understand is to seek their own death. Since no one dares to guard it, it will begin with Jin Yui. I am just doing the same thing, and I would like to ask for your advice. Both of you, move back a little. I, Xiong Badian, will defend this ring today. The ring, which was still unattended, became the meat and potatoes all of a sudden, and no matter what they actually thought, they would have to show their attitude this time. Outside the demon locking tower, as Ambassador White Phoenix watched the farce in the tower, her beautiful eyes cast sidelong glances at the Shuzhou State Minister Zhao Shiren and the Grand Priestess Wang Jinyin beside her, as if to say, this is the demon suppressor ambassador that you taught in Shuzhou. Cough cough. When it comes to the Chu Garden quota, it's inevitable that young people will lose their temper, and it's justifiable. Zhao Shiren's face was also a bit untenable, but the White Phoenix ambassador obviously do not eat this set. She watched him morning also a little tired. Are some on the stage of the small fights? I have to make a trip to the Tang sect afterward. I don't have time to spend with you guys here. White Phoenix made a soft yawn. She hadn't had a good night's sleep in a full month. With that, a delicate hourglass made of glaze appeared in the hands of the White Phoenix envoy, and with a casual toss, it fell into the tower. At the moment the sands run out, only one can stand. A voice with supreme majesty in its coolness rang in everyone's ears, and in its tone was a will that could not be disobeyed. The fourth floor of the demon locking tower instantly quieted down. Everyone looked up at the tiny hourglass suspended above their heads. The golden quicksand in the bottle was flowing like a delicate stream of water every second, reminding them of the passage of time all the time. Who dash? Everyone's breathing was a few moments heavier as the sands flowed. No one would be stupid enough to ask what would happen if there were two men standing on the field the moment the sands ran out. Seeing that the good old ring battle had turned into a disorderly melee due to the interference of Ambassador by Feng, Zhao Shiren and Wang Jinyun could only look at each other and laugh bitterly. Who dared to question the decision of a holy envoy? The so-called seeing an official 3 grades greater was not a joke. 2. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. After Chu Garden, the foreigners won't talk to you about fairness and morality. If you can't even cross this threshold today, it's better not to go to Chu Garden and recklessly give your life away. Although neither of them said anything, the White Phoenix ambassador explained her behavior. She was here to select a fighter for Her Imperial Highness. Not a genius. What the holy envoy said is very true, Zhao Shiren and Wang Jinyun said in unison. With their eyes, they naturally understood that this kind of selection method was more stable. It was just that the one who said that the rules couldn't be changed earlier was this one, and now the one who arbitrarily changed the rules was still this one. Time is limited. How about clearing the field first? Zhuo Yanfei hung his hands down, and a cold aura flashed in his sleeves. A sudden order from the White Phoenix envoy directly disrupted their entire plan, and the previously agreed upon merger could only be improvised, and if it dragged on any longer, no one would be able to get the key to the Chu Garden. I agree. Now I'm going to count to 3. Those who don't want to wade through this mess should consciously withdraw from the trial, otherwise I'll have to ask you all to taste the flavor of this 1,000-pound giant hammer. Xiong Badian waved the 2 large hammers in his hands. The horrifying sound of the breaking wind was chilling to the ears. Sijin Suki, 3. Duan Mulei, 2. Fu Yunxian, 1. Seeing that the leading figures of the various counties had spoken, those 9th-grade martial artists who were originally thinking of picking up the pieces had all developed a desire to retreat, and one by one, they all retreated back to the 3rd level. leaving the battlefield to this group of true heavenly prides. Kill! With Xiong Baishan's loud voice, the entire fourth floor was suddenly in chaos. Big brother Jiang Lu, take care of yourself. I won't be able to protect you next. Night Coldstar kicked away an 8th grade martial artist who was asking for trouble, and then killed his way towards the center of the battlefield. The situation on the field is very chaotic. Xiong Batian, a person waving a huge hammer to drive a group of people running, who do not want to get hit by a hammer. Zhuo Yunfei's whereabouts are erratic. Every time he strikes there will be a person down. Si Yingxue drew the long sword at her waist, and in an instant, sword light and shadows enveloped the surroundings. Duan Mulei slapped his palm in the air, blasting the 3 people who had surrounded and killed them to the ground with a single move. Without Night Coldstar's protection, someone soon set their sights on Jiang Lu. After all, Jiang Lu's half-dead appearance was too confusing. Just a sword light rose at first, grabbing a few guys who wanted to pinch the soft persimmon before Jiang Lu. A figure with a wide and fat body stopped in front of Jiang Lu's body. Brother Jiang, don't mind if I take advantage of someone's danger. Hao Yuqian squinted his small eyes, carrying the famous sword Qinghong in his hand. His face appeared to be piled with smiles, but the string in his head had long been taut beyond tight. If their cultivation levels were all suppressed at the 9th rank, then he would have turned around and left without hesitation right now. Jiang Lu with the prison-suppressing divine body could still hang the group of them even if he had broken a hand. But unfortunately, both he and Jiang Lu were now at the 8th rank, and in front of the cultivation level of the Qi refining realm. There would be a limit to how much the Jin Guotian body could be utilized, unless Jiang Lu could obtain the successor to the Jin Demon Fist. In a word, you're invincible at the 9th grade. What's it to me at the 8th grade? Taking advantage of people? Is that what you're talking about? Jiang Lu lifted his broken right hand, and with a firm grip, the cloth previously wrapped around it all tensed up, revealing a right arm that was as good as new. Well, okay, it can't be. Even with the black jade severing cream, Hao Yuqian was dumbfounded. He was more than clear about the efficacy of the black jade sequel cream. It was impossible to heal so fast in just 1 hour, unless the breathing method Jiang Lu practiced had a strong recovery power. But as far as he knew, there were only 2 breathing techniques that could restore a broken arm within an hour. One was a heavenly rank breathing technique called the Shangxing Secrets, an inheritance from the Pilking Valley in Qingzhou, but due to the special nature of the technique itself, only women could cultivate it. Hao Yuqian sized up Jiang Lu's protruding throat knot. No matter how to look at Jiang Lu is an authentic manly man. Then there is only one other possibility. Dare I ask Brother Jiang, is it the Star Luo technique that he cultivates? Hao Yuqian could only hope now that he had guessed wrongly from his own ignorance. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Jiang Lu clenched the fist of his right hand, the power of the vermilion bird flowing through his body. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode, repairing the injuries on his body every moment. Hao Yuqian, *******. Chapter 47, they shouted something about restraints and rushed forward. Reading tip. To prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. A quarter of the sands in the hourglass had already been lost, and the entire situation on the 4th floor of the Demon Refining Tower became clear. To the north, Xiong Batian and Duan Mulei are entangled together. One person is born with divine strength, a pair of heavy hammer unstoppable, a person with thick internal strength, a pair of meat palms 4 or 2 to dial 1,000 pounds. South, Zhuo Yunfei against the upper division Inxue, fast to fight fast. The two sound not obvious, but everywhere hidden killing opportunities. In the division Inxue's sword network, Zhuo Yunfei flexible as if a swimming fish. To the west, Fu Yunxian and Night Cold Star chased and fled. Fu Yunxian danced the iron fan in his hand, and ran at Night Cold Star's vitals, but Night Cold Star just dodged and fought, and didn't fight back. How much longer are you going to run away? Fu Yunxian was incomparably furious. Night Hansing's hitting without returning the favor seemed to him to be a complete tease of the weak by the strong. I'm sorry, Brother Yunxian. Night Cold Star had a guilty conscience in his heart, and this guilt prevented him from striking out at Fu Yunxian. I don't need your pity. You're not qualified. Fu Yunxuan's tone was completely cold, no longer suppressing his body's aura. The iron fan in his hand swung in the direction of Night Cold Star, and an invisible astral wind cut through the air and shot away. Night Cold Star's ears moved slightly, relying on listening to the sound to recognize the position. A heel to avoid the sharp astral wind, not waiting for him to adjust his position. Fu Yunxian holding an iron fan straight to his head. Night Cold Star could not avoid it and could only be forced to return the favor. He merely reached out and blocked his chest in vain. Fu Yunxuan's figure was like hitting a wall of air. Phaseless Kung Fu. The retreating Fu Yunxian held the fan handle in his hand with a death grip. Of course he recognized this stance. At first, He had wasted his sleep and food practicing for a month, but he was never able to get it right. Yet Night Cold Star merely looked at it, and cultivated the power of the undifferentiated phase on the first pass. That day, he realized the gulf between himself and genius. Brother Yunxian. Night Cold Star looked at Fu Yunxuan's staggering form and tried to reach out to help him. Get lost. Fu Yunxuan's face lost its previous modesty and became hideous. The veins at the corners of his forehead rippled and he looked like a madman. His body's internal energy poured out like an embankment, transforming into countless wind blades that slammed into Night Cold Star. Why? Why is it that I work so hard and yet I can't keep up with a hangdog idler like you? Why is it that it's chestless mongrels like you who have this kind of talent? Why on earth? Boom! Fu Yunxian fell heavily to the ground, simply because Night Cold Star was cornered and had no choice but to give a false push towards him. However, with that gentle push, the wind blades in front of him, whether it was a wind blade or a hooded air, were all as fragile as paper, and along with his pride, they shattered at the slightest touch. Ha 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 ha. Fu Yunxian lay on the ground and let out a loud laugh, laughing and crying. His efforts, his calculations, all seemed so powerless at this moment, outside the demon locking tower. Alas! It's a pity that both the clouds and the stars were born. Fu Yunxuan's talent is considered a heavenly pride in any state, but he met such a monster as Night Cold Star. State Pastor Zhao Shi inside. I hope Fu Yunxian can survive this. Those people in the Fu family are really too much of a no-good thing. Failing to do it themselves, they put all their ambitions of revitalizing the family on a child. Wang Jinyun heart is not a taste. Fu Yunxian and Night Cold Star are his very good seedling. If the two people therefore have a gap, or even Fu Yunxian from the collapse, are the great loss of the Jinmu division. Don't rush to judgment. The battle isn't over yet. White Phoenix made a few rare moments of interest. Breaking and breaking, a bit of fun. Fu Yunxian collapsed this way? It's too weak. It's a waste after all. Seeing that Night Frost and Fu Yunxian had decided the winner, Xiong Badian and the others also stopped their hands, lest Night Frost sneak up behind them. What did you say? Night Cold Star heard Xiong Badian speak out of turn and said angrily, was I wrong? I actually got beaten and cried. And I don't mind losing the face of the Jinmu division. Xiong Badian was not in the least afraid, and thought that this year the state capital of this chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip, in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. How powerful people are. And it turns out that the Fu Yunxian who blew half a day is at this level. You seek death. Night Cold Star clenched his fists and was about to step forward to teach Xiong Badian a lesson. Slow down. Cold Star. He's right. Compared to you, I am indeed a loser. Fu Yunxian sat up from the ground in a cloak, snot and tears all over his face, no longer having any semblance of a gentleman's demeanor. Only his tone of voice calmed down quite a bit. Brother Yunxian. Night Cold Star heard Fu Yunxian call out his name familiarly once again, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. There's no need for you to feel guilty. The one who has to feel guilty is me, always jealous of your talent, still trying every possible way to think of utilizing you to help me get the key to the Chu Garden. Hypocrites and true villains are talking about people like me. Fu Yunxian stood up and waved his hand. Brother Yunxian, in Cold Star's heart, you have always been my most respected elder brother. Night Cold Star bent down. Shame or shame. Fu Yunxian revealed a self-deprecating smile, then bent down and picked up the iron fan on the ground. Then accompany my brother to fight again. I'm really a bit relieved when you go to the Chu Garden with such indecisiveness. Yes. Night Cold Star's nose was slightly sore. That older brother of his was back again. Che. Make it meaty. Duan Mulei. Let's continue. Xiong Badian saw that Night Cold Star and Fu Yunxian were fighting again, and he also thought of hurrying to settle the Duan Mulei in front of him. Wait. The wind is picking up. Duan Mulei reached out and grabbed the fluttering sleeves. How could there be wind in this closed tower? At this moment, Night Cold Star, who was located in the center of the storm, was screaming for help, and he felt as if he was in the middle of a quagmire, struggling to make a step. It's different. It's all different. Fu Yunxuan's wind was no longer as sharp as it had been just now. Instead it was as warm and gentle as a spring breeze, and no matter how much force he exerted, he could not even break a wisp of spring breeze, and Fu Yunxian was in no hurry to attack, merely trapping Night Hanshin in the eye of the wind, outside the demon locking tower. This kid is finally enlightened. The wind should be unconstrained. Like him, the wind is constrained into a sharp blade in pursuit of lethality. It's simply the practice of putting the cart before the horse. Wang Jinyun said with immense relief. It's not too late to comprehend now. It's time for the Fu family's group of old things to hammer away. A good Lingyun would almost let them crush it. State Shepherd Zhao Shan spoke in a stern tone. The wind in 10th realm. It's barely superior. The White Phoenix envoy managed to give a passing grade. She had seen far too many geniuses. She had seen 2 sword immortal stances that had comprehended the sword domain at the 8th rank. That's an epiphany? Did being beaten and crying really help? Xiong Badian froze. The realm of wind intent. It's a bit tricky. Duan Mulei's eyes showed a look of concentration. He himself had been trying to comprehend the mountain intent and water intent and knew how difficult it was. The intention is to divide the 3 yanas. Fist intent, leg intent, and palm intent, which exist in the human body itself, are the easiest to comprehend, and are the lower class. Sword intent, blade intent, and gun intent, which required resonance with external objects, were more difficult to comprehend, and were considered intermediate. The most difficult to comprehend is the superior one, like the wind, mountain and water meanings that can only be comprehended. There was no difference between high and low between intent, and fist intent was not necessarily weaker than sword intent or wind intent, but some intentions can be superimposed. For example, his father could melt mountain and water intentions into his palm intention, thus giving it the thickness of a mountain and the length of water. A superior intent like the wind intent could be stacked into almost any intent, making the power double. The wind intent both Si Inchue and Zhuo Yunfei also stopped. Xiong Badian and Duan Mulei were fine. Neither of them cultivated techniques that fit the wind intent realm, but the 2 of them were different. One focused on fast swords and the other focused on stance. The wind realm was simply like a tiger adding wings to the 2 of them, so one could imagine how envious the 2 of them were. If it wasn't for the fact that the trial wasn't over yet, they would have wanted to go find Fu Yunxian to exchange ideas. Cold Star, if you break free again, this chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip, in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. If I can't, I'll have to go to the Chu Garden instead of you to help Sister Wuyo find a way to save her. Fu Yunxian knew what Knight Hanshin's destiny was, and came straight up with a strong dose of medicine. No worries. When Knight Cold Star heard Feng Wuyo's name and thought of the scene where she was about to perish, his eyes directly reddened, and a huge emotion surged up in his heart, threatening to break through all obstacles. No worries. With Knight Cold Star's roar, a storm once again rose within the tower, directly engulfing Fu Yunxuan's Eye of the Wind, creating an immense and incomparable air current that blew Xiong Badian and the others to the point where their figures were unsteady. Of course, none of that matters. What matters is, this is just another one who comprehended the realm of wind intent, and the realm of intent seems to be above Fu Yunxian. Xiong Badian opened his mouth wide and ate a mouthful of wind. As for Si Inchue and the others beside him, they had already closed themselves off. The pressure would not disappear. It would only be transferred from Fu Yunxuan's shoulders to those of Si Inchue and the others. Still fighting. 4. Fu Yunxian brought Knight Coldstar to the 4 of them in front of Si Inchue, with a touch of pride on his face, as if his own younger brother had made his mark. Fight. How can a martial artist surrender without a fight? Xiong Badian gritted his teeth and said, he knew that he definitely couldn't beat him, but it was impossible for him to directly admit defeat. The other 3 also nodded. They also wanted to appreciate the power of the wind intent realm. It might inspire them. Then all 4 of you together. There's not much time. Knight Coldstar pointed to the hourglass hanging above his head. The bottle of golden sands had pretty much run out. He had to make quick work of it. Boom, 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 boom. With 4 muffled thuds, there were 4 more people lying on the ground. Except none of the 4 were planning on getting up. Even Xiong Badian pinched himself to try and make himself cry. After all, Fu Yunxian had just laid down for a while and got up and comprehended the wind realm. Seeing this, the 2 of them, Knight Coldstar and Fu Yunxian, who were crying and laughing, didn't bother them, but instead walked to the east side where there hadn't been much movement from the battle. The White Phoenix ambassador said that the moment the sands ran out, only one person could stand in the tower. Everyone else abstained and lay flat, except for 2 men still standing in the east, Zhang Lu and Hao Yuqian. Fatty Hao, what about you? Are you going to admit defeat? Or are you going to choose to fight? Fu Yunxian directly ignored Zhang Lu and looked towards the somewhat tricky Hao Yuqian. This fat man's strength itself was not below his own. Coupled with the golden silk soft armor and the famous sword Qinghong, it was not unlikely that he would really be able to cause some trouble for Knight Hansing. Playing a fart? If I had known that there were monsters in this trial, I wouldn't have come. Hao Youqian's face was filled with despair. He thought he could play the pig and eat the tiger, but as a result, he came to a monster that eats people without spitting out bones. Knight Coldstar scratched his head at the words. Was he that scary? Then I'll take it that you've admitted defeat. So many people are watching. Don't back out. Fu Yunxian hurriedly finalized the matter, lest there be any more trouble. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. You 2 fight. I can't fold anyway. After saying that, Hao Yuqian sat on his butt on the ground. Big brother Zhang Lu. Knight Coldstar looked at Zhang Lu with a bit of embarrassment. Although Jiang Lu was Wu You's savior, he couldn't give up the key to Chu Garden to anyone. Congratulations, Wind Intent. Jiang Lu extended his right hand and patted his shoulder. No. It's all because Brother Yunxian let me have the chance to comprehend. Night Cold Star was still a bit shy and didn't realize that something was wrong. Don't be modest for now. Time is running out. Let's decide in one move. Jiang Lu looked up at the hourglass. The golden sand inside was left with a thin layer of bottom. Yes, Night Cold Star was touched inwardly. Whether it was Brother Yunxian or Big Brother Jiang Lu, they had always been helping him think. The two men pulled back, separated by a distance of 3 meters, ready to make a move. But Jiang Lu was the only one who stood in horse stance and stood in a strict stance. Night Cold Star instead stood in a somewhat casual position and even scratched his head thinking about how he could make Jiang Lu's loss look better later. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip: in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Cold Star, going all out is the only way to honor a martial artist. Fu Yunxian didn't know why he felt a little bad and couldn't help but speak out to remind him. Yes. Night Cold Star suddenly realized that he was being disrespectful to Big Brother Jiang Lu like this. Big Brother Jiang Lu, I'm going to use my full strength later. Big Brother, you must be careful. Don't worry, I don't have any other advantages as a person, just thick skin. Jiang Lu shook off his already healed right hand. Ha, Big Brother, your right hand isn't. Night Cold Star finally realized that something was wrong. At this moment, the aura on Jiang Lu's body was no longer concealed. The 28 chi seeds were on fire, and the terrifying pressure swept out in all directions like a tidal wave. Fu Yunxian was directly pressed to the ground by this pressure. He would finally understand why Hao Yuqian, the dead fat man, admitted defeat so dryly. Cold Star, don't keep your hands off. Fu Yunxian shouted anxiously as he lay on the ground. In fact, there was no need for Fu Yunxian to say it. Night Cold Star had already exploded with all his might. And no one knew more about Jiang Lu's dreadfulness than he who was at the center of the pressure. It was a feeling of powerlessness in the face of the sky falling down. He was like a mole cricket on the ground, looking at the huge fist falling down from the sky, unable to resist anything. Boo! Night Cold Star flew out backwards and landed beside the 4 lying Xinshui, and there was one more person lying. He looked up at the hourglass above his head, and the last grain of sands fell exactly. The only person left on the field still standing was Jiang Lu. Chapter 48, The Unchallenged Kaiser. Reading tip: to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Dang! 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 The melodious bell sounded once again, and the crowd waiting in front of the entrance of the demon locking tower all stretched their necks to peer into the tower, wanting to know exactly who was the leader of this demon hunting trial. Is it Yun Xian, or Cold Star? Xia Qianxian's small hand clenched into a fist and placed it on her chest. She was defeated by Xinshui early on and was not able to stay until the end to witness the end of the trial. Cold Star, the silver-haired girl, Feng Woyo, pronounced her beloved's name. She already knew about Night Cold Star's attempt to seize the Chu Garden key for her own sake. Why not come out? Tao Yaoyao cannot stop tiptoe. The heart is anxious round and round. That guy why wanna show off? Obviously so seriously injured. If there is a long or short, it's out, it's out. The broken dragon stone of the demon locking tower slowly lifted up, and the 8 people who had fought to the end of the battle helped each other walk out. Jiang Lu / Cold Star / Yunxian. Jiang Lu hadn't even gotten used to the bright light outside the tower when a dazzling red dress burst into his vision, and cold little hands were groping around his body. Jiang Lu, where are you hurt? Does your hand still hurt? Tao Yaoyao's tone was anxious, and her heart was completely attached to him. I'm fine. Jiang Lu hurriedly pressed her panicked little hand, which was about to burrow into the hem of his coat. It's good that it's okay. It's good that it's okay. The boulder in Tao Yaoyao's heart finally landed on the ground, and she secretly inclined her head to use the back of her hand to wipe the tears of fear from the corner of her eyes. On the other side, Night Cold Star looked like a defeated rooster, hanging his head in shame as he walked over to the silver-haired girl Feng Woyo, not daring to look at her. No worries, I'm sorry, Before Night Cold Star could finish his words, his arms were gently bumped, and a fragrant fragrance came from the young girl's body. You've worked hard, now it's my turn. Feng Woyo stood on her tiptoes, endeavored to stretch out her arms, and tenderly touched the teenager's drooping head. No worries. Night Cold Star choked and hugged the silver-haired girl in his arms, his heart filled with unwillingness and remorse. If only he had been more serious in his usual cultivation. If only he had spent all his usual sleeping time practicing martial arts. If only. Boy. Feng Woyo was still held tightly by the teenager, accompanying him as he slowly grew. You lost too? Xia Qianxian covered her mouth in some disbelief when she saw Knight Hansen's disoriented appearance. She had roughly guessed that Knight Hansen had lost, but she hadn't expected Fu Yunxian to actually lose as well. It's hard to say. Fu Yunxian sighed, just like how Yu Qian said. There was a monster mixed in with their group of heavenly pride. You shouldn't be too upset. I believe that you can definitely get out of your own way without the key to Chu Yuan. Xia Qianxian wanted to hug him like Feng Weiyou, but eventually backed off. Just a verbal word of comfort? Fu Yunxian took a step in front of her, skimming over Feng Weiyou and Night Cold Star, who were hugging together, hinting at the implication. If you want a hug, go find the great lady of the Xiao family. Don't come to tease me, a country village girl. Xia Qianxian is a bit flustered and takes half a step back. Fu Yunxian, is he crazy? Knowing that the Fu family is going to let him marry the Xiao family to expand the family's power. How can he still bully her like this? Fu Yunxian grabbed her soft pancreas and forcefully swept her into his arms. When we go back today, I will go and propose marriage to Uncle Xia and beg him to marry his daughter to me. Xia Qianxian tried to struggle, but in the end, she softened in his arms, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Uncle Fu and the others, they won't agree. That's not up to them. Fu Yunchuan's tone had more than a hint of dominance in it. After a simple catharsis of emotions, the crowd came together again, with Night Cold Star holding Feng Weiyou in his hands and Fu Yunxian holding Xia Qianxian in his hands. Sister Qian, congratulations, you got what you wanted. Night Cold Star also resumed his old playful demeanor and poked fun at Xia Qianxian. What nonsense! I just saw him losing and pitied him. Only then did I comfort him. Xia Qianxian's face burned. Then I've lost too. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Why don't you see Sister Qianxian comforting me with a word or two? Night Cold Star said cheaply. Ugh, isn't it enough that you have Weiyou? Xia Qianxian spat lightly and hurriedly changed the topic. Say, Yun Xian and you both lost. So who actually won? Yeah, who won in the end? That's the key to the Chu Garden. Tao Yaoyao followed and asked. She also didn't know about the Chu Garden until later. Tao Yuan did not tell the two of them at first. After all, one was only in 9th grade. One had just been promoted to the 8th grade. How do you think it's impossible to snatch the food from the tiger's mouth from the hands of a bunch of heavenly prides? And to say so was just adding to the trouble. After Tao Yaoyao asked this, she realized that Night Hansing, Fu Yunxian, and Hao Yuqian were all looking at her, their eyes filled with oddities. Miss Yao Yao, don't you know? Night Cold Star held his tongue. Know what? Should I know? Tao Yaoyao was puzzled. Looking at the expression on Tao Yaoyao's face that didn't seem to be fake, Night Cold Star then pointed at Jiang Lu and revealed the answer. The person who won in the end was Big Brother Jiang Lu. It took a while for Tao Yaoyao to digest this unexpected answer. Not only did Jiang Lu win, it was a near-crushing victory. Hey, didn't you tell me 50-50 on the boat in the first place? Tao Yaoyao stood on her tiptoes and bit Jiang Lu's ear to whisper. Bad guy, obviously so powerful, hiding and not telling himself, causing himself to worry half to death. It's 50-50. I went down with 5 punches and those 5 cracked. Jiang Lu's face was filled with a playful smile. Tao Yaoyao was so angry and funny. It was the first time I heard that 50-50 was explained this way. Ignore you, big liar. So that night, the reason why I couldn't see the chi on Big Brother Jiang Lu's body. Feng Weiyou also looked back. It's not that we couldn't see it, it's that we were too close to Big Brother Jiang Lu. Night Cold Star picked up the latter half of Feng Weiyou's sentence. As a pro-experienced person who faced the river flow head-on, he had experienced what it meant to be in the ocean. In front of the absolute force, all of them were futile. What with the no-face kung fu and what with the wind realm? Tao Yaoyao was in a good mood again as she listened to the two of them praising Jiang Lu, but she still caught a hint of melancholy in the eyes of Night Cold Star as he looked at Feng Weiyou. Yes, if Jiang Lu wins, the key to Chu Garden is also equivalent to falling into Jiang Lu's hands. Then Feng Weiyou's disease. Big Brother Jiang Lu, Cold Star has an unkind request. In the future, when you enter the Chu Garden, Big Brother, can you help find a way to save Worryless life? Night Cold Star's expression changed several times, and finally pleaded with a thick skin. He knew that there were chances in the Chu Garden, but there were also the same risks, and dividing his energy to look for Feng Weiyou's life-saving method was completely a thankless task. I don't dare to guarantee that I can find it. I can only say that I'll do my best. Jiang Lu had only heard of Chu Garden for the first time today, so he naturally didn't dare to make a big deal out of it. For Big Brother Jiang Lu to be able to help look for it, Cold Star is already grateful. Night Cold Star hurriedly thanked him. Even if he went to look for it himself, he wouldn't dare to say that he had gained something. Jiang Lu wanted to say something else, but Wang Jingyun had already walked over. Night Cold Star, Fu Yunxian, the two of you and follow me to meet the Holy Envoy. The rest of you can leave. Your performance in the trial will be compiled into a dossier and sent to each county's demon suppression division. Wang Jinyun only named 2 people, Night Cold Star and Fu Yunxian, before announcing that the trial had come to an end. Wait a minute, Grand Master. There's still Big Brother Zhang Lu. He's the leader of this trial. The straightforward Night Cold Star only thought that Wang Jinyun had forgotten to bring Zhang Lu. On the contrary, it was Fu Yunxian on the side who noticed something strange. According to reason, after the demon hunting trial was over, at the very least, the leader of this trial should be announced. But judging from Wang Jinyun's behavior, it was more like he was deliberately avoiding the topic. The kudos of the kaiju will be arranged by someone else. There is no need for you to worry about it. The 2 of you will just follow me. Wang Jinyun directly waved his hand this time, taking in the 2 people, Night Cold Star and Fu Yunxian, out of thin air, and with a single leap, he left with the 2 people, quite a bit of fleeing from the scene. By the time Wang Jinyun left, the scene was quiet and a bit eerie, but anyone with eyes could see that. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip, in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. There's something fishy in there. The trial leader was left unattended, as if forgotten. Brother Jiang, do you still remember what Zhu Yuan told you at that time? Hao Yuqian looked at Zhang Lu with a few moments of sympathy in his eyes. Zhang Lu naturally remembered that Zhu Yuan was talking at the time, and he said that he had offended someone. And now, a prophecy. Chapter 49, You Don't Deserve It. Reading tip, to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. The inn, at night. Zhang Lu stayed in his guest room and exhaled. When Wang Jinyun left with Night Cold Star and Fu Yunxian, he and Tao Yaoyao followed Zhang Lao back to the inn. The whole thing was as calm as a puddle of stagnant water, as calm as if he hadn't gotten the kaiju. Tao Yaoyao wanted to go to the demon suppression division to make a scene, but he stopped him because it was useless to make a scene. Although the whole thing looked like Wang Jinyun, the Grand Priestess of the state capital, was favoring the Night Cold Star and Fu Yunxian underneath himself, but with a little bit of brain power, one would know that this matter had nothing to do with Wang Jinyun. This demon hunting trial was conducted under the eyes of the Holy Envoy, so even if Wang Jinyun and Zhao Shuren were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to act in a masculine manner in front of the Holy Envoy. Then the answer was already crying out. Who dared to engage in such petty behavior in front of a Holy Envoy? And the answer, of course, was only the Holy Envoy himself. How could I offend a Holy Envoy? Not even by 8 strokes? Zhang Lu didn't understand. He was a person from a small remote place. Even if he wanted to offend a Holy Envoy from the god's capital, he couldn't do it. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out from outside the room, followed by the sound of Tao Yaoyao reporting the news. Zhang Lu, quickly come out with me. The commendation from the Demon Suppression Division has arrived. Tao Yaoyao excitedly tapped on the doorway. Coming. Zhang Lu calmly walked out of the room and was pulled downstairs by the giddy Tao Yaoyao. In the lobby of the inn, Elder Zhang was receiving a demon suppression envoy from a state capital. You are Zhang Lu? These are the state capital's Demon Suppression Division's commendations for you winning the top spot in this demon hunting trial, so you can take an inventory. With that, the man handed over a list of rewards for the current leader. 3,000 taels of silver, 10 vials of Aura pill, any 2 Shin class martial arts, 1 sweat blood BMW, a pair of boots. The rewards were very generous, so generous that it was a bit too much. In the past, the rewards for the leader were only an ordinary Shin rank martial art and a few bottles of pills. Zhang Lu's rewards were almost doubled but also a lot more. No, where's the key to the Chu Garden? Who are you fooling with these useless things? Tao Yaoyao looked at the list inside and out several times, but she just didn't see the item she wanted to see. What's on the list is the entire reward for the current Kuei head, and if your excellency has any dissatisfaction with the reward, I can also relay it to Lord Siwei on your behalf. The man said slowly and methodically. Playing dumb is it? Tao Yaoyao rolled up her sleeves and was about to have a good talk with the other party. There's no need. Please help me say to Lord Siwei that Zhang Lu was very satisfied with these things. Thank you Lord Siwei. Zhang Lu stopped Tao Yaoyao and said in a pleasant manner. I will certainly pass it on. Farewell. The man glanced at Zhang Liu before leaving, thinking that he was a man who knew how to advance and retreat. Waiting for the person delivering the reward to leave, Tao Yaoyao angrily crossed her arms. What the hell are you thinking? That's the key to Chu Garden. No amount of money can exchange it. Don't forget, not only are there opportunities in the Chu Garden, but there are also foreign races. Even the heirs of those holy lands can be folded in there if they're not careful. Do you really want me to go that badly? Zhang Lu knew that Tao Yaoyao was fighting for him, but in this matter, not to mention that she was the daughter of a secretary, even if Tao Yuan himself came, he could only pretend to be deaf and dumb. so he had to find another way to dispel her thoughts. Hearing Jiang Lu mention the word foreigner, Tao Yao Yao was immediately poured a pot of cold water. The foreigners, originally tribes that have been living in the 100,000 mountains for generations, and their Dali dynasty well water does not violate the river water, until the corpse of the god that fell from the sky 3,000 years ago destroyed their homeland, and the Fae were forced to leave their homeland and migrate toward the extreme cold of the northern realms. Then, after the battle at the Shanhai Pass, Dali's strongest men died and were injured. The foreign races in the land of extreme cold became greedy for the rich land of Dili. At that time, Dali's national strength is weak, was forced to cede 5 states out, but in the later generation, in 1,000 years of time, one after another and the 5 states are recovered. However, the two sides have also formed a blood feud, which has evolved into the current immortal situation. This time, the Empress of Dali is going to the Chu Garden, and that group of strange. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. The clan was afraid that they would have to do everything they could to keep them in the Chu Garden forever, or else the Empress wouldn't have to send the 4 holy ambassadors all over the world to find fighters. The city gates are on fire. The fish in the pond suffered. Thanks to the blessing of the Empress, the other bigly people who entered the Chu Garden is afraid that it is not good. Well, then it's better if you don't go. Tao Yao Yao was also overwhelmed by all the opportunities in Chu Garden before, and it was only now that there was a pang of fear. Even imperial aristocrats like Emperor Ji were at risk of bloodshed, let alone ordinary people like them. It's good to know. Pack up and go to bed early. We're returning tomorrow. Seeing that he bluffed her, Jiang Lu said no more. Back in his room, Jiang Lu continued to cultivate the Star Luo technique again. He wasn't as generous as he showed. Whether he went to the Chu Garden or not was his business, but obscuring his things was another matter. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Besides, he doesn't need 10 years. Current experience gain multiplier, 1,500 times. Early the next morning, 4 people came to look for Jiang Lu, namely Night Cold Star and Feng Woyo, Fu Yunxian and Xia Chanshan. Big brother Jiang Lu. I'm sorry, obviously you're the leader. Night Cold Star lowered his head. Yesterday he and Fu Yunxian were taken by the Grand Secretary to meet the Holy Envoy. Both were given the key to the Chu Garden, in favor of Jiang Lu, who had performed the most outstandingly this time, and was only rewarded with some unusual rewards. There's no need to blame yourself. Without you guys, it would have been Si Inxue, Duan Mulei and a few of them. Jiang Lu patted Night Cold Star's shoulder in relief. The problem was in himself. No one else to blame. Brother Jiang is open-minded, but Cold Star and I came here this time. In addition to saying goodbye, we were also ordered by the sacred envoy to convey 2 words to Brother Jiang. Fu Yunxian clasped his fists, his tone respectful. Honestly, he was the one who really picked up the slack. Oh, that's really a great honor. I'm all ears. Jiang Lu's eyes moved slightly. That saint envoy had actually left words specifically for himself. The others also perked up their ears, curious as to what words a holy envoy had left for Jiang Lu. Ahem. For the sake of conveying accuracy, I'll not change a single word. Brother Jiang, and listen up. Fu Yunxian cleared his throat, mimicking the holy envoy's cool tone at the time. First sentence. This ambassador is most disgusted by those who cultivate the Star Luo technique. Jiang Lu frowned after hearing. Not. Star Luo skill ate your family's rice. You repair the road. Pipe so wide. Ahem. The White Phoenix ambassador has always respected Her Majesty the Empress, and Her Majesty the Empress only lost once back then. Brother Jiang, do you understand? Fu Yunxian lowered his voice and explained. Jiang Lu nodded and understood. He was getting dragged down by Old Man Lu. But this second sentence, I don't understand it at all, so I'll ask Brother John to figure it out on his own. Fu Yunxian looked a bit strange, still mimicking Ambassador Bai Feng's tone. You, not worthy of my little sister. Chapter 50 by Qingru. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. On the building boat, Hao Yuqian was having an eloquent conversation with Jiang Lu and Tao Yao Yao. To say that this White Phoenix the original name is called Chen Cicada E. Is Shindu Ding and Marquis Chen Baichuan once drunk and disorderly, favored a maid born. It's just that you all understand. The Marquis of Dingen has many concubines, let alone a humble maid, and the Marquis of Dingen doesn't even remember that he has such a daughter as Chen Cicada E. In short, his mother finally died of depression. Even the ancestral hall could not enter, and no longer have no attachments. Chen Cicada E hid from the Marquis to participate in the preliminary examination of the Chonghua Academy, and then in one fell swoop, by the current master of the country and the dean of the academy was accepted as an inducted disciple. Then later, Chen Yi spent 3 years leaping from an ordinary person to a third-grade grandmaster. When Hao Yuqian said this, he was interrupted by Tao Yao Yao, whose small cherry mouth was so open that it could fit a pebble. Wait, how many? 3 years? 3 products? Tao Yao Yao suspected that either Hao Yuqian had missed the point, or that she had a problem with her ears. I know it sounds unbelievable, but it is. Hao Yuqian spread himself. He completely understood Tao Yao Yao's shock at this moment. When he himself had just heard it, he wasn't much better. Impossible. Even if one is as stunning and talented as a female empress, it took a full 7 years to go from the 9th to the 3rd rank. How could someone spend only 3 years to get to the 3rd rank? Tao Yao Yao subconsciously denied. On the talent. The empress is the first person since the great ancestor Li Chong. A Chen Yi, what virtue and ability? It's possible. Hao Yuqian said quietly. Don't forget that 3,000 years ago, there was a person who became an emperor on the eve of enlightenment. Toward enlightenment and becoming an emperor at night, the more you say, the more outrageous it gets. How can there be? Under the sky wait, martial ancestor? Chu berserkers. Tao Yao Yao thought of a legendary figure, Wuzu Chu Bianga. Even a 3-year-old child can recite the story of Wuzu backwards and forwards. Rumor has it that when the human race was in danger, it was the martial ancestor who achieved enlightenment and passed down the cultivation method, leading the human race to repel the demons. That's just the world's glorification, right? It's been so long, who knows how long it actually took martial ancestor to certify to the emperor realm. Tao Yao Yao's tone weakened a few points. Whether it's embellishment or not I don't know. I only know that at that time, the demons were powerful, and other than the martial ancestor standing on the ground to become an emperor, I couldn't think of a second way for the human race to survive. Hao Yuqian had also questioned the authenticity of the legend, but that year, the human race is as dangerous as the situation, which has time for the martial ancestor slowly witness late day may lead to the disappearance of the human race in the long river of history. Alright, even if you have a point. Tao Yao Yao couldn't think of any rebuttal. But you also said that it was a martial ancestor. Are you trying to say that Chen Yi also has the stature of a martial ancestor? That, it is bound to be impossible. In fact, not to mention martial ancestor, Chen Yi's talent is far inferior to that of the empress, and at best, it's on par with those sex saints' holy sons and daughters. Hao Yuqian shook his head. If Chen Yi's talent was really that powerful, then Chen Yi wouldn't still be at the 3rd rank in place. Then how exactly did Chen Yi enter the 3rd rank for 3 years? Tao Yao Yao became more and more confused. I'm not sure about that. It's just that some people have speculated that the Qianghua Academy has likely obtained the inheritance of the martial ancestor, and Chen Yi is one of the beneficiaries. Hao Yuqian spread his hands. That's all he knew. As for more, he would have to start from Qianghua Academy itself. But who in the whole world had the guts to do so? Even if it was confirmed that Qianghua Academy had really obtained the inheritance of the martial ancestor, would anyone dare to go and rob it? You have to know that behind the Qianghua Academy is the female emperor, the only powerful martial emperor in the world today, who is tired of living and dares to go to too old to move the earth. Che, you don't know even after talking for half a day. Tao Yao Yao was greatly disappointed and turned her head to Jian Lu, who didn't say a word. Jian Lu, why don't you say a word? Ever since Fu Yunxian brought 2 words to Jian Lu started to become silent, as if he was thinking about something. Nothing. Jian Lu came back to his senses and looked at Hao Yuqian again. You just said that the state master took Chen Yi as a disciple. Then do you know how many disciples the state master has in total? 4. Hao Yuqian put up 4 fingers and said as if counting. Although Qianghua Academy was founded already, this chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. There had been 20 years, but not every quester had been able to worship under the state master. According to the early or late time of initiation, they are the first disciple White Phoenix Ambassador, the second disciple Green Luan Ambassador, the third disciple Vermilion Bird Ambassador, and the fourth disciple Nightingale Ambassador. The master of the state has so far taken in these 4 disciples, which are often called the 4 holy ambassadors. Speaking of which, it's been 3 years since the state master has confiscated a new disciple, and I don't know if this term Shuyuan leader will be able to fall into the state master's eyes. That's so. Jian Lu let out a long sigh. He probably already knew who the White Phoenix envoy Chen Yi was talking about in terms of his little sister. Tao Yao Yao looked at Jian Lu, who was sighing, and suddenly thought of something as well. Her face became odd. Shouldn't. 2 days later. Brother Jiang, be sure to come to Pengcheng County when you have time. I'll take you to meet our Tianxiang Lu's flower leader, and I'll make sure that you feel it's not a wasted trip. There is no such thing as an unending banquet. Hao Yuqian stood at the bow of the boat and waved goodbye to Jiang Lu and Tao Yao Yao, who had already disembarked. Definitely. Jiang Lu cupped his fists and returned the salute. After getting along for a while, Hao Yuqian was still a person worth befriending. Bah! Tao Yaoyao spat lightly. This dead fat man was thinking of bringing down Jiang Lu. What flower leader? Can she look as good as her? After bidding farewell to Hao Yuqian, Jiang Lu and Tao Yaoyao hadn't taken more than a few steps towards the ferry when they saw the Lu family's subordinates probing their heads and looking their way. Mr. Jiang! Miss Peach! The subordinate jumped and shouted, afraid that he wouldn't be able to attract the attention of the two. Did elder brother ask you to wait for us here? Tao Yaoyao walked up to the man and instantly recognized that it was Lai Fu who was following elder brother. Young Master Lu has commanded that if he sees Mr. Jiang, he must make sure that Mr. Jiang goes to the Demon Suppression Division to find him first. Lai Fu hurriedly recited the words he knew by heart. I see. Jiang Lu didn't have a trace of surprise on his face. It seemed that things were really as he expected. It's good that Mr. Jiang understands. I've already prepared top quality horses for the two of you. Please follow me. Lai Fu said and was about to lead the two to fetch the horses. There's no need. I'll go over first by myself. Yao Yao. You go back with Elder Zhang. Jiang Lu turned his head to look at Tao Yaoyao. I know. You go ahead and busy yourself. But remember, don't be impulsive. Tao Yaoyao also guessed that most likely something had changed. Or else senior brother wouldn't have arranged for Lai Fu to stand guard here. After Tao Yaoyao, Jiang Lu tapped his toes on the ground and turned into a flying arrow towards the Jin Demon Division. With his cultivation of the 8th grade of Qi refining realm, running at full speed could be much faster than a horse. Jiang Lu rushed to the Jin Demon Division and happened to see Lu Ziki at the entrance of the Jin Demon Division. And Lu Ziki also saw him. Not waiting for Jiang Lu to open his mouth to ask, Lu Zishi said with a guilty face, Brother Jiang, Dicky has no face to see you. Lu Zishi's gesture of having to thank him for meeting him almost didn't scare Jiang Lu to death. It was only after some inquiries that he learned that it was actually just the family that Jiang Lu had asked Lu Ziki to take care of earlier that had been picked up from the Lu mansion and taken back. Hearing that Bai Qingyu had been picked up and taken home, Jiang Lu had his heart put back down. With his knowledge of Lu Ziki, there was and is only one person who can pick up Bai Qingyu's family from Lu Ziki's hands, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, Bai Qingru. Chapter 51, I've got the reasoning. Reading tip, to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Qingpu Village, Bai Qingyu's boudoir. Sister Myrtle, please, Qingyu, it's not that I don't want to help you, but, Bai Qingyu and Su Miaoyin closed the door and whispered. Bai Qingyu held Su Miaoyin's wrist with both hands, a pleading look on her face. Sister Miaoyin, I know you like Xiangong, so just promise me, okay? Bai Qingyu's eyes were slightly puffy, and she hadn't washed her face with tears in the past few days. I'm just grateful to big brother Jiang Lu. It's not what you think. Su Miaoyin's eyes dodged. She would have known the truth by now, naturally knowing what stupid thing she had said in front of Bai Qingyu before. Sister Miaoyin, if you keep this up, my sister will have no choice but to go and ask Miss Tao Yaoyao. Bai Qingyu was truly going to be anxious by Su Miaoyin and could only throw out the killer. This trick really worked. Su Miaoyin immediately panicked upon hearing this, and her tone loosened up a few points. Even if I promise, Jiang Lu's big brother side won't agree. Su Miaoyin's shell teeth lightly bit her lower lip, an aromatic heart of deer colliding. It's good that you agree. Sister, just leave Shanggong's side to me. Bai Qingyu let out a sigh of relief. This was the last thing she could do for Shanggong. After a few days, Jiang Lu once again returned to the doorstep of his house, only to be stopped. Stand still. Who are you? What is the purpose of coming to the White House? Two guards in bright light armor at the door stopped him and routinely questioned him. Ha! Jiang Lu coldly laughed. Did he even need to inform people when he went back to his own home? Then he used his internal power to shout. Bai Qingru, is this how you treat your husband? With the added strength of his inner strength, this mid-air bang resounded throughout Qingpu Village, announcing his arrival to everyone. Unbridled. Seek death. The two guards at the door were immediately furious, and were about to arrest Jiang Lu, who was making a big speech. At this moment, an ethereal and distant voice came from the White family's inner courtyard. Let him in. Jiang Lu stepped over the green stone threshold and once again set foot on the land of his own home. Looking up, a petite figure leaned dully behind the front yard doorway, tears in her eyes. Sunga. When Bai Qingyu heard Jiang Lu's voice, she ran out at the first opportunity, and when she saw the face that she had been thinking about day and night, she could no longer suppress the thoughts in her heart. I'm back. Jiang Lu gently caught Bai Qingyu, who flung herself into his arms, like holding a fragile treasure, not willing to let go but not daring to hold too hard. Hot tears dampened his lapels, and a pair of small hands tightly wrapped around his waist, as if they wanted to rub themselves into his body before they would stop. The two of them embraced for a long time before Bai Qingyu's trembling shoulders gradually calmed down, her small head buried into his arms, sniffing the reassuring scent, relaxing so much that she almost fell asleep on it. Kiyoyo! Bai Qingruo's cry woke up the drowsy Bai Qingyu, who rubbed her little head against Jian Lu's chest several times before unwillingly letting go of her hands. Sunga, sister is waiting for you in the study. Bai Qingyu tenderly stroked Jian Lu's face. I know. You wait for me in the room first. I'll be back in a while. Jian Lu touched her head. Bai Qingyu answered. And before she left, she tugged at the corner of his coat again, staring at him miserably. Sangong, don't fight with your sister. Jian Lu's eyes tilted a bit to the right, not really wanting to agree to Bai Qingyu's request. Sunga, please. Bai Qingyu shook Jian Lu's arm again vigorously, a pair of big watery eyes with some puffiness, making it impossible to refuse. For your sake, I can reason with her. The implication was that if Bai Qingru was unreasonable, then it was not his fault. He came to the study and pushed open the lightly covered doorway. A woman in plain clothes. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Sitting behind a desk, his temperament was elegant, with a bookish air, and his eyes were as clear as a cold pool. Face and Bai Qingyu have 7 or 8 points of similarity, less a point of childishness, more 2 or 3 points of cold and holy. Beautiful beyond compare. Eyebrows are not described but diaphanous, lips are not dotted but vermilion, and the pinkish-white yawning nose is straight and unobtrusive. Further down, the neckline of the light blue dark flowers in the middle of the shirt held up a full arc. Even the plain white clothes cannot cover the delicate body, attracting people to reverie. Seen enough? Bai Qingruo stood up graciously, without a hint of impatience on her face. There was no hint of blame in her question, just the literal meaning that if she hadn't seen enough, she could wait a little longer. Enough about business. Jian Lu withdrew his gaze and nonchalantly pulled out a chair and sat across from Bai Qingruo. Bai Qingru nodded slightly and sat back down again, the expression on her face unchanged since the beginning. How should I address you now? The new head of the Qianghua Academy? Or the youngest sister of the White Phoenix ambassador? Jian Lu casually leaned on the back of his chair, sizing up this famous and popular figure of God's capital. It's just some false names. Whatever husband wants to call concubine. It's all at your will. Bai Qingru similarly sized up her nominal husband. Unlike what she had imagined, Jiang Lu was overly subdued, yet he clearly knew it all again. Husband? I only remember that the one who married me was Qinyu. Jiang Lu was also a little unclear about what drugs Bai Qingru was selling, which was far from the meeting he had imagined with swords drawn. You and Qinyu. Speaking of her sister, Bai Qingruo's face finally changed. This matter is all because of me, and I came back this time to make up for this fault. Fault can't be talked about, and there is no need for you to make up for anything. As long as you make peace with me, and I marry Qingyu again, the two difficulties will be solved by themselves. Jian Lu stated his conditions. He didn't care if Bai Qingruo was some kind of national master disciple. He only needed his own little lady Bai Qingyu. I've prepared a letter of repudiation. But Qingyu can't marry you. Bai Qingyu took out a written letter of repudiation. Only Jian Lu didn't even look at it. I've only heard of parents' orders and matchmakers' words, but this is the first time I've heard of being a sister not being allowed to marry her sister. Jian Lu's tone chilled. I'm not trying to interfere with Qingyu's fate, but rather, I'm letting Qingyu's fate return to her original trajectory. She shouldn't have to pay the price of her life because of my capriciousness. Bai Qingyu's tone was filled with compassion for her sister. Well said. You're just trying to make up for the deficit within yourself. What's the difference between what you're doing now and your running away from marriage a month ago? Jiang Lu disdained Bai Qingruo's self-touching. Perhaps. Bai Qingruo didn't deny it either. Tomorrow I will take Qingyu to the divine capital. 1 year's time. If she still pines for you after seeing the breadth of this heaven and earth as well as the overabundance of teenage talents, then I won't stop you anymore. Do you think you're being reasonable? Jian Lu stood up from his chair and pressed his hands heavily on the edge of the table. To me, it makes sense. But to you and Qingyu, it should be unreasonable. Bai Qingyu seemed quite self-aware. Then what makes you think I'll listen to you? The aura on Jian Lu's body gradually climbed, pressing towards Bai Qingruo like a tidal wave. Just Bai Qingru ignored the pressure emanating from Jian Liu's body, walked to Jian Liu's side in a graceful manner, assisted the unconscious Jian Liu to sit back in his chair, and gently shook her head. Just by the way, reason is in my hands. Chapter 52. Reading tip. To prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Jian Lu woke up leisurely, only feeling dizzy, and it took a lot of effort to open his eyelids. Sagittarius, you're awake. Bai Qingyu had been guarding the bedside, and when she saw Jian Lu waking up, she hurriedly wiped the tear tracks on her eyes and revealed a pearly smile. This is For me. Jiang Lu sat up with Bai Qingyu's assistance, shaking his battered head and gradually recalling what had happened. Bai Qingru, Divine Soul Attack, 7th grade God Refining Realm. If he remembered correctly, the Bai Qingru of a month ago was merely an ordinary person who hadn't entered the grade. Another Chen Cicada? It seems that Hao Yu Chen was right. Qianghua Academy. Even if it didn't obtain the inheritance of the martial ancestor, I'm afraid that it has obtained something very impressive. Where is Bai Qingru? Jiang Lu clenched his fists. Before it was Bai Qingru to have the intention to count without intention. He was not aware of a moment before he suffered the road. Sang Ho. Forget it, okay? Bai Qingyu wrapped his palm around his fist. Even if Sunga could win against his sister, it wouldn't change anything. This was something that she had clearly realized when her sister had traveled to the Lu family to pick up someone and the entire Lu family's older generation had respectfully come out to see her off. Jiang Lu was silent. He certainly understood what Bai Qingyu understood. Before he came here, Lu had clearly advised him that it wasn't a single Bai Qingru that he had to contend with. Rather, it is the Qianhua Academy behind Bai Qingrua, the state teacher who is the most powerful person in the country, and the female emperor who controls the power of life and death in the Golden Palace. Sire, Qingyu misses you so much. Stay with me tonight, okay? Bai Qingyu's body slumped, her head leaning against Jiang Lu's chest, her tone filled with dependence. Good. Jiang Lu took a deep breath, and after his lips wriggled several times, the knot in his throat rolled with difficulty before he finally agreed. Wait for me then. Sunga. Bai Qingyu got out of bed. I do not know where to find 2 large red candles, lighted placed on the candlestick, and the oil lamps in the room were extinguished one by one. The only thing left in the room is the flickering candle flame. Sagittarius. Qingyu wants to make up for your wedding night. Bai Qingyu shyly walked to the bed, and the swaying candlelight shone on her red face, which was particularly moving. Jiang Lu looked a little lost in thought, reaching out a hand to wrap around under the bend of her knees. The other hand touched the back of her waist and picked her up in a horizontal embrace. Afterward, Jiang Lu gently placed Bai Qingyu in his arms onto the bed, removing the wooden hairpins stuck on her head one by one, and the soft 3,000 green silk sprinkled like a waterfall on the flowery red mattress sheet. Bai Qingyu's heart also beat a drum, although it has long been not the first time to have skin to skin with Shangong, but before it was all lights out. Many things are foggy. Sagittarius. Sage. Her breathing shortened slightly. Her small hand spread out on the bed subconsciously looking for something to grab onto. A layer of brimming watery mist was born in her evasive eyes. Her head went blank, subconsciously calling out for Sunga. Jiang Lu listened to her delicate voice like a sob. His heart felt like there were cat's claws scratching, and his breathing slowly became rough, with only a trace of clarity left in his eyes struggling to hold on. Mother. Bai Qingyu's small nose grunted softly and her eyelashes fluttered sheepishly. This was already the biggest response she could make as a woman. She slightly raised her slender waist, matching Jiang Lu's big hands to remove her outer shirt, revealing 2 slightly baby-fat snow-white arms, as well as a pair of luscious jade shoulders, with only a dash of mandarin duck's belly band left on her upper body. Nyoko. Jiang Lu called out softly again. Bai Qingyu understood, covered her little face with her hands blushing, and gently raised her arched buttocks again. Only this time, without waiting for Jiang Lu to make a move, a light cough came from the next room, disturbing the candlelight in the room to sway. Ahem. Qingyu, don't forget what you promised your sister. Bai Qingrua's voice rang out at an inopportune time, destroying the charming atmosphere just now. Bai Qingru, you're perverted. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode to spy on your own sister and brother-in-law in bed. Jiang Lu was completely enraged. The 7th grade God Refining Realm is terrific. Having divine sense is terrific. You, Bai Qingru at this time also have a few points of shame. Forgive her self-cognizance has been broken male and female things, but that person in the house is her own sister. I'm not going to argue with you, but Qingyu is only at maturity. If you harm her body, I will not be able to spare you. After saying that, Bai Qingru subsided. But Jiang Lu's sixth sense as a martial artist told him that Bai Qingru was still in the next room observing his and Bai Qingyu's every move with her divine sense. You like to see it, don't you? Then I'll let you see it. Jiang Lu didn't hide anymore, and began to unbuckle his belt, taking off the clothes on his body one by one. Mud. Exploded with you. The house next door. No. Shameless. Bai Qingru froze in place, her fingers pinching the teacup too hard and turning white, her bulging bodice rippling dramatically because she couldn't catch her breath. Her previous calmness, elegance, and coolness were destroyed by Jiang Lu at this moment. Bai Qingru wanted to withdraw her divine sense very much, and she knew very well that Jiang Lu was doing this just to force herself to withdraw her divine sense. But the more this happened, the more she couldn't go along with Jiang Lu's wishes. Without her keeping an eye on her, her stupid sister wouldn't send herself to someone else's mouth. Calm down. After 100 years it's just a handful of white bones. All I see is a white bone that moves. Bai Qingru forcefully took a sip of tea and tried to calm herself down, treating it as an experience in mindfulness. District Flesh Skin. Want to bat her state of mind. Really is whimsical. She is not going to. Not waiting for her mood to calm down. The image that came back from her divine sense directly caused her last shred of her Dao heart to shatter into a slag. Beast! Bai Qingru simply could not believe what she saw with her own divine sense. How could he trample on Qingyu like this? Qingyu, this girl is also a girl who does not know how to be shy. What that Jiang Lu said is what? For a moment she wanted to rush over and stop this degrading thing, but in the end she held back. Qingyu did not break her agreement with her. Bai Qingru trembled as she refilled herself with a cup of fragrant tea, and just after taking a sip, a new content came back from the side of her divine sense. Put. Beastly. A beast of burden. Bai Qingru almost didn't choke on her tea. Her left hand managed to hold down her right hand. She was afraid that she couldn't help but slap this shameless man to death. This asshole is doing it on purpose. Don't fall for that man's female-ary. Think about what the sages have said. After a while, another conversation came from the next room. Kiyoyo, put your clothes on. Sunga, you've got the wrong one. It's sister's clothes. Didn't take it wrong. Yeah, don't smile. Clear your expression a little more. Let your hair down a little so it looks more like it. Bai Qingru heard the next door conversation clearly, and didn't even need to hear it. In the image fed back by her divine sense, she saw a face carved out of the same mold as her own. Once she saw that Bai Qingyu was already coiling her hair, she almost already knew what was going to happen behind her. Jiang Lu, I will kill you. Ah ha ha ha. This night was destined to be incomparably long for Bai Qingru. Chapter 53, Setting a Small Goal First. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. The next day, early morning, you trample yourself even if it's not enough. He so humiliated your sister you actually help. White pain you. Bai Qingru pinched her own sister Bai Qingyu's slippery little face and began to settle scores. Aya, sister, you bullied Sunga so much, and you're not allowed to let Sunga take out her anger. Bai Qingyu embraced her sister's voluptuous figure in a petulant manner. It was also very difficult for her to be sandwiched between the two. On one side was her sister, and on the other side was her husband. She did not want Sangong to hold a grudge against her sister, so she could only let Sangong's nature take its course and let Sangong take a small bite out of his anger. Sangong, do you still have me as your sister in your heart? Bai Qingru didn't know exactly what kind of mesmerizing soup Jiang Lu had given her sister, and after only a month, she was helping outsiders to deal with her. Of course Qingyu has sister in her heart. For breakfast I also made your favorite barley porridge for you. Sister, Bai Qingyu said as if inviting credit. Count on you having a bit of a conscience. Bai Qingru scraped her little nose and led her by the hand towards the inner hall. On the dining table in the inner hall, there were already their parents, Bai Wendy and Fong Xiaoning, as well as last night's host, Jiang Lu. Bai Wendy and Fong Xiaoning looked nervously at their daughter and son-in-law, fearing that the two would fight at the drop of a hat. It was a good thing that the two men's eyes touched and parted, all as if nothing had happened. One doesn't want to make things difficult for his wife, and the other doesn't want to make things difficult for his sister. Bai Qingyu hurriedly gave Bai Qingru a bowl of barley porridge, and added a spoonful of rice to Jiang Lu, mainlining a bowl of water. Before I left the capital, my master promised me that I could bring Qingyu along to Qianghua Academy to cultivate, so if you have the ability, you can come to the divine capital to find it. As she ate, Bai Qingru talked about the unfinished topic from yesterday. There is no need for you to say, I will find my maiden. Jiang Lu did not lift his head. It is not difficult to go to God. The difficult thing is how to snatch the person back from Bai Qingru. The easiest way was to wait honestly for a year for Bai Qingru to release her. The most difficult way was to witness and become an emperor in a year's time, and then directly hit the divine capital at that time. The second solution sounded like a pie in the sky, but who made him a person who didn't like to be passive? And he didn't want to meet this kind of looking up to others for the second time. The two of them talked no more, and after that they stopped talking, and the family finished their breakfast in an atmosphere of silence. Before saying goodbye, Bai Qingyu still cried into a tearful person. Sire, can you promise Qingyu one thing? Bai Qingyu hugged Jiang Lu and cried. What is it? You say. Jiang Lu carefully wrapped his arms around her, feeling the warmth before parting. Promise first. I'll say it again. Bai Qingyu cried a little harder. As long as it's not a request like letting me be friendly with your sister, I promise. Jiang Lu gently patted Bai Qingyu's back. Bai Qingru's sack he set. Who cannot be stopped. Sunga, didn't I let you out of your anger last night? Bai Qingyu helplessly slanted a glance at Jiang Lu. Alas, But what she had to say this time really had nothing to do with her sister. The thing is like this. Bai Qingyu bit Jian Lu's ear and explained the cause and effect. This is too much nonsense on your part. Jian Lu shook his head after hearing this and wanted to refuse. Please Sunga, I've let all my words out. Bai Qingyu's tears fell down in big chunks. Who wouldn't be softened at the sight of them? Humph. You're not afraid that someone else will snatch your Sagittarius away? Jian Lu slapped her on her small buttocks as a half-promise. Qingyu is not afraid. Shanggong is definitely my favorite. Bai Qingyu broke into a smile and stood on her tiptoes to give him a kiss on the corner of his mouth. Then whispered, Qingyu also likes Shanggong the most. Well, I know. Jian Lu compassionately touched her little head. He was the only one who knew how much the little girl really loved herself. Current experience gain multiplier, 1. 500 times 2. 000 times, maximum reached. Bai Qingyu ran away for the time being, and if he didn't see it wrong, that direction was the village chief Su Zhengxiang's house. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. This is for you. Bai Qingru walked over and threw a box made of white jade to him. No need. Jian Lu didn't even look at the contents and directly threw the jade box back. Also good. Bai Qingru was also dry. And when Jian Lu said no, she really put it back. Take good care of Qingyu. This was the first time Jian Lu spoke to Bai Qingyu in a pleading tone. Qingyu is my younger sister, and you're the only one who trashes her that much. Bai Qingyu turned to leave. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist beating the other party violently. The next to find Jian Lu were Mr. and Mrs. by Wendy and Feng Xiaoning. Luer, this marriage letter. You should keep it. This time, I've made things difficult for you again. Bai Wendy handed over a marriage letter. On it were written the birth dates of both Jian Lu and Bai Qingyu. Thank you father-in-law and mother-in-law. Jian Lu solemnly accepted the marriage certificate. To be honest, the fact that Bai Qingru had become such a hotshot big shot like a disciple of the state master, and that Bai Wendy was still able to entrust his youngest daughter to him as promised, was already stronger than too many others. Just don't blame Qingru, this girl. She's had this temperament since she was a child, and now that she's become some kind of national master's disciple, I can't control her even more. Bai Wendy sighed. In the end, everything was his fault. Everything was packed up. All that needed to be paid for was paid for, and it was time to actually say goodbye. Two large horse-drawn carriages carrying a full load of luggage stopped at the entrance of the village. The villagers all spontaneously came out to see off the trip, all knowing that the eldest daughter of the Bai family had made a good living, and was going to take her father and mother to the god's capital to enjoy the blessings of the world. It is the poor white family that son-in-law, just married bride ran away, and so back and immediately divorced, and now a whole family of people go to Shindu, only left him alone to guard the empty house. However, there are also many people who have moved on. The Bai family's eldest daughter can't look at Jian Lu. They can look at but it's all an afterthought. Jian Lu sent the carriage out for more than a mile. Bai Qingyu could not bear to see him labor any longer and called a halt to the carriage. Sunga, go back. Don't send it. Bai Qingyu's mouth said for him to go back, but her body hugged him tighter than anyone else. Aha! Jian Lu gave her one last hard hug and leaned down to ask in her ear, remember what Sunga likes? Of course I remember. Bai Qingyu reddened her little face and muttered, like sister, they have big boobs and a nice ass. Just remember, you should also eat well and fatten up during my absence. Got it? Jian Lu finally instructed. No. Bai Qingyu couldn't help but cry again as she listened to Jiang Lu's instructions, but suddenly she smelled a nice odor and then drifted off to sleep. Jian Lu put away the mesmerizing incense in his hand and carried her towards the carriage. When Bai Qingyu woke up again, it was already dark, and only then did she learn that they had already walked out of Guanling County for hundreds of miles. I don't know where my sister ran off to, but I heard my mother say that it seemed like a man in a white robe had approached her. In front of the entrance to the inn. Did you give him that thing? The White Phoenix ambassador removed her hood, revealing a windswept, pretty face. He doesn't want it. Bai Qingrua replied succinctly. Bai Feng made his entire body energized after originally still being a bit tired. You didn't tell him that was the key to the Chu Garden? Said he doesn't want it. Bai Qingru said without changing her face. That place in Chu Garden was too dangerous. If Jiang Lu folded in there, where would she go in a year's time to compensate her sister for a philanderer? This is troublesome. The White Phoenix ambassador furrowed his good-looking brow. She had only intended to borrow the Chu Garden key to do a favor to her junior sister, and hadn't really wanted Jiang Lu to enter the Chu Garden. Even if she personally hated Jiang Lu's strength was there, and it was definitely a great help to her Imperial Highness. If, because of her negligence, His Imperial Highness went wrong this time, she could not absolve herself of the blame. Is it important? Bai Qingru didn't know about Jiang Lu's performance in the demon hunting trial. It just seemed as if things weren't as simple as she thought. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Forget it, you don't have to care about this. I'll just think of another way. White Phoenix made up his mind that even if he were to tie, he would tie that guy to Chu Garden. Chapter 54, The Zhenjian Shenzhen. Reading tip. In order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. It's night. Jiang Lu stayed alone in the backyard for the whole night, and the starlight shone brightly, entering his body as much as it could. If anyone could see his dantian, they would realize that in the south soared a fire-bathed vermilion bird with its wings spreading out, and in the north, which echoed it, was a stalwart Xuanwu coiled up. At the second stage of the Star Luo technique, the vermilion bird in Xianwu of the four elephants had already coalesced successfully, just missing the white tiger in the west as well as the green dragon in the east. With another 10 days of work, he would be able to connect the 28 stars into the four elephants, the same way that Elder Lu Zhiyou had demonstrated in the first place. It was time to inquire about the viewpoints required for the 7th grade God refining realm, lest it be like that time at the peak of the 9th grade when one could only improvise. At that thought, he stood up, and the dew that hung on his brow and hair rolled off with him, wetting his clothes and adding a chill to the morning. Jiang Lu habitually walked towards the kitchen. In the past at this time Bai Qingyu had already gotten up. Her busy figure would appear in front of the stove, boiling hot millet porridge for herself. Sometimes he would secretly hold her slender waist from behind. Listening to her pouting cries, the two of them cuddled together, waiting until the porridge was mushy and then broke away in a hurry. Jiang Lu stopped walking. Yes, Qingyu was no longer there. No one would boil millet porridge for him. Scoffs. He was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly heard the movement of dishes clashing in the kitchen, and before he could think about it, his body had already moved. Clear. Jiang Lu's hand raked at the doorway of the kitchen, and by the time he could see the silhouettes inside the kitchen, the delighted look on his face gradually dimmed. Sister Miaoyin, it's you. When Su Miaoyin saw Jiang Lu's reaction, a bitter smile appeared on her face, but then she replaced it with a bright smile and greeted her. Big brother Jiang Lu, sit and wait for a while, the kanji will be ready soon. The thing that Bai Qingyu had asked her to do earlier was to hope that she would take care of Jiang Lu after she left, the kind that took care of him in every degree. Like a wife like that. Thank you. Jiang Lu first said his thanks, then said, Sister Miaoyin, you don't have to take what Qingyu said to you seriously. Su Miaoyin's body was stunned for a moment when she heard these words. It was true that big brother Jiang Lu had only Qingyu in his heart since the beginning. Big brother Jiang Lu, if you're like this I'm going to write a letter to tell Sister Qingyu that you failed her. Su Miaoyin forced a smile. It's not good for your reputation if it gets out like this. Jiang Lu said again. Once or twice is fine. After a long time, it is inevitable that some people in the village will gossip. Su Miaoyin lowered her head and didn't say anything. Qingyu's sister had said that with Jiang Liu's nature, if it really came to that, he would definitely be responsible. Ugh, Jiang Lu secretly sighed in his heart. Bai Qingyu was really good at giving him problems. If he refused Su Miaoyin's care, it was estimated that Bai Qingyu, who was far away in the divine capital, would have to worry every day about whether or not he had enough to eat and wear. But if he didn't reject it, people's words would be fearful. And when Su Miaoyin was delayed for life because of it, how should he live with himself? You can take this money first. Tell me if it's not enough. Jiang Lu took out a bag of gold leaves and handed it to Su Miaoyin. He couldn't let people contribute their effort in money. No. Sister Qingyu has already given it. What Su Miaoyin had gotten from Bai Qingyu's side, besides the Bai family's key, there was also the household given by Jiang Lu in the past. Just take it. Jiang Lu did not allow her to refuse. Then Miaoyin will receive it for you first on behalf of big brother Jiang Lu. Su Miaoyin didn't push back any further. Accepting the money actually meant that big brother Jiang Lu tacitly agreed to stay by his side. In the afternoon, someone knocked on the door of the White family's ancestral home. Jiang Lu, are you home? Tao Yaoyao tapped hard on the copper-green door ring. The urgent knocking sound was actually just like the anxiety inside her heart at the moment. On the way here, she and her senior brother had already learned from the villagers about what had happened to Jiang Lu. She didn't know why, but hearing that Jiang Lu had reverted back to being alone again made her heart feel bad. Elder sister, take it easy for a moment. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. According to Brother John's cultivation routine, he might still be sleeping at this time. Lu Zixian looked at the door ring that was about to be ripped off by Tao Yaoyao and hurriedly advised, coming. A response came from the door, but it was a woman's voice. Greetings to Mr. Lu and Miss Peach. Please enter the house first. Big brother Jian Lu will be here later. Su Miaoyin was like the hostess of this room. Why are you at Jian Lu's house? Tao Yao Yao's tone unconsciously took on a questioning tone. I was entrusted by Sister Qin Yu to come over temporarily to help look after it for a while. Su Miaoyin took one more look at Tao Yao Yao. When by Qin Yu was using this Tao Yao Yao girl to restrain her. Told you so. I'll take him back to elder brother's house. Anyway, elder brother's family is big. One more Jian Lu can't eat him. Tao Yao Yao patted Lu Zixi back hard, her eyes signaling him in a frantic manner. Su Miaoyin looked at her with a smile and didn't make a comment. It seems that what Sister Qin Yu said in the first place wasn't true at all. Ahem. Let's go inside first and wait for brother Jiang. Lu Zidi was too embarrassed to break down his little sister, afraid that if Jiang Lu lived in the Lu family in the front foot, Tao Yao Yao would follow and move in the back foot. Tao Yao Yao glared at Lu Zixi, then followed him into the house. It was still important to see Jiang Lu first. Chancel. Su Miaoyin had just finished serving tea and pastries to the two of them when Jiang Lu arrived on his hind feet. Ariu, are you okay? Tao Yao Yao stood up at once, her beautiful eyes nervously surveying Jiang Lu, wanting to see if he was emaciated, sleeping steadily, eating well. Good. Jiang Lu's heart warmed slightly, and did not want to make the two worry. That's good, that's good. Tao Yao Yao murmured softly, then twisted her head to look at Lu Zixi, her big eyes blinking, urging Lu Zixi to hurry up and say something. Cough cough. Brother Jiang, we met too hastily before, and we didn't have time to congratulate Brother Jiang for winning the top spot in the demon hunting trial. Lu Zixi arched his hand in congratulations. To be honest, before they set off, neither he nor his master had thought that Jiang Lu would be able to take the top spot. After all, even if Jiang Lu's talent was as good as it was, it had only been half a month since he had been promoted to the 8th rank, and how could he be a match for those heavenly prides of the state capital? But the result was that Jiang Lu won, and even practiced the prison-suppressing god body in the process, shocking him and his master severely. Just a fluke. Jiang Lu didn't mean to mention more. He, the leader, should be the most stifled leader in all the years. Brother Jiang is being modest. In light of Brother Zhang's performance in this trial, as well as the merit of the Dan room for exposing Fang Qin's corruption earlier, Master has decided to impart the first 3 levels of the Jin Jie Xian Jian, which is the successor to the Jin Demon Fist, to you, Brother Jiang. Lu Zixi took out a Gongfu jade slip from his waist, and what was recorded on it was the Jin Demon Division's crushing mastery, the heavily ranked martial arts technique, Jin Prison Xian Jian, which was also the world's top body forging technique. The human world is like a prison. I shall suppress it. This is the original intention of Wu Zhu when he created this technique. Chapter 55, this high-end game. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. Jiang Lu solemnly received the merit jade slip. With this heaven-rank merit law, he was a few steps closer to his small goal of hitting the divine capital. Thank Lord Secretary for me. Jiang Lu knew that all such core feats of the Demon Suppression Division required someone to act as a guarantor. If in the future he divulged his gongfu or rebelled from the Demon Suppression Division, Tao Yuan, the guarantor, would also be implicated. Brother Jiang is polite. I believe that my master teacher won't be wrong about anyone, Lu Zixi said with confidence. He trusted Jiang Lu more than his own master teacher. The two of them spoke a few more words and took their seats one after the other, and after exchanging pleasantries for a while, Jiang Lu brought up the matter of the idea of viewpoints. By the way, Brother Lu, is there anything to be said about the choice of viewpoints? Jiang Lu inquired about Lu Zixi, who as a person who had been there before, had made a deal with him for the sake of the Demon Suppression Division's door of viewpoints in the first place. Viewing thoughts? Brother Jiang, wouldn't this be a bit too early? Lu Zixi was aware of the difficulty of cultivating the Star Luo technique. His own third grandfather had practiced it for his entire life to the point where he had no chance of advancing to the 7th grade God refining realm. It's not early. After saying that, Jiang Lu revealed his body's aura. Tao Yao Yao was fine. She just felt some tightness in her chest. But Lu Zidi couldn't sit still. As a 7th grade God refining realm, Lu Zixi could naturally see more than Tao Yao Yao. And in his divine sense, he could vaguely see the silhouettes of the 2 divine beasts encircling Jiang Lu's body. One soars above the 9 heavens, chanting at the top of his voice, the divine beast vermilion bird. One hibernates in the boundless land and stays still, the divine beast Xuanwu. Brother Jiang, are you really? Lu Zixi was so surprised that he couldn't speak. He no longer knew what words to use to describe Jiang Lu's heavenly talent. What exactly are you two playing dumb? Tao Yao Yao on the side looked confused. When Lu Zixi explained clearly to Tao Yao Yao also stood out, unable to close her mouth for half a day, and finally stifled a sentence. Are you still human? Jiang Lu's face darkened when he heard this. Those who knew thought you were praising me. Those who didn't thought you were scolding me. The people resumed their seats, and this time Lu Zishi began to talk about the idea of viewpoints. As the saying goes, the ninth product forges the body, the eighth product gathers chi, and the seventh product cultivates the god. But the divine soul can't be touched or seen, so where should I start cultivating? So, to solve this problem, the idea of viewpoints was born. Contemplation **** guides our divine souls into a special spiritual world, also known as the inner landscape, at which time the cultivation of the divine soul aspect can take place. But the inner worlds constructed by different viewpoints are also different, and the effects of cultivation are naturally very different. Take myself as an example. The viewpoint that I cultivate is called Green Lotus Sword Song Diagram, which is the inheritance left by the powerful Green Lotus Sword immortal of the human race in the past years, and its constructed internal world is also closely related to the sword, which is twice as effective for sword cultivators, but goes against the grain for gun cultivators or knife cultivators. Lu Zishi said a lot and summarized it by saying that in addition to focusing on the grade, one should also choose the one that suits him or her. Many thanks to Brother Lu for explaining. Only then did Jiang Lu realize that there were so many more disciplines in a small discipline of viewing thoughts. There's no need to be polite. I don't know which type of viewpoints Brother Jiang is inclined towards. I can help you keep an eye out for Brother Jiang in advance. Lu Zishi said enthusiastically. Yeah, say something and I'll go help you rummage through Daddy's study. Tao Yaoyao was already ready to go back and dig through Pop's house. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. Jiang Lu was also in trouble. On the surface, he was a boxing expert. After all, he had taken down a heavenly pride like Knight Coldstar with a single punch at the demon hunting trials. But in fact, he used the sword to the same effect. In front of the absolute strength gap, means never matter, which is convenient to use which. Since that's the case, it's not too late to wait until Brother Jiang thinks of it. Lu Ziki understood that this was because Jiang Lu's cultivation speed was too fast, and a normal person wouldn't have this kind of trouble at all. With the topic at hand and the conversation nearing its end, it was almost time for the two to return to the Jinmu division to resume their duties. Lu Zishi also started to get up to say goodbye, which made Tao Yaoyao on the side anxious. Jiang Lu, when elder brother came here, he said that he wanted to. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Inviting you to live in the Lu family for a while. What do you think? Tao Yaoyao tugged at Lu Zishi's banner to play her own game. Luke, thank you for your kind words, Brother Lu, but I'm used to living here, so I won't trouble Brother Lu. Jiang Lu politely declined. Alright then. Tao Yaoyao's tone was inexplicably lost. When he sent the two away, Jiang Lu turned around and saw Su Miaoyin staring at him. What are you looking at? Jiang Lu touched his face. There was nothing on his face either. Miaoyin is just looking to see if Big Brother Jiang Lu was really stupid or pretending to be stupid. Su Miaoyin's index finger rested against her thin chin, her beautiful eyes looking at him expectantly. Gutsy, aren't you? A mere ascendant dares to flirt with the hallowed demon suppression envoy. Jiang Lu glared at her without any good humor. Folk daughter wouldn't dare. I don't know what Lord Jin Demon Envoy would like to eat tonight. Su Miaoyin said cooperatively. It was obvious that Jiang Lu was playing dumb, so she could only follow suit. Returning to the house, Jiang Lu took out the Gongfu jade slip that Lu Zishi had given himself earlier, and under the sunlight there was a hidden golden light flowing. The jade sketch was about 3 inches long and 1 inch wide, no bigger than a palm, with only the 4 big words Jinjie Xin Jian engraved in seal script on the jade body. Other than that there was no more writing. He followed the method Lu Zishi said and unfolded the jade samplices in rolls, and each piece of the unfolded jade samplices was as thin as a cicada's wing, with mung bean-sized golden characters engraved on them. After reading through the whole thing, Jiang Lu finally had a basic understanding of the Jinjiu Xianjian. This heaven stage technique consisted of 2 parts. One part was the body forging chapter and the other part was the martial arts chapter. However, unlike ordinary martial arts, the martial arts recorded in the Jin prison Xianjian were either deadly or crippling for the onlookers to learn, and only those who had cultivated the Jin prison divine body were able to master these overbearing and incomparable martial arts. Prisoner of the sky finger, when one points out, mountains are shattered, rivers are broken, and the sky can be imprisoned. The seal of heaven, turning the hand into a palm and the hand into a seal, holding the power of heavenly inclination and suppressing the enemies of the world. Star-picking hand, the stars of the 9 heavens can be reached from above, and the demons of the 9 ghosts can be captured from below. Jiang Lu looked at these moves recorded on the jade slip, and his eyes were so greedy that he couldn't wait to start practicing on the spot. It's a pity that even the moves above the first threefold gongfu can only be cultivated with a minor completion of the prison-suppressing god body. Jiang Lu forcefully pressed down that stupid heart. Before the small completion of Jin Guanshin body, these moves absolutely can't be touched. or else it will lightly hurt his bones, and if it is heavy, his body will die and the road will be destroyed. It's better to honestly forge the body first and raise the realm of the prison-suppressing god body. Jiang Lu forced himself to stop looking at those moves and read the forging body chapter seriously. No, 1,000 hammers. You're resting here to beat the iron. Sure this is forging the body and not self-mutilation? Looking at it, Jiang Lu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. If not for the fact that this jade brief was given to him by Lu Zishi, he definitely suspected that this thing was made up by some blacksmith. Forget it, just practice without dying. Jiang Lu put away the jade slip as if he was dying, and the 28 chi seeds at his dantian revolved, faintly sounding like a bird crying and a turtle mooing. Vermilion bird's power and Xian Wu's power, this takes the high end of the game. Chapter 56, The Key to the Door. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. Oh, the choking sound of a woman's sobs resounded in the cool white family's ancestral home. Why are you crying? I'm not the one in pain? Jiang Lu looked at Su Miaoyin, who was dropping her tears while applying medicinal wine to herself, and was rather crying and laughing. Do you still know pain? Su Miaoyin wiped her tears with the back of her hand, her tone taking on a hint of blame. In the afternoon, Jiang Lu said that he was going to the nearby mountains to cultivate, so he didn't care too much about it himself, so he made dinner and waited for him to come back. Just wait until sunset, but also do not see the shadow of Jiang Lu. She was just about to get up to look for. She saw tattered clothes covered with injuries, Jiang Lu holding the wall limping towards her. At first, she thought that Jiang Lu had encountered an enemy, but later realized that he had gotten himself into this state while cultivating. I know that big brother Jiang Lu, you want to pick up sister Qingyu from the god's capital earlier, but you can't trash your body like this. After Su Miaoyin took off Jiang Lu's top, she couldn't find a single piece of good flesh all over her body. It was full of bruises and swelling. Looking at her, she directly cried out in heartache. Jiang Lu, this was not cultivation. It was clearly playing with his life. Alas, I know it's wrong. It's not the first time I practiced. I didn't grasp the degree well. Next time I won't. Jiang Lu also hardened. Non-relatives do not bother to care about his life and death, and only people who really care about him will be worried and angry. Next time I'm going to follow you into the mountains. Su Miaoyin's tone was resolute. She was really afraid that Jiang Lu would have a short or long term, and when she fainted in the mountains, she wouldn't even have anyone to call for help. No need. The mountain path is difficult to walk and there are many mosquitoes. Jiang Lu felt that if Su Miaoyin sought his almost self-inflicted cultivation style, he was afraid that he would have to be even more frightened. If you won't let me follow, I'll write to Qingyu's sister tonight and ask her to take charge of you. Su Miaoyin also directly moved out of Bai Qingyu. She now finally is aware of Bai Qingyu how prescient. Really do not have a person to watch Jiang Lu. May want to what happened. Alright, it's actually not as dangerous as you think. I can recover from this flesh wound tomorrow. Jiang Lu had prioritized all of his internal energy for repairing his internal injuries, and the rest of the external wounds were just scary to look at. Miaoyin knows that big brother Jiang Lu is capable of something, but in all things, speed is not enough, and the body is the most important thing. Hearing Jiang Lu agree, Su Miaoyin's tone also softened. She had never been a person with a tough nature. She had just been forced to this point by Jiang Lu. Big brother Jiang Lu, get down. Miaoyin has learned massage after her mother. It can activate blood and dissipate blood stasis, so it can more or less help you some. Big brother Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu was too embarrassed to trouble Su Miaoyin again, but seeing that the tears in Su Miaoyin's eyes were starting to well up again, he still honestly plopped down on the mat. Afterwards, a pair of small, soft, boneless hands began to roam around his back with a skillful technique and moderate force. Where it passed was first a paroxysm of pain, and when the pain subsided, it was a hot burning sensation, and finally the entire back was warm, and even the operation of the internal force felt a few points smoother. Well, Su Miaoyin raised her arm and wiped the fine sweat on her forehead. The muscles on Jiang Lu's back were incredibly tough. Pushing and holding them was very laborious, and in no time she was drenched in fragrant sweat. Rest if you're tired. I'm much better. Jiang Lu didn't need to turn around to hear Su Miaoyin's panting, which was somewhat evocative. Miaoyin is not tired. Rub it a little longer so the medicinal wine will work a little better. Su Miaoyin got Jiang Lu's affirmation. The corner of her mouth unconsciously raised. Her slender arm surged a few more points of strength. It was good to be able to help Jiang Lu. Ugh. Jiang Lu sighed softly in his heart. The grace of a beauty is hard to bear. In the blink of an eye, 10 days of light passed. Su Miaoyin arrived at Jiang Lu's home early as usual, and made him a good breakfast. But today, until the porridge is cold, but also did not see Jiang Lu's shadow. Heart suspicious, Su Miaoyin went to the backyard to look for people. She had just reached the doorway of the backyard when she faintly heard various strange noises coming from the yard. seeming to be sparrows crowing and turtles mooing, and like. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Tigers and Dragons. Jiang. Su Miaoying walked into the backyard, and just as she wanted to open her mouth, she hastily covered it. At this moment, Jiang Lu was sitting on the ground, his eyes closed as he concentrated, his body covered with a layer of glittering starbursts, and his entire body exuded a mysterious aura. Although she does not practice martial arts, but so many days followed Jiang Lu under the influence. Also understand that Jiang Lu, this is cultivation to the critical place, cannot be out of the sound to disturb. Su Miaoying covered her mouth and nose, not daring to breathe a single breath, and just stood in place waiting. I don't know how long it had been, but Jiang Lu, who looked like a stone statue, had a slight flutter of his eyelashes. In the next second, a pair of deep eyes opened steeply, and the dark pupils of the eyes were like an infinite night, in which there were millions of stars annihilating the newborn. Star Luo technique, second stage, has become a reality. Wufu, 8th grade Qi refining realm. Star Luo technique, stage 2 stage 3. The body of the prisoner god, introductory successful. Heavenly finger / heavenly seal / star picking hand, Deshang. System's current experience gain multiplier, 2,000 times, the upper limit has been reached. Please add a new target. 10 days. Under the blessing of the system, it was equivalent to the time he had already cultivated for an armor. And he was finally catching up with Lu Zhiyo's old man's realm in a hurry. The experience required for the Star Luo technique had also gone from 28,000 at stage 1 to 40,000 at stage 2. And now the 100,000 mark at stage 3. Star Luo technique, stage 3, 0/1000000. If he were to cultivate step by step with his martial talent, it would take more than 200 years. And even with the help of the system, it would take almost 2 months. He now really wanted to know which heartless guy had created the breathing method of the Star Luo technique. And apart from a hanging wall like him, hell if anyone could practice it. Even though the next 3 ranks of the Wufu were laying a foundation, the foundation of the Star Luo technique was almost dug into the heart of the earth. My practice is over and I can stop covering my mouth. Jiang Lu glanced at Su Miaoyin, who was standing in place like a wooden man, not daring to move, and his mood changed a little subtly. System's current experience gain multiplier, 2,000 times, the upper limit has been reached. Please add a new target. New goals? Who? Su Miaoyin let go of her hand and gasped for fresh air. Big brother Jiang Lu, congratulations on going to the next level. It's not that easy, it's just some small progress. Jiang Lu clenched his fist full of power. This small progress would just beat the self before 10. Small progress is also progress. I'll go add another dish for you. Big brother Jiang Lu. Su Miaoyin's face was beaming with honor. Jiang Lu was about to say something, but before the words could leave his mouth, he was interrupted by a sharp knock on the door. Jiang Lu, come out. The key. You have your key. Chapter 57. Reading tip. To prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Guangling County, Department of Demon Suppression. Tao Yaoyao pulled Jiang Lu in a fiery hurry, and without even knocking on the door, she directly barged into the house. Daddy, where are the things? Tao Yaoyao was not at all polite as she reached out and asked for it. You're fussy for a girl's family. What's the demeanor? Tao Yuan looked at his daughter holding a young man's hand, inexplicably having the feeling of a cabbage being arched by a pig. But with so much at stake, Mama Fuchi could only let go of these minutiae for the moment, and finish what he had been told from above first. You go out first, and River Run stays behind. After Tao Yaoyao reluctantly left, only Tao Yuan and Jiang Lu remained in the room. Sit. Tao Yuan waved his hand, signaling that Jiang Lu didn't need to be formal. You should have heard from Yao Yao along the way. That's right, this time I'm looking for you to come here for the matter of the Chu Garden Key. Saying that, Tao Yuan took out a deja vu white jade box, and with a gentle push, it steadily stopped in front of Jiang Lu on the opposite side of the room. Jiang Lu surveyed the white jade box in front of him, so it turned out that the thing Bai Qingrua had given herself back then was the key to the Chu Garden. Momoyuan didn't know what was going on in Jiang Lu's mind and continued to speak. I've already heard what happened in the last trial from Yao Yao, and it was indeed very unfair to you. So I've communicated with the Grand Secretary above and unanimously decided to compensate you with a key to the Chu Garden. Speaking of which, Momoyuan had thought that Jiang Lu should next gratefully accept the Chu Garden key. He did a favor while still being able to fulfill the instructions from above, simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But Jiang Lu thanked Lord Sifu. But Jiang Lu stood up, first expressing his gratitude, then with a push of his hand, he pushed the box back and, however, Jiang Lu knows that his strength is low, so it's better not to put up that fight. So please Lord Sifu take the key back and leave it for those who truly need it. Jiang Lu refused. Just refuse. Can you find a better reason? Even if you say you are in a bad mood, it's 100 times better than the lame excuse of low strength. Your kind is called low strength. What does it make the other celestial pride who got the key to the Chew Garden? Tao Yuan could sort of see that Jianglu the kid was angry in his heart and said this on purpose. I know you have fire in your heart, and it's normal to be young and exuberant, but the opportunities in Chew Garden are beyond your imagination. You shouldn't give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because of a momentary whim. Momoyuan said this not only to fulfill the task entrusted to him from above, but more for Jianglu's personal sake. With the strength that Jianglu had shown, as long as he didn't go deep into the Chew Garden and get involved blindly, he would just turn around the periphery of the Chew Garden, and surviving would still be easy. When the time came to pick up a chance or two on the outskirts of the Chew Garden, it would be enough for Jianglu to suffer for the rest of his life. Lord Sifu has misunderstood. What I mean is that it's dangerous inside the Chew Garden, and I'm a person who cherishes his life, so it's not impossible to let me go in. But, Jianglu paused here and stretched out his thumb and forefinger and rubbed them together, saying decisively, gotta add money. Tao Yuan was silent. He needed time to slow down. The Chew Garden that others squeezed their heads to get into. How did it come to Jianglu's place where it seemed like he was begging him to get in? That's just it. As long as you're willing to go, I can promise you an Earth-ranked martial skill. Mamobuchi waved his hand and decided to pay for it out of his own pocket as an investment. No, boy, don't. Jianglu shook his head, unmoved. Fine. Then tell me, what conditions do you want before you'll enter the Chew Garden? Do you want a heaven-ranked martial skill or a heaven-ranked treasure art? Tao Yuan was furious and laughed back. He wanted to see how big Jianglu's appetite was, how insatiable he was when a single Earth-ranked martial skill couldn't satisfy him. Uncle Pichu misunderstood again. What the kid means is that I don't want your things. Jianglu changed his address. He personally still had a lot of respect for Tao Yuan. Oh, Mamafuchi chimed softly. It looked like he had misunderstood after all. Then tell me who you want things from? Of course it's whoever wants me to go. I want what I want. Jianglu said quietly. That's the first thing that came out. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. The room was suddenly quiet, and Tao Yuan and Jianglu exchanged a glance. Everything was in the air. You brat. What are you talking about? I'm the one who wanted you to go. Momoyuan slapped the table, feigning great anger. Okay, stop acting. At this time, the White Phoenix ambassador who was hiding in the shadows came out. Since Jianglu had already guessed it, wouldn't she look like a fool if she hid anymore? My humble servant is responsible for the trust of the Holy Envoy. I will definitely turn around and properly discipline this boy who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. That is, to tie, but also to tie this boy to the Chew Garden for the Holy Envoy. When Tao Yuan saw the White Phoenix envoy appear, he immediately stepped forward to apologize, his attitude looking very sincere. This old fox, the White Phoenix ambassador belabored. Tao Yuan's words seemed like an invitation to apologize, but in reality, he was helping that little bastard Jianglu to block his own words. After thinking for a few moments, the White Phoenix envoy came before Jianglu. Since she had already been exposed, she simply opened the window of heaven and said the truth. I'm only going to count to 3, and after 3 I'm leaving with the key. The White Phoenix envoy was not prepared to give Jianglu the chance to open his mouth and bargain right away, wanting to directly force him to make a choice. 3. It had to be said that this White Phoenix envoy was very smart, a move to break the boat, first breaking her own back and disguising herself to force him into a desperate situation as well. 2. Then he was not given any time to think at all, and when people are in a hurry, they can only subconsciously make choices that follow their psychology. 1. It was a very clever tactic, and a very efficient one, and I'm afraid that Jianglu himself wouldn't have been able to come up with a better on-the-spot decision in his place. It was a pity that the person she met today was called Jianglu. Chen Canyi still waited for a moment when she finished counting the last number. She still found it hard to believe that there were actually people who were really willing to give up such a heavenly opportunity like Chu Yuan. Not to mention her. Even Mamafuchi on the side froze. No, you really don't want it. You're fine. Chen Canyi's tone rose and fell for the first time, and with a wave of her jade hand, the white jade box on the table flew into her hands, and she left without looking back. She had to leave even if she didn't, unless she was really willing to agree to Jianglu's lion's share. But this was impossible. If this opening was made for Jianglu, then other heavenly prides could follow suit. Or perhaps, she herself understood that what Jianglu was fighting for was a breath of. You could have chosen not to give it in the first place, and I can choose not to now. Ugh, you're so impulsive. Waiting for the White Phoenix envoy to leave, Tao Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Although he appreciated Jianglu's prideful spirit, it was the Chew Garden The Chu garden that even figures like Emperor Ji were willing to risk bloodshed to travel to Ah. There's no harm in it. As long as this White Phoenix ambassador of ours honors our Empress Majesty as rumored, she'll definitely come back for me. Of course Jian Lu couldn't resist the temptation of Chu Yuan's chance. He was just emboldened. Impossible. As one of the 4 holy ambassadors, she won't and can't compromise with you. An 8th grade Qi refining realm. Tao Yuan was looking farther ahead than Jiang Lu. And Jiang Lu was still overthinking things when he wanted to pin down a holy envoy. An ordinary 8th grade Qi refining realm naturally won't work. But what if it's the strongest 8th grade Qi refining realm? Jiang Lu said without haste. Are you trying to? Momoyuan was once again shocked by Jiang Lu. He had guessed what Jiang Lu was going to do. I'd like to trouble Uncle Peach to step in and bring a message to Elder Lu Jiao for me. Jiang Lu looked toward the open door of the room. Outside was an endless sky, and slowly said those words. Who speaks of invincibility? Which dares to call himself undefeated? Chapter 58. Hey, can we reconcile? Reading tip. To prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. The moon was hidden behind the clouds. The night was as dark as ink. And in the deep forests, the wind rustled through the tops of the forests, seemingly welcoming the few guests who had arrived late at night. Good line, who is saying undefeated? Which dares to call himself invincible? Just for your words, the old man will give up this skeleton tonight to accompany to the end. Elder Lu Jiao laughed freely. He had been waiting for a sound defeat after his twilight years, and this sentence was simply too much to his liking. The boy has taken the liberty of asking the old man for mercy. Jiang Lu clasped his fists. Crazy to crazy. The proper etiquette must still be there. With Lu Jiao's status and position can completely ignore the challenges of juniors like him. As the oldest and youngest on the field exchanged pleasantries, the spectators off the field couldn't help but whisper. Senior brother, do you think Jiang Lu can win against Grandpa Lu? Tao Yaoyao had seen the duel between Lu Yingxian and Lu Jiao. And even a demon like Lu Yingxian, who was a demon of the Divine Capital Martial Arts Academy, had lost helplessly. It's hard to say. Lu Ziki also looked grave. Whether it's third grandfather or brother Jiang, they've always relied on the Star Luo technique to overwhelm people with their power. And now that the needles are pitted against each other, we'll see who has more cards. Oftentimes, it wasn't that they wanted to use their strength to overwhelm others. It was just that with a casual slap of their hands, their power was already comparable to the moves that others had painstakingly cultivated. It's been less than a month since he was promoted to the 8th rank. What kind of cards can he have? Tao Yaoyao said sadly. Tao Yaoyao had watched Jiang Lu grow all the way from the 9th rank to the 8th rank with her own eyes, and she couldn't know Jiang Lu better. No, big brother Jiang Lu will definitely win. Su Miaoyin's pair of beautiful eyes looked at the greenshirt back on the field. Her tone was unusually firm. Only she knew how much effort Jiang Lu had put in over this period of time. I also think that Jiang Lu guy will win. Seeing Su Miaoyin's trust in Jiang Lu, Tao Yaoyao inexplicably felt a sense of frustration in her heart at being compared to her, and hurriedly changed her words as well. Under the field, besides juniors like Lu Zishi, there was also Tao Yuan, the secretary of the Demon Suppression Division, and Lu Chongfeng, Lu Zishi's father. Tao Yuan, do you really think that kid can win against my third uncle? Lu Chongfeng was able to be there tonight solely because of Tao Yuan and his own son. As for Jiang Lu, he didn't care. Could he be any stronger than his niece from the Divine Capital Martial Arts Academy? I don't know. I just know that that kid can't afford to lose. Tao Yuan said somewhat absent-mindedly, keeping his gaze on the way he came, as if he was waiting for someone. He also didn't know how many percent Jiang Lu had a chance of winning, but he thought that if he dared to take the key to Chu Garden as a bet, he should always have a 50% chance of winning. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed across the pale night, and Momoyuan knew that the good show, it's time to start. It coincided with the dark clouds dispersing and the bright moon hanging high in the sky, the bright moonlight illuminating the side faces of the two on the field. Master, let's begin. That holy envoy lord of ours has never had much patience. Jiang Lu saw Tao Yuan nodding to himself, knowing that that white phoenix envoy had come after all. Since the holy envoy is here in person, the old man will have to come up with some real skills. Lu Jiao straightened his hunched old waist. Small fights could not enter the eyes of this holy envoy. The moment the two men's eyes met, their auras coincidentally began to skyrocket, sweeping towards each other like monstrous waves. The two auras collided fiercely at the Chu River boundary, setting off a powerful air current that swept up the fallen leaves flying in the sky. Fighting, a touch and go. No, Tao Yaoyao had widened her eyes, but she still hadn't been able to find the two, and could only hear the popping sound coming from the air. It's your eyes that can't keep up with their speed. You don't think about practicing on weekdays, and you're eating the consequences today. Tao Yuan's wise eyes took in the fight on the field, and at the same time took the opportunity to knock up his tired daughter. No, I know. I'll go back and cultivate properly. Striving to advance to the 8th rank, Tao Yao rarely didn't talk back. Without realizing it, she had already lost sight of even Jian Lu's back. On the side of Lu Ziki, listening has sweated, not to mention the little sister. In fact, he cannot keep up with brother Jiang and San. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip: in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. It took all of his divine sense to catch the two men in action. Boom! After another loud bang, the two men on the field redrew apart, each standing firm in their place. The two men were clothed unharmed, with only the back of their necks faintly bubbling with white-hot vapor, and the collision just now could only be considered a warm-up at best. Painfully painful. Old man Lu let out a hearty laugh. It had been a long time since he had been in such a hard fight with someone. In the past, he challenged those demonic pride or slippery with the loach. A punch in the cotton feeling, not to mention how suffocating. It's good that the old man is enjoying himself. A smile gradually raised on Jian Lu's face. How could he not be a chess competitor? Before in the demon hunting trial he could not let go at all. Now he could finally show off his skills. After the short exchange just now, both of them made one thing clear: this old man/boy was stronger than expected and could be beaten to death. Why do I feel like the two of them are smiling so ominously? Tao Yao got goosebumps as she watched the two sympathetic smiles. Brother Jiang and third grandpa are afraid they'll get serious next. Lu Ziki's eyes were fixed on the situation between the field for a moment. The two just now were purely internal force against each other. They couldn't talk about fighting at all. It's not even serious after all this fighting. Tao Yao was dumbfounded. The level of this battle was already so high that she couldn't understand it at all. After confirming the strength of the other party, Jiang Lu also no longer dilly-dallying. The power of the 4 elephants in the dantian burst out in full, the sound of sinews and bones resonating all over his body, and his clothes were also windless, floating as if he were an immortal in the sky. What an overbearing killing intent. This is the power of the white tiger? Lu Zhiyo was not unfamiliar with this power at all, and then his expression changed once again. No, it's more than that. Chuanwu, who was thick as a mountain, Qinglong, who was swift as the wind, and Vermilion Bird, who was hot as fire. You. Lu Zhiyo reported the aura coming from Jian Lu as if it were a treasure trove, and the more he spoke, the more silent he became. Looking at the youth in front of him, who was the same age as his niece, Lu Zhiyo suddenly had the illusion that he had lived a large number of years to the dogs. Tao Yuan, did I see it right? That's the power of the 4 elephants from the second stage of the Star Luo technique? Lu Changfeng, a powerhouse of the 6th grade Bitter Sea realm, was beginning to wonder if he had looked away. Your Lu family's old ancestor brought back a gong method, and you're asking me about it? Tao Yuan was also in a great mood and even joked with Lu Changfeng. No wonder this kid Jiang Lu is so confident, hiding deep enough. The two of them were not the only ones who were shocked. Even the branches of a large tree in the distance shook slightly, as if to say, hey, can we reconcile? Chapter 59, Defeat is Assured? Reading tip: to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Old cluck. Lu Zhiyo shook his head while letting out a sigh of old age, but the aura on his body was climbing step by step. The old man is joking. What Jiang Lu felt from that hunched body was not the intention of lateness at all, but a fire, a blazing fire that was burning. The two people's powerful auras squeezed each other. No one could help anyone, and the withered and yellowed leaves at the junction were reduced to pieces. An old man and a young man looked at each other. An intense battle intent erupted in their eyes, as if they were about to burst into flames. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared in place once again, and in the next instant, they had already collided together. Boom, boom, the sound of the explosion is endless. The two palms and arms crazy shaking, so fast that you can only see the remnants of the shadow. Just a moment has been exchanged hundreds of times. This was the ultimate force and speed. There were no fancy moves. There were just the wildest punches to the flesh. In the end, the two grabbed each other's openings and each took a punch to the chest, and both immediately flew backwards. Jiang Lu used his foot to cut a deep groove in the ground, discharging all the force. Then his calf stomped hard, and the whole person rushed up again like an arrow off the string, tangling with the oncoming Lu Zhiyo again. Wherever the two fought, they suffered a great disaster, and wherever they went, trees fell and birds flew, mountains crumbled and rocks cracked. It was simply a moving natural disaster. Gollum! Tao Yao under the field swallowed her saliva. She felt that if not for her father's protection, the aftermath of the battle alone could have killed her. Senior brother, who has the upper hand now? Tao Yao simply couldn't keep up with the speed of the two, and could only see the two masses of black shadows flying out backwards at times, and entangled together at others. It's hard to say. Brother Jiang and third grandfather both possessed the 4 elephants of the Star Luo technique, So it's safe to say that as long as their internal energy isn't depleted, victory or defeat will remain in doubt. Lu shook his head. These two were basically insurmountable existences among the 8 products. As long as a trace of internal energy remained, they could keep fighting like monsters. This kid is simply a monster. It's the first time I've seen an 8th grade chi refining realm that can fight head-on with Uncle San in a back-and-forth battle. Lu Chongfeng also couldn't help but marvel, then said regretfully, but unfortunately, the person who won in the end was still third uncle. Tao Yuan didn't say anything. What Lu Chongfeng, a 6th grade, could see, he, a 5th grade, could naturally see it as well. It was up to Jiang Lu himself to perceive it. The battle on the field has entered a white-hot stage. The two people do not care about the style. Hair in the fist of the wind blowing under the bombardment of all over the place. Cloaked hair of the two people like crazy. Blood spilled from the corners of Jiang Lu's mouth. Even with the Xuanwu power protecting his body, his internal organs had suffered considerable internal injuries from one counterblast to another. Of course, Lu Zhiyou, the old man, wasn't any better, having already spat blood twice, but neither of the two had any intention of stopping. One drum, then another. This reasoning the two were more than clear. Jiang Lu didn't even have time to wipe away the dried bloodstains at the corners of his mouth before charging forward again, and Lu Zhiyou grinned to reveal a mouthful of blood-stained red teeth, his eyes surging with battle intent as he also stepped forward without any hesitation. The two killed as the dark sky, ghosts and wolves howling, the whole mountain forest for birds and beasts scattered, reduced to a tragic and incomparable battlefield. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them sparred once more. Jiang Lu took a kick to the chest from Lu Zhiyou, and Lu Zhiyou took a punch to the small of his back. Phew, phew. After the two flew out backwards this time, they didn't fight each other again at the first time, but instead they stopped in place and panted heavily. A piece of Jiang Lu's chest directly dented down, and a mouthful of blood spurted out as his throat itched. Lu Zhiyou covered his stomach. His stomach turned over, and the smell of rust filled his throat. Why doesn't Jiang Lu heal himself? Isn't his vermilion bird power able to heal even broken arms? Tao Yaoyao was anxious as she watched. It's not that he doesn't want to, it's that he can't. Lu Zidi knew that this battle was coming to a close. Both Brother Jiang and third grandfather have exhausted their internal energy. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. At such a time, if you still use your precious internal energy to treat your injuries, you will surely lose. Although the Star Luo technique claimed to possess 28 chi species, there was a time when manpower would be exhausted, and it was impossible to really fight like a monster. At such a critical moment, both Brother Jiang and his third grandfather chose to use their internal energy for offense instead of treating some inconsequential injuries. What follows is the moment when this battle will be decided. Boom! The two of them once again battled to a piece. Only Jiang Lu's movements were a beat slower than before. Crap! Jiang Lu had secretly said that it was bad when he sparred the first punch, and as expected, his mistake of being a beat slow was magnified 100-fold as the two of them blasted out hundreds of punches. Eventually Lu Zhiyou seized the opportunity and punched him again in the indentation of his chest, adding injury to injury, while Jiang Lu merely exchanged a punch to his shoulder without pain. After Jiang Lu forced Lu Zhiyou back, he once again spat out blood from his mouth. His face was like gold paper, and the signs of defeat were already apparent. At this moment, the scales of victory have begun to tilt. That kid has already lost. He has great talent, but he's still too young in terms of fighting. Lu Chongfeng directly made a judgment. The young man was still too young after all. How come? Why can't Jiang Lu fight all of a sudden? Tao Yaoyao didn't understand. Obviously before there was a back-and-forth fight. Why in the blink of an eye did Jiang Lu fall into a disadvantage? Alas! Brother Jiang is losing out on combat experience. Every time third grandpa exchanges injuries with Brother Jiang, he pounds on the places where Brother Jiang was previously injured. As the saying goes, it's better to hurt 10 fingers than to break one. And Brother Jiang lost in such details. As an onlooker, Lu Ziki could see very well, and he also believed that Jiang Lu knew this shallow truth, but knowing it didn't mean that he could do it. His third grandfather had fought against countless heavenly pride demons in his life, and his battle experience was far from something that Jiang Lu could compare to. When two parties are equal in strength, a little detail is often the key to victory or defeat. Momoyuan didn't voice his opinion and just looked at the White Phoenix envoy who was walking towards him. Greetings, Lord Holy Envoy. The crowd saluted in unison. Only Su Miaoying did not know the identity of the white-robed woman in front of her, and was somewhat at a loss for words. However, the White Phoenix ambassador didn't care about the red tape. She just took out a white jade box and tossed it to Tao Yuan. When he loses, give him the key to Chu Yuan. Obviously, Chen Canyi also felt that it was only a matter of time before Jiang Lu fell. and was no longer prepared to continue watching. But Jiang Lu had also proved his worth, so she could give Jiang Lu another chance, regardless of her former enmity. After doing all this, Bai Feng envoy planned to leave, lest Jiang Lu would see her later and his pride would reject the Chu Garden key once again. Wait, why are you all saying that big brother Jiang Lu lost? Su Miaoyin was a bit angry. Obviously the results of the victory or defeat were not even out, but this group of people were talking about Jiang Lu as if he had lost. Miss Miaoyin, I know you can't accept it, but the injuries on brother John's body really don't support him to continue fighting anymore. Lu Ziki hurriedly spoke out to explain, lest Su Miaoyin offend the holy envoy. Lord Saint Envoy, you're an adult. She's just an ordinary person who can't understand the situation on the field at all. Tao Yao Yao also helped protect Su Miaoyin, but Su Miaoyin didn't accept their good intentions at all. I should say that she really couldn't understand Lu Ziki and Tao Yao Yao's explanations. What the hell are you guys talking about? Isn't big brother Jiang Lu borrowing that old gentleman's power to forge his body? Why are you all saying that big brother Jiang Lu lost? She was unable to see the situation on the field, but she had been watching how Jiang Lu forged his body for the past 10 days, and to put it bluntly, that old man's hand was not as ruthless as Jiang Lu's own. Body forging? What kind of body forging? Senior brother, I remember that 10 days ago we sent to Jiang Lu. It was delivered, but it's only been 10 days. It can't be. Before the two of them, Lu Zishi and Tao Yao Yao, could even speak, a strong and incomparable pressure came from the field that was ignored by the crowd. Chapter 60, Impossible, Absolutely Impossible. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Zhio looked incredulously at Jiang Lu who was emitting a terrifying pressure in front of him. The rich vermilion bird's power was flowing throughout his body. The injuries on his body were all recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Where was the slightest bit of oil exhaustion? Why do you still have such majestic inner strength after fighting until now? Lu Zhio prided himself on being the one who knew the Star Luo technique. A technique, the most, and even if Jiang Lu was exceptionally talented, it was impossible for him to have half as much internal energy as he did. Up to this moment in the fight, he only had less than 10% of his internal energy left, while from the aura on Jiang Lu's body, there was still at least more than 50% of his internal energy. It's easy, just save it. Naturally, Jiang Lu did not have half more internal strength than Lu Zhio out of thin air. With the existence of the prison-suppressing god body, he only needed to put out 50% of his strength to be able to fight Lu Zhio back and forth. Of course, before just now, it was still 50% of the force. As for now, about 40% of the force is enough. The body of the god of prison experience plus 10. 000. Jinjin divine body, minor achievement, 0 turning 1 turning. System's current experience gain multiplier, 2000 times. If the small completed prison-suppressing god body wanted to become a great success, it needed to go through 9 revolutions in between, and each of these revolutions required experiencing battles with strong enemies, and relying on self-inflicted wounds alone could no longer bring about experience. With the battle with Lu Zhio just now, his prison-suppressing god body had successfully stepped into the first turn, and his chi, agility and physique had once again improved. Originally, he needed 50% of his internal force to fight Lu Zhio back and forth, but now he was confident that he could take Lu Zhio down with 40% of his internal force. Save it? Have you not been using your full strength? Lu Zhio thought of a terrifying fact, and only then could he explain why Jiang Lu still had such majestic internal strength at this moment. Senior is really sorry. The kid is not looking down on you. It's just that if I want to go to the next level with my prison-suppressing divine body I have to hone it with a strong enemy. That's why I came up with this plan. Jiang Lu coyly scratched the back of his head. It was indeed a bit unorthodox for him to do so. Prison suppressor god body? What did I say? Why does it feel wrong in my hands? Lu Zhio's attitude towards Jiang Lu's apology was indifferent. He was 70 years old, and had long since lost sight of these false names. Hearing Jiang Lu talk about the prison-suppressing god body, he then figured out something. No wonder when he was changing his wounds just now, it felt as if he was hitting an iron plate. He thought that Jiang Lu had practiced some horizontal training techniques on the side, but he didn't expect it to be the famous heavenly rank technique. Jinjie Xian Jian. Star Luo technique plus Jinjie Xian Jian. He didn't lose unjustly at all. Casually singling out a single one is an existence that can beat all the 8 products without any enemy, and both of them are cultivated. Who can beat this? But then again, did this brat start cultivating from his mother's womb? Where did he get the time to cultivate both the Star Luo technique and the prison Jinxian Jian? Master, do you think we should continue? Just talking this time. His injuries have already recovered to a certain extent, while Lu Zhio is all over the body scars. Internal energy is also very little left. The victory or defeat is clear at a glance. Lu Jiao didn't answer, but instead glanced at the crowd in the distance. That touch of holy white was so striking in the dark night. The matter of tonight's victory or defeat shall not be divulged in the slightest degree by you and others, and violators shall be killed without pardon. White Phoenix made a gag order with murderous intent. Such an unrecognized peerless demon could play a far more useful role in the Chu Garden than those saint sons and daughters whose reputations were outside of it. If the previous Jiang Lu was at best the icing on the cake, the current Jiang Lu might actually be able to turn the tide. The prerequisite was that the result of this night's victory or defeat must not reach the ears of the foreigner's eyes. In the face of Ambassador Bai Feng's murderous intent that was like substance, everyone present had a chill down their spine. Lord Holy Envoy, you know me. I, Lu Changfeng, am the head of the Lu family. I can't run away from the temple. Lu Changfeng hurriedly assured. Lord Sacred Envoy, you know me. I, Tao Yuan, am the secretary of the Jin Demon Division, and have always been loyal to Dili and to His Majesty. Tao Yuan also took a stand. Lord Sacred Envoy, you know me. I, Lu Zixin, am the son of the Lu family head and a disciple of the Department of Devil Suppression. Lu Zixi followed closely behind. The Holy Envoy. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. My lord, you know me. I, Tao Yao Yao, am the niece of the Lu family head, and the daughter of the secretary of the Department of Devil Suppression. Tao Yao Yao followed. Seeing that these four people were all dabbling with their relatives and vouching for each other, the pressure came to the lone Su Miaoyin. Don't look at me. There is absolutely no way that I would betray Big Brother Zhang Lu. However, such words could not win the trust of the White Phoenix ambassador. That stern gaze was still locked on her body, forcing her to really have no choice but to boldly go forward. Whispering a few words to that holy envoy lord with a small red face, Tao Yaoyao was a bit curious about what Su Miaoyin had said to the White Phoenix envoy, who nodded after hearing it and really believed Su Miaoyin. The White Phoenix swept a glance at the 5 people present. She can see. These 5 people are all skillful. All can be trusted. Tao Yuan, did you set the time and place for this appointment? Ambassador White Phoenix asked coldly. Back to Lord Sacred Envoy. It was Jiang Lu who requested it, and he also told my subordinate that the fewer people who know about the appointment, the better. Tao Yuan knew what Ambassador Bai Feng wanted to hear. Poof. The White Phoenix envoy snorted coldly and stopped speaking, only looking towards the 2 figures on the field. Kid, you're really bold enough to bargain with the holy envoy. Lu Jiao also counted to understand. This kid not only want to enter the Chu Garden, but also let the holy messenger begging him to enter the Chu Garden. I can't help it. I'm from a lowly background, so I have to be mercenary if I want to go far. Jiang Lu smiled. If Bai Feng made to honestly give him the key to Chu Garden in the first place, there wouldn't have been so many things to follow. It's so true. It's just a pity that old man I'm out of practice and can't let you kids show your full strength to that holy envoy. Lu Jiao sighed. You mustn't say that. Old master, you're breaking my heart. Jiang Lu didn't dare to take this. Tell the old man honestly. How much more ability are you hiding? Lu Jiao looked at the unfathomable youth in front of him. This. Jiang Lu hesitated, wondering if it would be too much of a blow. I actually still have a heaven stage mastery, heavenly seal, that I haven't performed. Well, it's actually 3 styles in total. You kid. Lu Jiao was dumbfounded. He thought that the other party had let go of the water, but he didn't think that he was letting go of the sea. Forget about it. Say the important thing. The old man, I have one thing to ask for. Old master, please speak. Jiang Lu said with a straight face. Lu Jiao had done him a big favor tonight. As long as it wasn't an excessive request, he would agree to it as a matter of reason. Alas, my little granddaughter will also be traveling to Chu Garden a month from now. It's just that this time, Chu Garden is treacherous and dangerous. So at that time, if you run into Siener's girl, I hope that you'll take care of her for a while. Lu Jiao knows how deep the water of the Chu Garden is this time. Not to mention Lu Yingzhan. It is the imperial concubine that may fall in it, but Lu Changming that is hard to push his daughter into the fire pit. But Jiang Lu's appearance brightened his eyes. This kid's strength was impervious even to him. If he could join hands with Lu Yingzhan, how could there be an enemy? Once Jiang Lu heard that this was the case, his expression relaxed a few points. Elder, I am bosom friends with brother Lu. His sister is my sister. Even if you don't say anything, I won't sit back and do nothing. Then old man, I'm relieved. Lu Jiao received Jiang Lu's promise. A big stone in his heart finally fell, revealing a look of no regrets as he said to Jiang Lu, since that's the case, then old man, I'll do you one last favor. Before Jiang Lu could understand, Lu Jiao took out a scarlet red elixir, and Jiang Lu, who was an alchemist, recognized what it was at a glance. Tyrannical Chi Pill? Master Stop. Chapter 61 Heavenly Steps Conceptualization. Reading tip: in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. The tyrannical Chi Pill was a very dangerous forbidden medicine. After taking it, the Chi species in the body would become furious and incomparable, able to gain incomparable power in a short period of time. However, the price was also incomparably heavy, with the lighter case being the dissipation of the Chi seed and the heavier case being the damage to the Dantian. Usually only those traveling dark masters or outlaws would carry it with them, and no one would eat it until it was absolutely necessary. John Lu was still a step too late, as Lu Zhiyou had already swallowed a mouthful of stormy Chi Pill into his stomach. The tyrannical Chi Pill was originally an elixir that existed for fighting for one's life, and its medicinal effects naturally could not be swallowed slowly, as a Chi that was several times more powerful than before rushed up to the sky. What's the situation? Did Grandpa Lu hide his strength as well? Tao Yao was a bit confused. Obviously an incense stick ago, both of them still looked like they had run out of gas, and in the twinkling of an eye, the aura on both of them was one stronger than the other. Tyrannical Chi Pill. Third uncle, you're a big old man. Why are you playing with the youngsters? Lu Chongfeng was going crazy. If anything happened to this third uncle, his father would still beat him to death. Saying that, Lu Chongfeng was about to step forward to stop the fight, but to his horror, he realized that his body was not at his command. I'm afraid this is the last battle of that old man's life. Are you sure you want to go and stop it? After saying that, the White Phoenix envoy unlocked Lu Chongfeng's suppression now, letting Lu Chongfeng make his own choice. Lu Chongfeng mortared in place, his raised right foot hesitated to take a step, and finally sighed a long sigh, never moving again. Why is that? Old man? John Lu looked at the old man with gray hair in front of him with a complicated expression. Come on, bring out your full strength as a way to fulfill the last wish of this capricious old man of mine. Lu Zhiyou did not have a trace of sadness on his face. All he had was the elation of getting what he wanted. He had guarded the glory for that empress for so long, and today he could finally put down all his burdens to have a good fight. John Lu was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and slowly spat out a word. Good. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, the battle intent rose in Jiang Lu's eyes once again. The hell-suppressing god body's chi and blood were like mercury, white vapor steaming and glowing with a faint layer of fleshly precious light. The shadows of the four divine beasts surrounded his body and appeared. The tiger whistled and the dragon roared. The sparrow cried and the turtle mooed, and there was no end to it. At dawn, John Lu was lying on the ground in rags, not bothering to move a single finger, and Su Miaoyin squatted next to his head, using a handkerchief to wipe the bloodstains and dust from his face. The body of the god of prison experience plus 50,000. Jinjin divine body, minor achievement, first turn, second turn, third turn. Imprisoned heavenly finger plus 10,000 experience. The seal of heaven plus 10,000 experience. Stargazer experience plus 10,000. Finger of the prisoner of heaven / seal of heaven / starpicking hands, great achievement, perfect achievement. System's current experience gain multiplier, 2,000 times. Lu Zhiyou, who ate the tyrannical Chi Pill, was simply a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. The power of the 28 Chi seed blips need not be mentioned, hardening his prison, suppressing divine body from the first turn to the third turn alive, almost not giving him a death. Tada! The sound of light footsteps came to his ears, and a cool, delicate face looked down on him from above. I want you to enter the Chu Garden to protect your Imperial Highness. The conditions are negotiable. Cough. John Lu sat up with Su Miaoyin's assistance. These are not urgent. How is the old master doing? That old man just passed out with his internal energy depleted. His life is not in danger, but his Chi seed has been destroyed, and he will be an ordinary bad old man in the future. Chen Canyi's tone was slightly different. She originally thought that Jiang Lu would delay until the effects of the tyrannical Chi Pill had passed, but it turned out that this guy really went hard and grabbed Lu Zhiyou's internal energy before the effects of the pill passed and dried him up first. It's good to be alive. Jiang Lu breathed a sigh of relief. If something happened to Elder Lu, he really didn't know how to meet Lu Ziki. If you're really worried, go into the Chu Garden and find a life-extending divine medicine for that old man. Chen Cicada provoked. There's no need for you to say. I'll make a trip to this Chu Garden myself. Jiang Lu also did not hide his true intentions, but then the words came out. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Turning. It's just that I'm a person with low strength. I'm afraid that I can only prioritize self-preservation, and your Imperial Highness's side is really a hard. Chen Cicada once again heard the excuse of low strength, and a hint of stiffness was added to her cool face. She raised her head and looked at the flattened mountains and forests. The ground was littered with huge palm prints. So low in strength. Name your conditions. Chen Canyi was too lazy to say more to this little bastard. It was nothing more than trying to Leonize him. I don't have many conditions. One copy of the Heavenly Rank Viewing Skills first, and a few random copies of Heavenly Rank Martial Skills and Heavenly Rank Treasure Arts as you see fit. John Lu was also not polite at all. I'm asking you to say the conditions, not to make a wish. Chen Cicada Yi's temples jumped. No way. The Dili dynasty has a big family, and they don't even bother to take out a few heavenly ranked techniques? John Lu skimmed his mouth. A single heavenly ranked technique can support a sect Holy Land. Do you think it's some kind of cabbage? Chen Cicada Yi really wanted to slap this little bastard to death. Alright, petty, alright, then I want a heaven stage viewing thoughts and the second 6 levels of the Zhenguan Shenjian. That's always alright. John Lu said what he really wanted. You said these 2 things. One of them can't be given. Chen Cicada Yi's tone slowed down a little this time. Admittedly John Lu's condition wasn't excessive. But, that's fine. Give me the key. I don't want the other things. John Lu's tone was calm, and he didn't dwell on it too much. Of course Chen Canyi knew it wasn't that this little bastard had a clear conscience. He just didn't want to talk about it. It's not that I don't give it, but I can't. Chen Canyi patiently explained. There aren't many Heavenly Steps viewpoints in the world, but there are quite a few. It's just that there are no Heavenly Steps viewpoints that are suitable for you. What is the explanation for this? John Lu also heard that there was something else going on in there. Take the Lei Yin Temple's Heaven Stage viewpoint, the myriad lotus flower diagram. For example, in order to cultivate this viewpoint, one must first cultivate the Lei Yin Temple's breadth of contemplation of immeasurability and have a sense of the Buddha's Dharma as well. Chen Canyi had a flurry of explanations, and John Lu also understood. To put it bluntly, the Heavenly Steps viewpoints were all matching. And if a halfway decent cultivator like him wanted to cultivate the Heavenly Steps viewpoints, he would have to dissipate his efforts and start from scratch. But it's not without a solution if you really want a Heaven Stage viewpoint that suits you. There is a Tao Enlightenment tablet in the Chu Garden, and everyone can realize the most suitable viewpoint for themselves from it. Chen Canyi's words changed. Ha! Zhang Lu sneered. The bad woman was trying to trick herself into Chu Garden again. As long as he wanted to find the Enlightenment tablet, he would inevitably meet up with the foreigners. You can ask Peachy Abyss if you don't believe me. Chen Canyi's body was not afraid of the slant of the shadow. The Enlightenment tablet was real, but it all depended on one's personal karma as to what kind of viewpoints could be realized. I can do without the heavenly rank viewing thoughts, but why can't the prison Jin Xianjian be given to me? Zhang Lu asked another question. You should know that the control of heavenly ranked feats like the prison suppression Xianjian are all very strict, and in addition to needing a large amount of merit badges, you also need to have a guarantor. Chen Canyi said. I went into Chu Garden to protect our great Imperial Highness. Isn't that still not a great achievement? Jian Lu shamelessly said. Chen Canyi clenched her fists, telling herself that this man was still useful and couldn't be beaten to death. Let's not talk about whether you can help Her Highness God Ji or not. Where are you going to find a guarantor? Tao Yuan, a secretary of Guangling County, isn't qualified enough. Tao Yuan, a small sifu. The first 3 weighty feats were still weighty enough, but the latter 6 feats were completely insufficient. Of course it's you. A holy envoy being my guarantor. That's enough weight. John Lu pointed at Chen Cicada Yi as a matter of course. Me? A look of dismay appeared on Chen Cicada Yi's face. How did he dare? Once she vouched for John Lu. Whatever big trouble Jiang Lu caused in the future, it would be on her head. Chen Cicada Yi's silence makes John Lu's heart a little hairy. Not. You do not agree with you speak ah. This woman will not suddenly give himself a slap. Yes, I'll allow it on the matter of the guarantee. After Chen Canyi's complexion changed a bit, a smile strangely appeared on her face. This was the first time Jian Lu had seen Chen Canyi smile. The smile was so beautiful that it could be described as shocking, but Jian Lu couldn't appreciate it at all. Don't, Holy Minister. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. I'm just saying it for fun. Jian Lu refused in a hurry. People like Chen Canyi were not afraid of her anger. They were afraid of her smile, and God knows what kind of calculations that would kill him were hidden in there. You don't want the prison Jin Xianjian anymore? Chen Cicada Yi looked at him with a smile. That neighborly big sister-like sweet appearance was a far cry from before. Nonsense. Of course he wanted it, but Chen Cicada Yi suddenly became so nice and sweet. All knew there was something fishy going on. Cicada smiled. Life and death are hard to predict. Chapter 62 Strange Techniques. Reading tip. In order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. To be, or not to be, that is the question. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll get back to you when I get back to thinking about it. When things are not decided, then use the word procrastination. Jian Lu decided to go back and ask this old fox, Tao Yuan. No need to be so troublesome. Chen Cicada put away the teasing smile on her face and returned to her usual cool appearance. And I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. As a holy envoy all these years, I've been ordered to carry out the saint's new governmental decree. And during that time, I've offended countless powerful and noble sects and valves. Countless people hate to thirstily drink my blood and eat my flesh. But I have the refuge of a saint. And even if they hate me even more, on the surface they can only grovel and smile at me. If I become your guarantor, you will likewise become a thorn in the flesh of that group of powerful and noble gatekeepers, wanting to get rid of them. How about it? Do you still dare to make me your guarantor now? Chen Cicada thought that by talking to this point, Jiang Lu should know what to do. But the other party's reaction was very different from what he had imagined. Not only did he not show any fear, but instead, he even breathed a sigh of relief. It's just this little thing. I thought you were going to put your hands on the top of the prison Jinshinjian and cause me to go off the deep end. Jiang Lu said in disbelief. Little things? You won't say that when you've learned those sneaky tricks of theirs. Chen Cicada didn't know what she had remembered. Her face was a few points colder again, but it wasn't directed at Jiang Lu. Anyways, it's a deal. I'm counting on you, Lord Sacred Envoy. For the latter 6 feats of the Jin prison Xianjian, there was no way Jiang Lu would give up this opportunity to get the complete Jin prison Xiangan. If he really waited for him to slowly save up enough merits to exchange for the Jin prison Xianjian, the yellow flowers would have gotten cold. Chen Cicada lightly glanced at Jiang Lu. She had already stated the pros and cons of it, and since the other party was still adamant about it, she wouldn't try to persuade him more. Once we enter the Chu Garden, for every 10 foreigners we kill, we'll exchange them for 1 follow-up technique. Chen Cicada also spoke out her conditions, lest Jiang Lu contribute to the work. What? Jiang Lu almost didn't get choked. Then if I want to change the back 6 weights, wouldn't I have to kill a full 60 foreigners? You could have just said so if you wanted me to go to my death. 60 Chi Refining Realm lives in exchange for a top-notch heavenly rank martial skill. Do you know how many people under the heavens are jealous of such a deal? Chen Cicada said. Ha, is that 60 Chi Refining Realms? That's 60 foreign races' heavenly pride. Jiang Lu couldn't help but roll his eyes. 60 Chi Refinement Realms certainly weren't worth a heavenly grade martial skill, but 60 foreign race celestials were another matter. 50, 10 at the most. 40, just 10, 30, below that I can't get you a heaven-ranked martial skill out of thin air. Deal. The two men finally came to an agreement after some haggling. Don't blame me for not reminding you that the prerequisite for this deal to stand is that Her Imperial Highness can come out of the Chu Garden safely. Chen Cicada added one more sentence on the verge. Got it. Jiang Lu muttered, then extended his hand towards Chen Cicada again. Do what? Chen Cicada took half a step back, avoiding Jiang Lu's dirty hand. Give something. You're not really going to draw a big pie and let me enter Chu Garden empty-handed. Jiang Lu said with a straight face. Chen Cicada had seen many shameless people and many geniuses, but this was the first time he had seen such a shameless genius. It was a good thing that she also understood that boosting Jiang Lu's strength was actually reducing the pressure on Her Imperial Highness in disguise. For this trip to the Chu Garden, the sage has ordered a number of strange and exotic techniques to be searched for, and while these feats are of no benefit to high-ranking martial artists, they may have a miraculous effect on you in the 8th grade refined Qi realm. Saying that, Chen Cicada threw Jiang Lu a small booklet, on which was densely written the introduction of each of the strange arts. Wind and Thunder Wings, the art of transforming wings with Qi can grant the 8th grade Qi refining realm the ability to defend the air, but coalescing the Wind and Thunder Wings will consume a massive amount of internal energy. Qi Sense technique spreads internal energy in the form of ripples in all directions, can be used to detect enemies within a 100-meter radius, requires complex practice and delicate manipulation. Muting, 2. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Internal power to envelop an area so that sound cannot be transmitted to the outside world requires delicate maneuvering and massive internal power. Treading water technique, attach the internal force to the soles of the feet to achieve treading water. They were all auxiliary type feats that could not directly enhance battle power, but could play a significant role in a particular circumstance. This door, and this door. I'll take them all. Jiang Lu ordered as much as he did when he went up to the restaurant. What do you need so much for? There's only a month left before Chu Garden opens, so be careful of being greedy and chewing too much. Chen Cicada kindly reminded. It wasn't that she was heartbroken about these strange arts. Not many people practiced them at all like these, regardless of whether it was the ability to fly in the air or the ability to probe for silence. It was actually something that could be easily done by advancing to the 7th grade God refining realm. The so-called strange and exotic arts were nothing more than side roads used by those 8th grade Qi refining realms that had no hope of advancing to the God refining realm to take solace. This won't be a concern for Lord Saint Envoy. Think of it as more favorites. Jiang Lu had the system in place. The last thing he lacked was time. Chen Sakata-e didn't look any deeper when she heard this. Jiang Lu couldn't look any more unreliable on the surface. But it didn't stop this person from just defeating Lu Jiao, who was claimed to be invincible at the 8th rank. She took out the white jade box from before and opened it under the gaze of Jiang Lu, and with a flick of her onion-white jade finger, a stream of light shot toward Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu subconsciously reached out to stop the stream of light, which drilled into his palm in a smooth manner, frightening him so much that he hurriedly spread out his palm for a closer look, only to see that the originally empty palm had an additional rune emitting a golden light. Like some kind of oracle bone writing, the golden light soon fell silent and turned into a faint seal, finally disappearing. He had also seen this mark on Night Coldstar's hand and knew that this was the legendary key to the Chu Garden. Usually pay attention. Don't just reveal your mark, or else you'll have your troubles for the next month at the Shuzhou Martial Arts Academy. Chen Sakata-e admonished. The likes of Night Coldstar and Fu Yunxian were sent to the Martial Arts Academy in Shuzhou the day after they got the key, firstly to improve their strength as much as possible, and secondly to protect them. After all, not everyone had a multitude of Dao protectors like those sect holy sons and holy daughters. Wait, I'm also going to that Shuzhou Martial Arts Academy? Jiang Lu pointed at himself, a trace of dismay on his face. Chapter 63, What about you? Reading tip, to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Haven't I made myself clear enough? Chen Sakata asked rhetorically. As long as you don't say anything and I don't say anything, it's not like anyone knows that I've gotten the key to the Chu Garden. So why do I have to go to the Shuzhou Martial Arts Academy? Jiang Lu was used to being loose. A martial artist like you, who came from a wild background, needs an orthodox preaching and teaching like the Wudao Academy more than anyone else. Chen Sakata-e could see the problems that existed in Jiang Lu at a glance, or else he wouldn't have asked for the heavenly rank viewing method. I think I'm pretty good now. Jiang Lu touched his nose. After defeating Elder Lu Jiao, he felt that he could still be more or less proud and complacent. I know you're very strong. Even if all of the martial arts academies in Dili were combined, you wouldn't be able to find an 8th grade chi refining realm that's stronger than you. Chen Sakata-e gave a rare objective evaluation, but did not wait for Jiang Lu nose up to the sky then said, but this kind of power is entirely brought to you by the technique known as the Star Luo technique. By the time you reach the 7th grade god refining realm, I dare to assert that you wouldn't last more than a single sword in Lu Yingzhan's hands. Jiang Lu was tempted to retort that without the Star Luo skill he still had the prison-suppressing divine body. No matter what, he wouldn't be seconded by Lu Yingxian with a single sword strike. But this kind of jitterbugging was meaningless, because he had really been put down by a 7th grade god refining realm with a single move, even if Bai Qingru was intentional. However, it was enough to prove that the technique, Star Luo technique, was no longer an insoluble existence in front of the 7th grade god refining realm. Seeing Jiang Lu's silence, Chen Sakata-e knew that the time was almost up, and stretched out her slender jade finger to point at Jiang Lu's belly through the air. What did you do? Jiang Lu froze and realized that most of the chi in his body had been stripped away, and the feeling was just like when he had arrived at the demon locking tower. I've only imposed a forbidden layer on your dantian, suppressing your internal energy to the level of a normal person, Chen Kanyi said with a normal face, as if she had only done something insignificant. What the hell do you want? Jiang Lu frowned. Even if Chen Sakata-e wanted to flip out, she had to wait until he came out of the Chu Garden. Don't you think you're too weak? Chen Kanyi asked an inexplicable question. Of course I'm weak in the eyes of your hallowed sacred envoy as a tiny 8th grade chi refining realm. Jiang Lu didn't understand what Chen Sakata-e was doing by suddenly mocking him at this time. I'm not talking about martial cultivation. Let's leave aside the sword immortal stance of Lu Yingzhen who comprehended the sword domain at the 8th rank. Even Night Coldstar and Fu Yunxian comprehended the superior wind realm dash. Speaking here, Chen Sakata-e paused for a moment, her gaze so harsh that it looked like it was trying to pierce through his heart. What about you? 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 A simple phrase echoed in Jiang Lu's mind, knocking at his soul over and over again. Logically speaking, he had a system. Whether it was a domain or a realm, he should be able to comprehend these things as well. After all, he relied on a Laozian demon fist to comprehend the fist meaning at the beginning, but after that, he never comprehended anything new. It was only the power of the Star Luo technique and the prison-suppressing Xianjian that caused him to subconsciously ignore these. And it was only now that Chen Sakata-e had pointed it out that he had noticed that something was amiss. You should have realized yourself that during the final battle with Lu Jiao, although you mastered all of your moves, they were all empty of form but not of meaning. Take the move of the heavenly seal. If you really comprehend the meaning of it, then there should only be one palm print in this mountain forest of 100 meters in circumference. Not like a child playing with mud. One mud print here and one mud print there. To put it bluntly, what was strong were the two techniques. The Star Luo technique and the prison-suppressing Xianjian, not the person. In the place of someone like Lu Yingjian, even if he didn't perform a heavenly rank sword technique like Sword 13, waving his sword casually would be like a rainbow of sword energy. Educated. Jiang Lu had to admit that although Chen Cicada was a person who didn't distinguish between public and private matters, his martial arts insights were indeed profound. Just what does this have to do with your suppression of my internal force? Because a large part of the reason you can't comprehend the realm of intent is that you're too strong. Chen Cicada stated another conclusion that was diametrically opposed to what he had just said. You're saying 1 minute that I'm too weak, and the next minute that I'm too strong. So I'll go to the... This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Is the bottom too weak or too strong? Jiang Lu couldn't help but spit out. If you could smash your enemies to death by casually throwing a rock, would you still specialize in buying a pair of bows and arrows? Chen Cicada did not answer him directly, but instead asked a very shallow question. You mean? Jiang Lu seemed to understand something. To put it bluntly, you relied too much on the powerful force of the Star Luo technique and neglected to tap into your own potential. That was why Qin Canyi hated people who practiced the Star Luo technique. But they were just a bunch of people who didn't think about progress based on the power of their technique. If you want to truly be worthy of little sister, rely on your own strength and go and win a Shuzhou Martial Arts Academy title for me. Jiang Lu? In front of all good, how suddenly appeared a white Qingru. Who want to match her? Feelings this holy messenger is still in the dark. I'll go get the Shuzhou Martial Arts Academy's leader. But forget about Bai Qingru. Whoever loves to marry. Jiang Lu waved his hand. Chen Cicada was unimpressed, only thinking that Jiang Lu was speaking in anger. And the topic returned to the Shuzhou Martial Arts Academy. Although the Shuzhou Martial Arts Academy is not as good as the Divine Capital Martial Arts Academy, its heritage should not be underestimated. A month's time is enough for you to shed your bones. What Chen Cicada was thinking was that, but if Jiang Lu was able to comprehend 1 or 2 superior realms of intent within this month, she really didn't know who else would be a match for this little bastard in the Chu Garden line at that time. Chen Cicada left and threw a Shuzhou Martial Arts Academy sign to him before he left, telling him to just take the sign and go to the director of the academy at that time. Big brother Jiang Lu, when are we going to Shuzhou Martial Arts Academy so I can tell my parents? Su Miaoyin assisted Jiang Lu, pretending to ask without thinking. The day after tomorrow, at least until the injuries on the body. Wait, Jiang Lu looked back. No. Su Miaoyin looked at him with an apprehensive expression, carrying a bit of the aggrieved little daughter-in-law's aggravation. 1 month. How was Jiang Lu going to tell Su Jingxiang to let your daughter go out with me for a month? Su Miaoyin listened to Jiang Lu's difficult tone. Her eyes gradually darkened and she forced a smile and said, Then I'll wait at home for big brother Jiang Lu for you to come back. Jiang Lu triggered certain bad memories when he heard this. The last time he went to participate in the demon hunting trial, Bai Qingyu said the same thing to him. 1 month is not enough. I will have to go into Chuyuan then. And tell your father that it will take 2 months. Forget it, I'll do the talking. Jiang Lu thought about it and changed his words. What is the difference between asking for 2 months and asking for someone directly? This can only be done by him to talk to Su Jingxiang. Su Miaoyin's delicate nightmare was scarlet. Her cheeks contained spring, and she lowered her head in shame. Jiang Lu was held armed and feel Su Miaoyin's heartbeat accelerated. He looked at Su Miaoyin's glowing face, looked at her temples' slender fluffy hairs, felt a little dry mouth. The atmosphere between the two became somewhat ambiguous, but before this ambiguity had time to ferment, it was broken by Chen Cicada who folded back. After I thought about it, your prison-suppressing god body is also too strong, so it's better to seal it all together. Saying that, Chen Cicada once again stretched out her delicate finger towards Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu, don't come over here. Chapter 64, Encountering an Old Friend. Reading tip, to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. 2 days later, Qingpu Village. After Jiang Lu and Su Miaoyin had bid farewell to Su Jingxiang, they were ready to leave for the Jin Demon Division. And there would be a special person to escort him to the Shuzhou Martial Arts Academy after arriving at the Jin Demon Division. The two of them came to an open area, empty-handed, with their luggage received in storage rings in advance. Come on up. Jiang Lu opened his arms towards Su Miaoyin, all in a valiant green shirt. His injuries from the previous battle with Lu Zhiyou had already healed. Su Miaoyin's beautiful eyes looked around to make sure that there were no villagers around to watch. And only then did she walk into Jiang Lu's arms with a small red face. Jiang Lu wrapped one hand around her slender waist, the other hand along the rounded peach buttocks all the way down until the bend of the knee. Both hands worked in unison to hold Su Miaoyin up horizontally with a wooing cry from her. Hold on tight. Jiang Lu instructed and then urged the Qi seed in his dantian to run. The internal energy flowed upwards along the 8 channels of the Qi meridians and eventually converged at the pipa bone on his back, transforming into a pair of wind and thunder twin wings. After Su Miaoyin clasped her hands tightly around his neck, Jiang Lu bent his knees slightly, then stomped hard and used the impact of the jump to fly into the boundless sky. Wah dash! Su Miaoyin just stole a glance at the feet of the two of them. The entire Qingpu village had become only the size of a palm. So scared that she hurriedly buried her head in Jiang Lu's shoulder. Don't be afraid. Even if you fall at this height, I'll be able to catch you steady. Jiang Lu urged the wings behind his back and slowly glided over in the direction of the Jin Demon Division. No faster than a sparrow. His internal force was sealed by Chen Cicada E most of the time, although in the Tenjiao are considered to be internal force thick, but compared with the previous can only be said to be a day a place. Wind and thunder wings have also become sparrow wings. It's okay to use it for traveling, but it's a complete living target for fighting. Don't say such horrible things. Su Miaoyin's hands tightened around her a few more times. Although she believed that Jiang Lu wouldn't let anything happen to her, her body was still instinctively shaking. Close your eyes. You'll be there in a minute. Department of Demon Control. This time, Elder Zhang will secretly escort you to the Shuzhou Martial Arts Academy. But once you enter the academy, you'll have to rely on yourself. Tao Yuan confided. I have to trouble you again this time. Elder Zhang. Jiang Lu arched his hand towards an Elder Zhang, the same Elder Zhang who had escorted them to the state capital last time. Elder Zhang nodded amiably. He was destined to have no more breakthroughs at his old age, so he might as well make good karma with these geniuses, and perhaps benefit his children and grandchildren in the future. When you get there, you'd better pay attention to the local famous clan, the Langyue Wang clan, and try not to start a conflict if you can. Tao Yuan was still confiding. Langyue Wang clan? Jiang Lu memorized this name, not knowing what was so special about it. 20 years ago the Langyue Wang clan produced a crown princess, but then, Tao Yuan nodded to the point. The words that followed would not be suitable to expand on. Oh, Jiang Lu suddenly realized, and had the good sense not to pursue the matter any further. 20 years ago, the king of the world is the legendary empress. As for the original crown prince, naturally null and void, but the thin dead camel is bigger than a horse, cannot provoke or don't provoke the good. By the time Jiang Lu came out from the peach abyss side, Tao Yaoyao and Lu Zidian were already waiting for him. Brother Jiang, when the time comes, I'll trouble you to look after Sister Ring Xian a little more. Lu Zidi looked at Jiang Lu with quite a bit of emotion, remembering that when the two of them had just met, Jiang Lu was still just a 9th grade essence refining realm who had fought back and forth with the demon ape, and in the blink of an eye, even his own, third grandfather, was no longer a match for Brother Jiang. Definitely. Jiang Lu agreed in one mouthful. He owed Elder Lu a big favor. That is, if something happened to that noble imperial highness, Lu Yingzhen could definitely not be in trouble. After bidding farewell to Lu Ziki, Jiang Lu turned his gaze to Tao Yaoyao, who had kept her head down and didn't speak. Tao Yaoyao carried her hands behind her back, without her usual quirky and lively energy, her innocent little face haloed with a touch of peach color. This amulet. Here you go. Tao Yaoyao put her hand out from behind her back, holding a small, delicate brocade pouch in her palm that was embroidered with. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. A peach blossom in full bloom. Thanks to. Jiang Lu took the amulet and was about to thank him when he was bumped into. I'll be there to greet you the day you return. Tao Yaoyao's fragrant and soft body pressed against him, her head buried into his chest, revealing only the tips of her 2 red ears, and the intoxicating scent of the young girl's hair drilled into the tip of his nose one after another. Oh good. Jiang Lu held his hands up helplessly, not daring to touch Tao Yaoyao a bit, because he could feel the death stare of a 5th grade Huta realm powerhouse coming from behind him. Moved? I'm afraid to move. Langyue County, Langyue City. At the entrance of the city, the soldiers guarding the gate were scrutinizing the people entering and leaving the city, and soon questioned a pair of young men and women. You too, what are you doing here in Langyue City? Do you have an identity document? The soldier asked as usual. We're from Guanling County, and we've come to Langyue City in order to study at the Shuzhou Martial Arts Academy. Jiang Lu presented the Shuzhou Martial Arts Academy's credentials. Students of the Martial Arts Academy? Disrespectful. The two of you, please come in. The soldier checked the credentials and his attitude immediately became respectful. Students of the Martial Dao Academy were not something that a small person like him could offend. Is something going on in Langyue City lately? The inventory is so strict, Jiang Lu asked, noticing that the number of soldiers stationed at the city gates was a bit abnormal. It's not because of those remaining members of the heavenly demon cult. Almost a month ago, the Tang sect in the city was burglarized. and the city lord was furious about it, ordering us to strictly check on incoming and outgoing pedestrians. The soldier complained. Do you know what was lost? Jiang Lu thought of the previous demon hunting trial session. Zhu Yuan was pulled out midway through the arraignment. Could it be because of this matter? I don't know about this little one. The soldier shook his head. Seeing that he couldn't ask for more, Jiang Lu didn't waste any more time and took Su Miaoyin into the city. The first time he entered the city, Jiang Lu didn't rush to the Shuzhou Martial Arts Academy. Instead, he looked for a passerby to ask about how to get to the Tang clan. Luangjia City had a complex array of forces. Besides the Luangjia Wang clan and Shuzhou Martial Arts Academy, even the Tang sect's main base was here. Just in time. First go to the Tang sect and take out the item that Zhu Yuan had promised himself. In an old man's mouth, I learned that the Tang sect is located in the west of Langia City. The west side is close to the Grand Canal. Every day there are boatloads of Xian iron ore sent into the Tang sect, forged into various types of armor and weapons and then shipped out. The two of them found their way to the west of the city and saw a treasure pavilion with a Tang character written on the front of the doorway, and were about to go in and make some inquiries, when Jiang Lu saw two acquaintances. Didn't you talk big about opening my eyes? It turned out to be a run to give money to the Tang sect. A cold female voice with a few hints of teasing. Damn intelligence peddlers. Actually giving me false information. Don't let me catch them. The other was a man's voice permeated with frustration and chagrin. Somewhat naive. The two of them walked out of the treasure pavilion while talking, and happened to meet Jiang Lu and Su Miaoyin who had come. River Run? Hao Yu Qian. Chapter 65 Immortal Gold. Reading tip. In order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. Tavern. Second floor elegant room. Drinking. Brother Jiang. Why are you also running to Langia City? Are you also here for the ghost market? Hao Yuqian enthusiastically poured wine for Jiang Lu. Ghost market? Jiang Lu realized that his information was really too closed, completely unable to compare to someone from a worldly family like Hao Yuqian. That doesn't seem to be the case. The matter of the ghost market will be discussed later. Let's have a drink first. Hao Yuqian picked up the wine cup. Big brother Jiang. Inxue toasts you. Another acquaintance was Si Inxue, who could be considered deeply impressed by Jiang Lu's one-punch defeat of Night Coldstar that day. Please, drink around. Hao Yuqian also opened the box, began to spit out the bitter water. Goddamned intelligence peddlers. Actually dare to sell your grandfather how false news. When I go back to dig up the ground I will also find out the person. What's going on with him? Jiang Lu glanced at Si Inxue. He seemed to have heard the two of them talking about some kind of password before. Si Inxue's face blossomed into a smile. He got a fake password from somewhere, and he was so excited to drag me to the Tang sect's treasure pavilion, saying that he wanted to show me the treasures that Zhu Yuan had deposited in the Tang sect back then. As a result, the password is fake. Not only did I not get the treasure, but I also took in 10,000 taels for the password inspection fee. Ah, you don't say. This is the second time in my life that Hao Yuqian has looked away, and I swear there will never be a third time. Hao Yuqian said with conviction. Is it convenient to reveal when the first time was? Si Inxue drank the wine. Her cold white skin flushed lightly. Hao Yuqian silently turned his head to look at Jiang Lu next to him, and said with a downcast expression. At first, among your several opponents, I instantly recognized Jiang Lu as a soft persimmon. Well, Si Inxue was having a bit of a hard time holding in her laughter. How could someone be so backstabbing? No wonder she didn't have any impression of Hao Yuqian's performance in the trial in the first place. She felt that he eliminated himself as soon as he came up. Come on, don't talk about me, let's talk about you. Brother Jiang, why did you come to the Tang sect side as well? Brother Jiang? Hao Yuqian changed the topic. Oh, I'm here to fetch the treasure that Zhu Yuan had deposited in the Tang sect's treasure pavilion in the first place. Jiang Lu said with a flat face. Hao Yuqian. Puff. This time Si Inxue finally didn't hold back her laughter. Hao Yuqian resumed leading the way in front of him, talking in passing about the treasures that Zhu Yuan had deposited in the Tang sect in the first place. It is said that Zhu Yuan brought out a piece of immortal gold from the Chu garden back then, but that piece of immortal gold was extremely difficult to deal with and could only be entrusted to the Tang sect, which is the most skillful at forging weapons. The Tang sect also paid the utmost attention to that piece of immortal gold, spending a great deal of time and effort to make it into a unique divine weapon in the world. But before Zhu Yuan could go up to the Tang sect to retrieve the item, the theft of the Leiyin Temple's supreme treasure, the seven-colored glazed lamp, occurred, and you should all know about what happened afterwards. Jiang Lu and Si Inxue nodded. Zhu Yuan was captured by the Jin Demon Division and locked in the Demon Locking Tower for 10 years already, and that piece of immortal gold was also quietly placed in the Tang sect's treasure pavilion for 10 years. Hasn't the Thunder Sound Temple sent anyone to ask the Tang sect for that piece of immortal gold? How come Zhu Yuan is also a disciple of the Thunder Sound Temple? Jiang Lu asked. That was a piece of immortal gold. Not ordinary gold. Even if the Leiyin Temple was a big family, it was impossible to turn a blind eye to it. Leiyin Temple of course sent people to the door to ask for. Just the Tang Sect's people also saved the intention to obscure that piece of immortal gold. So they only recognize the password, not recognize the person. Thinking that once Zhu Yuan died, the immortal gold will rightfully fall into the hands of the Tang Sect. Hao Yuqian said in a disdainful tone. Then in a moment when Big Brother Jian Lu reports the export order, will the Tang Sect's people disown it? Su Miaoyin listened with some concern. This Miss Su doesn't have to worry. The Tang Sect will at most exploit the loopholes of the rules, but they definitely won't dare to violate the rules set by their ancestors. Or rather, more people are waiting for them to break their own rules, Hao Yuqian said at the end. His tone was somewhat meaningful. Saying that, their group had once again arrived at the previous Tang Sect treasure pavilion. Grandpa, I'm back again. I'll take the immortal gold left behind by Zhu Yuan today. Hurry up and send someone out to check the password. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. As soon as Hao Yuqian returned to the treasure pavilion, he became arrogant, knowing that 9 times out of 10, the password Jiang Lu had gotten was true. Yo, this young master, Cheng Wei check order fee 10,000 taels of silver. The password is correct. As much as returned, the password is wrong. Then I am sorry. A sharp-faced shopkeeper saw Hao Yuqian, this fat sheep. Eyes are green. You wait for the master. Hao Yuqian directly pulled out 10 Xian crystals and slapped them on the counter. This young master, follow me. The shopkeeper was about to lead Hao Yuqian inside. Mo take a beating from lousy. It's him who wants to check the password. Hao Yuqian pointed to Jiang Lu next to him. Jiang Lu followed the shopkeeper to a secret room, which was large but empty, except for a metal table with ink, paper and ink stones. What are the 4 conversions? The metal-built table was suddenly dented with a rectangular crater, and on surfacing there was an extra slip of paper with a question written on it. Worthy of being a candidate Buddhist son, the questions left were also full of Buddhist philosophy. It was just that the password Zhu Yuan left for himself seemed a bit off, but as things stood, he could only choose to believe in Zhu Yuan and put pen to paper to write down the answer to his question. What are the 4 conversions? Conversion to Buddha, conversion law, converted monk, as well. The pen in Riverrun's hand paused for a moment. Converted showgirl, putting pen to paper with no regrets. Jiang Lu placed the paper with the written gag into the groove of the metal table. Why hasn't Big Brother Jiang Lu come out yet? Su Miaoyin waited outside the secret room with some anxiety. Miss Su, don't be in a hurry. The fact that Brother Jiang hasn't come out until now only means that Brother Jiang has gotten the real password. Hao Yuqian had a joyful look on his face. That sharp-tongued shopkeeper from the beginning of the calm to later sit uneasily. Bad. This time encountered a hard opponent. Have to hurry to notify that little ancestor. Returning to this side of the secret room, Jiang Lu was somewhat out of his mind as he gazed at the metal cube in front of him. It was just after he answered the password and waited a moment. The whole table dented, and when it floated up again there was one more metal cube. This is that piece of immortal gold? Didn't it say it had been made into a weapon? The immortal gold was pitch black, shaped like a Rubik's cube from a previous life, with complex dark patterns on its surface, and except for the bottom side, the dark patterns on the other 5 sides were all different. Jiang Lu was a bit puzzled. Such a piece of plain-looking black lump was the immortal gold in the transmission? The Tang Sect couldn't have bullied him into not seeing anything and just got a random piece of ink gold to fool him. With a half-hearted attitude, Jiang Lu reached out his hand to pick it up and weigh it. It was only when his fingers just touched the surface of this piece of immortal gold that a unique rhythm of life was transmitted to his mind through the skin contact. Bean-sized drops of sweat rolled down from Jiang Lu's forehead, and his entire expression looked like he had encountered something extremely terrifying. Hell! This thing, is it alive? Chapter 66, 1 Million Taels of Gold. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. This item is called Taotai Iron. As the name suggests, this immortal gold possesses the powerful devouring ability of a Taotai in general, and can devour other gold and iron to strengthen itself, and is ranked 36th on the list of strange treasures. In addition to its devouring properties, Taotai also possesses the powerful properties of change and self-repair. Don't look at it as just a piece of iron ingot right now. As long as you want it to, it can change into any form of weapon. And while other mortal soldiers will inevitably have bumps and bruises after a long time of use, the Taotai is different. You only need to feed it some Xianjing or iron essence, and it will recover on its own as if it were the first time, or even become more powerful. The sharp-tongued shopkeeper pulled Jiang Lu, enthusiastically introducing him to the wonders of this piece of immortal gold, his mouth talking endlessly. There is such a divine thing in the world. Today is really an eye-opener. Si Inchue listened to the shopkeeper's explanation. Her eyes were glowing. No wonder the Lei Yin Temple and the Tang sect both put their heart and soul into trying to obtain this piece of immortal gold. Su Miaoyin seemed to understand. Just listen to the tone of the shopkeeper. Brother Jiang Lu seems to get the unimaginable treasure. She sincerely feel happy for Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu weighed the divine object called Taotai in his hand, but his mind had long since flown elsewhere. Previously, Hao Yuqian said that this piece of immortal gold was brought out by Zhu Yuan from the Chu Garden, so it is no wonder that the Chu Garden is so dangerous. But there are still countless heavenly prides who want to go in. Just a single piece of immortal gold had caused many parties to covet it, not to mention the many opportunities in the Chu Garden. Only one side of Hao Yuqian noticed something wrong. The shopkeeper said these things he has long known, is not attracted to the mind. Jiang Lu, this old thing isn't quite right. He seems to be deliberately dragging us out. Hao Yuqian touched Jiang Lu's arm and reminded out loud. I'm not afraid that you few don't know anything about immortal gold. That's why I've talked a little more. The shopkeeper smiled like a spring breeze on the surface, but in reality, the corner of his eyes frequently looked out the door. Anxious and his heart was on fire. My little ancestor, if you don't come, I won't be able to hold you back. Let's go. Jiang Lu was reminded by this and also woke up, and was about to leave with the immortal gold right away. Wait, you can't leave. The shopkeeper was also in a hurry, stopping the few of them, and the guards hiding in the shadows all emerged. For a while, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Yo, haven't been here for a while. Has the Tang sect been reduced to robbing for a living now? Hao Yuqian's tone was sarcastic, without the slightest bit of panic on his face. The Tang sect, as a forging family, had created countless armors and weapons, and had always been the object of key monitoring by the Dili dynasty, and the eyes and ears of the various forces planted in the Tang sect were as dense as a spider's web. If the Tang sect dared to leave the three of them from the Demon Suppression Division behind today, tomorrow that Empress would send the Imperial Army over to take over the Tang sect's estate. Stand down all of you. Did I call out to you? You can't afford to scare the guests. The shopkeeper also broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly drank back the surrounding guards. But if he really moved just now, he didn't know if anything happened to the Tang sect, but he was definitely pushed out as a scapegoat to calm things down. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Previously, the remaining members of the Heavenly Demon sect were infested, which caused us to be a bit sketchy, and it's definitely not aimed at all of you honored guests. The shopkeeper's voice shouted extremely loud, and he didn't know who he was explaining it to. Then boss, can we leave now? Hao Yuqian also asked loudly. See what you're saying, you guys can leave if you want to, stay if you want to, where is the need to ask me? A runner. The shopkeeper wiped a handful of sweat on his head. His attitude became extremely respectful. He is now begging this group of people to hurry up and go, but don't get into any trouble. Jiang Lu also did not have the intention of calculating with the other party. He got the matter of immortal gold is estimated to be spread throughout the entire Langya city in a while. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. A few people made eye contact, nodded, and were about to leave. But just as they stepped out of the doorway they ran head-on into a group of people. You're the ones who took the immortal gold? A commanding and arrogant voice called out to several people, and the one who spoke was a noble young man wearing a treasure blue brocade robe, surrounded by a large group of bejeweled peers behind him. There were about a dozen of these men, and they vaguely divided the four. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip, in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. The people surrounded it, with the intention of not letting it go until they handed it over. This person is the youngest son of the Tang sect's family head, Tang Shaoling, whose mother is Wang Yue of the Langya Wine clan, and Wang Yue has a sister named Wang Yuyan, which is that former crown princess. When Hao Yuqian saw Tang Shaoling appear, the fat on his face twitched, and he hurriedly shook out Tang Shaoling's details, reminding Jiang Lu that this person was not a small person. If you're sensible, hurry up and hand over the immortal gold. Who doesn't know that that piece of immortal gold is the gift that our Tang Xiao is going to give to the celluloid fairy? If you dirty such a treasure, you guys just don't have enough to pay for it even if you have 10 lives. A follower's white-clothed youth crossed over to Tang Shaoling and chided loudly, his tone very wild. Hao Yuqian and Si Yin Shui both frowned. Just because they didn't want to cause trouble didn't mean they were afraid of it. Get back here. Tang Shaoling's face changed slightly. He only wanted to buy the immortal gold over, not take it by force in front of so many people. Yes. Young Tang, am I not anxious for you? Young Tang. The white-clothed youth's face snapped as he retreated. Tang Shaoling gave the other party a deep look, memorizing his appearance before he looked at the four Jian Lius again. I won't take your immortal gold for nothing. 1 million taels for the immortal gold in your hand. He has already received the news that the renegade monk Zhu Yuan is about to be executed, and once Zhu Yuan is dead, the immortal gold becomes unowned and naturally belongs to the Tang sect. But just today, a group of people came and cut off the immortal gold, which almost didn't make him die of depression. 1 million taels you can also say. I offer 2 million taels. How much immortal gold you have I buy how much? Hao Yuqian contemptuously said. A million taels want to buy immortal gold. What is the difference with robbing? I'm talking about 1 million taels of gold. Tang Xiaoling glared at Hao Yuqian. This dead fat man. He knew that with this dead fat man around, if he wanted to take this piece of immortal gold he would have to cut his meat. Hiss. The surroundings sounded a sound of sucking in cool air. 1 million taels of gold. I'm afraid that only Tang Xiaoling, this kind of young sect master, can say it lightly. Even Hao Yuqian did not choke again. A million taels of gold his family could not take out. 1 million taels of gold. Almost, but gold has a price. Immortal gold is priceless. Jiang Lu, think about it yourself. Hao Yuqian whispered a reminder. A piece of immortal gold. For a million taels of gold. Who makes and who loses is not easy to say, depending on whether a million taels of gold is important to Jiang Lu, or a piece of immortal gold is important to Jiang Lu. Chapter 67 Tong Tian Dai Revisited. Reading tip. To prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Not for sale. Jiang Lu refused without thinking. He was about to enter the Chu garden. It was obvious whether a million taels of gold or a divine weapon was important. Think it over. That's 1 million taels of gold. Enough for you to change a flower girl every day for the rest of your life and spend the rest of your life. Tang Xiaoling didn't expect this person to refuse so dryly, but wherever he could hesitate, Tang Xiaoling was able to then raise the price upwards. I'm a person who isn't interested in gold. Let's put it this way. If you take a heavenly grade martial skill or a heavenly grade treasure art, I'll agree to trade with you. Jiang Lu seriously thought about it and put forward his conditions. Asshole, you're ting me. Tang Xiaoling's face became unsightly. He did have a heaven-ranked martial skill in his hands, but that was the foundation of his Tang sect. If he dares to take it and trade it with someone, his father will chop him alive. Ugh, forget it if it doesn't work. Jiang Lu said with disappointment. It seemed that Chen Cicada hadn't lied to him. Heavenly ranked techniques were indeed not cabbages, which reinforced his idea of getting his hands on the successor technique to the prison Jin Xianjian. If he missed this opportunity, he would not know how long it would take to get a heavenly ranked technique. Tang Xiaoling looked at Jiang Lu, that look of disappointment. Angry. Not. You are still disappointed up, is it? For the last time, 1 million taels of gold, plus 1 earth-ranked treasure art. Tang Xiaoling held back his anger and raised the price again. He had already boasted in front of the celluloid fairy that he would rush to send the other party a divine weapon made of immortal gold before the opening of the Chu garden. And if he couldn't take it out in the end, how was he going to face the beautiful person in the future? Jiang Lu was just about to open his mouth when Tang Xiaoling interrupted. Think carefully before answering. Not everyone will be as sincere as my Tang sect. That group of moralistic vultures from Leiyin Temple have been wanting this piece of immortal gold for a long time. Tang Xiaoling secretly threatened. That won't trouble you. Young Lord Tang, welcome Thundersound Temple to come to the Jin Demon Division to ask for immortal gold from me. Jiang Lu revealed a mouthful of big white teeth that were harmless to humans and animals. If Leiyin Temple had dared to go to the Demon Suppression Division to ask for immortal gold from him, Zhu Yuan wouldn't have been imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Division for 10 long years. You're from the Demon Suppression Division? Tang Xiaoling's face became even more ugly. He had come in a hurry and only knew that someone had taken the immortal gold. He didn't even know this person's details. If this person was from the Demon Suppression Division, then his threat just now was a joke. The Jin Demon Division, as the martial arts division of the Dili dynasty, had never heard of anyone who dared to threaten the Jin Demon Division when it was always the Jin Demon Division that threatened others. There's a saying in the Dili dynasty that you better be glad you can't beat the Jin Demon Division, or else the one who's here won't be the Jin Demon Division. When Jiang Lu flashed the Demon Suppressor Envoy token in his hand, Tang Xiaoling wasn't the only one who was disappointed. Many secretly coveted gazes were also collected. Immortal gold could be snatched, but it should never be put in the open. The crowd of onlookers scattered, and even Tang Xiaoling could only leave unhappily. This token works unexpectedly. Jiang Lu shook the Xian Iron token in his hand. He had thought that there was going to be a vicious battle today, but he hadn't expected that a piece of card had forced back a young sect master like Tang Xiaoling. Then why else do you think my father stuffed me into the Demon Suppression Division? Hao Yuqian had a speechless expression on his face. Ever since the head of the Demon Suppression Division went up to the Thundersound Temple and shattered the 18 Lohan Golden Hands, there really aren't many pricks who still dare to go against the Demon Suppression Division. Si Inchue said with longing and admiration. That's where you're wrong. What those people are truly afraid of is the fact that the head seat actually managed to retreat from the Lane Temple intact after shattering the 18 Lohan golden hands. Hao Yuqian stretched out a finger and shook it, negating Si Yin Shue's claim. Thundersound Temple used to be known as the top holy place of the land Buddhist country, and it was impossible for the head of the Demon Suppression Division to suppress the hallowed Buddhist country by virtue of his own strength. At that time, Lane Temple only had two choices, either to let the head seat go or to let the female emperor come. Of course later on, the whole world knew which one Lane Temple had chosen. Hao Yuqian stated the deeper reason. Put in 20 years ago, the Zhenmu Division is really a grandma does not hurt uncle does not love the hard work, who dares to give the Zhenmu Division a few points of face to see. Still, this chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip, in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Ever since the Empress took the throne, aside from the foreign races in the Northern Realm that still dared to jump around, which clan's Holy Land hadn't just tucked their tails between their legs and acted like human beings? A man's name, a tree's shadow. Si Inshue lamented. Don't get sentimental. Let's hurry to the Martial Arts Academy. The token of the Demon Suppression Division can only block open shots. It's hard to say about hidden arrows. Hao Yuqian knew that people's hearts were treacherous. As the four of them flew towards the Martial Arts Academy, the news of the immortal gold also flew under the impetus of those who were interested in spreading it. A courtyard of birds and flowers. Cold Star, have you heard? The Tang Sect's piece of immortal gold has been taken. Fu Yunxian approached Knight Cold Star, who was cultivating. Just take it away. It has nothing to do with us. There is that effort, why not vomit a little more? Knight Cold Star is now full of cultivation. With the previous 3 days of fishing and 2 days of sunshine, lazy appearance of a different person. The cultivation path lies in one piece and one piece. The way you are now is overkill. Sooner or later something will go wrong. Fu Yunxian sighed. Moreover, I've heard that the person who got the immortal gold ended up in our martial arts academy, and now a bunch of people in the academy are looking for that person. Only after hearing this news did Knight Cold Star raise a few points of interest. It wasn't that he wanted to rob someone else's immortal gold. It's just that he knew that Tang Xiaoling's stinky fart not long ago boasted about gifting the immortal gold to the celluloid fairy, and as a result, the immortal gold now fell into someone else's hands. If I say so, why don't we go and look for it as well? Perhaps the owner of this immortal gold is good to talk to. Let's see if we can borrow it. Fu Yunxian was obviously also up in arms. A divine weapon made of immortal gold. The role it could play in the Chu Garden could be imagined. Pull back. People are not related to us. Why would they lend us immortal gold? Knight Cold Star shook his head. Alas. Also, Fu Yunxian thought about it and also gave up. I heard that the master of that immortal gold was a man. It was estimated that the celluloid fairy, that kind of great beauty to go and borrow, there was still a bit of drama. They're two big old men, or forget about it. If only I could give Jian Lu my chance to enter the Chu Garden. The two of you would be invincible when you join forces. Fu Yunxian, some self-condemnation, came to the martial arts academy of these days. Knight Cold Star can be said to be a rapid progress. He instead is a little unable to keep up with each other's footsteps. Into the Chu Garden may not be able to drag down the Knight Cold Star. It's not Yunxian brother's fault. It's just that holy messenger lord of ours. Knight Cold Star didn't say any more, but there wasn't a hint of urgency inside. After coming to the martial arts academy, he realized what it meant that there were people outside of people. Not to mention that the godly leader of the Qingyan ranking, just the celluloid fairy alone, was capable of overwhelming himself with his strength. Not to mention searching for a way to save Feng Wuyo's life. Whether he could come out of the Chu Garden alive was a question. If Big Brother Jian Lu can also enter the Chu Garden together, Knight Cold Star couldn't help but miss the man who had defeated him with a single punch. Only he knew that it was only his own delusion, and that there was no such thing in heaven as a smooth. 2. It's been a long time. Chapter 68, The 3 Unreceivables in the Ghost Market. Reading tip, to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Big Brother. Knight Cold Star stood up violently and rubbed his eyes, fearing that he was hallucinating. Brother Jiang. You guys this. Fu Yunxian took a glance and saw that it was not only Jian Lu who had come. Xia Qianli and Feng Wuyo were also among them. And there were even old acquaintances like Hao Yuqian and Si Inshue. It turned out to be that Xia Qianshan and Feng Wuyu went to the Department of Internal Affairs to collect the charcoal on their way back, and happened to bump into Jiang Lu and his party. So the two of them volunteered to bring the people to the lodging house of the Academy of Martial Arts. In that case, Big Brother, you've also gotten the key to Chu Garden? Knight Cold Star's tone was filled with excitement. Happy not only the Knight Cold Star alone. Xia Qianxian and Feng Wuyo too faces bloomed smile. These days they too have understood the Chu Garden exactly how dangerous. But they also knew that it was impossible for Knight Cold Star and Fu Yunxian to quit, and the two of them watched with anxiety in their hearts. Now with Jian Lu joining him, Not to say that he was running rampant. At least the possibility of surviving was a few percent more. Shu, keep your voice down. I don't want to be pestered by the people from the martial arts academy. Jiang Lu recollected the seal on his hand. Chen Sakeda-e had only asked him not to reveal his full strength, and there was still nothing wrong with showing a mark. This is true. That group of people from the martial arts academy. It's hard to say. Fu Yunxian nodded with deep empathy. In the days when he first came to the martial arts academy, people challenged him every day, as if they could take away the seal from his hand if they won. It was also true that 1 or 2 people had defeated him. It was just that the seal thing was given by the White Phoenix envoy, and no one could snatch his seal without the White Phoenix envoy giving the word. He was able to obtain this seal, in addition to the strength factor, but also because he was a member of the Department of Demon Suppression, belonging to the own people. What are you afraid of with Big Brother's strength? As long as you directly beat down that Qingyun ranking leader of theirs, it's guaranteed that no one will dare to harass you. Night Coldstar didn't think so. He couldn't be clearer about Jiang Lu's strength. Even that celluloid fairy wouldn't be a single match for his big brother. Perhaps the Qingyun ranking leader could hold out for a few more punches, but he was convinced that the final victory would definitely belong to Jiang Lu. Ahem. We're new here. Let's keep a low profile. Jiang Lu waved his hand, his face slightly embarrassed. Damn Chen Sakeda-e, even if it was fine to seal his Star Luo technique, he actually even sealed the prison-suppressing divine body for him, although it didn't affect his daily cultivation. Without these 2 cards, he now estimated that he wouldn't even be able to beat Si Inxue, let alone any Qingyun ranking leader. Big brother, you are truly modest, Night Coldstar said with heartfelt admiration. It was so rare for someone as powerful as Jiang Lu to actually maintain such a humble attitude. Brother Jiang is out of the way. How Yuqian, why did you also come to Langya County? Could it be that you also obtained the Chu Garden key? Fu Yunxian looked at Hao Yuqian, who was on the side. Si Inxue is a local. There is nothing to say. Just Hao Yuqian, this Pengcheng County. Hao also ran to Langya County to join in the fun. Fu Yunxian, which pot? You don't mention which pot is it? Hao Yuqian, that call a depressed. Feelings of these 3 have got the key to Chu Garden. He alone empty-handed. Rumor has it that the owner of the Ghost Market has a key to the Chu Garden in his hands, and that's what he's running towards. Si Inxue spoke for him. Ghost City? What is that place? It sounds eerie. Xia Qianqian asked. The Ghost Market, which originally referred to the ancient city buried underneath Langya City, has become a popular choice for many outlaws to hide from their enemies due to its concealment and sophistication. Day after day, year after year, more and more people knew about the Ghost Market, and the Ghost Market gradually became a climate, and even set the rule that no one should seek revenge in the Ghost Market. With this rule in place, the Ghost Market is out of control, and more desperate outlaws flock to the Ghost Market, and these new arrivals in turn take it upon themselves to uphold the rules of the Ghost Market. In the long run, there will be another huge power above the land of God, named Ghost Market. Fu Yunxian explained the origins of the Ghost Market to the crowd. But is the court just going to let it go? Xia Qianqian asked in disbelief. Former Imperial Court. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. The court may not be able to control it, but there's nothing the court can't control nowadays. If there was something that the Empress couldn't solve with one slap, then another. Miss Qianqian doesn't know the reason why the Ghost Market has stayed until today. It naturally has its way of survival. Si Inxue took over what Fu Yunxian had just said and continued. There are 3 things that the Ghost Market doesn't accept. First, the common man is not admitted. Second, the remaining members of the Heavenly Devil cult will not be accepted. Thirdly, those involved in major court cases will not be accepted. In addition, there is also the most important one. Those who enter the Ghost Market are not allowed to step out of the underground ancient city for the rest of their lives, and violators will be executed together. This last rule is why the court turns a blind eye. Where there is light, there is bound to be darkness, and if you destroy one Ghost Market, there will still be the next one, so you might as well keep it under your nose. When it comes to the Mid-Yuan Festival every year, the Ghost Market will open its doors, and at that time, people from the outside world such as us can also enter the Ghost Market. Hao Yuqian also added, what's the point of going to a place like that hides dirt? Xia Qianqian shook her head in disgust. Miss Qianqian is wrong. The Ghost Market is a good place to sell stolen goods in this kind of unregulated area. Not to mention the fact that the Ghost Market is mixed up with fish and dragons inside. There are even outcasts from all the major clans' holy lands, and you can even buy those major clans' untransmitted techniques in their hands. Hao Yuqian said with a fluttering brow. The thought of those heavenly ranking techniques that the sects had covered up tightly being put up on the ground stalls to be sold at random gave him an inexplicable sense of excitement. You can buy heaven-ranked feats too? Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow. He wouldn't be sleepy if you were to say this. It is possible to buy, but it's mostly remnants. The complete heavenly ranked feats are few and far between, and the price is not something you and I can afford. Hao Yuqian sighed, but he was shy. But wasn't it the Mid-Yuan Festival? Why are you here now? There are still more than 3 months before the Mid-Yuan Festival. Xia Qianqian asked again. Didn't I say earlier that the owner of the ghost market didn't know where he got a key to the Chu Garden and was looking for someone with a destiny? So I came over here to try my luck. Maybe I'll be matched. Hao Yuqian said prettily. You'd better not think about it. The owner of the ghost market stuff isn't that easy to take. See, Inxue knew more comprehensive information than Hao Yuqian. And that ghost market master seemed to be trying to get someone to enter the Chu Garden to look for one thing. It's just that after all these years, no one has found it yet. And those who failed the mission have disappeared. Harm. That's all I'm saying. The eights and the whiffs. Hao Yuqian himself did not hold much hope, just more or less resigned. This trip to Chu Garden can be said to be the first collision of a new generation of heavenly pride, and he could not even reach the threshold. The reason why those people from the Martial Dao Academy were so keen to challenge Fu Yunxian was simply to prove that they were not inferior to those geniuses who had entered the Chu Garden. Instead of expecting pies to fall from the sky, you should pay more attention to the opportunities that are right in front of you, such as the gourd borne by that old vine in the Martial Arts Academy is about to mature. Inxue saw that Hao Yuqian was a bit lost, so she threw out a piece of heavy news. As expected, just now still immersed in the sadness of Hao Yuqian immediately with the same as the chicken blood, the whole person suddenly spirited up. I'll go. I almost forgot about this. Let's not talk about it. You guys keep chatting, I still have things to do. Hao Yuqian punished himself with a glass of wine and then ran off without a trace. What's he going on about? Night Cold Star asked. Don't mind him. You'll see him again in a few days anyway. Inxue sold the story. Chapter 69, New Targets Added to the System. Reading tip. To prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. After some catching up, Jiang Lu stayed in the courtyard next to Night Cold Star and the others, so that they could take care of each other. It was night, and Jiang Lu was alone in the house playing with the immortal gold he had gotten today. Following what that shopkeeper had said, Jiang Lu tried to visualize the shape of a sword in his mind. As a sword took shape in his mind, the immortal gold on the palm of his hand wriggled like a living thing, instantly transforming into a long sword. Its sword body is like a vast expanse of autumn water. Clear and deep, the sword is more than 3 feet long, moderately wide and narrow. With smooth and natural lines, the blade flashes with a cold aura, sharp to the extreme, as if it had been refined by 1,000 hammering works of art. Obviously, this was not the sword he had constructed in his mind. This should be a sword built by the Tang clan. In order to verify his guess, he constructed another shield out of his mind based on the style of riot shields in his previous life. But what Xian Jin transformed out of was a common bronze shield. It seems that the so-called immortal gold is actually a strengthened version of memory metal. Jiang Lu said thoughtfully. What the immortal gold transformed was nothing more than the weapons that the Tang sect had built in advance, and could not transform the weapons in his mind out of thin air. Let's just call you 1,000 chance changes. I hope you can really have 1,000,000 changes one day. Jiang Lu took out a piece of Xin crystal and broke off a little fragment to try feeding it to Xian Jin. He had heard Hao Yuqian say that, Tao Tai. This kind of immortal gold, if it could grow all the way up, could indeed change as it wished, and this piece in front of him was at best a newborn baby, and actually eat it. Jiang Lu looked at the fragment of Xian crystal that had disappeared instead. Then he threw the remaining whole Xian crystal to immortal gold. Immortal gold also came to the rescue, turning into a puddle of black metallic liquid that wrapped the entirety of the Xian crystal and quietly digested it. This bite of 1,000 taels of silver is gone. Jiang Lu had a bit of a meat-ache. The so-called Xian crystal was an extremely high-grade ore, a cultivation resource needed after advancing to the 6th grade. Because the crystals are portable and precious, naturally become a hard currency, and even some local transactions only recognize crystals, not recognize gold and silver. It seemed that he would have to find a way to make money in the future. With his little fortune, it wasn't enough for a few days of rations for immortal gold. Just as he was thinking about his big plan to make money, footsteps sounded outside the door, followed by Su Miaoyin's voice. Big brother Jiang Lu, I've made hot water for you. Jiang Lu opened the door. Su Miaoyin was carrying a basin of hot water in her hands, full of hot water, and a little fragrant sweat was seeping out of the tip of her nose. Just let me do this kind of thing next time. Jiang Lu took the hot water in her hand. It's fine. I'm not tired. Saying this, Su Miaoyin picked up the water basin again. That was all she could do for Jiang Lu, and she didn't even know how to stay by his side if she was deprived of even these trivial matters. Jiang Lu didn't say anything else. He had seen this kind of situation on by Qingyu, so he could only let her go. Big brother Jiang Lu, just go sit by the bed. Su Miaoying bent down and placed the hot water on the floor, then was about to take off Jiang Lu's shoes and wash his feet. No, you sit down first. I have something I want to say to you. Jiang Lu helped Su Miaoying to sit on the edge of the bed. Then, under Su Miaoying's apprehensive look, Jiang Lu half-kneeled on the ground, reached out and grabbed Su Miaoying's ankle, making a gesture to take off her embroidered shoes. Big brother Jiang Lu. No, get up. Su Miaoying wanted to break free, but where she had the strength to pull her feet out of the martial artist's hands. What for? You've taken off my clothes and shoes so many times. Can't you let me take off your shoes once? Jiang Lu tilted his head, his tone soft. That's different. Big brother Jiang Lu, you are a man of the heavens and the earth. How can I let you? Su Miaoying couldn't speak because her embroidered shoes had already been taken off and a warm hand grasped her arch. I just want to tell you that I don't have so many rules here. There's still a long day ahead, so you'd better get used to it early, Jiang Lu said while removing his other embroidered shoe. That can't be either. Su Miaoying subconsciously wanted to retort, but then immediately covered her mouth, and her two little feet didn't dare to struggle, so she let Jiang Lu hold them like this. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip: in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. It was only after a good half a minute that Su Miaoying slowly loosened her mouth, as if the slightest big movement would shatter this beautiful dream. But Qingyu's sisters sighed. Su Miaoying's voice was very light, so light that it was like the clouds in the sky. A slight breeze would disperse it. She caused the trouble herself. It's good that I don't open her ass up, Jiang Lu said with a strong bottom. He was purely wiping by Qingyu's ass. But, after a moment's pause, Jiang Lu's tone became a bit more indebted. But everything will have to wait until I pick up Qingyu from the divine capital. Can you wait for me for a while longer? How long? Su Miaoying asked softly. Slowly, a year. Quickly. Jiang Lu was about to give his estimated time. How long? Miaoying is willing to wait all the way. Su Miaoying choked up and finished the latter half of her sentence. Ding! The new goal was successful and the new experience cap has been unlocked. System's current experience gain multiplier, 2000 times plus 500 times equals 2500 times. That day, I think, won't be long. Jiang Lu looked at the system's alert message and felt his shoulders get a few more points heavier. Whether it was by Qingyu or Su Miaoying, he was not willing to let either of them wait for a year. Miaoying is not in a hurry. Miaoying can wait. I only ask that big brother Jiang Lu that you are peaceful and don't fight as hard as before. Su Miaoying wasn't afraid of the long wait. She was only afraid that Jiang Lu wouldn't care for the two of them again. There is a way to do it without fighting for your life, but it just might require a small sacrifice on your part. My lady. With Bai Qingyu's pearl in front of him, Jiang Lu was still a little careful about how to quickly increase the multiplier. Miaoying has no regrets even if she dies 100 deaths. Su Miaoying's entire body had lost her mind when she heard the title of Nyangzi. At this moment, even if she was told to die for Jiang Lu, she wouldn't have the slightest hesitation. A tea break later. Big brother Jiang Lu. Really? Is it really necessary? I wonder who just said 100 deaths. But, this is really. Kyoto did it too. So, well then, whispering. Chapter 70, Charming Flavors. Reading tip: in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. The next day, early morning. Outside the yard there is a clump of emerald green bamboo forest. Last night there was a light rain. The ground was muddy. Got the spring rain. The bamboo shoots broke out of the ground early. Woke up the sleeping Su Miaoying. When she woke up, Su Miaoying found herself wrapped in a warm embrace. A large hand covering her arched buttocks in an unfaithful manner, and her blasphemous pants were rubbed and crumpled. Well, the half-asleep Su Miaoying was still a bit confused about the situation and accidentally made a noise in her panic before remembering that last night she had already fixed her life with Jiang Lu. What's wrong? Jiang Lu heard the movement and immediately woke up, looking at the arms of the hair-scattered, not powdered delicate face, early in the morning and a few points of spirit. No, nothing, it just feels a little unreal, like a dream. Su Miaoying still has a few moments of trance. Until now, her heart is still floating in the clouds. Do not dare to take a step forward, for fear of falling into the abyss with one foot. Whether it's a dream or not, you'll find out soon enough. Jiang Lu's mouth hooked up a bad smile. Will be pulled up the quilt. The two are wrapped in. After a red wave of a surge, the quilt at the gap stretched out a hand. The hand grasped an aqua green silk belly. Current experience gain multiplier, 2500 times 2900 times 3000 times. After briefly washing his face, Jiang Lu pushed open the closed door of his room in high spirits, and the refreshing morning breeze softly brushed his face, welcoming him to his first day at the Martial Arts Academy. Like Night Cold Star and the others, he had been shoved over here temporarily, And unlike the serious students of the martial arts academy, they didn't have to follow the rules and regulations of going to class. The martial arts academy had specially set aside a dojo out for their group of celestial pride, and there would be a special gentleman inside who would tailor a cultivation program based on each of them. And now, he was about to go with Knight Coldstar and the others to the north to the Celestial Huan Dojo, the genius camp in the mouths of ordinary students. When he came to the door of the Celestial Dojo, he could faintly hear the sounds of fighting coming from inside. Continue to go inside. The large dojo has been surrounded by 20 to 30 people. The ring is a man and a woman, surrounded by a blanket of sword light and sword shadow. Moves harsh but no killing intent. Looks like it is in the sparring. Coincidentally, the man in the ring is also Jian Lu's old acquaintance, precisely Tang Shaoling, who has had a brief encounter. Fighting against Tang Shaoling was a stunning woman in white, with a face as picturesque as jade, eyebrows as clear as willow leaves, and eyes as clear as autumn water. She holds a 3-foot blade in her hand, but the dance is like a soft white practice. A move, like a shock, like a swimming dragon, like the Moon Palace dancing Chang'e, like drinking dew and chewing on pistol of the immortal spirit, without a trace of human breath. Even though he had never met her before, Jian Lu guessed the woman's identity, and thought that it must be the celluloid fairy in Knight Coldstar's mouth, and only such a character could bear the word fairy. Big brother Jian Lu, that person on the stage is the celluloid fairy. This woman was originally an heir to the Moonfall Nunnery. She took the opportunity of the opening of the Chu Garden to go down to the mountains to practice, and just like us, she also received an invitation from the White Phoenix envoy. Knight Coldstar introduced Jian Lu, but his eyes didn't dare to look at the person on the stage more than once, for fear of apologizing to Feng Wuyo. Moonfall Nunnery? In that case, this celluloid fairy is still a Taoist nun, so how come Tang Shaoling still has the cheek to want to pursue people, and isn't afraid of being approached by the people of Moonfall Nunnery? Jian Lu thought of the fact that Tang Shaoling had bought the immortal gold just to give it to this celluloid fairy. This is the red dust refining heart of the Moonfall Nunnery. The only way to qualify to become a true disciple of the Moonfall Nunnery is to walk through the red dust and acquire the legendary chapter of Too High Forgetfulness. Fu Yunxian explained. Then what if this celluloid fairy fails to refine her heart and gets abducted? Jiang Lu asked curiously. What else can I do? Of course it's to withdraw from the race for Holy Maiden of the Falling Moon Nunnery on this occasion and honestly teach my husband. A debauched voice inserted itself into the trio's conversation, and Jiang Lu turned his head back, only to realize that there was an unkempt man behind them at some point. The face looked just 27 or 18 years old, only that bearded and scruffy look was full of vicissitudes again. Meet Instructor Pei, Knight Coldstar and Fu Yun. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. The two of them, Xian, gave the man a disciple salute, and it was obvious that this man was the gentleman that the Martial Arts Academy had found for their group of heavenly pride. Meet Instructor Pei. At the man's arrival, even the two men who were sparring on the stage stopped and saluted towards him, as did the others present. It was obvious that this Instructor Pei had a lot of weight in the hearts of the people. Don't mind me, keep hitting yours. Pei Zhibai waved his hand sparingly, not caring about the red tape, and instead, he landed his gaze on Jiang Lu. Yo, new face, how did you get here? Was it by Chin Cicada that cold-faced woman, or did you come over to have a good time? Faced with Pei Zhibai's question, Jiang Lu looked different. It was the first time he had seen someone who dared to call out by Feng Envoy's name, and even used a description such as cold-faced woman. If this person wasn't tired of living, then he had real skills, but judging from the reaction of the Knight Coldstar's group of celestial pride, it was mostly the latter. To practice. Student Jian Lu came to the Martial Arts Academy to practice for a period of time by order of the Guangling secretary. Jian Lu concealed the matter of the seal. He didn't want to be challenged every day like Fu Yunxian. Then I'll take that as you coming along for the ride. Pei Zhibai patted his shoulder and said something intriguing. There are 20 to 30 people in the dojo. So many people naturally can't all be to enter the Chu Garden. In addition to the Knight Coldstar and Fu Yunxian, such as the seat of the Chu Garden, the others are here to be a chaperone. That is to say, Pei Zhibai mouth of the hilarious. Counting him in, there were only 5 people in the field who had truly gotten the key to the Chu Garden, namely him, Knight Coldstar, and Fu Yunxian, as well as the celluloid fairy and Tang Shaoling on the stage. According to Knight Coldstar, the Martial Arts Academy's Qingyun ranking leader had also gotten the Chu Garden key, only that person was a godly dragon and basically didn't come to the dojo much. That's the guy who got the immortal gold. There's nothing special about him except that he looks like a white boy. Jiang Lu? Isn't that the very powerful guy that Knight Coldstar was talking about? I heard that he's the leader of this demon hunting trial. Just listen to him blow. If he's really that powerful, how come he can't even get the key to Chu Yuan? The crowd in the arena was talking, with Tang Xiaoling around. Jiang Lu's identity naturally couldn't be hidden. Fairy celluloid. It's that despicable fellow who snatched the immortal gold. But it doesn't matter. You give me some more time and I promise I'll get it back. Tang Xiaoling explained to the beautiful person not far away with an attentive face, fearing that he would be treated by the celluloid fairy as a villain who did not keep his word. Young sect master Tang, the celluloid has no intention of immortal gold, so this matter should not be brought up again. The celluloid fairy's ethereal voice was permeated with a few moments of helplessness. She didn't understand why the other party still wanted to impose their will on her even though she had already explicitly refused so many times. She no longer paid attention to the eager Tang Xiaoling, and turned to look at the young man beside Instructor Pei, who was the big brother Jiang Lu that Knight Coldstar always talked about. When Knight Coldstar had spared her sword, he had mentioned this person, saying that he could defeat her in one move. Pei Zhibai shouted Jiang Lu to his body and carefully sized him up. I'm a person who believes that actual combat is the hard truth. You don't need to tell me what you're good at. It's not too late for you to find someone to fight with before you say anything. Jiang Lu was not surprised by these words, nor were the others. Each of them had come this way. It was just that Pei Zhibai had just finished speaking, and immediately someone else made a furtive offer. Brother Jiang Lu, I'll teach a lesson. Celluloid, please fight. Almost simultaneously, Knight Coldstar, Tang Xiaoling, and the celluloid fairy all spoke in unison. Jiang Lu revealed a puzzled look. It wasn't strange that Knight Coldstar wanted to challenge him. It wasn't strange that Tang Xiaoling wanted to teach him a lesson. What kind of hilarity was this celluloid fairy putting together? Could it be because she had robbed the immortal gold that Tang Xiaoling was going to send her? Unexplained to unexplained, Pei Zhibai had already named the celluloid fairy to come forward. What's the point of watching two men fight? There's a choice to definitely choose the one that's easy on the eyes. The two men came into the ring, 5 meters apart, and nodded slightly in greeting. Fairy celluloid. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Well, also please be merciful. Jiang Lu was really a bit weak in his heart. Without the Star Luo technique and the prison suppressing god body, he was like a tiger with its teeth and claws pulled out, and no longer had the spiritedness he had when he fought against Lu Jiao. Chloe, I'll go all out since. Immortal Celluloid's face was grave. Already treating Jiang Lu as a strong enemy, she couldn't feel a single ounce of battle spirit in her opponent, and didn't consider herself a qualified opponent at all? No, sis, I tell you to be merciful. You tell me to go all out. Before it was too late, before Jiang Lu could say anything else, a blinding white light bloomed in his eyes, so beautiful that it looked like a flash in the pan. The overwhelmingly strong sword intent easily broke through Jiang Lu's body shielding chi, and the sword blade drove straight in as if it had stabbed into the inside of a piece of tofu, splattering a handful of demonic blood flowers. How? A flash of dismay appeared on the celluloid fairy's cool face. Big brother Jiang Lu. At the cry of Knight Coldstar's anxious heart, Jiang Lu lies down powerlessly. Chapter 71, The First Realm of the Sword Dao. Reading tip. In order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. Pharmacy. You kid is really reckless. Facing the absolute sword intent that is known to cut through nothing, you actually thought of blocking it down hard. Pei Zhibai saw that Jiang Lu had stabilized his injuries and couldn't help but chant a few words. If a student died under his watch, the old dean would have to smash his wine cellar. Fortunately, at the last moment, he made a timely move to deflect the sword blade by a few points, causing the sword to avoid the heart and only pierce through the shoulder. Didn't react for a moment. Jiang Lu couldn't say anything. He was used to fighting in a wide-open battle, and at that time, he was given too little time to think, and he subconsciously chose his usual fighting style. But without the support of the powerful internal force of the Star Luo technique, it looked like he was standing there stupidly waiting to die. Forget it, just be fine. I have a general understanding of your situation. Tomorrow I will give you a cultivation program. Whether or not you want to follow it you decide yourself. Although Immortal Celluloid had only made one sword strike, it had already exposed many of Jiang Lu's problems. The fighting style was too rough, and the intent aspect was even more of a mess, and it looked like the type of ascetic who only knew how to smother his head and cultivate. Many thanks to Instructor Pei. Jiang Lu was about to arch his hand in salute when Pei Zhibai stopped him. Alright, you lie down properly. I don't engage in these vain things. Pei Zhibai pressed Jiang Lu, whose shoulder was injured, back down. He got up and came to the door, and outside the door stood Knight Coldstar, Fu Yunxian, and Fairy Celluloid. He's fine. You can go in and see him. After receiving permission, the three of them fishtailed to Jiang Lu. Big brother Jiang Lu, are you alright? You almost scared me to death. Knight Coldstar gasped for air. How could he not have expected that Jiang Lu would almost be killed by immortal celluloid sword? It's fine. It's fine. This matter must not be told to Miaoyin. Jiang Lu still didn't know that Night Cold Star was the culprit. He just asked the two of them to keep it a secret for himself. Mr. Jiang, the celluloid really did not intend to do this, but the matter has come to this point. I do not dare to ask for Mr. Jiang's forgiveness. I only ask that Mr. Jiang can accept this bottle of small returning Dan, to show a few points of apology. Immortal Celluloid's beautiful eyes frequently landed on Jiang Lu's left shoulder, the snow-white gauze soaked with dots of scarlet. That was the big mistake she had almost made. Miss Chloe doesn't have to blame herself. It is often said that swords have no eyes, not to mention the fact that I am not as skillful as others, so I can't blame Miss Chloe. Jiang Lu was also a bit confused as to whether this celluloid fairy was being sympathetic or genuinely repentant. If the other side really want to kill him is too hasty, is Tang Xiaoling would not dare to kill him in full view, at most teach him a lesson. But if we were to say that it was unintentional, then the other party came up with an all-out strike. Where was the meaning of a half-hearted cut? We'll take care of Big Brother, so we won't bother Fairy Celluloid. Please leave. Night Cold Star gave an expulsion order. He now had no good feelings towards the celluloid fairy. In the face of the expulsion order, the celluloid fairy didn't have the intention of leaving. Instead she said to Jiang Lu, Sir Jiang, the celluloid wants to talk to you alone. I wonder if it's possible. Isn't it enough that you stabbed Big Brother? What else do you want to stay for? Night Cold Star was on guard. The two were not relatives. What was there to say? Cold Star, you and Brother Fu should wait for me outside first. Jiang Lu was also curious about what the other party wanted to say to him. As for the question of safety, as long as the other party wasn't crazy, he wouldn't think of killing him in a medicine hall where people came and went. Immortal Celluloid was also very sincere and handed over her own sword to Night Henshin for safekeeping. Alright, Miss Chloe, you have something to say. Jiang Lu glanced at the guards patrolling the medicine hall with a sense of security. The celluloid fairy glanced back at Night Cold Star and Fu Yunxian in the doorway, making sure that the two were far enough away before she lowered her voice and said to Jiang Lu, Chloe just wanted to remind you, Sir Jiang, to be careful of those two. They might be trying to disadvantage you. Sir Jiang. Ha? There's absolutely no such thing. Miss Chloe, you're overthinking it. Jiang Lu froze. He thought the other party was trying to say something. Seeing that Jiang Lu didn't believe it, a rare look of urgency appeared on the celluloid fairy's face. This Jiang Gongzi was really easy to believe in people. Mr. Jiang, you don't know. Before you came, that Night Cold Star often mentioned your name. Mr. Jiang, and his words were extremely overflowing. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. The words of beauty. I think it's for the purpose of holding you up today. Mr. Jiang. The reason why she went all out right off the bat wasn't because she was influenced by Night Cold Star. She just didn't expect this person to be so despicable as to want to borrow her hand to get rid of Duke Jiang. Jiang Lu seemed to understand something, and could only say that this celluloid fairy looked transcendent and had quite a rich imagination. On the other side, Fu Yunxian and Night Cold Star were also secretly talking about something. Brother Yunxian, you're saying that Big Brother Jiang Lu intentionally lost to Immortal Celluloid in order to gain the fairy's sympathy? Night Cold Star was shocked beyond belief. Shu, keep your voice down. I'm just guessing. Fu Yunxian didn't want to speculate so much. It's just that he couldn't think of any other reason why Jiang Lu could lose so miserably. Even if it was a sign of weakness, there was no need to act so realistically. It's actually quite possible. Night Cold Star thought of the first time he met Jiang Lu. Big Brother Jiang Lu was accompanied by Miss Yao Yao, and this time, he changed to sister-in-law Miaoyin. No wonder Big Brother Jiang Lu had instructed this matter not to be known to sister-in-law Miaoyin. On the verdant stone path of the Martial Arts Academy, two figures walked side by side, but it was the duo of Jiang Lu and Luo Luo who had just walked out of the medicine hall. The cause was that Jiang Lu had gone to great lengths to convince Luo Luo that the matter between Night Hansing and Fu Yunxian was a misunderstanding, and then Luo Luo insisted on shoving $1,000 worth of little returning Dan at him as compensation. Jiang Lu, which is too good to accept. Just pretend to ask some questions about the sword intent. As compensation is almost enough. But I didn't expect the other party to be stubborn, and had to drag him to the open area to demonstrate the sword intent to him in full whiskers. Miss Chloe, aren't you cultivating the absolute love sword intent? Why can't I feel half a bit of desperate emotion in you? Jiang Lu couldn't help but spit out. Desperate sword intent? It's the idea that nothing can be cut off. Not that everything can be cut off. Mr. Jiang shouldn't confuse it. The corners of her eyes curved, and the corners of her mouth deliberately raised in a smile as a way of proving that she wasn't some kind of jaded broken thoughts person. In that case, Even if I comprehend this desperate sword intent, I won't become cold and heartless, right? Jiang Lu's eyes darted around. Previously, he was not much interested in the Jiexian sword intent. He didn't want to change his temperament because of the district's sword intent, but now it sounded like it wasn't what he thought it was. What? In Mr. Zhang's opinion, is Luo some kind of cold and heartless person? It was the first time that Chloe had encountered such an oddball question from Jiang Lu, so she couldn't help but get up a few playful moments. As the two spoke, they arrived at a bamboo forest, which had always been the standard of every martial arts academy. As the bamboo grew fast and only then could it withstand the ravages of a group of sword cultivators. Sword intent is actually not as mysterious as you think. Sir Jiang, Master said that intention is potential. Everything in the world has its own potential. The tide has the potential of the tide. The mountains have the potential of the mountains. And so do people. The so-called intention is to use one's own potential to fight against the potential of the world. And if one day your potential is strong enough to overwhelm the potential of the world, Mr. Jiang, then it will be called domain. As the celluloid spoke, an intent that was familiar to Jiang Lu emanated from his body. After all, he had only just felt it with his body. Bamboo also has a bamboo's potential, and when I overwhelm the bamboo's potential with my own, it becomes like this dash. Chloe's fingers were brought together, and she used her fingers instead of her sword to gently slice across an emerald bamboo plant in front of her. Jiang Lu could tell that Luo didn't use any internal force. She really just plainly wiped the bamboo body, and the emerald green bamboo fell to the ground in response, turning into two, the cut smooth as if it had been chopped with a knife. As it turned out, that was how his body's shield chi broke at that time. In the beginning, you can practice with rice paper. Wait until when you can cut the rice paper. Then you can try to practice with bamboo. Wait when you can cut the bamboo, then count it. Ka chow. Another piece of bamboo fell to the ground. Jiang Lu gestured the sword finger of his right hand and asked in a flat tone, even if what? Why don't you say it? Desperate swordsmanship experience plus 3000. Desperate sword intent, the first realm. System's current experience gain multiplier, 3000 times. Chapter 72. Reading tip. To prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. The first realm of the sword Dao? You would have known the jaded sword intent. Luo's face went cold. If Jiang Lu originally knew the desperate sword intent, then that meant that the other party had been playing with themselves the entire time. God have mercy. If I would have been able to, would I still be nearly stabbed to death by your sword? Jiang Lu shrugged his left shoulder that was still wrapped in gauze. It wasn't Pei Zibai who made the move. That sword could have been running towards his heart. I'm sorry. Celluloid's tone immediately softened when she saw the injury on his shoulder. But the strength of your sword intent has clearly reached the first realm. It's not something a beginner can do. Meaning is divided into 3 realms. In the first realm, you can see mountains as mountains and water as water. In the second realm, when you see mountains, they are not mountains. And when you see water, they are not water. In the third realm, when you see a mountain, it's still a mountain. And when you see water, it's still water. Jiang Lu's sword intent strength had completely reached the first realm of the sword Dao, and the one he comprehended was still the absolute sword intent that was claimed to be incapable of cutting anything, which made him one of the best among sword cultivators. Is there a possibility that I'm actually a sword Dao genius? Jiang Lu started to build up his persona again. Hearing these words, Celluloid's small eyes had an extra hint of sultriness as she mimicked Jiang Lu's syntax and said, is there a possibility that I'm also a genius of the sword Dao? She herself is what the world calls a genius of the sword Dao. 1 day to realize the meaning of the sword. 7 days to break the rice paper. 1 month to break the Tsueju, and it is possible to enter the first realm of the sword Dao. How much time did Jiang Lu use just now? 1 sentence. Or 2. That's because Miss Luo taught me well. A few words were incisive. Just like the purest of the pure, causing me to come to my senses. Jiang Lu's words weren't false. Without her stabbing himself with that sword, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend so quickly. Neither did. Celluloid's tone was weak. Usually her sisters said that her lectures were too profound to be understood, and it was the first time that someone had said that she had taught them well. Miss Chloe, don't be modest. Can you teach me that swoosh 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 stance? Jiang Lu gestured a few times with his sword fingers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chloe digested Jiang Lu's marvelous analogy for a moment before she reacted. You're talking about sword chi? Yes, yes, yes. It's sword chi. Jiang Lu had always been eyeing Lu Yingzhen's casual move, which was a roiling sword chi. Although he was also able to achieve the externalization of internal energy, it was still fundamentally different from sword chi. You've completely messed up the order. The celluloid had an unspoken sense of awkwardness. For a sword cultivator who had already reached the first realm of the sword Dao, to ask her how to cast sword chi was like a person who had learned to fly before learning to walk. It's easy to emit sword chi. You just need to treat it as an extension of your sword, and release it however you normally use your sword. Holding the 3-foot green blade in her hand, the necklace gently swung, and a powerful sword chi extended out from the sword, cutting off all the bamboo that stopped in front of her. I'll try. Jiang Lu drew the sword that Tao Yao Yao had given himself, the peach blossom spikes at the head of the sword swaying lightly as he swung the sword in the same stance as Liao Luo. The bamboo fell to the ground in response to the sound, but it was very different from what was expected. And Chloe looked at the sword chi that was condensed but not dispersed at the end of the sword tip in Jiang Lu's hand, and fell into deep thought. How did you manage to learn the more difficult sword chi transformations first, but not the simplest sword chi externalization? Sword chi transforming into form required an extremely delicate manipulation of internal force in order to make the sword chi attached to the body of the sword condense and not dissipate. Sword chi exodus, on the other hand, was a matter of a split second and much less difficult to maneuver. It's probably because I've learned the strange art of wind and thunder wings and subconsciously used the technique of gathering chi to transform into a form. Jiang Lu waved the giant 10-meter-long sword chi in his hand. Wind and thunder wings? That door is known as the hardest strange art under the 8th rank. Chloe's tone rose and fell a few more times. Wind and thunder wings. This foreign art was a very special existence amongst the 8 products of the chi refining realm. Learning wind and thunder wings meant that one was innately invincible amongst the 8 products. But this foreign art was also extremely difficult to cultivate. So rather than spending a lot of time cultivating the wind and thunder wings, it would be better to directly advance to the 7th grade god refining realm, at the very least for this group of geniuses of theirs. Jiang Lu did not reply, only silently condensed the wind and thunder double behind his back. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip, in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Wings, and the strong airflow brushed the celluloid's already numb and pretty face. Now, close your eyes, empty your mind, forget all about high-level techniques like gathering chi and transforming it into form, and imagine your internal energy flowing onto the sword, and flinging it out by swinging the sword. The necklace stood at Jiang Lu's side, her small lotus-root white delicate hand tugging at Jiang Lu's large warm and thick hand as she slowly swung a sword forward. Shoo! A magnificent sword chi swirling with overwhelming sword intent cut through the air and slashed through the bamboo forest in front of him. Wherever the sword energy passed, it rippled as if nothing had happened. In the next second, all the bamboo in front of them slid slowly down the smooth cut. In this way, you have learned. Chloe suddenly realized if she had just held a man's hand. Thank you, Miss Chloe. Jiang Lu's attention was on the chopped bamboo, and he didn't notice that someone had loosened their hands as if they were thieves. No need to thank you. You're the one who learns fast. The celluloid didn't move and took half a step back, pulling away slightly. Now, you use my sword and try to chop out another sword chi. Jiang Lu received the sword handed over by the celluloid. His hand carried a faint residual warmth. The body of the sword flooded with a cold aura under the reflection of daylight, and his heavy weight weighed his hand without redundancy. Good sword. Jiang Lu didn't know anything about swords, but for some reason, when he gripped this sword, there was a throbbing in his heart that he hated each other. His name is Lone Shadow. It's master's former sword, and he seems to like you a lot too. The celluloid listened to the sword chirping, if anything coming from the sword, and there was some small taste in her mouth. Lone Shadow. Good name. After saying that, Jiang Lu lifted Lone Shadow and swung his sword once again as Chloe had said. As soon as the sword chi struck, Jiang Lu sensed something different and looked down to survey the famous sword Lone Shadow in his hand. Found it? The celluloid smiled brightly. Communicating with a sword Dao demon like Jiang Lu was like meeting a confidant, giving people a very comfortable and cozy feeling. He enhanced my sword intent? Jiang Lu could clearly feel that the release of the sword chi was more fluid and powerful. Your sword intent is still in the first realm. It hasn't been enhanced. It's borrowed momentum. Lone Shadow lent his momentum to you. Your momentum plus Lone Shadow's momentum. Naturally invincible. The celluloid retrieved the Lone Shadow and gently stroked the sword before sheathing it and following up. For a sword cultivator, the sword is the best companion. A sword cultivator with a sword in his hand and a sword cultivator without a sword in his hand are two completely different things. A person with a good sword is not necessarily a qualified sword cultivator, but a powerful sword immortal must have a supremely good sword. You've cultivated sword intent now, and if you want to go farther in the path of the sword path, you have to find your partner first. Jiang Lu smiled with a slight movement in his expression. He now finally knew the reason why all those sword cultivators were so obsessed with a good sword. A superb sword was just too much help to a sword cultivator. I do have a good sword here, but don't mind if you look at it, Miss Chloe. Jiang Lu's eyes were subtle. He did indeed have a superb sword, and to put it mildly, he also had some affinity with this celluloid fairy. Are you trying to say that piece of immortal gold? Whether Mr. Jiang believes it or not, The celluloid never had the intention of coveting the immortal gold from the beginning to the end. Chloe's expression was slightly helpless. She didn't think that the first time Jiang had even heard rumors in this regard. I'm sure. Jiang tone was calm, and there was no hesitation in his words. Jiang was so straightforward, which in turn made all the words she had prepared to explain come in handy. Without needing to say anything more, Jiang took out the immortal gold in his storage ring, and under the curious gaze of Chloe, the square-shaped immortal gold transformed into a long sword that was pitch black in color. Buzz! The pitch-black long sword let out a high-pitched, ethereal sword chirp that resonated strongly with the sword intent on Jiang body. Chapter 73, Who's the One Who Needs It? Reading tip, to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Does he, by any chance, have a name? The celluloid's eyes flowed with brilliance, and the only thing in her pupils was the figure of that pitch-black long sword. Immortal gold has the ability to change, so I named it 1,000 Chance Changes. Jiang held the long sword made of immortal gold. It was very different from what he felt last night. After he realized the sword intent, everything became different. I'm asking about the name of this sword, not this piece of immortal gold. Chloe shook her head. 1,000 Chance Changes was a good name, but it wasn't the name of a sword. Jiang mused for a moment, staring at the body of the pitch-black sword that looked like it was going to devour all the light. He's so dark that he's almost invisible at night, so why don't we just call him Shadow-bearing? Buzz! Chang'ing once again let out an ethereal sword sound as his sword intent stirred. Chang'ing, good name, Chloe said looking to her sword. His own sword was called Lone Shadow, and Jiang sword was called Bearing Shadow. He couldn't have chosen such a name on purpose. Celluloid girl, he seems to like you too. Do you want to try? Jiang backhanded Sung Shadow over courtesy. It was now his turn to introduce his friend to the other party. May I? Chloe held the head of Chang Ying's sword with a bit of apprehension. This was a sword made of immortal gold, so he wasn't afraid that he would grab it and run. Just the moment she gripped the sword, her mind completely ran to the shadow-bearing sword, and the sword intent in her body couldn't help but emanate out, like it was cheering and couldn't even be suppressed. You mustn't just give the shadow-bearing sword to a random sword cultivator next time. Not just anyone like me will return it. The celluloid returned the shadow-bearer with a reluctant face. She was afraid that if she held it any longer, she would really have to resist grabbing it with her hands. Previously, she had never understood what the owner of the sword pavilion was doing with his collection of so many swords, but now she suddenly understood. Is it that much of a stretch? For the first time, Jiang saw the emotion of greed in the celluloid, and there was a sense of backbiting virtue in pulling the high and mighty saintly maiden off the altar. No wonder Master told me to go down to the red dust to refine my heart. Rolling in the red dust is too scary. Chloe had always thought she had no desires, but now she realized it was just that she hadn't encountered true temptation yet. Then, Luo girl, you have to be more careful with Tang Shaoling. That guy is bent on making you stay in the red dust to teach your children. Jiang kindly reminded. He didn't want to see the day when this fairy-like figure fell in love for a man. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for reminding me. Chloe will be careful. Luo nodded slightly. Before she left the mountain, her senior sisters had already instructed her that the men in the world were more negative, and that she should always keep her distance from men. This has always been in her mind, and since she came down from the mountain she has been careful with her words and behavior, and has not had dealings with men. Well, something doesn't seem right. She lifted her head and looked at the river stream in front of her, which was no more than a step away from her. Lodge. Greetings to Fairy Celluloid. Concubine Su Miaoyin. What fairy? Sister Su, don't listen to his nonsense. Just call me Chloe. Chloe slanted a glance at Jiang who was watching from the side. It was obvious that he was the one who brought himself here to meet his maiden, but he ended up scattering his hands after the introduction. Then, Sister Luo, you and husband chat first. I'll go bring you some refreshments. Su Miaoyin slightly owed her body and retreated, showing as much gentleness as she could. Waiting until Su Miaoyin was far away, Jiang teasingly asked, Miss Chloe, does my mother look good? Sister Su is good looking since, when it's really cheap. Luo knew that he was holding back his badness and didn't have a good tone. Then can the celluloid girl rest assured now? Jiang asked in a different way. Don't worry about what? I can't understand your words, Sir Jiang. Chloe skimmed her head sheepishly. It wasn't like she had said that Jiang was going to spoil her red dust refined heart. At most, she was skeptical in her heart. Jiang smiled and did not say anything. So was your action of taking half a step back at that time serious? He didn't have the time to think about spoiling people's hearts. Simply show the fact that he had a family. So it's always no. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. There's going to be some kind of accident. Right. Then I'll ask Miss Celluloid to teach me more tomorrow. Jiang Lu arched his hand. The other party's attainments in the Tao of the sword were still far superior to his own at the moment. If you're interested in swordsmanship, you can ask Instructor Pei for advice. Instructor Pei is known to be a master of all arts. That's why the Martial Arts Academy asked Instructor Pei to teach us. Luo recommended Pei Zhibai to Jiang Lu. I'll ask Instructor Pei for advice if I need it. Jiang Lu nodded. It's not that I won't let you find me. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to teach you well. You, don't misunderstand. Celluloid felt like she was driving people away with what she just said, and hastily added a sentence. I understand. Jiang Lu cried and laughed a little. Did he look like the kind of person who was sensitive inside? While the two of them were talking, Su Miaoyin came back with snacks, and Jiang Lu greeted her, taking the heavy food box from her hands and holding her hand again. Although Luo didn't understand human love, she knew that Jiang Lu should love Sister Su very much. This was because Jiang Lu had specifically changed into new clothes before he came back, throwing away his original blood-stained clothes to cover up his shoulder injury. Even now he was enduring the pain of his wounds, carrying the food box in one hand and holding Sister Su in the other, pretending to be a fine person the entire time. If one day she meets such a person who treats her the same way, will she really be able to get through this red dust-purging heart in peace? When the celluloid left with a full heart, Jiang Lu and Su Miaoyin closed the door. Husband, this celluloid sister is really a heavenly fairy. Miaoyin is ashamed to look at her. Su Miaoyin thought back to the celluloid fairy's speech and demeanor just now. Everywhere was permeated with an immortal spirit. No matter how good-looking it is, it's not as good-looking as you. Jiang Lu picked up Su Miaoyin and walked to the bedside, ready to properly dispel Su Miaoyin's concerns, lest she think wildly. Husband, is it true that you don't have any thoughts about Sister Chloe? Su Miaoyin leaned back on top of the bed, meeting Jiang Lu's fiery line of sight, grasping at straws and asking, if she didn't ask later, she might not get the chance. Let's not talk about the fact that people are purists in the mountains. Is your husband someone who sees one and loves another? Jiang Lu said as he kicked off the shoes that were in the way with his foot. Miaoyin doesn't mean this. It's actually. Su Miaoyin saw that she was about to run out of chances to open her mouth, so she no longer hid it. I heard that Sister Wuyo and the others said that the celluloid sister is also going to enter the Chu Garden. So if husband has any ideas, both Sister Qing Yu and I will support you. Husband. She had already learned from Feng Wuyo and the others today just how dangerous the Chu Garden was, and even though she knew that Jiang Lu was strong, the worry within her heart did not lessen by a single bit. If that superbly powerful celluloid fairy could help Jiang Lu, she would be willing to suffer even if she had to suffer some aggravation. Jiang Lu pulled his hand out from under Su Miaoyin's clothes and tenderly caressed her warm and delicate face. It seems that today, I must let you understand firsthand just how strong your husband is. The one who needs that celluloid girl's help isn't your husband, me. It's you, my lady. Chapter 74, The Old Vine and the Gourd. Reading tip, in order to prevent incomplete content access, please do not use the browser reading mode. The Celestial Dojo. The ring. The sky filled with sword chi enveloped the entire ring. A green and a white silhouette weaved in and out of the sword light and shadow, and the dense sound of gold and iron stirred and undulated. Clang. A pitch-black longsword was picked off and plunged straight into the ground after a hover in the air. Sijin. The celluloid dressed in white retrieved the lone shadow sword that was resting on Jiang Lu's neck. Ugh. Lost again. Jiang Lu picked up the shadow-bearing sword that had fallen out of his hand. He couldn't remember how many times he had lost to Chloe in a cut. If it was in the past, Luo would have comforted Mr. Jiang that your victory or defeat was a common thing in the military. Luo looked at the dejected Jiang Lu with complicated eyes. Oh, what about now? Jiang Lu raised his head and asked knowingly. Right now, Chloe only wants to beat up you insatiable guy again. Celluloid clenched her small pink fists and gritted her teeth. Desperate swordsmanship experience plus 40. 000. Desperate sword intent, 3rd realm. System's current experience gain multiplier, 4. 000 times, maximum reached. 7 days. Just 7 days. This guy who knew nothing about Sword Dao 7 days ago was now a sword cultivator of the 3rd realm. The 3rd realm of the Sword Dao that she had held her sword when she was 9 years old and had taken 7 years to realize. Jiang Lu only needed 7 days. That's even if it's not enough. But this guy got the better of her. As if it's frustrating that he can't beat her in 7 days' time. Then you have to hurry up. Maybe you won't be able to beat me in 2 more days. Jiang Lu said half-jokingly. The reason why his progress could be so fast, in addition to his own efforts and the system's one bit of help, he also couldn't get away from the celluloid accompanying him every day to hone his sword intent. It's not for you to worry about. A sword cultivator's battle is not just a means of sword intent. Luo didn't take Jiang Lu's jokes to heart. The 3rd realm of sword intent was only the threshold to see her. and she still had the means at the bottom of the box that she hadn't revealed. Jiang Lu smiled and didn't say anything. He knew what celluloid was talking about. It was nothing more than the means of intention superimposition. In a victory or defeat between a heavenly pride like Night Coldstar and Luo Luo, internal strength and moves no longer played a decisive role. It was a competition of who comprehended more and stronger realizations. Night Coldstar had said that his wind intent back then was the one that lost to Chloe's frost intent. The frost intent that was cold and impaired with the absolute sword intent that could not cut anything. The power was comparable to heaven's thunder hooking earth's fire. Even a genius like Night Coldstar would have to drink hate. Damn you guys! Tang Xiaoling looked at the two people who were talking and laughing on the stage. Jealousy made people's faces disappear. Obviously he was the one who came first. And now the celluloid fairy stayed with that asshole Jiang Lu all day long. And the two of them even went back to the fasting house to drink tea and discuss the Tao together when there was nothing else to do. And it was all because Jiang Lu had snatched the immortal gold from him. And in his opinion, if it wasn't because of the immortal gold, how could immortal celluloid pay attention to such an inconspicuous little person like Jiang Lu? He had the intention to teach Jiang Lu a lesson to snatch the immortal gold back, but Jiang Lu hadn't taken a single step out of the martial arts academy these days, causing all his arrangements to fall through. Inside the martial arts academy, and with the two people, Night Coldstar and Fairy Celluloid, protecting him, he couldn't beat any of these two people. And so, it had dragged on like this until now. And seeing Jiang Lu and Fairy Celluloid getting closer and closer, he was already so jealous that he was about to go crazy. Young Tang, I have a way to trick the immortal gold in the hands of that surnamed Jiang, a newly promoted lapdog said with an attentive face. Cheat? Tang Xiaoling glared at his little brother in dissatisfaction. No, 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 it's to get back what belongs to you, young Tang. The little brother slapped his mouth. Speak. Tang Xiaoling also wanted to hear what the other party could do. That Jiang Lu can be described as oil and salt, with a million taels of gold plus an earth-ranked treasure art are not willing to sell. The fruits on that old vine in the Martial Arts Academy have ripened in the past 2 days. We'll use that batch of fruits as bait. I don't believe that surnamed Jiang won't take the bait. The junior brother lowered his voice, as if he was victorious. 2 days later, that is, Jiang Liu came to the Martial Arts Institute of. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. On the 10th day, this day Night Coldstar and Fu Yunxian pulled him early to rush to the Celestial Huan Dojo. Big brother, quick, quick, quick. Today is the day to distribute the spirit vine fruits. Night Coldstar and Fu Yunxian both had a look of excitement on their faces. Their feet were tigerish, afraid that they wouldn't be able to catch up. Even though they had arrived at the dojo a quarter of an hour earlier than usual, the dojo was already packed with people, and there were even some faces that they had never seen on a regular day at all. Ariu, here. A chubby figure was waving at them, and beside it stood a woman in white. It was clearly the two Hao Yuqian and Si Yin Shui. Why are you two here too? Shouldn't you be? Night Coldstar walked up to the two men, and when he saw that the two men were wearing the clothes of the students of the Martial Arts Academy, and had the identity token of the students of the academy on their waists, a look of dawning realization appeared on his face. He. I won't ask for the Chu Garden key, but it's not too much to share one of the spirit vine fruits with me, right? Hao Yuqian admitted bluntly. His grandfather had a friendship with the old dean of the Martial Arts Academy, so he made connections and mixed in. Wanting a drink. Of course, he wasn't the only one who did so. Si Yinxue also relied on her family to get a spot. Yinxue is ashamed. Si Yinxue obviously didn't have as thick a skin as Hao Yuqian, and she was still more or less ashamed of this backdoor behavior. Miss Yinxue is overstating it. Spirit vine fruit and other heavenly treasures are present. Who can be exempted? Even our Changyan ranking leader, who never shows up on weekdays, isn't also here today. Fu Yunxian was very understanding, pointing to an open space in front of him, where a Confucian-looking youth was sitting alone on a plate, and the people around him didn't dare to go up and disturb him. This person was none other than Wang Liuxing, the leader of the Martial Dao Academy's Qingyan ranking, and the new generation leader of the Langya Wang clan. Even such characters came specifically for the spirit vine fruit, so it was evident that it was precious. So many people, can we split it up? Night Coldstar looked at the field of at least 40 people and frowned. Don't worry, this time it's a bumper harvest. That old vine bore 60 gourds, minus the portion sent to the divine capital. The rest is enough for us people to share. Hao Yuqian had inquired before he came to make sure that he would definitely get a share of the pie. It wasn't until the bell for the morning class at the Martial Arts Academy rang, under the eyes of the crowd, the yawning Pei Bai arrived late. Yo, Wang Liuxing, you kid is also unprofitable. Usually I don't see you come to class, but you come quite diligently when distributing things. Pei Bai came in and flirted with Wang Liuxing. Who was at the front of the crowd? While everyone else silently pretended not to hear, Wang Liuxing didn't say a word. His face was spoiled, and he didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, still resting with his eyes closed. Being so young and old-fashioned is boring and uninteresting. Pei Zhibai shook his head repeatedly and no longer paid any attention to Wang Liuxing, but instead looked at the crowd and said, "All follow me." Jiang Lu and his group followed Pei Zhibai out of the dojo, through a deep corridor, and into a lush green medicinal plant garden. Along the way were some fragrant medicinal herbs, all of which were very precious. Looking at the crowd's eyes, just no one dared to make a move. As they walked all the way here, there was a constant sweep of powerful divine sense, and if Pei Zhibai hadn't led the way, he was afraid that he would have been taken down just as soon as he entered the doorway. At the end of the day, Pei Zhibai led the crowd to the deepest part of the medicinal garden, and Pei Zhibai, who has never been a proper person, respectfully walked over to the rocking chair in front of the archway, where a plain, bad old man lay. "Pill elder, this is the passage token." Pei Zhibai presented a white jade token with both hands. "Go in." That old man didn't even look at the token and continued to lie leisurely. "Yes." Pei Zhibai pressed his hand toward the crowd, signaling to keep the commotion down. Jiang Lu raised his head and looked at not the sky, but a vine that covered the sky, like a giant spirit deity in mythology, standing proudly between heaven and earth. Countless dragon-like vines snaked and stretched, spreading wildly in all directions, as if they wanted to touch the unattainable sky. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip: in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. But such an unauthorized move seemed to have angered the heavens, and the heavens sent down divine punishment. And the huge vine that led to the sky had a shocking fracture that nearly cut it off at the waist. The break was scorched black, accompanied by terrifying flashes of lightning, constantly annihilating the vine's vitality. But it was on this scorched earth that a new branch still led out. The newborn branches were so insignificant compared to the huge body of the vine, but tenaciously survived the lightning, and even bore dense gourd seeds, a palm-sized, green-skinned gourd. Its body bathed in lightning arcs of light, gently shook in the wind, emitting a rustling sound. Chapter 75, The Power of the Thunderbolt. Reading tip: to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. This is the Tongtian vine? Jiang Lu came back to his senses from the shock. It was hard for him to imagine that there was such a huge vine in the world, and it was even harder for him to imagine that this vine was actually still alive. 1,000 years ago, the Shuzhou Martial Arts Academy's first director planted a seedling of the Tongtian vine, and slaughtered a seal emperor-level demon to use as fertilizer, and after 1,000 years almost managed to derive spiritual wisdom. Si Inshua's tone was filled with regret, but unfortunately the heavens were not to his liking, and a heavenly thunderstorm reduced the efforts of 1,000 years to nothing. At that time, including the old dean, they all thought its old man was going to fail to survive this. Yet just 10 years ago, the dying Tongtian vine once again sprouted new shoots and even bore gourd seeds. After the old dean removed the gourd, he found that it contained a small amount of thunder liquid, and the Tongtian vine was using this method to drain the power of the thunderbolt out of its body. While the old dean was overjoyed, he also discovered that this thunder liquid is very helpful in comprehending the thunder intent, which is also an unexpected blessing. When it came to the realm of thunder, everyone's complexion perked up. There are 3 levels of mood: lower, middle and upper. Within the superior realm of intent it can be further subdivided into lower, middle, and upper. The thunder intent, on the other hand, was not among the upper, middle, or lower 3 grades, and was singled out and categorized as a divine grade. If I can comprehend the thunder realm, I'll have a Chu Garden key slapped directly on my face even when I'm lying at home. Hao Yuqian was already fantasizing. In these 10 years, the one who has comprehended the thunder intent realm. Other than that, Imperial Highness, I haven't heard of a second one. Si Inchua looked askance at Hao Yuqian. Why was he dreaming in this broad daylight? It's always okay to think about it. Whoever came here today wasn't running towards the thunder intent. Hao Yuqian bristled. Of course he knew how difficult it was, but what if he was the lucky one in a million? Hao Yuqian's words reached the hearts of the crowd. It wasn't that they weren't aware of how small the possibilities were. They were just clear about how strong the thunder's intent was, and such as the Night Cold Star and other heavenly pride, who still do not have a few points of heart. Why the Emperor Ji can? They cannot. Those whose names are read. Step forward. Wang Liuxing. Pei Zhibai pulled out a roster and read out the name at the top. In. Wang Liuxing took a step forward, always with that gentle demeanor, only for his gaze to frequently fall on the green skin gourd that shimmered with arcs of light. What that empress could do. How far could he go? Ka, 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 ka. After 3 subtle sounds, 3 green-skinned gourds glowing with lightning arcs flew toward Wang Liuxing. although some people wondered why the other party was able to take 3 of them alone. In the end, no one stood up to question it. Wang Liuxing, these 3 words can gag everyone. What's he doing? Night Cold Star asked in puzzlement. Because after Wang Liuxing had gotten the 3 green skin gourds, he directly sat down on the same spot, without the slightest intention of leaving. He was prepared to refine the thunder liquid in the gourd on the spot, as there are rumors that the gourd that was plucked, the thunder liquid in it would be lost over time, which would then affect the comprehension of the thunder intent, although that Imperial Highness of the Divine Capital denied such a claim. Hao Yuqian explained. I see. Night Coldstar could completely understand Wang Liuxing's approach, and he also decided to refine it on the spot later. While the two were talking, the first gourd in front of Wang Liuxing had been split open, and a drop of liquid the size of a fingernail cap was suspended in the air. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't actually liquid, but thousands of tiny strands of thunder, which roared and churned tirelessly like thunder dragons. Then came the second gourd, the third gourd, and the thunder liquid in the 3 gourds attracted each other, converging into a thunder cloud the size of a thumb's head, its color changing from light blue to dark blue, emitting a terrifying aura. Is Wang Liuxing crazy? 3 stacked together and not afraid of playing himself to death. Hao Yuqian directly exploded into foul language when he saw this move. The thunder liquid is only effective the first time you use it, and the lower the realm the more pronounced the effect. He should have thought this through. Si Inshua only felt that her loss to a heavenly pride like Wang Liuxing wasn't unfair at all. People had good talent and good family history. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode, and give up the fight. Wang Liuxing's eyes were calm at the moment. The only thing in his deep pupils was that dazzling thundercloud, and without any hesitation, he grabbed towards that thundercloud with his bare hands. Zip! The power of the thunderbolt, which had been diluted countless times, entered his body, causing Wang Liuxing's entire body to tremble uncontrollably. It was a pain that penetrated into his bones and seemed to be destroying his entire being. He desperately allowed himself to pursue that ray of spiritual rhythm hidden within the thunderbolt, trying to hold on to it. Almost. It was so close. Boo! A raging wave of air centered on him, quickly spreading out in all directions, carrying flickering arcs of light that sent a tingle down the spine of anyone who came across it. Did he make it? I don't know. It looks like it worked by the looks of it. Why isn't he moving? Something can't have happened. The crowd in the arena whispered, wondering whether Wang Liuxing had succeeded or failed. More help from Instructor Pei. Wang Liuxing stood up and patted the dust that had gotten on his body, then left without looking back, without joy or sorrow. Is this a success or a failure for him? Hao Yuqian puzzled. Not you at least say a word. Wang Liuxing failed. If he had succeeded, he wouldn't have forced out the power of the lightning tribulation in his body. The celluloid could see it clearly, and there was a hint of a sigh in his tone. Even such a character had failed. Big brother, how are you doing? Are you sure? Night Coldstar also lost the confidence he had earlier. I was just thinking, do I have to grab it with my hands? Jiang Lu asked an inexplicable question. Night Coldstar didn't understand. Don't you use your hands to grab it, do you use your feet? Without waiting for him to ask for clarification, Pei Zhibai had already read out the name of the next person. Celluloid. Chloe was about to step forward when she heard her name, when she saw a Tang Xiaoling step out of the crowd. Instructor Pei. Wait, I have something to say. Before Tang Xiaoling could finish his sentence, he saw Pei Zhibai reveal a look of impatience, and hurriedly took out the fine wine he had prepared in advance. Instructor Pei. This is the divine immortal drunkenness brewed by the god of wine 100 years ago. There are only 7 jars left in the world. The student knows that you have worked hard and has sought out this wine to present to the instructor. Good wine. Pei Zhibai grabbed the wine altar and opened it to take a sip. Say something quickly. Tang Xiaoling didn't dare to delay and found Jiang Lu in the crowd with a glance. Jiang Lu, I'll bet 10 thunder liquid gourds on your immortal gold. If you win, whether it's Fairy Celluloid or Night Coldstar and the others, they'll all have enough thunder liquid to comprehend the thunder intent. If you lose, I'll still buy your immortal gold for 1,000,000 taels of gold. Win or lose, you don't lose. Want to bet? Before Jiang Lu could reply, Chloe had already spoken out to stop it. I can't use that much thunder liquid. You shouldn't bet with him. Chloe shook her head. Since Tang Xiaoling dared to make such an offer, he was bound to have the certainty of a solid victory. It's fine. Let's hear it first. Jiang Lu's expression moved slightly. He really couldn't refuse such an offer. Leaving aside the fact that he himself also needed a large amount of thunder liquid, the celluloid had been feeding him strokes these days, and without merit, there was still hard work, so the favor should always be returned. It's very simple. 10 thunder liquid gourds in exchange for you receiving 10 moves from me. This isn't considered difficult for you. Tang Xiaoling knew that Jiang Lu was not his opponent. If it was a win/loss ratio, the other party would definitely reject it outright. But if it was to receive 10 strokes, anyone would have gotten away with it. Jiang Lu, don't agree. His strength isn't weak. Chloe's side was still worried, and when she looked back, the atmosphere was indescribably odd. No, seriously? There's such a thing as a good thing? Big brother, Shu, keep it down. Don't scare people away. Chapter 76 Imperial Soldier. Reading tip, to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. 20 Thunder Liquid Gourds. Take 20 moves from you, and I'll give you the immortal gold for nothing if I lose. Jiang Lu changed the content of the bet. The winner takes all and the loser eats dust. Are you sure? Tang Xiaoling's tone was hesitant. He was afraid that Jiang Lu would not dare to take it before he limited it to 10 strokes. But as a result, Jiang Lu also took the initiative to add up to 20 strokes, which in turn made him a little uncertain. Don't waste everyone's time if you don't dare. Jiang Lu shook his head with an expression of looking at a goon. Young Tang, he's bluffing you, so that when the word gets out it'll be that you don't dare to respond to the battle. Not that Jiang Lu, is cowardly. The little brother thought he had calculated everything. I'll use you to say it. Tang Xiaoling slatted his face, almost falling for Jiang Lu's trick, wanting him to make a fool of himself in front of the celluloid fairy. What a wicked mind. Since you want to give me immortal gold for nothing, I naturally have no reason to refuse. Just come and fight. Tang Xiaoling regained his disdainful stance. A waste who couldn't even catch a single move from the celluloid fairy, still presuming to catch 20 moves from him. Wait, I have the immortal gold. But what about your 20 Thunder Liquid Gourds? Jiang Lu took out the immortal gold in full view of everyone, then looked at the empty-handed Tang Xiaoling. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Is my Tang Sect's reputation no better than 20 Thunder Liquid Gourds? Tang Xiaoling hadn't even thought that he would lose. So naturally, he wouldn't bother with that effort to raise 20 Thunder Liquid Gourds. You mean, trying to empty your hands? Jiang Lu didn't care about the credibility of the Tang Sect. He wasn't a member of the Tang Sect. Hearing someone denigrate the reputation of the Tang Sect, Tang Xiaoling was so angry that he wanted to laugh, and was even more convinced that the other party was just trying to find an excuse to push off this bet, so he wouldn't be able to have the other party do as he wished. After a tea time, Tang Xiaoling took an IOU sign with 20 names and threw it in front of Jiang Lu. Is this okay? Above it was the Thunder Liquid Gourd that he had borrowed from the hands of the people present only after promising favors. The crowd of the Martial Arts Academy didn't think much about it. No one thought that Tang Xiaoling would not be able to solve a nobody in 20 moves. Why not be happy with a favor earned for nothing? Jiang Lu picked up the IOU and glanced at Pei Zhibai, seeing that the other party nodded, knowing that Pei Zhibai recognized it. Before we start, I want to ask a question. Jiang Lu collected the IOU and spoke without haste. There's so much going on. Hurry up and ask. Tang Xiaoling only felt that Jiang Lu was trying to stall for time. Count me as the winner after 20 moves. But what if you can't make 20 moves? Jiang Lu's tone was serious. What kind of question is this? If you can't take 20 moves, of course it's counted as your loss. Is this even a question? Tang Xiaoling hadn't reacted to Jiang Lu's meaning. No. It's not that I can't catch 20 moves. It's that you can't make 20 moves. Jiang Lu patiently explained again. What the hell are you talking about? How come I can't get out of 20 moves? Tang Xiaoling suddenly froze as he spoke, and a brief moment of calm was followed by a monstrous rage like a volcanic eruption. Are you trying to say that you can defeat me in 20 moves? Tang Xiaoling was so angry that he shivered when he spoke. He had seen the crazy ones, but he hadn't seen such a crazy one. Not sure. This specific will have to wait until after the fight. Jiang Lu said in a matter-of-fact manner. You're quite modest. What Tang Xiaoling said was obviously the opposite. He drew the sword at his waist, his mind already occupied by rage. If you can defeat me in 20 moves, not to mention the Thunder Liquid Gourd being given to you, the Celluloid Fairy will also be given to you as well. River Run? Celluloid. Don't look at me. It's not like I said it. Jiang Lu met Chloe's cold gaze and innocently spread his hands. Poof. Chloe snorted coldly. But it wasn't at Jiang Lu. Rather, she was not ashamed of Tang Xiaoling's behavior. Not to mention the innocence between the two. Tang Xiaoling said this, clearly treating her as a plaything that could be given away. What the elder sisters said is really good. The world's men are more negative. Even if Tang Xiaoling is even willing to send her such a supreme treasure as immortal gold, there is no true love in his heart. Are you really sure about this? Tang Xiaoling also obtained the key to the Chu Garden, which means that even that White Phoenix envoy recognizes his strength. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Compared to Tang Xiaoling's outburst, Luo Luo still chose to care about Jiang Lu's safety first. Not sure. Jiang Lu shook his head. You're not sure and you still say yes. The celluloid was going to die from his impatience. I mean, I'm not sure about winning him within 20 moves. Jiang Lu added. Who asked you about this? Chloe heard him say that. Her heart was slightly relieved, but then she thought of something and took a half step back warily. Even if you win him in 20 moves, what he said just now won't count. River Run? The crowd made an open space for the duel between the two, with Jiang Lu and Tang Xiaoling 5 meters apart. I originally just wanted to teach you a lesson, but you've managed to provoke me. And now it's too late to beg for mercy. Tang Xiaoling dropped the longsword in his hand and instead took out an old blood-stained hammer. The hammer was unimpressive, with a pitted body and a handle that looked like it had been moth-eaten. Out of place with the gorgeous Tang Xiaoling, but it was such an old hammer that caused a clamor around the room. This is an imperial soldier? It's the Haotian hammer. The Tang sect's old ancestor used this imperial weapon to hammer a Seal Emperor-level demon to death in life in the past. You guys take a close look at it. The bloodstains haven't dried up yet. I've heard that it's young Tang who wants to enter the Chu Garden, and that's why the Tang sect has bestowed the imperial soldier. As soon as the emperor's soldiers came out, Knight Coldstar and Hao Yuqian and the others all changed their faces. Tang Xiaoling, do you still want to have a face? Unusual dueling and still use emperor's soldiers. If you can't afford to lose, just say so. Hao Yuqian opened his mouth and cursed. Imperial weapons were weapons that had been used by strong people such as martial emperors, and at the level of martial emperors, unusual divine weapons were not as strong as their own fleshly bodies. That was why after a martial emperor powerhouse certified his path, he would collect all sorts of immortal gold and refine an intrinsic divine soldier with supreme divine abilities to accompany the martial emperor in his battles against powerful enemies. Most imperial weapons were lost with the fall of their masters, while a few were passed down, and the Haotian hammer in Tang Xiaoling's hand belonged to the latter. Although Tang Xiaoling's strength at the 8th level of the Qi refining realm certainly couldn't exert much of the power of an emperor's weapon, even a hint of the emperor's remaining power was not something an ordinary person could resist. The spirit of this emperor's soldier has already fallen silent, leaving only a broken shell in the air. At best it can only be considered a pseudo-emperor's soldier, but even so, it's still too much stronger than the shadow-bearing sword in Jiang Lu's hand. The celluloid looked worried. Although the shadow-bearing sword in Jiang Lu's hand was also made of immortal gold, it was ultimately too far off compared to the once imperial weapons. Now we can only hope that Jiang Lu he can last past 20 moves. See, Yingshua's tone was helpless. This was the heritage of a 1,000-year-old family. Even something like an emperor's soldier could be taken out easily. Imperial soldier? Jiang Lu gripped the shadow-bearing sword in his hand. He could feel the throbbing coming from the immortal gold, Tao Tai. It was a strong desire to devour. It wanted to swallow that imperial soldier to evolve itself. If you don't want to submit, I can also give you a day's time. It's not too late to fight again when you've borrowed an emperor's soldier. Tang Xiaoling said insubordinately. He never felt that using an emperor's soldier was something despicable. Family history was equally a part of strength. If he was able to do so, Jiang Lu could also borrow an emperor's soldier. Just could a mudblood like him do so? No need. But I have one last question. Jiang Lu waved his hand. Why do you have so many questions? Ask what you want to ask quickly. Tang Xiaoling got angry as soon as he heard he had questions. If I accidentally break your emperor's soldier, there's no need for me to pay for it. Jiang Lu pointed at the broken emperor's soldier. The room went silent at that question. No, it was a question that a normal person could ask. Chapter 77, The Power of Rules. Reading tip. To prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Deception. Tang Xiaoling didn't want to talk nonsense with Jiang Lu either. Jiang Lu was not asking a question. It was clearly humiliating him. Watch the move. Tang Xiaoling bellowed out. A sort of reminder to Jiang Lu, lest Jiang Lu say that he had sneak attacked afterwards. The first style. Earth-shaking hammer. As Tang Xiaoling shouted out his stance in a dignified manner, the imperial weapon Haotian hammer was lifted high above his head, and as it was about to fall, 1,000-pound pressure erupted from the imperial weapon. It's scary. I feel like I have a mountain on my shoulders. The aftermath alone made the crowd of onlookers look heavy, and it was hard to imagine what kind of pressure the Jiang Lu in the center had endured. You don't think I'm going to stand still and wait for you to build up your strength? A teasing voice came from behind Tang Xiaoling, and the stern sword intent headed straight for Tang Xiaoling's back. Waiting for you. Tang Xiaoling felt the bone-piercing sword intent at his back also did not panic in the slightest. The hammer that was originally meant to be smashed forward, the moment it fell drove his body to turn around, just in time to meet Jiang Lu's slightly stunned face. Obviously, Jiang Lu did not anticipate such a powerful and forceful sword strike to be able to turn its orientation so nimbly. Go to hell. Tang Xiaoling had a cruel smile on his face. The trash who couldn't even catch a single move of his own actually had the delusion of defeating himself. He was now going to hammer Jiang Lu's arrogance into powder along with his ignorance. Jiang Lu. The celluloid under the field's heart tightened. Judging from her encounters with Jiang Lu these days, it was absolutely impossible for Jiang Lu to block this strike. Even though Jiang Lu had already cultivated the sword intent of the Third Realm, under the Imperial Weapons Enhancement, the sword intent of the Third Realm couldn't shake it in the slightest. Meh. The consternation on Jiang Lu's face faded into a spring breeze smile, and a lightness of spirit infused into the shadow-bearing sword in his hand. The sword and the hammer collided, but there was no imagined earth-shattering. Instead, it was a touch of separation, and everything happened without incident. What just happened? One of you saw it clearly. Some people in the arena looked dumbfounded. It should have been a devastating blow, but in the end it was all thunder and no rain. It's the wind. Pei Zhibai remembered his status as an instructor and took this opportunity to explain to his students. He superimposed the wind intention into his sword intent, giving the sword move a lightness of purpose. It looks like an egg hit a rock, but in fact it was just a brush against the shoulder. A heavy hammer cannot hit a light feather. Swinging faster will not help. The feather can instead rely on the wind brought up by the heavy hammer to easily avoid. When did he know the wind intent realm? Chloe suddenly thought of something and looked toward Knight Henshin and Fu Yunxian. It's you too. She had fought with Knight Coldstar, and the other party's slippery wind intent had really given her a headache. Hey, I taught you well, didn't I? Knight Coldstar scratched his nose in a stinky manner. The sight of the Fu Yunxian cover the face. Knight Coldstar, that good meaning is teach, is not entirely Jiang Lu by virtue of the heavenly enlightenment in the time and again in the dicing to understand out of their own. It was the first time he had seen an even more heaven-defying enlightenment than Knight Coldstar. In just a few days, Jiang Lu's attainments in the wind intent had already surpassed both of them. He was simply a monster. Wind intent of the Third Realm. No wonder you dared to bet with me. Tang Xiaoling's pupils dilated slightly. The Third Realm's sword intent coupled with the Third Realm's wind intent. Whether or not he could win is another story. At the very least, holding out for 20 strokes would not be a problem. But, ha ha ha, is this your bottom card? If I hadn't brought my Emperor Soldier here today, I might have really fallen in the gutter. Tang Xiaoling laughed very freely. Let your organs count. In the end is not a loss. This Imperial Soldier of yours seems to be average as well. Jiang Lu retreated to a safe position and looked at the blood-stained Imperial Soldier, always feeling that something was missing. Strong as it was, it didn't have the oppressive feeling of an Imperial Soldier, and at best, it made Tang Xiaoling's moves a few times more powerful. You still don't know yourself when you're dying. Soon you'll know the might of the Emperor's Soldier. Tang Xiaoling snorted. He really doesn't have much insight. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Of the mud leg, he swung up the Hautian hammer and smashed towards Jiang Lu once again. The second style, the moon ranging hammer. Third style, fallen sky hammer. Fourth style, falling star hammer. Tang Xiaoling smothered his head and attacked fiercely. The imperial weapon in his hand danced in a heavenly manner, only for all of them to be dissolved by Jiang Lu's light sword strokes. And he couldn't even touch the corners of Jiang Lu's clothes. Jiang Lu also tried to attack, but Tang Xiaoling's hammer technique was both offensive and defensive, attacking while also blocking his sword path. Unless he was willing to try a hard encounter with Tang Xiaoling's Hautian hammer, it looked like the two were in a stalemate. No one could help anyone, but Jiang Lu noticed that Tang Xiaoling didn't have a trace of anxiety on his face at all. Instead, the smile at the corner of his mouth was getting more and more reckless, like he was winning. 18th move now. 2 moves to go and big brother Jiang Lu will win. Knight Coldstar had been counting Tang Xiaoling's moves, and joy gradually appeared on her face. According to the rules, the victory belonged to Jiang Lu as long as he received 20 moves without defeat. There was no need to risk attacking at all. Nope, I remembered. The Tang sect has a mastery called the 100 Forging Styles. It's a type of hammering technique that builds up momentum by swinging consecutively. The power of each strike is stacked onto the next, and it's rumored that if you build up to 99 strikes, even a Seal Emperor level demon will drink hate. Si Inchua looked and watched and finally realized that something was wrong. Tang Xiaoling's shouted moves were simply a lie. He had been storing up momentum for the 100 Forging Styles the entire time. Knight Coldstar's face sank after hearing this, and then said in a self-compassionate manner, "It's fine. It's fine. It's fake even if it's powerful and can't hit anyone." But what he didn't notice was that not only did Luo Luo's and Hao Yuqian's expressions not relax in the slightest, but they became more and more grave. The two of them had a deeper understanding of the Emperor's Soldier than ordinary people, and the reason why the Emperor's Soldier was powerful was not only related to the various kinds of immortal gold used to create the Emperor's Soldier, but it was also because the martial emperor would incorporate his own Dao into the forging of the Emperor's Soldier, which would make the Emperor's Soldier possess a hint of the power of the rules. Even if the Emperor's spirit was silenced, the power of the rules that came with the Emperor's soldier would not dissipate. And this was the truly powerful part of the Emperor's soldier. And right now, Tang Xiaoling hadn't been displaying the divine difference of the Imperial soldier, clearly plotting something. 19th move. Someone in the crowd spoke out to remind them. It was those who had been borrowed the Thunder Liquid Gourd. If Tang Xiaoling didn't think of a way out, their gourds would have to lose along with them. Big brother, be careful. Tang Xiaoling has been storing up his strength. The last move must not be taken. Knight Coldstar also hurriedly voiced out to reveal Tang Xiaoling's old tricks, lest Jian Lu planted himself in the last move. In fact, without the need for Knight Coldstar to say it, Jian Lu could also feel what a huge amount of power had been accumulated by the Haotian hammer dancing in Tang Xiaoling's hands. Jian Lu, have a good look at the true power of an emperor's weapon. Tang Xiaoling's veins rippled at the corners of his forehead as he swung the last hammer with difficulty. The power built up on the Haotian hammer was already so great that he could barely control it. Jiang Lu didn't have the heart to listen to his nonsense. Little cutie. Only then did he eat this shocking strike hard, and immediately the wind intent operated to the extreme, wanting to use the force to avoid the force as he had done before. How? Jiang Lu realized with horror that his moves were out of order. No matter how he dodged, that Haotian hammer locked itself in a deadly lock. Let's see you dodge another one. Ha ha. Tang Xiaoling was incomparably enjoying Jiang Lu's trepidation at this moment. This was the rule power, strong attack, of their Tang sect's imperial weapon, the Haotian hammer, which could forcibly lock onto the enemy, and together with the mastery of the 100 forging styles, it could be described as a plan of extermination. This move was originally prepared for the foreign race's heavenly pride, and today, they would take Jiang Lu first. Jiang Lu, big brother, Chloe and Knight Coldstar and the others all exclaimed in shock at the sight of this perilous scene. Jiang Lu, who was in the ninth death, looked at the imperial weapon Haotian hammer that was constantly enlarging in his pupils, and also stirred up the ferocity, since he couldn't hide. What's so scary about a broken hammer that's been bitten by insects and rats? Mud exploded with you. Pei Zhibai's spirit was highly concentrated, ready to step in and save the day. In theory, he could have struck when the Emperor's soldier unleashed the power of the rules, and there was absolutely no way that Jiang Lu would be able to receive this strike. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. However, he knew that when people were in a life and death situation, they would burst out with unimaginable potential, especially those true heavenly pride demons. Just like the first time Chloe and Jiang Lu fought, he could have avoided Jiang Lu from being injured, but he still waited until Jiang Lu was sure to die before striking out and deflecting his sword. In Pei Zhibai's perspective, which had been slowed down countless times, Jiang Lu first became calm from his initial panic, and the next image quickly turned into excitement and madness. He slowly raised the sword in his hand and slashed down towards the unstoppable emperor soldier. Choose to die standing? Pei Zhibai made an evaluation in his heart. Although a bit reckless, he was not a bloodthirsty heavenly pride, barely passing. It was time to make a move, or else the emperor's soldiers would be really dead if the hammer went down. He instantly reached out to stop the bet, but suddenly realized he couldn't move either. Medicine Elder. Pei Zhibai instantly understood who had suppressed him, but what he didn't understand was why Medicine Old Man had done this. It couldn't be that Medicine Old Man, his old man, had also received benefits from the Tang sect. Buzz. An arcane aura followed, enveloping the entire medicinal plantation, and countless gazes looked over towards the side of the Tongtian vine. An old man with a bucket hat carrying a hoe and laboring in a medicinal field straightened his back, wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead, and his wrinkled old face revealed a gratifying smile. A time of great strife. Chapter 78, Annihilation Sword Domain. Reading tip. To prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Codename 985 novels at no ads. Read. Prepare for war and for the people. Good people and good horses on the third line. Han I mean return to the soulful 985 factory. Do not want to be laid off again. Do not want to be displaced again. Both to change life, but also to change life. P.S. This book, also known as Rebirth 1987, is unbelievably exciting and takes you back to the years of burning passion. The sixth set of radio gymnastics will now begin. Stretching exercises. Ready chi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or download without ads to read. I mean, wake up, Mr. Han, Mr. Han. Stop shouting and hurry to take Mr. Han to the hospital. Who knows if I've broken any bones? I can't move around. I'd better call the hospital. Han I mean was awakened by the incessant shouts and opened his eyes. only to see both familiar and unfamiliar faces surrounding him, their looks more tense than one another. Immediately afterward, a hot, sharp pain came from his elbows and knees. Is awake. All make way. A man around 40 years old was relieved and asked eagerly, is everything alright? If you are not dreaming, this should be a former colleague and big brother Jong Jianyu. He is the army cadres transferred to 985 factory. Due to the lack of technical knowledge, the factory is not a shortage of political cadres, so he was arranged to the children of the middle school as a political teacher. Jong Jianyu behind the young woman wearing plaid spring and fall shirt surnamed Lu, called Lu Pingping, both the children of the 985 plant, but also 3 sisters from the nursery to junior high school classmates. She graduated from high school, because she did not go to college. The factory put her to the children of the middle school as an English teacher. However, she is not a cadre status, nor is she an official employee, but belongs to the large collective workers whose wages are lower than those of official employees. Look at my hand. Jong Jianyu, not knowing what Han Imin was thinking, raised his finger and moved it in front of Han Imin's eyes. The sharp pain that struck his elbows and knees, the familiar faces in front of him, and the familiar melody of the 6th set of radio gymnastics outside made Han Imin realize that he wasn't dreaming, and hurriedly said, Teacher Zhong, I'm fine. It's really okay? It's really nothing. I want to sit alone for a while. Site transcoding content is incomplete. Exit the transcoding page or download a better experience. Faster update, please come to experience. It looks like you fell and got confused. So watch your step when you go downstairs from now on. You sit down first. I'll get you a glass of water. No, I'm not thirsty. Lu Pingping, on the other hand, asked with concern, do your arms and legs hurt? Do you want to go to the hospital to let third sister take a look? Han forced himself together and said calmly, it doesn't hurt. No need to go to the hospital. Can you stand? Can. Stand up and take a couple steps. Okay. Han is very clear not to move her legs and feet. She must not feel at ease. At the same time very much want to figure out whether he is dreaming. Simply endure the severe pain to stand up. Holding the table and chair out of the familiar cannot be familiar with the teacher's office. Looking up, the mountains are surrounded by rolling hills, ancient trees, and verdure. Overlooking the downstairs, the children are doing radio gymnastics in an organized manner. On the left side are the primary students of the ZD Elementary School, and I can clearly see that the one standing on the far left, in the third column, at the front doing gymnastics is his nephew Junjun. Looking down the winding mountain highway in front of the school, not far away is the family area. His own home in the 17th building of the 1st district, and further on is the 2nd district. The assembly workshop is behind the factory building. The production and processing of gun barrels and retractor workshop in the mountainside of the big cave. Big sister, they have to take the cable car every day to go to work in the workshop. That's right. Here is the home and old Unit 985 factory located in the deep mountain ditch, which is subordinate to the 5th Ministry of Machinery Industry. For the sake of confidentiality, the project code and design code when the factory was built was 985, so it was called 985 Factory, and externally it was called State-owned Shuanghe Machinery Factory, or Shuanghe Factory for short. Cannot be found on the map. There is no mailing address. Outsiders want to send a letter over can only be sent to the Mountain City 6015 mailbox, or download and read without ads. If the memory is not mistaken, before waking up is a person in the dilapidated factory revisited. Once bustling large factory buildings, abandoned and collapsed houses are everywhere. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip, in order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. It is overgrown with weeds. It is hard to imagine that the factory, which flourished for a while, is empty and broken. Once incomparably clean and tidy walls, has long been modeled, once incredibly familiar steps, also covered with moss and weeds, lively and noisy venue, thousands of wooden chairs, although still placed in the year, but has long been covered with dust and dirt. Because it is located in the deep mountain ditch on the border of Chongqing and Guizhou provinces and cities, it is usually sparsely populated and so cold and dilapidated that it can be used to make a horror movie. But now, everything is back to the way it was. Han felt so unreal, subconsciously looking at the blackboard on the wall of the first floor, the board from the hand of Mr. Zhong Jianyu. Handwriting is always beautiful. Let him. The first teacher training school graduated from the mountain city of teacher training students ashamed of themselves, but what he was now focusing on was the date at the bottom of the page, which was clearly March 6, 1987. Did you really cross over? I'm back in 1987? Han was so muddled that he couldn't believe it was true, and couldn't care less about the severe pain in his arms and knees. He braced himself and continued to walk forward. The radio gymnastics were done and the children lined up to go back to their respective classrooms as usual, or download and read without ads. A child ran out from the queue and said cheerfully, "Uncle, my father is escorting the guns to the train station at noon, and my mother is working overtime today and won't be coming down at noon, so they've asked me to go to the cafeteria with you at noon to eat. It's not like a dream. What dream could be so real?" Han I-min fixed his mind and asked furtively, "Where's Chen Chen?" "I don't know." He shid the room. "Later after class you go ask him if he's going to eat at home for lunch, or if he's going to eat with us in the cafeteria." "Okay, I'll go to class first." "Go on, be good, or download and read without ads." "No, Chen Chen is the second sister's child, with an early birthday and in first grade at age 6. As an uncle, Han I-min has to help his sisters and brothers-in-law with their children as his sisters did with themselves back then." Witnessing away his big sister's son Jun, Han I-min suddenly remembered something. Huang Haishan, the eldest brother-in-law, is also the son of 985 factory. Junior high school graduation to join the army. Demobilized back to the factory was arranged to the security section to do economic police. The defense section is under the brand of the public security section, which is under the dual leadership of the factory and the public security bureau of the city of Shan. And the head of the section and the defense officer are both the factory's defense cadres and the public security police. The economic civilian police are drawn from various workshops, are strong young workers not cadres. Uniforms are not the same, not like cadres can be equipped with guns. Big sister's husband because he was a soldier, very early into the party, and is the root of the 985 factory children, by the leadership of the security section, from last year onwards to work in place of work, as a vice captain of the economic civilian police team, not only put on the uniform of the public security police, but also equipped with a 5.4 type pistol. This year, the factory decided to transfer him to a new job, and the procedure was almost finished, just needing to stamp the last official seal. At this juncture, he was leading a team to carry out the task of transferring 2 cannons to the railway station, when the hook of a truck towing the cannons broke and the cannons fell into a cliff. If a few years earlier, the factory is good, a year to produce hundreds of large-caliber artillery for the country, a broken cannon is not a big deal. However, this is not the old days. Although the old mountain front is still fighting, but the demand for artillery is not as much as in previous years. Reform and opening up the country to engage in economic construction. The higher-ups require the transformation of military enterprises such as the 985 factory. Military orders are less and less. Such a large factory cannot produce a few guns a month. You also broke a door, which is a major security incident. If we don't solve this problem quickly, the cadres and workers involved in transporting the artillery will all be held accountable, and the transfer of the eldest sister's husband to a new job will be as yellow as before. If he can't change his job, he can only continue to work as an economic police officer. When the factory moved to the capital of Sichuan province, Chengdu, the economic police abolished, he will have to wear a security uniform to become a security guard, and then restructuring, waiting for him can only be laid off. And those cadres who transferred to the defense section cadres in the factory moved out of the deep ravine when there are 2 choices, either to go to Chengdu to continue to do defense cadres, or to stay transferred to the base of the River County Public Security Bureau to become a local public security cadres. Big sister's husband hoped for the stars and the moon would like to become a formal public security. Han I-min do not want to let the big sister's husband's dream is dashed, and immediately endured the pain out of the campus, to the direction of the assembly workshop limp. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. Go. Ping ping. Where is I-min going? Zhong Jianyu stood on the second floor, looking at Han I-min's back and asking in confusion. Lu Pingping thought about it and whispered, "It should be to the hospital. He just had a bad fall." "What about his classes?" "I'll go to class 2 and see if I can't. I'll switch classes with him. He has 2 classes in the morning, and there's another one over at the technical school," Zhong Jianyu reminded. 985 factory has more than 3,000 official employees, counting tens of thousands of family members. Due to the distance from the county, employees and family members from all over the world can only run their own nurseries, elementary school, junior high schools, and even run a technical school. The daycare center is over in the family area. The children's elementary school and the children's middle school are in one compound, and the technical school is next door. Technical schools are not like primary and junior high schools with full-time teachers. Only the principal and the director of instruction. The teachers of language, math, physics and other cultural courses in the technical school side are drawn from the side of the children's high school. The teachers of mechanical drawing and other specialized courses are drawn from the technical section and other departments. and the teachers of practical training courses are part-time by the teachers of the various workshops. Most of the technical school students are factory children, but also the county and brother military-industrial enterprises of the relationship. The school system of 3 years. After graduation, most of them arranged to work in the factory workshops, and some of them arranged to the 985 factories supporting the factory. Those factories are in the Mountain City area, are also subordinate to the Ministry of 5 machines of the third line of the military-industrial enterprises. Lu Pingping thought of the fact that Han Imin still had to teach math over at the technical school today, so she quickly said, "Teacher Zhong, I'll go call Principal Wu and help Imin ask for a day off, so please ask Principal Wu to adjust the curriculum. You go to class first. I'll go call Principal Wu." "Good thing too," Han Imin muddled. Do not know whether everything in front of them is unreal or reality. Only know that even if it is unreal, cannot let the big sister husband to leave regrets. And for a moment forgot that they are 985 factory children of secondary school physics teacher and 985 factory technical school math teacher. Back then, the third line construction required leaning against the mountains. Decentralized, hidden. The choice of the 985 factory site is absolutely in line with this principle. The factory area stretches for several kilometers. Surrounded by mountains and forests, the workshops are built in several ravines, and occasionally you can see village houses dotting the mountains. The colorful green brick workshops are distributed in the bushes, and there are many air raid shelters. It is said that when the site was selected, the Air Force was asked to arrange for airplanes to hover over the site to make sure it was hidden enough before finally choosing to build the factory here. The mountain road is not good. Han Imin rushed to the assembly workshop in a hurry, tired and panting, sweating. Machines roar in the workshop, but now the production is no longer cannons, but in accordance with the requirements of the higher-ups on the protection of the people, military and civilian integration, the production of automobile wheels, mufflers, metal fuel tanks and hydraulic jaws and other civilian products, as the orders for civilian products were more mixed. Unlike the former single one that only made cannons, the large workshop was divided into several work areas. Han Imin greeted his familiar uncles and brothers all the way to his second brother-in-law, Zhang Shangbing, who was busy. "I mean, how come you're free to come here? You don't have to teach the students today?" Zhang Shangbing was doubly surprised by his brother-in-law's arrival, putting down his tools and picking up a rag to wipe his hands. "Second brother-in-law, I'm here to see my eldest brother-in-law. Have you seen him? You should go to the defense section to find Haishan. What are you doing here with me? Jun said he's delivering the cannon today. What's it to you if he sends cannons?" Zhang Shangbing asked with a smile. Han Imin didn't know how to explain for a moment and could only say, "I want to see the cannon." What's there to see in a cannon? It's not like you haven't seen one before. As long as they were the sons of 985 factory, the least interesting thing was the cannon, because they had been living in the factory that produced cannons since they were young, and they had gotten tired of looking at them long ago. Zhang Shangbing thought of his brother-in-law's frequent correspondence with a female classmate at the teacher training school, and couldn't help but laugh and ask, "I mean, are you thinking about your girlfriend and planning to take the cannon delivery ride to see your girlfriend in Mountain City?" "No. Besides, it's not like Big Sister's husband is going to go to Hill City as long as he delivers the cannon to the train station. Lying won't even do it. When a man is old enough to get married and a woman is old enough to get married, what's there to be embarrassed about when you fall in love?" Zhang Shangbing laughed and patted him on the shoulder and said, "I mean, I think you're reading books and looking silly. Learning is important, but you also need to combine work and rest." "What do you mean by that, brother-in-law?" "The gun is not loaded. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Read tip. In order to prevent incomplete access to content, please do not use the browser reading mode. The ones that can be delivered to the troops when they are fitted have to be pulled to the back range first for test firing, where Haisan is supposed to be. He can't pull the guns to the railroad station for loading until the guns have been tested and until the military representative has signed off on them. Too much time has passed. Han Imin really forgot about this matter of testing the cannon before delivery, and said with a few moments of embarrassment, "Second sister-in-law, you get busy first. I'll go to the back of the mountain to look for my big sister-in-law." "How did you get over here?" "Walk over." "How long does it take to walk there when you're looking at the mountains?" "Wait, I'll ask the director for some time off and drive you there on a motorcycle." The second brother-in-law is the only son of his family. One of his parents is a factory cadre, one is a factory employee, plus the second sister. His family of 4 people to earn money, the best economic conditions. Last year, he bought a Jialing motorcycle. I do not know how many people envy. Who would be stupid enough to climb a mountain to get there when you can take a motorcycle? Han Imin follows good advice. Teachers, whether at the local level or in a 985 plant, are still a respected profession despite the low pay. The workshop director figured out the situation and was quick to grant Zhang Shangbing a half-hour vacation. Welcome! Zhang Shangbing took him out of the workshop, mounted a motorcycle, and sent him to the test gun range by the river bank along the mountain road with lush mountains on one side and cliffs on the other.